区域安全、经济发展、人才培育以及供应链合作等各层面强化合作，让台美关系可以进一步的提升。
Third, Taiwan is a reliable and trustworthy cooperative partner of the United States. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration to strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development, talent cultivation, and supply chains so as to further elevate Taiwan-U.S. relations.
我要再次感谢佩洛西议长和各位在这个关键的时刻以行动表达对台湾坚定的支持，以及表达美国支持台湾自我防御的一贯政策。
Once again, I welcome Speaker Pelosi and the delegation to Taiwan. Thank you for taking concrete actions to show your staunch support for Taiwan at this critical moment, and for expressing the U.S.'s consistent policy supporting Taiwan's self-defense.
特种大绶青云勋章的颁证代表了我们对佩洛西议长的感谢，也期待透过更多的相互合作，持续的提升台美关系。
The Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Cordon represents our gratitude to Speaker Pelosi, and it also expresses our wish to continue progressing Taiwan-U.S. relations through more cooperation.
最后，再次感谢各位的来访，希望台湾和美国继续相互扶持，做彼此坚持的伙伴，一起让民主的光芒更加的闪耀。我们一起努力，谢谢大家。
To close, thank you all again for coming. Taiwan and the United States shall continue with our mutual support and be steadfast partners to one another in our joint efforts to make democracy shine again. Thank you.
请总统回座。
Madam President, please be seated.
The speech by the Taiwan President, Tsai Ing-wen, very interesting to note that almost every single point she referred to Speaker Pelosi and not the United States as a whole. Let's cut across to Pelosi's statement.
It is such a high honor to receive the Order of the Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Cordon from you. We are so proud of your leadership, a woman president in one of the freest societies in the world. There's great immense admiration for your leadership and great personal humility that I accept this award. Humility because I accept it not for me only, but for our members of Congress who are so instrumental in all that you said about our accomplishments together. Democrats and Republicans, House and Senate, both sides of the aisle, united in our support for Taiwan. This time I am so excited to receive this award on behalf of the United States Congress, as I said, is just unwavering. The response that we had to our visit was so positive from our colleagues. I look forward to displaying this award in the Speaker's office. They're wearing it there, right? in the Capitol as a symbol of our treasured friendship.
谢谢总统阁下，非常荣幸能够接受特种青云大绶勋章的颁证，也非常的荣幸，我也为总统的女性的领导的力量，以及我自己身为女性的领导人为荣。那当然，我这一次能够获颁这个勋章，我是非常虚心接受的。会说虚心，是因为我不只是代表我自己，也代表整个美国的。我们这次来访的所有的美国的议员们一起来接受这份勋章，而且这些一同行的议员们呢，其实对于刚刚讲到的所有的对台美关系的贡献呢，其实他们都有尽一份力，而且我们这样子的贡献，无论是民主党、共和党，无论在众议院、参议院，大家都是团结一致，有了高度的共识的。那我也非常的兴奋，能够代表整个众议院呢，代表整个美国政府能够接受这样子的一个勋章。我也很期待能够把大绶青云勋章带回去，展示在我的办公室当中。毕竟我在办公室并不会穿戴整个大绶。
Madam President, I think it's important to remind some and inform others of how we are here. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership, grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world, committed to the economic ties that power prosperity for all of our people.
我们这一次的来访呢，其中一项重点就是要提醒大家并告知大家，43年前我们通过了《台湾关系法》，当时就许下了对台湾非常坚定的承诺，要与台湾站在一起。在这个基础之上，我们形塑了非常繁荣的合作关系跟伙伴关系。我们的焦点不但是有包括我们的共同命运的自觉，还有许多我们共同安全的议题，无论是在这个地区还是全世界的共同安全，以及我们必须要保障我们并且深化我们的经济关系，使得我们的两国的人民能够有更好的生活。
Today, our delegation, of which I'm very proud, came to Taiwan to make unequivocally clear we will not abandon our commitment to Taiwan, and we are proud of our enduring friendship. And may I mention, they're all co-chairs of this delegation. The chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Gillian Meeks of New York, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano of California, the vice chair of the Ways and Means Committee, Congresswoman Del Bene of Washington State, the member of the Intelligence Committee and a leader in COVID fight and so many things in the Congress, Congressman Raja Krishnamurti from, I say Illinois, he says Chicago. And again, one of our newest members of Congress, serving the diplomat as a diplomat in the State Department before coming, Congressman Andy Kim of not only the Armed Services Committee but also the Foreign Affairs Committee and others. We're very proud of our delegation, and when you hear, as you will be hearing from them in the course of our visit, you will know even more why we are. Thank you to our delegation. And we're proud to be here with the Vice President, with Mr. Wu, with other distinguished leaders who are here with you, Madam President. Thank you for your leadership. The story of Taiwan is an inspiration to all freedom-loving people in the United States and around the world. Out of a crucible of challenge, you have forged a flourishing democracy, one of the freest in the world, proudly to be led by a woman president. That's an applause line.
我们这一次访团非常的荣幸能够来到台湾，我们要必须向外界宣示我们非常清楚的表达，我们绝对不会背弃对台湾的承诺。这次来访的许多议员们，他们也都是在各委员会当中担任主席或副主席或其他的要职，例如说外交委员会的主席米克斯，退伍军人事务委员会的主席高野，税计委员会的副主席戴碧妮，情报委员会以及防疫许多方面的贡献者克里绪纳莫提，军事委员会以及外交委员会的成员金安迪等等，他们都非常荣幸能够来到台湾，也非常感谢这些议员们跟我随行一起来访。那我也很高兴，也很荣幸能够在这边见到副总统、吴部长，以及蔡总统，以及非常许多杰出的台湾的政治领导者，非常感谢各位的领导。那台湾的故事啊，其实就是一群热爱自由民主的人民的故事。那其实我们在美国也在全世界都有许多这样子热爱自由的人民。
And Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. And now, more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today.
台湾是一个韧性之岛，台湾的人民也向外界证明了，只要有希望、有勇气、有决心，一定能够打造一个和平又繁荣的未来。尽管台湾面临着这么多的严峻的挑战，那美国与台湾的团结也非常的重要。我们这一次来访，就是要向外界彰显像这样子的美台之间的团结。
When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are three principal pillars of our travel. In all three areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You're a model to the world in terms of the cooperation of the people and the success of your initiatives. Congratulations, Madam President. Congratulations to the people of Taiwan for following the lead and suggesting their own proposals. Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and autocracy. America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad. And we're grateful to the partnership of the people of Taiwan in this mission. I'm very grateful to receive this award. I'm grateful to you, Madam President, to the people for their enduring friendship. I'm very blessed, as are my colleagues, with many Taiwan Americans who are very excited about our visit. And in fact, when I came before, in '99, I came with them, and we learned a lot. And that's what we came to do, to participate in the Asian Pacific Initiative in a way that is appropriate for Taiwan to be successful, whether in trade, security, etc., and to do so in a way that opens many more possibilities. We came here to listen, to learn, and what do you know? I got this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful award, the Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Cordon. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much.
这一次我们访问亚洲各国，我们有三大支柱，三个主要的重点，一个就是安全，人民的安全，全球的安全；经济，也就是说我们要创造未来的繁荣，能够嘉惠更多的人；以及我们治理，好的治理，这是我们此次访问的三大支柱。那我们这一次呢，也都跟台湾这些在这三个领域当中都有许多的合作，我们也非常重视跟台湾在这些领域当中的伙伴关系。
So you have Nancy Pelosi, who's just concluded her speech. Unsurprisingly, there's no mention of China, but there were several mentions of Taiwan being a democracy and about the thriving partnership between the United States and Taiwan. Similar message that's also gone across from the Taiwan president in that speech when she thanked Nancy Pelosi for her visit and also said that it helps in confronting rhetoric that undermines democracy. So all of these are clear, subtle messages being sent across to China without any mention of the country, but recognition of the challenges that Taiwan faces. And also very important message that's come in from the Taiwan president saying that we will focus on our self-defense capability and we will protect the Taiwan Strait. The Taiwanese president, someone who's led the country from 2016, has also been extremely crucial in the pushback against China. Let me bring in all of our experts who are joining us this morning on this broadcast. We have Major General A.K. Sivach joining us this morning, also Ambassador Sakant Tayal, along with Ambassador Shashank, who are with us on this broadcast. Asia political risk analyst Ross Feingold is also with us. Ross, I'd like to begin with you. What to you has been the takeaway really from Nancy Pelosi's visit? You know, it's interesting to see the kind of wording that's been used by the Taiwanese president as well as Nancy Pelosi, where it's been established essentially that she's not there in the official capacity of representing the United States, but is there to send across a message at the end of the day that, you know, we are with Taiwan. We are here to ensure that this thriving partnership continues.
Well, the challenge will be when she returns to Washington in her remaining months as Speaker till the end of this year. Well, what is she practically going to do for Taiwan? As the Speaker mentioned, there's already bipartisan support for Taiwan in the U.S. Congress, but a lot of the relevant decision-making is ultimately up to the executive branch, whether that's in the trade space or the security space. So at least as of this moment, the visit it's more symbolic. Her words are nice words of moral support for Taiwan. But I'd be very, very cautious about assuming what the practical effect of this visit might be.
Particularly, Ross, if we were to focus on what this means for the Indo-Pacific region, what do you think will be the takeaway on that front?
That's a great question because not only did the delegation visit Taiwan, they went to Singapore and Malaysia, and they're scheduled to go to Korea and Japan. So it's important for U.S. Parliamentarians, members of our Congress, to visit Asia. I think those of us in the region who look at security and other issues welcome those visits. The challenge there is they often come for very short visits. And I know some people will respond to me and say, well, it doesn't matter that it was only 15 or 18 hours in Malaysia or Taiwan. I would disagree. I think the amount of knowledge that they're going to gain in such limited visits is not going to have a real significant impact on the nature of the relationships. That's something that the United States government and politicians really, it would behoove them to change that and to spend more time, not these short in and out visits to different countries here in the Indo-Pacific.
This, messaging involved, the takeaways from this kind of a visit is what everyone's talking about. Ross, I request you to stay on with me. I just quickly like to take this across to Wen Yi, who's reporting live from Taipei, getting us all the updates from the ground as well. Wen, short visit, but one that's filled with symbolism and significance for the people of Taiwan as well. Could you give us a sense of, what's the perception on the ground over Pelosi's visit? The message from the Taiwanese president is something that the world was listening to as well.
So actually, from yesterday to today, we can see a lot of Taiwanese people are welcoming Nancy Pelosi. A lot of people waiting outside of the Nancy Pelosi's hotel or outside where that they can see Nancy Pelosi's plane landing. So a lot of people are taking pictures, even when you can see a lot of like buildings like Taipei 101, they show support and welcoming Nancy Pelosi. So we can really feel the atmosphere that Taiwanese people are really happy to see Nancy Pelosi's visit. And then this would be really kind of a symbolic moment for a lot of Taiwanese people as well.
Very true. Is there a worry in Taiwan that this kind of a visit by Nancy Pelosi could have serious repercussions for the people in the form of maybe even economic sanctions?
Yes, so a lot of worries on economic sanctions as well. Also, yesterday we were seeing China. They started to ban some Taiwanese brands from exporting to China, as well as this morning we saw they also banned natural sand. So economic ties between Taiwan and China are one part that is important to Taiwan's economy as well. So what we could see, we have to closely observe that what it is going to happen after this visit, how the Taiwan and China's economy would go to.
How is Taiwan's defense ministry really responding to all that's happened in the last 24 hours? And I'm referring particularly to the confirmation that's been received from Taiwan as well, when that Chinese aircraft did enter into the air defense zone of Taiwan.
Yes, so the Taiwan's Ministry of Defense also said that responded that they will strengthen the monitoring system, and then they will make appropriate reaction if China takes further steps. So they're really closely observing the situation around the strait.
Ross, I'd like to bring you in also on this. With all the warnings that China has been issuing over this visit, the reality is that Pelosi currently is in Taipei, has gone ahead with her schedule as she planned as well. So in the perception battle, it definitely looks like China's on the losing side. And in that front, do you think there's also a lot more pressure on Beijing to kind of act, to crack the whip because of that, perception battle that they're losing?
Yeah, certainly you're correct. For today, the perception battle was won because Pelosi and her delegation are actually here in Taipei as we speak. And something very interesting there on social media in China over the past 10 days, ever since this news broke and China began objecting to the potential visit, many netizens in China said she won't go. She's going to back down. She's going to be too scared to go. So there are a lot of disappointed netizens in China at the moment because they were so certain that Pelosi would back down and not go. But then we have to think about what comes next. And so, yeah, we could make fun of netizens who are wrong. But there are some very serious implications here, whether that's trade related or security related, that ultimately, in the first instance, that is for the government and the people of Taiwan to deal with going forward.
And that's exactly it. My final question to you, Ross. Take a leaf out of what's happening between Russia and Ukraine, that in today's times, when there's tension between two nations, it's not limited to military action. It could be in the form of economic sanctions and several other steps that are taken. Do you think China will bite the bullet on that front?
I think it's very likely we'll see more trade retaliation from China against Taiwan products. That's an easy one. They could just say we found flaws in products that are coming from Taiwan, whether that's agriculture or other products. So China can make that decision very easily. A bigger risk for Taiwan companies are the many Taiwan companies that have manufacturing facilities in China, bricks and mortar factories that involves a large dollar amount of investment. Hundreds of thousands of employees, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Taiwan people who actually work over there as well. And again, that's just another risk that the Taiwan government, people, and the corporate world are going to have to manage going forward.
Okay, Ross, I appreciate you joining us here on India Today and sharing your perspective with us on this, crucial visit by Nancy Pelosi to Taipei. Let me bring in our other guests as well. Ambassador Shashank, if I could begin with you. Diplomatically speaking, sir, there's a lot of talk right now about what this means for the Indo-Pacific region, as I pointed out, and for India as well. And, as far as India, Taiwan is concerned, we don't really have formal policy, but there is going to be clear messaging for India as well when the United States takes on China like this.
USA had been sending mixed signals to the Indo-Pacific countries. Mm-hmm. So on one hand, we had been strengthening our Quad partnership. But on the other side, we found that the USA had withdrawn from Afghanistan, saying that, well, they were not there to bring about democracy in other countries. Then recently they killed the Al-Qaeda leadership in Afghanistan, which was being supported by Afghan leadership as well as Pakistan. So therefore, there were mixed signals to Indo-Pacific countries. Secondly, we had been seeing from the Chinese side that they were trying to make threats to Taiwan, to USA, that USA was going back on its 1972 Shanghai Agreement for one China policy. So USA didn't want to go back. And I think there were discussions that Republicans had signed the agreement under President Nixon, but President Trump had been taking back a very strong stand against China. And in fact, he was trying to be friendlier to Russia. In the case of President Biden, we had seen that he had sentiments towards China, which are more friendly. And therefore, we saw this Ukraine crisis coming up, mainly because of Russians pushing back against the NATO expansion. So I think, therefore, there were all these various mixed signals. I think now what will happen is Taiwan is a symbol of democracy in Indo-Pacific. I think Americans have sent their congressional leaders to come and tell the women leaders, the democratic leaders in Indo-Pacific that America is willing to stand by them and they can go ahead and strengthen democracies in whatever countries we have. Secondly, there is always a testing of the military technologies. So we should be able to see what Taiwan really needs from America. Would America be able to transfer those technologies to Taiwan against the Chinese intrusions? So this is another thing which the Indians and the others will be watching very carefully. Then India has joined recently this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF. And what does it mean? I think it really has no substantial meaning until Taiwan companies decide to go back to Taiwan or come over to India and other Asian countries. I think these are the symbols which would be very important for the Indo-Pacific countries. And I think India would be looking forward to it very carefully and watching it very, very closely.
Ambassador Shashank, just one quick addition to that, sir. If you could just give some clarity on this as well. These are congressional leaders, yes? Nancy Pelosi is the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker. So how much bearing can we really give this? Can this really be construed as America's official position?
Of course. It's America's official position, especially congressional position, the Democratic leaders of both Republican and the Democratic parties. On the other hand, we have to also see that the Americans have been very, very cautious. Firstly, they gave mixed signals to China that maybe the visit would not take place. Then they made sure that the Nancy Pelosi's plane does not violate the 9-dash line set up by the Chinese. So there are all these kind of things. And I think the killing of the Al-Qaeda leadership also is in a way a signal to China that Chinese could very well do whatever they are doing with the Uyghur Muslims in their country and other Muslims, and the Americans would understand it. I think, therefore, there are these very, very significant symbolism which goes on between USA and China on one hand and USA and the Indo-Pacific countries on the other. I think there is a scope for India now to go ahead and further strengthen its relations with the other Asian countries on the economic side. We had been rather cautious. We had pulled out of RCEP because we thought that we would become a junior partner with China in the trade supply chain relations. But I think now time has come that we can see whether the American friends, American allies in Asia are willing to take a stronger line, pull out their investments from China and come over to other countries, whether Vietnam, Malaysia, India, and others.
Okay, important point there, Ambassador Shashank. I request you to stay on with us. I'd like to also introduce Major General Sivach on this broadcast. General Sivach, thank you. I appreciate you joining us this morning. Let's talk militarily about what could happen here, because China has been resorting to warmongering, something that they are habitual offenders of. They resort to, in fact, warmongering on several fronts, on several occasions. So considering that, sir, considering that, they're resorting to these kind of steps of warnings and provocations, do you think something will actually happen on the ground?
No, don't seem to be. See, the point is, as on today, when Nancy Pelosi is visiting Taiwan, it is not only that Taiwan is well defended, it is Americans which has kept 2 aircraft carrier group there. Initially, it was USS Nimitz, now USS Ronald Reagan has also come in. And you remember there are about 40 to 50 submarines of America, as well as about 200 aircraft. So as far as Taiwan is concerned, it is well guarded. But this is not going to stay for too long. Now, what is required is Taiwan capable of defending by itself from China? That's a very, very important question. You see, remember the China has got a military strength and military power almost 5 to 6 times more than Taiwan. So Taiwan has to be armed much more than what it is if it has to defend even for a few days by the time the other countries come for this help. Now, the point which comes is that as far as Taiwan is concerned, it is a small island, does not have a strategic depth like Ukraine. So it can be overwhelmed by China within few days. So having said so, what I want to tell that there are 3-4 issues as far as the defense of Taiwan is concerned. The latest weapon system has to be delivered by US to Taiwan, F-22, F-35 Raptor, and then thereafter this terminally high altitude area defense system, which is the best air defense system after S-400 and also Patriot missile. Now they have to look for one thing, that Taiwan should capable of defending itself for a considerable time. That is where they have to arm it. And my point is, I'm sure America is looking to that. Now, America will keep its presence in Indo-Pacific, no doubt about it. The hegemony of the China has been now threatened. The smaller countries which are there a part of Indo-Pacific, they were quite worried. They thought that America is not a reliable partner. They will get a strength, meet Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Laos, and also countries like Japan, South Korea, and Australia. They feel it that US is there to stay. And this is what has changed as far as Nancy Pelosi visit is concerned. And also that the hype which have been created by Xi Jinping, that they can go to any extent, the war can take place. This was rhetoric and it has been exposed completely. True. The war will not take place and USA has come in. So I say the strategic ambiguity which has been displayed by US is now coming toward positive, that they are there to help out, they are there to defend democracy of Taiwan. They will not let it be overwhelmed by the mighty China if China thinks that they can take over Taiwan with force. I think a very strong message has gone in Nancy Pelosi visit. Though it is symbolic,
Yes.
but it has got a lot of meaning, and it has changed the whole complex in Indo-Pacific.
And that's something that China clearly has recognized, which is why they're resorting to these kind of direct warnings to the United States. Not taken seriously, however. Request you, General Sivacha, as well as Ambassador Shashank, to stay on with us. For our viewers, I'd just like to sum up all that's happened in the last few hours via images and videos that we've received from Taiwan. Now, the Chinese army began joint military exercises surrounding the island of Taiwan, featuring stealth fighter jets and test firing of conventional missiles.
开展一系列联合军事行动，在台岛北部、西南、东南海空域进行联合海空演训，将在台湾海峡进行远程火力实弹射击，在台岛东部海域组织长岛火力试射。
这次联合军事行。
And just before Pelosi touched down in Taipei, Global Times, which is the Chinese mouthpiece publication, put out a propaganda video stating that they're ready for combat with China's Type 075 amphibious assault ship, Hainan. Military sirens have been activated in China amid repeated warnings from Beijing against Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. The U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi touched down in Taipei, but the most important meeting was that with Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. Pelosi affirmed support to Taiwan, thanked the president for honoring her with the Order of Propitious Clouds with special guard cordon. Taiwan, meanwhile, hailed their friendship with the United States. The image on your screen captures the welcome for Pelosi in a skyscraper that reads, "Taiwan loves the United States." So Pelosi is expected to take off from Taipei. Very brief visit, but one that's been loaded with messaging to China. On the other side of a very short break, we're going to be talking facts. What can China actually do realistically in retaliation to this visit by Nancy Pelosi? That and all the live updates from Taipei coming up in just a bit. With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities, and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Uber is a domestic name now, but the company seems to have a dark past. Uber broke laws, duped the police, and even secretly lobbied governments. All of these stunning revelations have come out through a leak. A leak with over 124,000 confidential documents. The files cover Uber's operations across 40 countries during a period in which the company became a global behemoth. In India's context, one such file reportedly highlights how Uber blamed India's flawed criminal database instead of taking responsibility for a driver accused of raping a 25-year-old passenger in Delhi in December 2014. The rape incident caused panic within the company's Indian unit. The emails and communications in the leak suggested how the company shifted the blame on the flawed background checks of drivers in the country that led to the incident. In 2014, the cab-hailing service was banned in Delhi till 2015. The investigation carried out on the leak files found that Uber used stealth technology to fend off government investigations. The company, for example, was said to have used a kill switch that cut access to Uber servers and blocked authorities from grabbing evidence during raids in at least 6 countries. Essentially, Uber exploited the many regulatory loopholes to extend its footprint worldwide. The leaked Uber files highlight how the company worked closely with French officials to sideline local cab businesses. For instance, the files reportedly highlight CEO Kalanick and French President Emmanuel Macron's relationship.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least 2 types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
In association with Airtel Extreme Fiber. If it's important, blue dot it. Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully. The City Bred SUV. HDFC Bank Parivartan. A step towards sustainable progress.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal and you're joining us on a non-stop coverage of what's happening in Taiwan. Just moments ago, we had the US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi meeting with the Taiwanese president. And over the next 1 hour, I'm getting you all the highlights of that visit and also China's reaction. Let's begin with the headlines. America's first Taiwan pit stop in 25 years. Pelosi meets Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen, sends across a strong message and hails Taiwan's resilience.
43 years ago, With the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan.
Global flashpoint over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit and holds joint targeted ops around Taiwan. Other stories we're tracking this morning. India today exposes modus operandi of Bengal cash for job scam. Fake appointment letters to scanned signatures used to cheat aspirants. Big Lingayat push by Congress in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi to meet Lingayat says mega outreach ahead of 2023 polls. It's a golden day for India at the Commonwealth Games. Women's lawn bowls team and men's table tennis team win gold. Vikas Thakur secures silver medal in the 90-kilo weightlifting category. Non-stop updates pouring in from Taipei, and let's round up for you all that you need to know on the big global story of the day. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan clearly drawing Beijing scorn right now. Pelosi addressed Taiwan's parliament and met with the Taiwanese president as well as several legislators. Pelosi's message to Taiwan was very, very important. She thanked President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, called for increased inter-parliamentary cooperation and also hailed Taiwan's fight back. She claimed that the U.S. is in solidarity with Taiwan and committed to increased cooperation, and highlighted that Taiwan's vibrant democracy is something that U.S. stands by. Pelosi also said that the new U.S. legislation aimed at strengthening the American chip industry to compete with China and offers greater opportunity for U.S.-Taiwan economic cooperation. The Taiwan government, meanwhile, has announced an increased military alert level during Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Madam President, I think it's important to remind some and inform others of how we are here. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world, committed to the economic ties that power prosperity for all of our people. Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. And now, more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. The representatives here today are all important leaders in the House and have long made proactive efforts to promote progress in Taiwan-U.S. relations in all areas. We are truly grateful to you for making this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan.
So those are some of the highlights of what Nancy Pelosi had to say, and also the Taiwanese president's message. The people of Taiwan have been looking forward to this particular visit by Nancy Pelosi because they believe that it sends across a very fitting message to China and to Beijing. But let's get in our experts also on this broadcast. Lieutenant General S.A. Hasnain is joining us this morning. We also have with us Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Good morning, gentlemen. General Hasnain, if I can begin with you. I think the question on every viewer's mind right now, seeing how China is reacting, is whether things could escalate beyond this. Do you see China actually acting, or all of these mind games, warmongering, that's where it stops?
See, Akshita, mind games have been going on over Taiwan for the better part of the last 30, 40 years. ever since 1979-80, when the Taiwan Relations Act was passed by the US Congress. And a special kind of a relationship was established with Taiwan while recognizing China and at the same time having a strategic ambiguity as far as Taiwan was concerned. Somehow China has never been able to come to terms with that, and the United States has remained comfortable so far in following this kind of a policy while actually accepting a one China policy. So this is a very awkward and a very kind of complex kind of a relationship which has existed. But at this moment in the Pelosi visit, the more important contextual thing is the threat which was made by the Chinese president to the American president just 4 or 5 days ago in their bilateral meeting, which was online. It seemed the Chinese may have to perhaps back down on that, because no one is at the moment prepared to take the step towards war. And in this kind of a situation, if something triggers off, it may become uncontrollable. So what everyone is doing is brinkmanship at the moment, and the Americans have decided that they needed to send home this message, a strategic message very strongly to China, that Taiwanese independence, the Taiwanese democracy is something that the Americans will always support.
General Hasnain, considering that China has resorted to all of this military drills, etc., Chinese aircraft have entered into the air defense zone of Taiwan. Do you think that just to win the perception war, they could take a step? But many experts, and I want to know your opinion also on this, believe that if China actually takes any more military steps, they'll essentially be shooting themselves in the foot. Would you agree with that?
I would entirely agree with that. This is a kind of gunboat diplomacy which the Chinese are attempting to follow. The Americans have suitably done a parallel kind of an action on that. Of course, not to the extent that the Chinese have done. The Chinese have shown much more energy in perhaps projecting the military power in this area is concerned. But this is a very awkward situation in which an accident could actually set off something very unpalatable, which the world may not be able to control, or let alone America or China be able to control this. But I do think that the Chinese have gone up to the point that they could go. Beyond this, perhaps maybe going over the hill, and that would probably cause a lot of concern to everyone. To my mind, by the time Nancy Pelosi leaves Taiwan, that would be the time by which this thing would have escalated to the highest possible level, and a de-escalation will be definitely on the way after that.
Before I bring in Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, I'd also like to introduce on this broadcast Sriram Cholia, foreign affairs expert who's joining us on this broadcast. Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, considering the United States response here to all of these claims, these warnings by China, especially in the last 24 hours since Pelosi's touchdown, they're kind of toning it down. They're saying that China should calm down. There's no big deal in this visit. Nancy Pelosi has every right to be there. How do you view this? Do you think that this is a conciliatory note that the United States is striking, or they believe that there's no need for them to take on China, considering that they've got what they wanted? Pelosi is in Taipei.
Well, I'm delighted to join your show from the United States itself, where I have been for the past 2 weeks. And I find that opinion here is quite divided in regard to Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. There are many who support it, as they feel that Taiwan is an ally, and there is a need to underscore US support for it. But at the same time, I find that there are many intellectuals who have genuine anxiety relating to the fallout of the visit. For example, the very influential columnist Thomas Friedman wrote in the New York Times a few days ago that the visit is utterly reckless, dangerous, and irresponsible. And he said that nothing good will come out of it. At the same time, I found that there are quite a few people here in America who feel that in the context of the domestic politics of China, when Xi Jinping is trying to go in for a third term, Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan will help him to divert attention from his own failures, such as the zero COVID policy, such as the huge real estate bubble that is now threatening to call a banking crisis. And this immense mountain of government debt, which has resulted from Xi Jinping's unrestrained support for state-owned enterprises. So, in their view, it has a certain dimension for China's domestic politics. My view is that in the near term, no major crisis is likely to take place. But in the longer term, the US-China rivalry is going to get deeper, more comprehensive, and risky.
Very true. Perhaps, a highlight of the things to come essentially between the United States and China is this particular visit by Nancy Pelosi, and Taiwan is going to be clearly a crucial part of that as well. Let me also bring in Wen Yi Li. She's been reporting for us from Taipei. Wen, I appreciate you joining us again with all the details of what's happening on the ground. From you, I just want to understand, Wen, on what is the hope among the Taiwanese people of what they believe will be the takeaway from Nancy Pelosi's visit. Do you believe that this could lead to perhaps more support from the United States?
Yes, I think that I would say like over the past at least 2 years, there are increasingly more supports from the United States. That is certain, because we are seeing more senior officials from the United States coming to Taiwan, and then Nancy Pelosi is the most important one ever since in Biden's administration, or in Trump, also during Trump's administration. So really, Taiwanese people here, when we are seeing more important U.S. officials coming to Taiwan, and Taiwanese people could feel that the importance of Taiwan is increasing. So that's definitely the importance of this visit.
Is there a concern, however, Wen, about backlash over this visit, that while, Nancy Pelosi completes her trip, goes back to the United States, nothing changes for America, but a lot could change for Taiwan in the sense of Chinese aggression?
Yes, so there's a lot of discussions on the ground that how would this visit is going to change Taiwan, because we are seeing that the tension is increasingly high regarding in international discussions as well. So people here are thinking what are the consequences, because this might not be 1 day or 2 day or 1 week discussion. This could be lasting longer, maybe months. That Taiwan's position is going to what the position is going to be. That's the what people right now are questioning or discussing.
When I request you to stay on with me, let's look at the facts right now. What practically can China actually do? Shivarur explains that. What is China threatening really in the next report?
Here are the big questions. What is China really threatening at this point of time? Is there a possibility of an attack on Speaker Pelosi's aircraft? Of course, there's very, very little, nearly zero chance of that actually happening. Issuing threats of military action, that's already happened. China has already threatened military action against the United States. Number 3, flex military muscle near Taiwan. As I just demonstrated to you, it's already definitely happening both from the air and on water. Could there be repercussions for the island of Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi leaves? Highly possible is what we're hearing. And is this all talks and mind games and no aggressive action from China? Is that also a possibility? Unlikely is what we're hearing, because this is too high profile and China is too committed now to aggressive retaliatory action to simply back off. There doesn't appear to be an honorable exit from those threatening words. And finally, could there be non-military economic actions against the United States after Pelosi leaves? That, of course, lies in the realm of possibility even now.
Now let's get you details really of China and how they've responded so far. They've put their defense ministry on high alert and threatened to ensure targeted military action. According to the Chinese media, the People's Liberation Army is set to launch important military exercises and training activities, including live fire drills in the sea and air. The Chinese military has said it will conduct important military exercises and training activities in 6 regions surrounding Taiwan. Besides that, 21 Chinese military aircraft even entered Taiwan's airspace. This is their air defense zone after Pelosi had landed in Taipei. There was a bit of confusion on that because Taiwan first said it didn't happen and then confirmed that yes, these Chinese aircraft had entered into their air defense zone. China has also announced the test launch of conventional missiles and long-range live firing in the Taiwan Strait, along with other military drills. So this is how they're essentially resorting to warmongering and sending out warnings by conducting drills. As you see there, around Taiwan, around the island nation, China has also put out very, very strong statements against the United States, condemning Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, claiming that this visit is a serious violation of the One China principle that they stand for. They're also saying that the United States is attempting to use Taiwan to contain China. As far as the US's response is concerned, they're saying that they have all the right, that Nancy Pelosi has all the right to visit Taiwan. Pelosi, in fact, in her address in Taipei, said that the US supports Taiwan's democracy and it opposes efforts to change status quo, a clear message to China.
Before the speaker's travel was confirmed by her, China has positioned itself to take further steps. And we expect that they will continue to react over a longer-term horizon. I couldn't give you a date certain of what that horizon looks like, but we certainly would expect them to react even beyond her trip, including announcing additional large-scale live fire exercises. Of course, they've already started doing some of that today, flying across the median line. We've seen press reports of them doing that today, and using economic coercion. It's exactly in line with the playbook that we anticipated and talked to you about yesterday.
All right, let's also get you details currently about this entire tussle, how China has responded so far and why Taiwan remains a thorn for China. In fact, China has said that they will take firm and resolute measures in response to Nancy Pelosi's visit so far. But what kind of measures they will take in the long run is still a big question mark. Taiwanese residents are in fact rebuking Beijing's efforts to undermine democracy. And we've seen massive uprisings, massive protests in Taiwan. Even the leadership of Taiwan has taken on Beijing time and again. What we've also been seeing is that Beijing in response has been flying fighter jets very close to the island nation, even breaching the air defense zone. That's different from the airspace, but they've breached into the air defense zone, something that Taiwan also has confirmed. Beijing has also rejected Taiwanese participation in UN agencies because they maintain that Taiwan isn't a separate island nation, that it's part of China. And that's what we refer to when we say One China principle, which Beijing peddles at every given opportunity. So this is, in fact, why and how China is trying to ensure that they send across a message to the world that Taiwan is part of China. Despite that, there are many countries who recognize Taiwan as a thriving democracy, as Nancy Pelosi put it herself. Let me take this across to Sriram Cholia also, who's joining us this morning. Sriram Cholia, good morning. Thank you for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. I want to understand from you, practically, realistically speaking, how will China really respond? And I'm talking about, economic sanctions, trade steps, etc. What do you think will be the response in the coming weeks, months, etc.?
The stakes are high, no doubt. Chinese prestige is on the line now because they have been blowing hot and cold since several days and wanting to escalate to try and deter the Pelosi visit. Now that they could not deter her and stop the visit, it's about saving face. I mean, this is a very classic Chinese civilizational trait, which is very much reflected in the Communist Party dictatorship of Xi Jinping. So for him, he has a party congress coming up to get an unprecedented third term in office and to become a president for life. He's, he has built up an image of an unassailable strong man. So he has to do something much more than the usual brinkmanship that he does with Taiwan. And much preceding the Pelosi visit, they have been buzzing the air defense zone and have been applying other forms of coercion and pressure, and also weaning away diplomatic recognition for Taiwan. They've been doing that for a number of years, bribing many countries that used to recognize Taiwan to switch loyalties to mainland China. So I think you can see a range of retaliatory measures by them, including military ones. And of course, they will want to make life difficult for Taiwan by cutting off all the recognition that they have, the remaining two countries. So I think they will want to try and isolate Taiwan as much as they can. But the reality is Taiwan has got informal relationships with dozens of countries around the world, including with India. They have de facto embassies. And even though it's not a UN member, it has high respect and regard around the world, not least because it's the #1 producer of semiconductors, which are critical components for electronics industry around the world, and because it's a democracy. So I think the Chinese will do a lot more saber rattling, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go past their earlier red lines, because they will want to take it as far as they can, just short of avoiding a clash with the US.
From what you're saying, Sriram, and if I can just bring in Wen Yi also on this. Wen, if you look at currently what experts are saying, yes, there's a lot of symbolism, a lot of significance, and a great message that's being sent across to China, but thereby a lot of pressure on Beijing to act. In such a circumstance, is there a possibility that the cons actually outweigh the pros of this kind of a visit for Taiwan?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Do you believe, and is there a notion in Taiwan that the cons actually outweigh the pros for the people in the long run?
Because currently it's hard to estimate or hard to say, because there's different kinds of situations that people are discussing. One is like the military and defense side, and the other side is the economic side. But from the economic side, there's definitely I just wanted to echo that there's a long-time economic relationship between Taiwan and China. But we are also seeing currently that after the U.S.-China trade war started, there were some Chinese companies they moved out of China. So we still have to observe that what are the consequences. Will this Pelosi's visit would this bring to this company, would this lead to this Taiwanese company to move out of China more quickly or faster? That's the observations that we want to see.
Okay, just stay on with me when I request to all of our guests to be with us on this broadcast. I just want to play out some of the highlights of Nancy Pelosi's speech when she spoke about Taiwan's thriving democracy, when she hailed Taiwan's fight back and referred to their efforts to ensure their own security. Those are all messages that China will be watching out for. Let's play out for you what Nancy Pelosi said.
Madam President, I think it's important to remind some and inform others of how we are here. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world, committed to the economic ties that power prosperity for all of our people. Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. And now, more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today. When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are three principal pillars of our travel. In all three areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You're a model to the world in terms of the cooperation of the people and the success of your initiatives. Congratulations, Madam President. Congratulations to the people of Taiwan for following the lead. America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad. And we're grateful to the partnership of the people of Taiwan in this mission. I'm very grateful to receive this award. I'm grateful to you, Madam President, to the people for their enduring friendship. I'm very blessed, as are my colleagues, with many Taiwan Americans who are very excited about our visit. And in fact, when I came before, in '99, I came with them, and we learned a lot. And that's what we came to do, to participate in the Asian Pacific Initiative in a way that is appropriate for Taiwan to be successful, whether in trade, security, etc., and to do so in a way that opens many more possibilities. We came here to listen, to learn, and what do you know? I got this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful award, the Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Cordon. Thank you, Madam President.
And here's how China is responding to that speech by Nancy Pelosi. The People's Liberation Army will hold joint military operations around Taiwan with joint maritime and air drills. Now, what we're hearing is that this is going to be in the north of Taiwan, in the southwest, southeast of Taiwan. You're going to be seeing long-range artillery shooting in the Taiwan Straits and conventional missile test firing in sea regions east of the island. All of this will begin immediately, is what the spokesperson of Beijing has said. So the military ops have kicked off very, very close to Taiwan, including in the contended Taiwan Strait. Abhishek Bhalla is joining us with more details on this. So you've got more drills, more warnings militarily from China being sent across, Abhishek, but that's all it's limited to currently. They're escalating around the island nation, resorting to these kind of drills, perhaps in response to what Nancy Pelosi said and the message from the Taiwanese president when she said that we'll do whatever it takes to protect the Taiwan Strait.
Well, Akshita, call it intimidation by the Chinese or mind games. This is exactly how the Chinese behave when they want to bully somebody. And that's exactly how it's panned out. In the run-up to the visit, there were several air incursions that had taken place. Taiwan was carrying out drills to be fully prepared against an air attack. And once again, now China announcing that there will be several military exercises, live firing drills. So it remains to be seen what exactly would be the result of these kind of intimidating tactics. On the other hand, the Taiwanese army, even though smaller in number, is preparing itself for any kind of misadventure from the Chinese side. Also, what is noteworthy, Akshita, there are at least 4 U.S. warships, including 1 aircraft carrier and also an amphibious ship of the U.S. forces that is around Taiwan. So, things are panning out in a way where Taiwan is getting support perhaps from not just the U.S., but also another close ally, which is Japan.
That's right. So, Abhishek, we'll keep coming across to you for those updates. But China responding by holding simultaneous military drills across the island nation of Taiwan. This was expected. This is a long expected lines as far as China's response is concerned. But let's get you some of the defining images that we've been getting in for the last few hours of what's playing out with regards to China's response on Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The Chinese army began joint military exercises surrounding the island of Taiwan, featuring stealth fighter jets and test firing of conventional missiles as well. Now, just before Pelosi touched down in Taiwan, Global Times, the Chinese mouthpiece publication, put out a propaganda video stating that they're ready for combat with China's Type 075 amphibious assault ship Hainan. Military sirens have been activated in China amid repeated warnings from Beijing against Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. Listen to that. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi touched down in Taiwan yesterday. The most important meeting has been with the Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. Pelosi affirmed support to Taiwan, thanked the president for honoring her with the Order of Propitious Clouds with the special Grand Cordon. Taiwan has pinned a lot of hope on this visit of Pelosi, hailing the friendship with the United States. This image on your screen captures the grand welcome for Pelosi, with a skyscraper reading out, "Taiwan loves the United States." In light of all of these warnings, threats from China, let's break down for you exactly who protects Nancy Pelosi while she's in Taiwan. She's got 6 U.S. Secret Service field agents currently deployed along with her. There's massive security being provided by Taiwanese officials as well. The Taiwan military police team is also involved in securing, sanitizing all areas that she visits. U.S. Special Forces field teams are also currently in Taipei with Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan's F-16 combat aircraft has also been kept on standby to ensure that there's no threat to Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan going all out to ensure adequate security is provided to her. The United States also leaving nothing to chance. 2 U.S. P-8A surveillance aircraft also involved in providing security to the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker. Besides that, drones. The U.S. has deployed 2 U.S. RQ-1 Predator drones are also on standby. There's also a dedicated U.S. military satellite in place to ensure that at all moments, every single update is tracked with regards to Nancy Pelosi's movements. She's touched down in Taipei. She's addressed the parliament as well. And the United States essentially is trying to send out a message that it's no big deal and asking China to calm down. And the economic sanctions have begun. China imposing big sanctions on Taiwan. China Customs has suspended imports of citrus fruits, of some fish products as well from Taiwan. Let me bring in Wen Yi Li on this broadcast. Wen, what kind of an impact will this have on Taiwan's economy, the fact that China Customs has suspended the import of citrus fruits and some fish products?
Yeah, so a lot of the Taiwanese products or brands are banned by the Chinese government. We can see like fish or fruits. Previously, China also banned Taiwan's pineapple. But we can see from the example of last year when China banned Taiwan's pineapple, countries like Japan started to buy more pineapples from Taiwan. So to help decrease the impact of the Chinese sanctions. So this time we can still observe that what other countries might have support for Taiwan and what kind of voices they will say maybe they will get more products from Taiwan.
Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, from what Wen Yi Li is also telling us, this seems like a losing battle for China. Even if they go ahead and put extremely strict economic sanctions, there are other countries who will immediately step in to help Taiwan, like Japan, as Wen pointed out.
Well, you're right. You know, I was in an interaction very recently with some intellectuals here in America, and their view is that China is Taiwan's largest trading partner and therefore will try to leverage that advantage by sanctioning exporters or slapping boycott from some Taiwanese goods. Now, I will mention that on Monday, China banned food imports from more than 100 Taiwanese suppliers. But of course, China will have to tread carefully because it needs Taiwan for its semiconductors. Now, these intellectuals to whom I referred thought of certain actions which China could take in the military sense. Of course, I'm not a military expert. But they felt that, first of all, it could try bigger warplane incursions. China could keep up this level of aggression for days or weeks and try to deplete the resources of Taiwan's already stretched air force. Secondly, they feel that China could try and conduct a military flight directly over Taiwan. In fact, this has been suggested by the Global Times, which is the mouthpiece of the Communist Party of China. And by doing so, the Chinese will test Taiwan's nerve, whether Taiwan will go ahead and shoot down the Chinese plane. Then, of course, there are certain missile tests which China could conduct near Taiwan. There are already indications that China plans to conduct naval exercises very close to Taiwan's shores. In fact, all around the shores of Taiwan. So there are indications that the Chinese will try to escalate the level of military activity around Taiwan. But it remains to be seen whether this assumes dangerous proportions.
And let's focus on how China has responded militarily so far in the form of drills all across Taiwan and the island nation. Let's show that for you in the map that we have right now. Now, these spots that we've pointed out in red, 6 locations right now that China has conducted military drills. This is Taiwan, that's China. This area is referred to as the Taiwan Strait. Highly contended area. There you've seen a military drill already happening, along with several other locations to the north of Taiwan and also in the southwest that you've seen multiple drills happening. Now, besides these 6 locations, we're hearing that China in the next few hours could resort to more such drills as well. We'll see how this currently plays out. But considering that, China is so very close to Taipei, you can expect more such drills, particularly in the Taiwan Strait, which the Taiwanese president also highlighted today in her speech, saying that they're committed to protecting the sovereignty of that particular area as well. Let's cut across to breaking news coming in. And Manish Tiwari of the Congress has called upon the Lok Sabha Speaker to send a delegation to Taiwan like Nancy Pelosi. Interesting breaking news coming in. Congress now saying that India should take a similar step. Manish Tiwari writing to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla saying take a similar step, do what Nancy Pelosi has done, lead a delegation to Taiwan. It'll be interesting to see how India responds to this, considering that we've never really taken a solid policy or had any sort of diplomatic ties with Taiwan. But the Congress is now saying that we should do what Pelosi has done and thereby corner China as well, because something like this will be frowned upon largely by China. Manish Tiwari writing to the Lok Sabha Speaker on this. Congress's Manish Tiwari is joining us on this broadcast. Good morning, Mr. Tiwari. Could you give us details of what your appeal is to the Lok Sabha Speaker?
Well, I have no appeal to the Lok Sabha Speaker. I've just suggested that the United States of America also has a one China policy. But very senior lawmakers from the U.S., led by their Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, are currently visiting Taiwan. Maybe it would be a very good idea if the Speaker of the Lok Sabha could explore the possibility of leading a parliamentary delegation to Taiwan.
Mr. Tiwari, considering all that's happening right now with Nancy Pelosi's visit, it's clear that there's a message there for China. So do you believe that the time is ripe right now for us also to make the most of this, to send out a very, very clear message to Beijing?
Well, the fact remains that the hegemon in Asia, or the nation that believes that it is the hegemon in Asia, needs to be told that you can go so far and no further. And I think for all the hype and hoopla and all the threats which China issued, Speaker Pelosi showed the courage of going ahead with the visit. And it is not only Speaker Pelosi who's there, but there are 3 U.S. career battle groups which are also in close vicinity of Taiwan. You have the USS Ronald Reagan, the USS Tripoli, and the USS America. And that's a formidable array of career battle groups. So the U.S. is not mincing any words. They are projecting power. And I think after 1995, when U.S. aircraft carriers actually sailed through the Straits of Taiwan, this is the most serious power projection in the Indo-Pacific. that the U.S. has done so far. And obviously, there is a context to that. And the context is very clear that not only insofar as India is concerned, but even in the South China Sea.
Let's just put it in perspective. Over 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. In our bilateral meeting, we discussed key opportunities to deepen our partnership, upholding democracy and human rights and respect for the individual, combating, well, I'll get around to karma. 3 areas that I just mentioned: security, economy, governance. Security, our relationship is a strong one, and we discussed how we can make it stronger and more and up to date. In economy, we talked about a trade agreement that might be possible and soon. And in governance, among other things, and in governance, I want to salute Taiwan for the leadership you have provided in fighting COVID. Probably one of the highest rates of vaccination, but also the lowest number of deaths from COVID, a real model for the world. It's about science, but it's also about community acceptance of a plan, and that is called leadership. So thank you for that. Bless all of us. And so as we deal with those 3 areas, we come here following the President's lead on the Indo-Pacific economic framework. That's interesting. We support that. Again, in terms of security, economy, and governance. Taiwan's not part of that, so we want to build a different set with the economic package, with our security package, and a trade agreement, hopefully, that is imminent. So this is a very important time for us because we came here to listen and to learn about how we can do this more effectively, really achieving the goals for Taiwan that we all aspire to but don't understand as fully as we do now because of this trip. So again, it's a great pride for us today, the first woman speaker in the House, meeting the first woman president of Taiwan. We have some enthusiasm for that, and again, we're very proud of our representative, Sandra Aldkirk, and I'm proud of my colleague, Susan Delbene. So it may took a moment to take some pride in women's leadership. Again, our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable. Right now, with the permission of our President and Speaker Pelosi, we'll be taking up questions from the media. So we'll proceed right now taking the first questions from Taiwanese media, and it will be raised by Mr. Joseph Ye from CNA. Joseph?
President Tsai, Madam Speaker, I'm Joe from the Central News Agency. I'm representing more than hundreds of Taiwanese media. I was given one question, so the question will be a little bit long. So please bear with me, because we have waited for 25 years for this chance. So you're the first House Speaker to visit Taiwan in 25 years. So do you foresee that your visit will bring up even more similar high senior official U.S. to visit Taiwan in the future, or maybe future speakers? This is the first part of the question. And the second part is, in accordance with Taiwan Travel Act, high-level visit a two-way thing. So a lot of U.S. congressmen has proposed President Tsai to speak at U.S. Congress, if possible. Do you see that it could realize anytime soon in the near future, especially under your leadership in the House? And the final question is, I'm sorry, 25 years again, sorry. The final question is, how do you see how the Chinese welcome you with military exercise and sanctions against Taiwan. Do you foresee that? Thank you.
Well, first let me thank you for your questions on behalf of all of those other people. And to say that in terms of our visit here, and would that lead to other visits, I certainly hope so. But I think it's important to note that members of Congress, several of them had made trips just earlier this year. 5 senators, bipartisan, came, again, including the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Menendez, came. Not too much of a fuss was made. Individual senators have made trips or plan to make trips. And I just hope that it's really clear that while China has stood in the way of Taiwan participating and going to certain meetings, that they understand that they will not stand in the way of people coming to Taiwan. It's a show of friendship, support, but also a source of learning about how we can work together better in collaboration. So, I think that they made a big fuss because I'm speaker, I guess. I don't know if that was a reason or an excuse, because they didn't say anything when men came. What's the second part was?
Invited to the U.S. Congress to make...
Oh, that was the third part, but I'll go there. Okay. That was the third part I thought. We haven't had a joint session in probably 3 years in Congress, partially because of COVID. Even before that, it was Christmas and all that. So we haven't had many joint sessions. But we have tried to accommodate visits by bringing together, both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol. And I would hope that that opportunity would be there. Again, because of COVID, we aren't able to. It's even hard for us to do the President's State of the Union address because you have to space and you have to time and, well, here we are. I don't know. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time. What excuse they may use to do it is another thing. But you really know more about that than I do. I do think that it's really important for the message to be clear that in the Congress, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans are committed to the security of Taiwan in order to have Taiwan be able to most effectively defend themselves. But it also is about our shared values of democracy and freedom and how Taiwan has been an example to the world in that regard. And whether it's certain insecurities on the part of the president of China as to his own political situation that he's rattling a saber, I don't know. But it doesn't really matter. What matters to us is that we salute the successes of Taiwan. We work together for the security of Taiwan. And we just take great lessons from the democracy in Taiwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right now we take questions from the international media, and I would like to invite Samson Ellis. He is the Taipei Bureau Chief of Bloomberg News. Samson?
Oh, thank you.
Madam President, Madam Speaker, we have seen the Chinese authorities take multiple economic actions against individual Taiwanese companies and entire sectors of the economy here. Taiwan has already paid a cost for your visit and is likely to continue to do so over the coming days and weeks. What concrete, tangible benefits can you promise Taiwan to offset the cost of your trip?
Well, at the same time as this trip is taking place and in recognition of our common interest economically, we just passed the Chips and Science Act. This is something that opens the door for us to, again, have better economic exchanges. I know that some Taiwan businesses, significant ones, are already planning to invest in manufacturing in the United States. And the ingenuity, the entrepreneurial spirit, the brain power, whatever, the intellectual resource that exists in Taiwan, and the success of the tech industry here, for one sector, has been really a model. And again, we want to increase our relationship. So I think that I would be saying that would be a goal we share, but with the CHIPS Act, we're really facilitating reaching that goal. And it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting, and I think that you will see a recognition of the scientific success that Taiwan has had, being a model for how we go forward. That's why our bill is called CHIPS and Science.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right now, last but not the least, we will have a representative from the Japanese media, Mr. Ishiro Koichiro-san. He is the bureau chief of Asahi Shimbun of Japan.
Hello.
Konnichiwa. Hello, Speaker Pelosi. Konnichiwa. Thank you very much for taking my questions. My question is about the Chinese democracy. Now we are witnessing the Chinese authorities increasing various pressures, not only to Taiwanese people and Hong Kongese, but to their own citizens, I mean the Chinese people. And as a strong and long-time advocate of democracy, please let us share your ideas how the democratic countries, including South Korea, Japan, where you are heading to, can deter China from invading Taiwan militarily, and how we can guide China toward a democratic political system. Thank you.
Well, two things. In the context, your question comes in the context of right now a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize if that has some effectiveness, because it's a lot of money and it's promises that may or may not ever be kept. So when we talk about Taiwan in that context, we have to talk from strength. We have to talk from strength. We have to talk from what Taiwan has been so good about is being technologically advanced, whether it's in business or security. And we have to show the world, and that's one of the purposes of our trip, to show the world the success of the people of Taiwan, their courage to change their own country to become more democratic, their respect for people and the rest, and quite frankly, a model in this region in that respect, in those respects. So strength, goodwill, and again, the demonstration of a democracy that has evolved to a stronger place now, and it offers a very strong contrast to what's happening on mainland China. No more evidence needed than what happened in Hong Kong under one country, two systems. It didn't happen. But again, we're not here to talk about mainland China. We're here to talk about Taiwan. We have our our Taiwan Relations Act. We support the communiques, this, that, and the other thing that have gone before. So we are supporters of the status quo and the rest. We don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force. So strength, and one of the biggest sources of strength is democracy. I said at a meeting earlier with the parliamentarians, in our earliest days of our founding of our country, Benjamin Franklin presidency said, freedom and democracy. Freedom and democracy on one thing, security here. If we can't have either if we don't have both. So, security, economics, security, economy, and again, and governance, they're all related, and we want Taiwan to always have freedom with security, and we're not backing away from that. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Anything you'd like to add to anything?
Okay. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Today's event is especially important because we are witnessing the historical visit of Speaker Pelosi to Taiwan to convey the message of the U.S. support to Taiwan. So we know in a challenging time like this, Taiwan is not alone. We also would like to thank very especially to President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, her resilience, strength, and wisdom shown in leading Taiwan. Also, our sincere appreciation goes to the distinguished members of the U.S. Congress who accompany Speaker Pelosi in her trip, and your friendship means a lot to us. Thank you so much for being here in Taiwan. Also, thanks for the presence of so many officials from the U.S. side, from the Taiwan side, whose effort made this event possible. Thank you also very much to the media friends with us today, and also hundreds right now watching the live transmission. Thank you very much to you all. Have a great day.
So that is the interaction, Nancy Pelosi with the media. They're answering several questions, but the message clear here that the U.S. congressional visit was to send across a message of solidarity to Taiwan. Many of the questions focused largely on China, and her message essentially was, we're not here to talk about China, we're here to talk about Taiwan. But in that is clearly a symbolic moment also for Beijing, because that is Nancy Pelosi saying that we are supporters, United States is supporters of status quo. Any action taken against Taiwan by force is quite simply not okay. Besides that, she's also highlighted that there have been many congressional visits, not a speaker, but several Congress leaders who visited Taiwan. And she's saying that China's making a big fuss. We don't know if it's an excuse or because I'm a speaker, but China is making a big fuss over nothing, is the message from Nancy Pelosi. So this is, in fact, the briefing that's just concluded now after the meeting with the Taiwanese president. Many, many takeaways. You heard how the media contingent there from Taiwan also referred to this as historic, because they're saying that it's the first time in 25 years that we're finally seeing a U.S. House Speaker making their way there. Let me take this across to Wen Yi, who's joining us live from Taipei. Wen, how has that speech by Nancy Pelosi been perceived? You know, she's put out a very, very clear message of solidarity with the people of Taiwan, said status quo is what we back.
Yeah, so Nancy Pelosi's speech actually, if we observe that the main focus is on Taiwan, there's no mention about one China policy or no mention about the peaceful resolution of cross-strait issues. It's really about the freedom, democracy, human rights, economy of Taiwan. So people here in Taiwan really feel that the U.S., how U.S. sees Taiwan as an important part of the world's economy and the freedom, democracy examples. So I think that's the message that Nancy Pelosi is going to send to Taiwan, the importance of Taiwan and how its democracy is showing the world.
Okay, Wen, request you to stay on with us. I'm having to slip into a very, very short break. We'll be right back getting you all the highlights of what Nancy Pelosi has to say. And the big takeaways, China shooting out another warning. We'll get you details of that in just a few moments.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-backdrop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make travelling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All eyes on island of Taiwan. Pelosi in Taiwan, China breathes fire. Only channel live in Taipei. China threatened action. What next? Fighters and warships buzz around Taiwan. World holds breath. Another conflict brewing. Superpower standoff over tiny Taiwan. Relentless ground coverage from Taiwan and China. Maximum focus, maximum reporters. The Taiwan Tucker.
You're tuned into a non-stop coverage of the showdown that's playing out in Taiwan over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit. We're getting you the first reaction from Xi Jinping in just a few moments from now. A quick check of the headlines first. America's first Taiwan pit stop in 25 years. Pelosi meets Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen, sends across a strong message and hails Taiwan's resilience.
43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan.
Global flashpoint over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit and holds joint targeted operations around Taiwan. India Today exposes modus operandi of Bengal cash for jobs scam. Fake appointment letters, scanned signatures used to dupe aspirants. Big Lingayat push by Congress in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi to meet Lingayat CS mega outreach ahead of the 2023 polls. It's a golden day for India at the Commonwealth Games. Women's lawn bowls team and men's table tennis team win gold. Vikas Thakur secures silver medal in the 96 kilo weightlifting category. And let's get here the first reaction coming in from the Chinese president to Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Chinese President Xi Jinping has commented on the conflict surrounding Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. Here's what he's saying. We continue to look at the world with our eyes wide open so as not to miss a single provocation by the US reactionaries. This is the comment by Xi Jinping, essentially saying that we're well aware of the provocations by the United States. Let me read out his quote again. We continue to look at the world with our eyes wide open so as not to miss a single provocation by US reactionaries. That is the comment, the first comment that's come in from Chinese President Xi Jinping on Nancy Pelosi's visit. Even as China has been putting out one warning after another, now President Xi Jinping also making it very, very clear that China will respond to all provocations. He has sent across a message essentially that they are watching very, very closely every development that comes in from Taiwan. So that comment from Xi Jinping has been prompted by US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Pelosi addressed Taiwan's parliament and met with its president as well as legislators. Pelosi thanked President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, called for increased inter-parliamentary cooperation, and also reiterated that we stand by Taiwan, that the United States stands with Taiwan. She claimed that US is in solidarity with the island nation and is committed to increased cooperation. Pelosi also said that the new U.S. legislation aimed at strengthening the American chip industry to compete with China offers great opportunity for U.S.-Taiwan economic cooperation. The Taiwan government, meanwhile, announced increased military alert levels during Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. Thank you, Madam President. 3 areas that I just mentioned: security, economy, governance. Security, our relationship is a strong one, and we discussed how we can make it stronger and more and up to date. In economy, we talked about a trade agreement that might be possible and soon. And in governance, among other things, and in governance, I want to salute Taiwan for the leadership you have provided in fighting COVID, probably one of the highest rates of vaccination, but also the lowest number of deaths from COVID, a real model for the world. It's about science, but it's also about community acceptance of a plan, and that is called leadership, so thank you for that. 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. In our bilateral meeting, we discussed key opportunities to deepen our partnership, upholding democracy and human rights and respect for the individual. Madam President, I think it's important to remind some and inform others of how we are here. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership, grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world, committed to the economic ties that power prosperity for all of our people. Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. And now, more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today. When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are three principal pillars of our travel. In all three areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You're a model to the world in terms of the cooperation of the people and the success of your initiatives. Congratulations, Madam President. Congratulations to the people of Taiwan for following the lead. America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad. And we're grateful to the partnership of the people of Taiwan in this mission. I'm very grateful to receive this award. I'm grateful to you, Madam President, to the people for their enduring friendship. I'm very blessed, as are my colleagues, with many Taiwan Americans who are very excited about our visit. And in fact, when I came before, in '99, I came with them, and we learned a lot. And that's what we came to do, to participate in the Asian Pacific Initiative in a way that is appropriate for Taiwan to be successful, whether in trade, security, etc., and to do so in a way that opens many more possibilities. We came here to listen, to learn, and what do you know? I got this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful award, the Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Pardon. Thank you, Madam President.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. The representatives here today are all important leaders in the House and have long made proactive efforts to promote progress in Taiwan-U.S. relations in all areas. We are truly grateful to you for making this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan.
Let's take this across now to Sriram Cholia, Foreign Affairs expert who's joining us on this broadcast. Also with us is Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni. Divya Gopalan, International Affairs Editor of Taiwan Plus, is also joining us. Divya, if I can begin with you, what's the perception of Nancy Pelosi's speech? Yes, she said that we unequivocally support Taiwan, but there also wasn't any message on the One China principle, or, you know, even when questions were asked about China, she very clearly said our focus is on Taiwan. Let's not talk about mainland China.
That's right, Akshita. You know, there was really nothing new that was being said there that Nancy Pelosi was speaking about. Even the fact that when she was questioned about trade or what kind of help she could give Taiwan, given that China has blockaded Taiwan, in essence, economically banning loads of imports. You know, you have to remember China is Taiwan's largest trading partner, so they rely on China economically. And on top of that, she didn't even give any indication or any details on what Taiwan or how the U.S. would help if China did invade or make those moves. She talked about the Taiwan Relations Act. Sure, we've known about that all along. You know, the Taiwan Relations Act by law means that the U.S. has helped Taiwan protect itself. Once again, no details. So it seems that while she was very grand in her gestures and grand in her language about how much a friend Taiwan is and how much she could do for Taiwan and how happy she is to be here, looking for those concrete measures, looking for those nuggets that will give Taiwan some kind of concrete support. You really couldn't find very much about that.
Yeah, I think it stops with the symbolism essentially of her visit. In her speech, not many takeaways really for the people of Taiwan. Divya, I request you to stay on with us because we're also getting in news now of how Taiwan is responding to China's military aggression. The Ministry of Defense has held a temporary press conference accusing China of violating international law and Taiwan's sovereignty for their live-fire military exercises that will take place in 6 zones around Taiwan. This includes the Taiwan Strait, some of which also overlapped with Taiwan's territorial waters. China has been resorting to many of these military drills, and Taiwan has sent out a strong message saying it's simply not okay because some of it has happened in their territorial waters. This was expected, Divya, that China would resort to these kind of military drills, and that's why I ask, in the coming weeks and months, will Taiwan pay the price for Nancy Pelosi's symbolic visit, really? Because it's going to lead to sanctions, perhaps more such military steps.
Well, Akshita, yeah, you know, China does have reaction to Taiwan every single time a dignitary comes. There will be military drills, there'll be exercises, there will be flybys and incursions. But this time, it seems that that level has been elevated. We're seeing military drills around the island. They haven't gone into Taiwan's waters yet, but there is a possibility, given the language from China, that it will breach Taiwan's water. And that is cause for alarm here. We talked about, you know, Taiwan's Ministry of Defense saying that raised levels of alertness. They've called China's military drills into blockade Taiwan. Again, language we haven't really heard before. And of course, the violation of United Nations Act, you know, that China is violating the UN agreement. So while China hasn't quite breached it just yet, what it is hinting at is that it definitely could take that step. And it's almost like teasing Taiwan a little bit to how far it could go and how far it would go. Whether it's full-out invasion, you know, that again, if you speak...
Okay, a bit of a problem there with Divya's connection. Divya, we'll just come back to you. We're having a bit of a problem with your audio, so we'll just fix that and get back to you for your view on Taiwan's response right now to China's military drills that are happening around the island nation. This was announced by China in response to Nancy Pelosi's visit. So yes, Taiwan has seen this kind of aggression from China, but perhaps not to this level of escalation. And what's led to that is Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taipei. China has put its defense ministry on high alert and threatened targeted military action. Now, according to the Chinese media, the PLA is set to launch important military exercises and training activities, including live fire drills in the sea and air. Now, these drills will happen in 6 regions surrounding Taiwan, as you see on your screens. 21 Chinese military aircraft also entered into Taiwan's air defense zone after Pelosi had touched down in Taipei. China has also announced test launch of conventional missiles and long-range live firing in the Taiwan Strait, along with other military drills. They also lashed out at the United States, condemning Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, claiming that this visit was a serious violation of the One China principle and that the United States was attempting to use Taiwan to essentially contain China. The United States, on the other hand, stood firm by their stance of visiting Taiwan. Pelosi has taunted China by saying that the U.S. supports Taiwan's democracy and opposes efforts to change the status quo. But she stopped short of really commenting on the One China principle.
Before the speaker's travel was confirmed by her, China has positioned itself to take further steps. And we expect that they will continue to react over a longer-term horizon. I couldn't give you a date certain of what that horizon looks like, but we certainly would expect them to react even beyond her trip, including announcing additional large-scale live fire exercises. Of course, they've already started doing some of that today, flying across the median line. We've seen press reports of them doing that today, and using economic coercion. It's exactly in line with the playbook that we anticipated and talked to you about yesterday.
I want to bring in also our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan for details on the big takeaways of this visit so far by Nancy Pelosi. While her speech was largely about support to Taiwan, Geeta, the fact that the United States, that Nancy Pelosi has gone ahead with this visit, that by itself is hugely significant. And more than any other region in the world, perhaps the one that's largely and mostly impacted by this is the Indo-Pacific region.
Well, absolutely. See, the fact is that in terms of the statement, I'm getting a lot of echo, Akshita. In terms of the statement was conciliatory. It was a message that brought about engagement, yet peace, that U.S. does not want conflict with China, certainly not on the issue of Taiwan, although it stands steadfastly and firmly with Taiwan. So that was the messaging. But is that the result? Is that what is going to be the ramification of this visit? That's more important, Akshita. Over here, Taiwan and the National Defense Ministry of Taiwan, that's the Defense Ministry of Taiwan, yesterday put out a statement about the preparations on the other side. They knew that there are war drills that are going to be, that were announced and that will be conducted by the Chinese side. Taiwan, on its part, has cancelled the leaves of officers and staff of the military, which clearly means that they are preparing for any eventuality should China take action because of this visit. They are not going to deny any high-level visit
to, or they are succumbing to China's wishes, and that is certainly not what Taipei really wants. Like you and I were discussing earlier, and you've been talking about this for a long time.
The Prime Minister, the President of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, is a very strong proponent and advocate of freedom and democracy in Taiwan, and that's the message that she wants to carry forward. For Nancy Pelosi, it's not just about engaging Taiwan and Taiwan being very important. Of course, we do know that in the 90s, she had a banner in Tiananmen Square. She is known to be very strong advocate of Taiwan's freedom and democracy. But it is also political and domestic. She's catering to the domestic crowd as well. She's the second in line in presidency. The midterm elections are around the corner. She could lose her seat of speaker. Democrats are losing popularity within the United States of America. So there's a lot at stake for Nancy Pelosi as a politician as well. And Taiwan really was a very thought out and well-planned move for Nancy Pelosi. In the larger perspective, the ramifications are going to be in the region. Now, for Beijing, this is a red line. They're not taking any argument by US that this is not an administration visit, but a personal or a visit by the House Speaker and not by the government. China says that this is a red line that has been crossed and there are going to be consequences to bear. It has already begun with the warplanes that we've already been reporting about, hovering on the median line, and the armored tanks and vehicles that can be seen in Xiamen. We are looking at a situation where China could really raise the heat in the region. A lot of people talk about the bluff and bluster about Beijing and China, and that may very well be the case in most occasions than not. But there are a few areas, Akshita, where I would really be tread with caution, and Taiwan certainly is one of them. We know, as India, having suffered and having bore the brunt of Chinese aggression on our borders, that it is not easy to tackle China. It's not easy to really be working with, in tandem with, engaging China, but also trying to resolve issues. China is a very, very difficult neighbor, and they are not America's neighbors. They are Taiwan's neighbors. They are India's neighbors. So yes, a lot of tackling that will have to be done and dealt by the Taiwanese side.
And that's very true, Geeta. You know, after this, Nancy Pelosi heads back to America, where, you know, there will be a lot of talk about diplomatic strain, but Taiwan perhaps could feel the brunt and the after effects of Pelosi's visit for a long time now. Let's talk about what kind of a response China could put forth. They've already been putting out warnings, you know, very provocative statements, military drills, etc. But going forward, there's global suspense right now about what China will do, because they want definitely of retaliation. There could be possibly military retaliation against the United States, but this is highly unlikely, considering that even China knows what they're up against. The Chinese are taking military action against Taiwan, again, very unlikely at this point. They could, however, raise military temperatures around Taiwan. This is already happening right now, because you're seeing military drills happening in the Taiwan Strait, as well as 5 other locations surrounding the island nation. So this is happening and could, in fact, be increased and escalated a lot more. China tightening the area denial in the South China Sea. Again, likely South China Sea dispute could heat up in the coming weeks. An economic clampdown on Taiwan, something that's not just likely, but has already begun, with imports on citrus fruits, all of that being suspended right now by China. Trade aggression against the United States in the form of economic sanctions. This is also highly possible as a step being taken by China. We've seen what's happened between Russia and Ukraine, and how sanctions now is the way forward. China could take a leaf out of that book. China could also accelerate the steps for the reunification of Taiwan. And this, at this point, point. It's unclear of how China will go about this, what kind of steps they could take on this particular front. But it's like we said, Taiwan, no doubt, is going to face the heat of whatever retaliation or steps China takes in the coming weeks. Let's also play out this video for you. What you see on your screens right now are the military sirens that were sounded off by China. And this is at a time when Nancy Pelosi was in Taipei. And that's what's led to a lot of questions about whether there's going to be military action being taken also by China against Taiwan. So that, along with all the other images that we've been getting on the China-Taiwan conflict right now and Nancy Pelosi's visit, let's sum that up for you with the updates. Nancy Pelosi touched down in Taiwan, and the most important meet was the one you see on your screens, with Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. Pelosi affirmed support to Taiwan, thanked the president for honoring her with the Order of Propitious Clouds with special grand cordon. Taiwan has hailed its friendship with the United States. The defining image on your screen captures the welcome for Pelosi in a skyscraper that reads, "Taiwan loves the United States." The Chinese army began joint military exercises surrounding the island of Taiwan, featuring stealth fighter jets and test firing of conventional missiles. Ahead of Pelosi's Taiwan visit, Global Times, the Chinese mouthpiece publication, put out a propaganda video stating that they're ready for combat with China's Type 075 amphibious assault ship, Hainan. Military sirens activated in China amid repeated warnings from Beijing against Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. And let me bring in Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni on this. General Kulkarni, considering all that's happened, the military sirens going off, China warning of retaliation, etc. Militarily speaking, what really are the options that Beijing will consider here with Taiwan in response to what's happened?
I'm reminded of China wanting to convey to Taiwan that if you don't marry me, I'll kill you. That's the stand that the Chinese have taken. But if you look back historically also, when Eisenhower visited Taiwan, the Mao Zedong wanted to check the willpower of the United States, and the Chinese bombarded Taiwan for almost 44 days of Kinmen Island. So they were wanting to test waters. And the third Taiwan Strait crisis, when President Lee of Taiwan came back strongly again, and thereafter again the Chinese had to look back. But presently, of course, China is militarily strong. If you see what it is in the past, China is definitely much more militarily strong today. But it's economically on the back foot. It's socially on the back foot because it has very close relations with the Taiwanese population. It is politically on the back foot because Xi Jinping is looking for elections and he does not know what to do in terms of reunification. China is isolated in the world, and therefore it's in a situation. Yes, but since the Chinese have in the South China Sea, the Americans have their warships in the South China Sea. The Americans also are doing combat air patrolling. You will find that the Chinese will definitely cross the median line. The air defense identification zone will be crossed. The median line will be crossed. We have exercises from the 4th of August till the 7th of August, which the Chinese are doing. There are 6 regions where the Chinese are carrying out live drill in the South China Sea. We have seen how the American Nancy Pelosi aircraft has flown down to Taiwan. It has avoided South China Sea. It's taken a detour and entered Taiwan. It's indication that America knows very well that the Chinese, knowing the kind of irrational behavior that the Chinese can indulge in, they're very, very careful. Earlier also it has so happened that even up in the air they've done aerial bumping along with the Chinese, with the American aircraft. But having said all that, I look at it, the Chinese will definitely pressurize. The Taiwanese will be on the back foot. Americans very much in the South China Sea. I think in the warships and during the exercises, we might just find very, very close confrontation of the ships coming close to each other, even on the aircraft flying, coming very, very close to each other. But war, definitely not. Because China knows very well, right now we cannot compare with Ukraine. Russians are, the world is dependent on Russia. Europe is dependent on Russian energy. The world is dependent on the Russian food, which is to be exported from there. Unlike China, which is an export-based economy, China is dependent on the world, and therefore Chinese will not indulge. Should they do so, I think the Chinese will bite because they're on the back foot right now.
I think that is the sentiment everyone's been echoing, that if they take the extreme steps that they're warning of, at least, it will mean extremely bad news for them, for Beijing, and that's something that Xi Jinping recognizes. Sriram Cholya, in that kind of a circumstance, do you think China has already lost this battle perception-wise and in other circumstances? Because what more can they do really besides perhaps sanction, put off some trade deals with Taiwan?
Well, they are flexing muscle, and from their point of view, as a great power, they need to be respected. They want to revise the order in Asia in their favor. So for them, China has a long waiting game. It's not like they need to respond and score a tactical victory right away in 24 hours after Nancy Pelosi's visit. Their view is that they're in the region. They'll continue to apply pressure on Taiwan, on Philippines, on Vietnam, on Japan, on India, on Bhutan. With whichever country they have these territorial disputes, they're going to keep pressing ahead. And their view is that ultimately they will prevail because they have the asymmetry, as in they are the stronger side. And the only thorn in the flesh for them is the US. So the reason they're showing so much venting spleen, anger, and fire and fury because of Nancy Pelosi is because they see the US as the obstacle to their drive for expansionism and total domination of Asia. And this is the real problem. Taiwan is a symbol of this resistance, and the US backing for Taiwan is really, it grates on the nerves of Xi Jinping and the top leadership, because that is seen as the only obstacle for China to so-called be rejuvenated and become the #1 power in the whole of Asia. So this is the real threat, and they will not let go of this opportunity to push the boundaries. They are not obviously in a position for all-out war with the US, but they are preparing for limited clashes. They are interested in limited skirmish. They want to take risks, because if they don't do that, their credibility is at stake. The credibility of their threats has already been damaged by Nancy Pelosi's visits. They were trying to deter her from landing. They could not deter her. So now they have to save face, they have to show credibility, and their long-term objective, total domination and hegemony, that they're not going to give up. So while it looks like they may not have a lot of tactical options right now to compel the US in the region, they are preparing to expel the US. They want basically a two-option strategy. They want to push the US out of the first island chain, the second island chain, and then they want to push India out of the Indian Ocean. And then they have the entire Indo-Pacific as their grand Chinese lake. So this is the real threat, and it's that the world's attention has been focused on this threat. The menacing behavior of China needs to be pointed out. It's not about who is provoking them. They don't need a provocation.
They want to send out a message essentially to the world at every opportunity they get. And China, that's why, is taking all measures, from military drills to trade bans against Taiwan. And this is to send across a message that they staunchly oppose Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. Now, the People Liberation Army of China, their Eastern Theater Command, is going to be holding joint military operations around Taiwan. This will include joint maritime as well as air drills. And from what we're hearing, it's going to happen in the north, southwest, southeast parts of the island. China will carry out long-range artillery shooting in the Taiwan Strait and conventional missile test firing in sea regions east of the island starting tonight. In fact, some of it has already begun. China has listed 2,066 Taiwanese foodstuff as being subject, to import suspension. This includes citrus fruits, some fish products, frozen horse mackerel, biscuits, pastries from Taiwan. All of that has been notified. China has also suspended the export of natural sand to Taiwan. In another probable sign of China's wrath, a number of Taiwan government websites, including that of the Foreign Ministry and even the presidential office, were hit by cyber attacks. And this was reported yesterday evening, just before Pelosi touched down. Now, what can China actually do on the ground to take on Taiwan, to send out a message? Shivarur explains exactly that. What is China threatening in this special report?
Here are the big questions. What is China really threatening at this point of time? Is there a possibility of an attack on Speaker Pelosi's aircraft? Of course, there's very, very little, nearly zero chance of that actually happening. Issuing threats of military action, that's already happened. China has already threatened military action against the United States. Number 3, flex military muscle near Taiwan. As I just demonstrated to you, it's already definitely happening both from the air and on water. Could there be repercussions for the island of Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi leaves? Highly possible is what we're hearing. And is this all talks and mind games and no aggressive action from China? Is that also a possibility? Unlikely is what we're hearing, because this is too high profile and China is too committed now to aggressive retaliatory action to simply back off. There doesn't appear to be an honorable exit from those threatening words. And finally, could there be non-military economic actions against the United States after Pelosi leaves? That, of course, lies in the realm of possibility even now.
And let's round up for you all the top developments right now that you need to know about with regards to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Speaking at Taiwan's parliament, Nancy Pelosi pushed for an increased inter-parliamentary dialogue between the two countries, saying the purpose of her visit was to ensure global security, economics and governance. China has condemned Pelosi's Taiwan visit. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has urged US to stop interfering in China's reunification, sabotaging its development, manipulating geopolitical tactics and confusing the right and wrong, according to Beijing. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby had anticipated all of China's reactions, is what he says, to Pelosi's Taiwan visit. He's also said that the US expects China to continue to react over a long-term horizon and that US didn't seek or want any crisis. Russia and North Korea have also, interestingly, slammed Pelosi's Taiwan visit. Russia has called it a clear provocation, saying China has the right to take measures to protect its sovereignty. North Korea has called the visit imprudent interference of the United States in China's internal matters. China Customs has suspended imports of citrus fruits, fish products, chilled white hairtail and frozen horse mackerel from Taiwan. China has also suspended the export of natural sand. Let's explain for you now the route that Nancy Pelosi took to get to Taiwan. There was a lot of speculation whether China would allow her to actually land in Taipei, but they did. There was no stopping her or blocking her. And to show you the flight path, which we track live here on India Today, from the United States on July 30th, this is, remember, a multi-Asia tour that Nancy Pelosi took up. She first made her way to Singapore, the very next day to Malaysia, and then to Taiwan. Even in Taiwan, it's a brief 24-hour visit. But this particular flight path that she took, it led to endless speculation and, believe it or not, actually broke records. Because on Flight Radar, there were scores of people who were tracking this live. The most number of people in history to have tracked a flight path live and so closely, so much so that the website kept crashing. But this is how she made her way to Taiwan. Remember that later today, she will be leaving. Brief visit to each of these areas, to Singapore, Malaysia, and then to Taiwan. But let's tell you about how the world has reacted. I mentioned earlier about two nations, Russia and North Korea, actually backing China. They've slammed the United States over Pelosi's Taiwan visit and sided with China. Russia's foreign ministry called Pelosi's visit a clear provocation and also went on to say, interestingly, that China had the right to take measures to protect its sovereignty. North Korea has called Pelosi's visit imprudent interference of US in China's internal matters. North Korea has also, to quote, vehemently denounced any external forces' interference in the issue of Taiwan and expressed full support for China, which is a major ally for them and an economic lifeline. China's UK ambassador, Zheng Zeguang, vowed severe consequences because there's a lot of buzz that British lawmakers could visit Taiwan as well. Britain's House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee was reportedly planning a visit to Taiwan in November this year. And it's over that China has issued a warning already, saying don't do it. Japan has also expressed concerns over China's Taiwan Strait military drills. Japan's stand is very, very clear. They side with Taiwan. Let's take this across to Geeta Mohan, a foreign affairs editor. Geeta, not surprising that the likes of Russia and North Korea have chosen to back China. Russia's reaction particularly is very, very interesting because it will be seen in the context of what happened between Russia and Ukraine. And it is in those circumstances, because there too, it was the United States NATO influence that prompted Russia to take that step. Here, Russia saying that China has the right to respond.
Well, that's right. Russia coming out in support of China is something that is not out of ordinary. These are allies. They have stood by each other. Imagine not having China's support during a time when Russia was invading Ukraine. That would have been one of the harshest situations for Russia if China would not have come out in support of Russia. The way the Russian economy was managed by China and continues to is something, is the reason why we see now that Russia is coming out in support of China. The isolation of Russia and China by the United States of America in particular and the West is seen as only to US's advantage. And that's the reason why the statement that is coming out from Russia speaks volumes of how they view the West, how they view America and America's approach towards countries in this part of the world and the region. Having said that, Taiwan has the right to freedom, democracy, and sovereignty, territorial integrity. And that is what Taiwan is fighting for. Which delegation, who should be going to Taiwan should be only Taiwan's decision. And that's what Taiwan is steadfastly now trying to project. You see the president's speech, Akshita, very clearly spelled out that this is exactly what they wanted to do. They want recognition, they want engagement, and they want prosperity and security and safety being where they are. But the ramifications and implications, again, we're saying this because we do not know what are the next steps apart from the few announcements that have been made of military operations, live fire exercises around Taiwan, but also the economic decisions that have been taken that you've already spoken of. And those economic decisions for now might seem small, but could hurt Taiwan because they're looking at stopping doing business with Taiwan. For now, not importing, but if they stop exporting, that also will be a huge problem then.
One of the questions that we come across quite a bit is when Taiwan is such a small island nation when compared to China, why can't China just invade Taiwan, take over, ensure reunification like they intend? Shivarur explains why that hasn't happened and why perhaps it won't that easily.
If China attacks Taiwan, it won't just be Taiwan defending, because Taiwan has very powerful allies. Because if attacked, the United States as well as Japan have committed to entering the battle and defending Taiwan. So let's get that out of the way. Taiwan is not alone in this fight, despite being a tiny little island. Third point, the Taiwan Strait is 128 kilometers at its narrowest point. So it's not like Taiwan is just next door. There's a fair bit of ocean to go across to reach Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan isn't just some ramshackle island. It has advanced air force and air defense assets, fighter aircraft, Patriot missiles, all kinds of very, very advanced weaponry supplied by the United States. The invading force, that is China in this case, will need to move most of its troops and occupying forces by sea if it wants to invade. The invading force would therefore be necessarily slow and therefore vulnerable to anti-ship attacks from Taiwan. And Taiwan is bristling with anti-ship weaponry. The cities and targets in Taiwan are majorly spread out. So it's not like there are very, very few targets that can be engaged. There are all the military bases and cities are hugely spread out, so it's difficult where to attack from. The western edge of Taiwan, that is the edge of Taiwan that faces China, is a very riverine area with cliffs and canals, and therefore it does not afford an opportune or optimum area to attack from, and that's the one that China will have to look at. There are very few beaches for possible Chinese amphibious landings on the island of Taiwan, so that's another big, big hurdle if China wants to take Taiwan by force. There are many, apart from the main island of Taiwan, there are many small Taiwanese islets in the Taiwan Strait which have huge numbers of anti-ship and air defenses as well as radars which are constantly trained and looking at China and Chinese movements. It would be very difficult for the People's Liberation Army, Air Force, Navy to seize the ports and airstrips in Taiwan without simply destroying them. And once they destroy them, they will have no further use for them. So it's a huge paradox. If they want to take control of those crucial infrastructural points, the seaports and the airports, they can't do it without a fight. And with a fight, they'll be destroyed. And therefore, they probably won't have any more use for them.
So we'll get you more such special reports and the latest updates, reactions coming in just a few moments from now. Slipping into a short break. We'll be right back.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
The FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital, and the last few showcases were interesting. The showcases were innovative in their creative speed, putting design innovation in focus. Amit Agarwal married design form with functionality in creating these pieces in ingenious fabrics. There was diversity, inclusivity, and a lot of design innovation at the heart of his couture showcases, Peresis. Anamika Khanna's showcase had shapes inspired by goddesses paired with deconstruction and pattern techniques. The artistic speak had cultural references to tribal India, with a contemporary twist in the cuts and styles. Pearl took center stage. Metallic silhouettes, somber blacks, delicate lace and ivory to reds and emeralds, the collection was rather experimental. Rajkumar Rao walked as a showstopper for Khanna. Kunal Rawal's showcase was full of wearable couture. Luxurious minimalism with gender-neutral silhouettes. His collection, Dear Men, gave enough space to repurpose and mix and match pieces from his couture collection.
Welcome back. You're joining us here on India Today as we get you all the latest updates on Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. And what we also want to focus is militarily. How does tiny Taiwan actually match up to China's military might? You will be surprised actually by the kind of equipment also that Taiwan has. Now the Chinese side has, when you look at fighters, the Chengdu J-20 as well as the Su-35. Now the Taiwan's best bet, particularly against the G-20, will be their F-16V fighter jets, courtesy the United States. They also have several others in their arsenal. As far as bombers go, China has the H-6, whereas Taiwan, again courtesy the United States, has the USAF B-52s. Now beyond that also, when you look at attack helicopters, China's most lethal perhaps is the Z-10, whereas Taiwan has the Apache helicopters as well as the Super Cobra attack helicopters. Attack drones. In the current situation, drones play a huge role. China has the lethal Winglong 2. Tengyun 2 is under test right now. So currently, Taiwan doesn't have an attack drone. As far as destroyers go, Taiwan has the Keelan class. China has the Type 054. Besides that, if you look at also the kind of submarines that both China as well as Taiwan have, let's bring that up also next for our viewers. Type 93 is what China has. The Hailong class is what Taiwan has as well. When you look at anti-ship missiles, China has multiple anti-ship missiles. Again, courtesy the United States, Taiwan has the Harpoon anti-ship missile. So that's how, if you look at military systems and equipment-wise, China and Taiwan square up. China has increasingly become more belligerent and is seen to be using its Belt and Road Initiative to spread its sphere of influence by hook or by crook. Several countries that fell into China's debt trap are increasingly waking up to the threat posed by Beijing. In the United Kingdom, for example, Rishi Sunak, aspiring to be the next British Prime Minister, has said that China poses the biggest threat even to Britain.
An aggressive military power, an economic superpower. China's hostile policies have kept its neighbors and the West forever on the edge. The latest leader to talk of the China threat is Britain's Prime Minister contender Rishi Sunak, who labelled Beijing as UK's enemy number one. During his campaign, Rishi Sunak laid out his plans to take on China if he made it to 10 Downing Street. Sunak said he would close all 30 Confucius institutes running in Britain to prevent the spread of Chinese influence through culture and language. Britain's spy agency MI5 will be employed to combat Chinese espionage. Sunak claimed the dragon was stealing UK's technology. The former finance minister of Britain recognized the threat China was posing to India. India has been in a standoff with China alongside the LAC for 2 years now, with more than 15 rounds of talks bearing no fruit. India has cracked down on Chinese business, its apps following the face-off. But nothing has stirred China as it keeps provoking Indian forces stationed in eastern Ladakh. US-China ties are faring no better. The latest confrontation is over Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the growing flashpoint in Asia. Many other nations share concerns over China's expansionist vision, but Beijing appears unfazed despite slowly being isolated in the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for on this special broadcast. But here on India Today, we'll continue getting you all the big updates coming in on this massive global story on Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan.
Superstar Salman Khan can now own a gun. Yes, Salman Khan has been issued an arms license after he applied for it, citing self-protection. The actor and his father got a death threat just days ago after singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead. So according to the Arms Rules 2016, any person apprehending a threat to his life due to being wealthy or any other threat can apply for a gun license, and Salman Khan's application here falls under that category of persons. Experts suggest that generally for protection, a person buys .32 caliber revolver or a pistol. The question here is, how hard is it really to obtain a gun license in India? Well, one might point that it's fairly easy to get a gun license in the United States, but it's not so the case in India. Governed by the Arms Act of 1959, India's gun control laws are quite restrictive and among the strictest in the world. The Arms Act bans the sale and possession of firearms without a license. One has to be above the age of 21 to buy a gun in India. Only high-ranking government officials, defense officers and select professional shooters are allowed to carry a gun. And guns can be issued for three purposes only: crop protection, self-defense and sports. Even in the case of self-defense, evidence is absolutely necessary to show that the person is under threat. Then there's also a rigorous documentation process that includes 2 character certificates from members in one's locality, certificates for physical and mental fitness, a narcotics test, income tax returns for the last 3 years, and proof of age, identity, education, and residence. The application is reviewed by the police for at least 60 days before.
You are watching India Today.
A very good morning. You're watching India Today, relentlessly tracking Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Tensions now between Taiwan and China. More details, first the headlines. America's first Taiwan pit stop in 25 years. Pelosi meets Taiwan President. Tsai Ing-wen sends out a strong message, hails Taiwan's resilience.
43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan.
A global flashpoint over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit, holds joint targeted operations around Taiwan. And India Today exposes modus operandi of Bengal cash for job scam, fake appointments letters, all scanned signatures used to dope aspirants. And big Lingayat push by the Congress in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi to be meeting with Lingayat seers. Mega outreach ahead of the 2023 polls. And a golden day for India at Commonwealth Games. Women's lawn bowls team and men's table tennis team win a gold. Vikas Thakur secured a silver medal in the 96 kgs weightlifting category. All right, here's some big political showdown that's taking place over Tiranga Yatra. BJP now upping the ante, accusing the opposition of playing politics over the flag. Says, why no opposition MPs in Tiranga Yatra? BJP says, does Tiranga only belong to a party or the nation? Cultural Ministry had organized a Tiranga bike rally from Red Fort to the Parliament. Here's the BJP now asking why no opposition MPs who are out there on the streets otherwise for every other reason, protesting, etc. Today, on a very important day when the BJP carries out a Tiranga Yatra, BJP asking why no opposition MPs taking part in the same. Is the Tiranga limited to a party alone or is it for the nation? Let's take a listen. Smriti Irani speaks. All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Rajya Sabha proceedings currently underway. Let's listen in.
मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 8 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सदन के पटल पर रखती हूँ।
डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार। सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से आज की क्रम कार्यसूची की क्रम संख्या 9 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लिखित दस्तावेजों को मैं सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ। श्री पंकज चौधरी। मैं अपनी वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण की ओर से मैं अधिसूचना संख्या 21/2022 केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क और अधिसूचना संख्या 22/2022 केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूँ।
Report of the Department related to Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs, Srimati Jaya Bachchan, Sri Brijlal ji.
Chairman sir, with your kind permission.
ये अमृत काल में जो भारत का प्रवेश हुआ है वो अपेक्षाओं से भरा है, उम्मीदों से भरा है, संकल्पों से भरा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा सबका साथ सबका विकास, लेकिन आने वाले 25 साल भारत सर्वोच्च स्थान हर क्षेत्र में प्राप्त करेगा अगर सबका प्रयास।
ये स्कूटर चलाने का अनुभव कैसा है स्मृति जी?
मैं सालों से चला रही हूँ भाई साहब, दिल्ली वालों को पहली बार दिखा होगा। लेकिन मैं
Will these people not put up the Tiranga in their display pics of social media or outside their houses between 13th to 15th August merely because they hate one party or one person? That should not be the way politics is done in a democracy. We may have matbhed, but it can never be manbhed against the institutions of our democracy, against the institutions of our nation, and against the symbols of our nation that are sacred to us. Perhaps their attendance at such a program would have given a good message to the entire country.
कौन देशभक्त है सब जानते हैं, कितना देशभक्ति है कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करने के लिए जो अखबार निकाला गया था आज़ादी की वो जंग के समय, उनके खिलाफ आज जिस घिनौने साजिश हो रहे हैं उसको भी थोड़ा याद करो और उसको भी देखा करो। हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे, ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे? हमारा खादी को ख़त्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी, क्या हो रहा है ये? सारे हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं और गांधी जी का जो सपना था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Ashutosh, who's been tracking this yatra. Smriti Irani there leading this huge Tiranga yatra by BJP workers, members, leaders, all alike. BJP now giving this a twist, blaming the opposition MPs, Ashutosh, of not participating in this Tiranga yatra wholeheartedly. Say, asking if Tiranga is just limited to a party or is it for the nation? We know that opposition parties have been separately organizing their own Tiranga yatras in their respective states, but what's this comment all about?
Well, of course, it's a government event, and in fact, there was also a letter written to all the members of parliament across the party line by the Ministry of Culture, which has organized this event, and the event which was inaugurated by the Vice President. But clearly, you know, when we see such bitter relationship between the ruling party and the opposition, so this was bound to happen. I mean, this is just on the expected lines that opposition will not go to any government event. But it was a grand, spectacular show by the ruling party, the ministry, the cabinet minister, the MOS, the MPs who participated. But yes, this was an opportunity that they questioned that why opposition, you know, willingly or voluntarily did not participate in that event. But other side, you know, we just played out the reactions from BJP as well as the opposition. So clearly that says why, you know, this did not happen and why the BJP got an opportunity to escalate attack on the opposition. But the other side, the Congress also, you know, celebrating this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Yesterday, Bhupesh Baghel put out a DP with the national flag. In fact, just minutes ago, Congress leaders also, you know, placed certain profile pictures. They changed it with former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru carrying national flag. And interestingly, Pawan Kheda raising a question that why RSS has not put out Tiranga, the national flag, in their profile picture yet. So clearly, you know, once if you see this is going to end here, this is going to settle down here, it is not. It will escalate further. And what we believe that perhaps.
All right, so we see already the same issue being discussed in the Parliament. The Rajya Sabha showdown has already begun. But let me quickly cut across to Shehzad Poonawala joining us on the phone line on this. Shehzad, huge rally, a Tiranga Yatra led by Smriti Irani. We see the Indian flags flying high, a bike rally of sorts in the national capital. Now, what's this jibe all about, where you're picking the opposition MPs of not being part of this Yatra? Were they invited?
Nabila, I have just tweeted the official invitation letter dated 29th of July to all members of Parliament, addressed by Shri Arjun Megwalji, who's a minister in the Culture Ministry and Parliamentary Affairs Ministry, is a junior minister. Please play out that tweet. The invitation was extended to all MPs. There are multiple news reports I've sent to your channel that showed that all MPs were invited. So I'm very saddened that Aditi Ranjan Chaudhary and some people who belong to his ecosystem come and say that they were not invited. This was not a government program. This was not a BJP program. It was a national program. It was a Rashtra Niti ka Vishay. It was not a Rajniti ka Vishay. And therefore, I'm very saddened that a Tiranga bike rally has been boycotted these people who believe in Parivar Tantra keep insulting institutions of Lok Tantra. Sometimes it's the Rashtrapati, sometimes it's Supreme Court and Election Commission, and now it's the Tiranga. If not the Tiranga of Bharat, then which other agenda do they want to fly outside their house? The Chinese agenda, or is the flag of Parivar that they want to fly? I have put out the tweet as we are speaking. Please open my Twitter handle. I have put out the official letter by the government inviting all MPs. So this kind of narrative that is being spread by Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, hum apna karenge, ye unka hai.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, they're doing their own yatras. We believe that AAP is carrying out its yatra in Lucknow on the 14th. The Congress has its own plans of carrying out a Tiranga yatra. So is it necessary or mandatory that they be part of this event today?
Nabila, when a national program is held, whether it is Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, whether it is any other national program that we start, a vaccination drive, this is an entire collective effort of the entire country, symbolizing 135 crore people, irrespective of political lines. The Tiranga has no political lines. It does not belong to one party. The Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, when we celebrate freedom fighters, does not have political lines. So everyone who is a member of parliament, represents important political factions, must come together and put aside their petty differences. But instead of participating in that, here you have the Congress party and others throw out blatant lies that they were not invited. Firstly, I want your channel to show that letter that all of them were invited. And when they were invited...
All your MPs were present, Shehzad?
The point of the matter is that representatives of all MPs and all parties were invited. It was not necessary for every MP to be there, but yes, every party and faction should have come there. That was the point. Nobody expects that every MP will participate because there are other duties also parliamentarians have. So one understands that. But the Congress, which has so many MPs, could not send one. The opposition, which has so many MPs, could not send one. One MP could not come from that side.
Thank you very much, Shehzad, for joining us on that. Let me quickly cut across to Udit Raj, joining us from the Congress party. Mr. Udit Raj, the BJP accusing you to be, ignorant of this very big day, national event, Tiranga Yatra that's been carried out by the government. It's not the BJP or the Congress or any other party. It's all about a national event which the centre is organising, and invitation was extended to all the opposition MPs too. No participation, but instead you're dissing the event.
See, where there is importance and necessary to join, there they are not allowing to have a discussion on price rise, inflation, and this is a pretension that they believe in Tiranga. For 52 years they had not respected Tiranga, and Golwalkar said that this should be discarded. They internally even do Tiranga, and the government is nothing a reflection of BJP. So we know the stand of BJP. We don't want to fall in trap of BJP. We are true believers of Tiranga. It was invented by us, brought by us, propagated by us, done by us. It's they who should look into themselves that they are forced, it's a victory of the Congress, they are forced to recognize and respect Tiranga. And this is all gimmick, eyes on date also. They don't respect Tiranga internally, but to capture political power, to confuse the masses.
Would it not be nice on a day like this to keep political differences aside and be part of this event? We're talking about the Independence Day fast approaching. It's a Tiranga Yatra which was scheduled to be a national event. It was an invitation extended to all the opposition parties. Maybe one of your representatives could be part of it. Or are you saying that you completely oppose the BJP's ideology and you don't believe in their commitment to the country, and that's why you're not participating?
You see, it's all gimmick. They themselves don't respect. You see, they are forced to respect. When they could not come into power for 52 years, 60 years, then they change their strategy. And internally, still they are there. And the Tiranga reflects diversity of this country. They don't believe in diversity. They are polarizing the society, Hindu, Muslim, etc. and the BJP, which does not have any minority in parliament, in assembly, do you think they represent the spirit of Tiranga? Tiranga spirit is to address the major community aspirations. So, you see, just to trap opposition, they don't have respect, and opposition is not that much fool as they think.
All right, Mr. Udit Raj, thank you very much for joining us with those views. Of course, at this point, we're seeing that the BJP and the opposition clashing over a Tiranga Yatra, which the BJP has pulled off. They call it a national event, but the opposition saying they don't believe in the BJP's ideology. This is merely a gimmick, and therefore they won't participate. Let me cut across to BJP's Manoj Tiwari, who spoke to India Today. Listen in.
इस लाल किले पे न जाने कितने लोगों ने झंडा फहराया, लेकिन लाल किले से इंडिया गेट तिरंगे यात्रा से जुड़ना चाहिए, इसको सोचने में 75 साल लग गए।
अच्छा, बुलेट चला लेते, आज पहली बार देखा होगा लोगों ने ऐसे?
नहीं, हम चलाते, हम साइकिल भी चलाते हैं रोज सवेरे, हम बुलेट भी चला लेते हैं, और जिसके मन में अपना देश के प्रति प्यार हो, जो भरा नहीं है भावों से बहती जिसमें रसधार नहीं, वो हृदय नहीं है, पत्थर है जिसमें स्वदेश का प्यार नहीं। उस स्वदेश के तिरंगे की यात्रा में भी अगर कुछ सांसदों ने, किसी पार्टी के लोगों ने नहीं हिस्सा लिया, तो मैं नहीं बोलूँगा, देश बोलेगा, धिक्कार है।
Now, the Bengal jobs for cash scam continues to unravel. In fact, India Today has now accessed an exclusive report that we decode to you this SSC recruitment scam's modus operandi as per the probe panel report that was submitted to the Kolkata High Court. This comes after over 50 crore rupees was seized by the Enforcement Directorate from former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's close aide Arpita Mukherjee's residence over the last week. While the heat is now mounting on Partha and Arpita's role in this scam, Mamata Banerjee government is also currently in the dock. This exclusive report reveals how rules were flouted to facilitate illegal appointments to Group D posts in government schools of Bengal. Partha Chatterjee has also has been named for his role in forming an illegal committee to supervise job appointments. From scanned signatures to forged appointment letters to using RTI methods all these was used to dupe job aspirants as per those detailed report. The probe panel now makes it quite clear that fake appointment letters under Partha and his close aides' supervision were all drafted out only for candidates so that they could extort money and give away jobs. Suryagni Roy joining us live for more on that. Suryagni, a quick word on this report that's been submitted by the probe agency before the Kolkata High Court, which somehow indicates links to Mamata Banerjee's government extensively. Many of her own people may be just involved in the scam. What more do we know?
Well, Nabila, basically it's the education department that the probe agencies are extensively looking at, because the scam that has happened, it is, under the header of the SSC scam, which is a School Service Commission, and which has multiple categories. Like it is a vast, scam that the agencies are looking at over here. It's not specific to one particular, class or category, but multiple teaching, non-teaching, from primary to upper primary to mid-primary to mid-high to high, non-teaching, teaching, everything. And that's the reason why, the agencies are looking at it extensively. And secondly, and most importantly, today in a short while from now, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee will be produced at the Special Sessions Court at Kolkata, because today the 10 days of their, the ED remand comes to an end. As per ED sources, Nabila, the ED will ask for a 14-day custody for the investigation. Whether or not, the court listens to their prayer and gives them a full 14-day or not is something that, in a short while from now we'll be able to get to understand. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Suryagni Roy, for joining us on that. This is, of course, an India Today exclusive report on the jobs for cash scam that's unraveling in West Bengal. In this, we track the money trail behind this mountain of cash that was found at former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's close aide, Arpita Mukherjee's residence. One thing's quite clear now from this report: It's all business on paper, but no activity really on ground. Here's our detailed report.
This is what 6 officials of the Enforcement Directorate discovered in their first raid on a 2-bed apartment of a former model and actor. 21 crore and 90 lakh in cash, and a haul of gold jewellery and foreign exchange. And 5 days later, this is what the ED seized from another apartment of Arpita Mukherjee. Banknotes worth 27 crore and 90 lakh, and gold and foreign currency worth 5 crore. A friend of former West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, Arpita Mukherjee was also found to be listed as director of 3 companies based in Kolkata. India Today took a deep dive into the trail. We first show you how these companies were shown to be operating on paper. In company documents, Symbiosis Merchant Private Limited, incorporated on March 21, 2011, is involved in the wholesale business of a variety of goods. Arpita Mukherjee got a co-director called Kalyan Dhar on July 1, 2021. On paper, Century Engineering Private Limited is involved in manufacturing of special purpose machinery. Arpita Mukherjee was appointed its director on November 9, 2011, and then enters Kalyan Dhar as another director in 2018. Incorporated on October 29, 2014, AK Entertainment Private Limited is shown to be involved in entertainment. Arpita Mukherjee was its first director. Kalyan Dhar named its second director in 2018, the same year when he became director of Century Engineering Private Limited along with Arpita. We tracked the registered addresses of the 3 companies one by one. This is the building that's supposed to house AK Entertainment Private Limited. No signboard, but a slip pasted on a mailbox greets us at the entryway. When we spoke to the guard on duty, he revealed that the premises operates as a banquet hall instead.
नया बच्चे का प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा।
अच्छा, नया प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा। अच्छा,
अगर ईडी रेड किया ना,
हाँ,
उसी के लिए बंद है।
अच्छा,
31 तारीख में बुक था, उसमें वो काम हो रहा है। वो लोग परमिशन दे के किया है।
अच्छा, ये मैरिज हॉल है बेसिकली। इच्छे मैरिज हॉल है। तो इसके कौन पार्थ तक है?
वो मालूम नहीं।
अच्छा, लेकिन यहाँ कोई ना कोई साहब तो आते होंगे ना?
हाँ, वो पार्थो साहब में 2 बार में देखा है।
अच्छा,
अर्पिता में देखा है।
अच्छा, पार्थो साहब को भी देखा, अर्पिता को देखा।
We next found out a mismatch in the address of AK Entertainment as mentioned in the company papers and as available in the records of Kolkata Municipal Corporation. In municipal records, the same 95 Rajdanga Main Road address is registered in the name of one Krishan Gopal Kar. We tracked the Kar family in the same neighborhood. Sanjeev Kar is the son of the man under whose name the address is registered. He claimed that the building AK operated out of was not 95 Rajdanga Main Road in the first place. Kar claimed his family was in possession of the same address and that company used it wrongfully under its banner.
95 राजडंगा जो प्रेमिसेस नंबर है वो आपका है,
मेरा फादर का है,
आपके फादर का है, ठीक है।
मेरा घर में जो टैक्स पे रहा है, कहीं वो तो इलीगल है, अभी पता चला। उसका तो कोई डॉक्यूमेंट ही नहीं है पेपर से।
तो प्लॉट नंबर क्या है?
ED 10, 11, 12।
ओके,
3 प्लॉट लेके एक बिल्डिंग बना है।
Municipal records confirm the Kars have been paying the property tax of the same premises for the past several years, identified as the official address of Arpita's AK Entertainment Private Limited on paper. We now investigated AK's business and finances. Company documents show exponential growth since its incorporation in 2014. Documents accessed by India Today also show the same company bought a 1,187 square foot apartment worth 75 lakh in Kolkata's Diamond City South. The payment made through 2 bank accounts. The Diamond City apartment is the same property from where the ED found 27.90 crore in cash. Officials suspect AK could be a shell company registered in the name of Arpita, and Partha Chatterjee was using it to infuse black money by way of cash and through property deals. In search of Symbiosis Merchants Private Limited, the wholesale goods company with Arpita Mukherjee as its director since 2011, we reached its Belghadia address registered in company documents. No signboard, no banner. Turns out it's the same place Arpita Mukherjee's mother lives in. No trace of any company operating out of this old building. No staff, no worker either. But according to documents accessed by India Today, the company held its annual mandatory meetings at the same address. Symbiosis Merchants also maintained financial statements. The place looks familiar. It's the same Diamond City apartment from where the ED hauled unaccounted cash late last month. But on paper, it houses Century Engineering Private Limited, which had Arpita Mukherjee as its director for almost 11 years now. No staff, no workers. But the so-called company is also regular in issuing financial statements. With Munish Pandey in Delhi and Mohammad Hizbullah in Kolkata, a special investigative report by India Today.
All right, now the probe in West Bengal teacher recruitment scam is now exploding. With each passing day, India Today has taken a deep dive into the trail of companies that's linked to Arpita Mukherjee. Here's more.
In search of Symbiosis Merchants Private Limited, the wholesale goods company with Arpita Mukherjee as its director since 2011, we reached its Belghadia address registered in company documents. No signboard, no banner. Turns out it's the same place Arpita Mukherjee's mother lives in. No trace of any company operating out of this old building. No staff, no worker either. But according to documents accessed by India Today, the company held its annual mandatory meetings at the same address. Symbiosis Merchants also maintained financial statements. The place looks familiar. It's the same Diamond City apartment from where the ED hauled unaccounted cash late last month. But on paper, it houses Century Engineering Private Limited, which had Arpita Mukherjee as its director for almost 11 years now. No staff, no workers. But the so-called company is also regular in issuing financial statements. With Munish Pandey in Delhi and Mohammad Hizbullah in Kolkata, a special investigative report by India Today.
All right, we're shifting focus now to Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka for a two-day visit. On his visit to Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi is visiting Sri Muruga Rajendra Mutt in Chitradurga on Wednesday morning. Sri Muruga Rajendra Mutt is a prominent religious place for the Lingayat community. The visit to Sri Muruga Rajendra Mutt just comes in the backdrop of the upcoming Karnataka Assembly polls, which the Congress has now decided to fight solo. Lingayat community support can really determine the outcome of polls in 224 Karnataka Assembly constituencies. Lingayats are known to be the state's single largest community, with more than 500 mutts constituting nearly 17% of its population, mostly in North Karnataka. Lingayat mutts, very powerful, directly involved in the state's politics due to their large following. And in the past, Congress has tried its best to win the community support, but so far it appears that BJP's B.S. Yediyurappa has really been the tall, significant face for the Lingayat community in the state. But this time with Yediyurappa's exit, or him stepping down as Chief Minister, it seems like the Congress now looking to capitalize. Rahul Gandhi had earlier made visits to Sri Siddhaganga Mata as a move to try and reach the community members that has in recent times firmly stood behind the BJP and of course its leader B.S. Yediyurappa. Let me cut across to Apurva, joining us for more on that. Apurva, Rahul Gandhi's visit, very significant considering that we're looking at the Lingayat community where the Congress does not really have a true strong face. They have a couple of leaders. S.R. Patil was a recent pitch where Veerappa Moily pushed his name from the Lingayat community. There's M.B. Patil as well, but not a man strong enough, as strong as B.S. Yediyurappa, who's now, of course, supporting the BJP. What's the Congress's plan here?
Well, it's something that we will need to look into keenly, Nabila, because remember, 2023 elections are just right around the corner, and this move by Congress, this move by senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is definitely, going to, looks like it is going to pave way, because a lot of the times the Congress has time and again, like you rightly mentioned, they have been trying to get an in into the Lingayat community, and now with this, with Rahul Gandhi now visiting this mutt, and this is one of the mutts that is known for and is it's a strong center of community for the Lingayat community, and now it will be kind of developments that take place, because this is not the first community, this is not the first time that Rahul Gandhi has mentioned that he will be visiting several of the top prominent leaders and members of the Lingayat community. Even a few weeks later, it has also sources also say that there might be also yet another kind of union where there will also be several such meetings with prominent Lingayat members of the Lingayat community here by Rahul Gandhi and other senior members as well. So all of these things that will need to be looked into when we are seeing this, because
all right, Apurva, thank you very much for joining us with those details. But Rahul Gandhi has arrived. He's with the Congress leadership. They're going to be carrying out a huge Siddaramaia's birthday bash today as well. So it's part of that rally and then temple hopping. This is an approach that the Congress wants to take at this point, only so that they can draw support from the Lingayat community, which so far has supported the BJP. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, America's first Taiwan pit stop in 25 years. Pelosi meets Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen, sends out a strong message hailing Taiwan's resilience. More details on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
क्योंकि ईंधन नहीं मिलता है।
Raising the issue of high LPG costs during the debate on price rise, TMC member Kakoli Ghosh Dastidar bit a raw brinjal in Lok Sabha.
कभी-कभी मेरे मन में आता है कि ये सरकार बहादुर क्या हमें कच्चा खाने का आदत दिलाना चाहते हैं?
Well, this came after LPG cylinder prices were raised by 50 rupees, adding to the worries of a common man dealing with inflation. The domestic LPG cylinder will now cost 1,053 in Delhi. However, the price of commercial cylinder was cut by 36 rupees and it now costs 1,976.5 rupees in Delhi. Since July 2021, this is the 8th time that LPG prices have been raised by the Indian Oil Corporation Limited. The question here is, why are cooking gas cylinders nearly as expensive in India as they are in Sri Lanka, despite 6.7% inflation, which is much less than that of Sri Lanka? Let's understand. Well, there are multiple factors behind this price rise in LPG cylinders. Increase in crude oil prices, rising inflation, and the Russia-Ukraine war has contributed to rising LPG prices. The Russia-Ukraine war. One of the major reasons why LPG is getting expensive in India is because of the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Russia accounts for over 24% of the natural gas supply in the world. The ongoing war has made logistics difficult to manage, which is one of the reasons for the steep hike in LPG prices in India. Increase in price of raw materials. LPG in India is made up of 60% butane and 40% propane. According to Trading Economics data, the price of propane has risen to more than 32.4% since the beginning of 2022. Moreover, the price of butane has also seen a steady rise. As a result, rising raw material prices are influencing cooking gas prices. Post-pandemic increase in demand. Another major reason for the recent increase in cooking gas prices is the increasing demand for LPG around the world. The global rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic-induced slowdown has led to an increase in LPG demand. And this has contributed to the increase in cooking gas prices in India.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
All right, we're looking at Nancy Pelosi's visit in Taiwan has really upset China, sending out some stern warnings. Let's take you through those top defining images here on China-Taiwan's conflict. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi has arrived into Taiwan, met with the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen. Pelosi has affirmed support to Taiwan and thanked the President for honoring her with the Order of Propitious Clouds with special grand cordon. Taiwan hails its friendship with the United States. The defining image here on your screens captures the welcome for Pelosi in a skyscraper that reads, "Taiwan loves United States." And then you have the Chinese army that's begun joint military exercises surrounding the island of Taiwan, featuring stealth fighter jets and test firing of conventional missiles. China already flexing its muscle in an intimidating tactic. Ahead of Pelosi's Taiwan visit, Global Times Chinese mouthpiece, the publication put out a propaganda video stating that they're ready for combat with China's Type 075 amphibious assault ship, Hainan. Military sirens have been activated in China amid repeated warnings from Beijing against Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. China has taken this up quite seriously, sent out a stern warning and saying that we mean what we say. All right, now U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan draws Beijing's scorn. Pelosi addressed Taiwan's parliament, met with its president as well as legislators. Pelosi has thanked President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, called for increased inter-parliamentary cooperation. She's claimed that the United States, in solidarity with Taiwan, is committed to increase cooperation between the two nations. Pelosi has also said that the new U.S. delegation aimed at strengthening the American chip industry to compete with China and offers great opportunity for U.S.-Taiwan economic cooperation. Meanwhile, Taiwan's Ministry of Defense has held a press conference accusing China of violating international laws and Taiwan's sovereignty. Taiwan's attack was on China's live-fire military exercises that will be taking place in 6 zones around Taiwan. Taiwan has claimed that some of them overlapped with Taiwan's territorial waters. The Taiwan government announced increased military alert and alert levels across the nation after Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. Of right now, a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so, as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize and we have to show the world, and that's one of the purposes of our trip, to show the world the success of the people of Taiwan, their courage to change their own country to become more democratic. Madam President, I think it's important to remind some and inform others of how we are here. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership, grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world, committed to the economic ties that power prosperity for all of our people. Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. And now, more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today. When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are 3 principal pillars of our travel. In all 3 areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You are a model to the world in terms of the cooperation of the people and the success of your initiatives. Congratulations, Madam President. Congratulations to the people of Taiwan for following the lead. America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad. And we're grateful to the partnership of the people of Taiwan in this mission. I'm very grateful to receive this award. I'm grateful to you, Madam President, to the people for their enduring friendship. I'm very blessed, as are my colleagues, with many Taiwan Americans who are very excited about our visit. And in fact, when I came before, in '99, I came with them, and we learned a lot. And that's what we came to do. to participate in the Asian Pacific Initiative in a way that is appropriate for Taiwan to be successful, whether in trade, security, etc., and to do so in a way that opens many more possibilities. We came here to listen, to learn, and what do you know? I got this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful award, the Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Pardon. Thank you, Madam President.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. The representatives here today are all important leaders in the House and have long made proactive efforts to promote progress in Taiwan-U.S. relations in all areas. We are truly grateful to you for making this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs editor, to give us an understanding. Geeta, Nancy Pelosi still very much in Taiwan, despite all the fire that the dragon is breathing on Taiwan right now. It appears Nancy Pelosi is taking a good visit at memorials. She is moving about in Taiwan. This has really rubbed China the wrong way. They're already gearing up for enough provocative drills all around Taiwan. What more do we know? How do you think China can possibly handle this? Because at this point, they don't want to completely rub off the United States as well.
Well, provocative but military drills till now. So they've confined themselves to exercises, live fire exercises, military drills, military operations around Taiwan. There's 6 positions that they've chosen already, Nabila. So, but they've only confined themselves to what they are doing as a country in terms of individually, not really actively breaching or provoking Taiwan, or for that matter, knowing very well that there are 4 U.S. warships in that region as we speak. So not provoking to the extent that it would invite a response and retaliation from Taiwan, because that could really escalate matters. Tensions are heightened certainly in the entire region, because while U.S. says that this is not a U.S. administration visit, it is a visit by U.S. House Speaker. She decides on her own. She does not have to take permission from the president, but it is also very well known that she's quite close to the administration, quite close to President Biden. And should the U.S. administration have decided otherwise, they could have influenced the decision. But there is a lot of domestic politics also over here. The fact that the Democrats are losing numbers, popularity, she is the second in line after the vice president for presidency in the Democratic Party. She has been a part of this entire power structure for a very long time, and in all probability will make her bid should Joe Biden not fight or not run for elections again. Right. And so there is a lot of political, the domestic politics at play over here also. But the larger perspective of the foreign policy and how U.S. has looked at this, we've seen statements come from White House where Biden has not only welcomed but also supported and endorsed Pelosi's visit. Having said that, there will be ramifications, like we've been reporting, not just military, economic as well. There are some imports from Taiwan that China has already banned and suspended for now. And we will again have to wait and see what the larger ramifications of Beijing's decisions are really going to be and look like.
You know, Geeta, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to some understanding on what really can China do to counter United States-Taiwan tango near its borders. Let's cut across. Akshata bringing us more on that.
Let's talk about what kind of a response China could put forth. They've already been putting out warnings, very provocative statements, military drills, etc. But going forward, there's global suspense right now about what China will do, because they warned definitely of retaliation. There could be possibly military retaliation against the United States, but this is highly unlikely, considering that even China knows what they're up against. The Chinese are taking military action against Taiwan, again, very unlikely at this point. They could, however, raise military temperatures around Taiwan. This is already happening right now, because you're seeing military drills happening in the Taiwan Strait, as well as 5 other locations surrounding the island nation. So this is happening and could in fact, be increased and escalated a lot more. China tightening the area denial in the South China Sea. Again, likely South China Sea dispute could heat up in the coming weeks. An economic clampdown on Taiwan, something that's not just likely, but has already begun with imports on citrus fruits, all of that being suspended right now by China. Trade aggression against the United States in the form of economic sanctions. This is also highly possible as a step being taken by China. We've seen what's happened between Russia and Ukraine and how sanctions now is the way forward. China could take a leaf out of that book. China could also accelerate the steps for the reunification of Taiwan. And this, at this point, is unclear of how China will go about this, what kind of steps they could take on this particular front. But it's like we said, Taiwan, no doubt, is going to face the heat of whatever retaliation or steps China takes.
Now, China is taking all measures from military drills to trade bans against Taiwan, opposing United States Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. Chinese People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command will also hold joint military operations around Taiwan. This will include joint maritime and air drills in north, south, west, southeast parts of the island. China will also carry out long-range artillery shooting in Taiwan Straits and conventional missile test firing in sea regions east of the island from tonight. China has listed out at least 2,066 Taiwanese foodstuff as being subject to import suspension, including that of citrus fruits, fish products, bakery goods, all from Taiwan. Meanwhile, China has also suspended the exports of natural sand to Taiwan. In another probable sign of China's wrath on Taiwan, a number of Taiwanese government websites, including that of the Foreign Ministry and Presidential Office, were all hit by cyber attacks. All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with more on that. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
This is the house where Al-Qaeda leader and co-mastermind of the devastating 9/11 attack, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed by the US. And this is the missile which was used. There was no sign of an explosion near the location of the strike, and no one else was harmed either, as per reports. So then just how did this missile attack and kill Zawahiri with such precision? The strike was carried out using the Hellfire R9X, a missile which is equipped with 6 razor-like blades and does not have any explosive payload which can cause any kind of explosion. These missiles do not explode but release knife-like blades, hitting the targets with precision to avoid collateral damage to civilians. It has become the US munition of choice for killing leaders of extremist groups while avoiding civilian casualties. The R9X first appeared in March 2017 when top Al-Qaeda leader Abu al-Khair al-Masri was killed by a drone strike while traveling in a car in Syria. But this was never acknowledged by the US. The missile was also used by the US forces targeting an Al-Qaeda-linked trainer in Syria in 2020, and some reports also suggest that it was used in 2019. What is interesting to note is that in these images of the remains of vehicles where the targets were killed, you can even see clean slices on the bodywork of the vehicle, evidently caused by the blades of the Hellfire R9X. The missile goes by several names: Ninja Bomb, Flying Jinsu, named after premium knives forged in Japan, but the AGM-114 Hellfire missiles are air-to-ground laser-guided subsonic missiles with significant anti-tank capacity. It weighs about 45 kgs. The missiles can also be launched from drone helicopters. The range of these missiles vary from 500 meters to 11 kilometers depending on the variant being used. In the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri, the US used a drone to strike the target based on specific intelligence.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Cash Mountain news break quakes the nation. Partha and Arpita Cash Kand goes super viral.
There are many people connected to Partha Chatterjee. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested in coming days.
Breaks and leads. Biggest cash heist story. Every twist, turn, photo and video first here.
Trinamool Congress seemed to be on the back foot with huge sum of money once again.
Riveting scam saga unfolds on your channel. Journo crack team led by Munish Pandey. Cash Mountain Kand. Relentless coverage.
Welcome to India Today Television, Adnanji. It's always a pleasure talking to you. How are you and how have you been?
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. I'm feeling wonderful and very excited about my new song. Every time it feels as if it's the first time. You know what I mean. So it's the usual butterflies in the stomach and hope people like it. But I feel great. I feel wonderful.
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly begin by asking you about the same only. What is your current state of mind now that your song is out, Alvida, your first track ever since the pandemic hit the world? I remember talking to you in Delhi in 2020 when we met for your song, Tu Yaad Aaya, and you spoke about your comeback after a gap of 9 years.
Yeah. Well, the thing was that then suddenly the world changed as we knew it. And, now with this new release, it seems almost as if, it's the first time. I'm as nervous and anxious and excited as I would have been in my first release. So I always approach my work, my music with that kind of attitude. I never like to be complacent in any way. I always like to work with the same intensity as I would do it, as if I were doing it for the first time. So there's no change in that respect. But it's overwhelming because of the kind of love and appreciation that I've received so far. I'm very, very grateful and very excited and very, very happy,
Adnanji, if you could sing a few lines of your track, Alvida.
Sure. हौले हौले हाथों से हाथ तूने छोड़े, हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े, है कसम हमें दिल को टूटने न देंगे, धड़कनों से अपनी तुझको छूटने न देंगे, अलविदा।
Public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. ब्रोकरेज क्यों देना? nobroker.com है ना?
All eyes on island of Taiwan. Pelosi in Taiwan, China breathes fire. Only channel live in Taipei. China threatened action. What next? Fighters and warships buzz around Taiwan. World holds breath. Another conflict brewing. Superpower standoff over tiny Taiwan. Relentless ground coverage from Taiwan and China. Maximum focus, maximum reporters. The Taiwan Takkar.
And that's our top focus right here on India Today this hour. I'm Nabila Jamal. First, the headlines. America's first Taiwan pit stop in 25 years. Nancy Pelosi meets Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen, sends out a strong message, hails Taiwan's resilience.
3 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan.
Global flashpoint over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit, holds joint targeted operations around Taiwan. And a political showdown over Tiranga Yatra. BJP hits out at the opposition for not participating in the rally. Says, does the Tiranga, the national flag, only belong to a particular party? The opposition hits out. India Today exposes the modus operandi of Bengal cash for job scam, fake appointments and its letters, all scanned with signatures used to dupe aspirants. And a big Lingayat push by Congress in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi to be meeting with Lingayat seers. Mega outreach ahead of the 2023 polls. Today is also Siddaramaia's birthday. All right, in the recent development, China's PLA Eastern Theatre Command has now sent advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. The combat joint exercises are in response to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan Island. Remember, at this point, China flexing all muscle, ensuring that they teach United States and Taiwan a lesson. This is a bit, an intimidating tactic, military drills that they're carrying out all across, or all around Taiwan at this point. And in the latest, we hear that the China's PLA Eastern Theatre Command has sent advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. The combat joint exercises are in response to Pelosi's visit to the Taiwan island. As China, in fact, increases activity all around Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi is still in Taiwan at this point. This is the video that you see on our screens here on the left-hand side as Taiwan ups the activity. In fact, at this point, Nancy Pelosi is still in Taiwan. And while she's there, here is China upping activity all around Taiwan at this point. In the latest, we hear that the Chinese army, the People's Liberation Army, already upping the ante. They've already sent out advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. The combat joint exercise are all in response to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. China putting out one video after the other only to show their military might. One of the finest in the world, China's military are so robust, they're trying to flex their muscle, put it to good use, it appears, at this point, while most of their military missiles are encircling Taiwan. Many of them also crossing Taiwan's territorial waters. This is certainly threatening Taiwan at this point. China has also promised to disrupt airline traffic of Taiwan and also shipping in the Taiwanese Strait, known as one of the world's busiest trade routes. At this point in the latest, the Chinese People Liberation Army, the Eastern Theater Command, has sent advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. The combat joint exercise has been carried out across areas that encircles Taiwan, that's really kept Taiwan right now on the edge while they're hosting Nancy Pelosi. Now, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan really has drawn Beijing's scorn. Pelosi has addressed Taiwan's parliament, met with its president as well as legislators. Pelosi has thanked President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, called for increased inter-parliamentary cooperation. She's claimed that the U.S. is in solidarity with Taiwan and is committed to increased cooperation. Pelosi has also said that the new U.S. legislation aimed at strengthening the American chip industry to compete with China and offers greater opportunity for U.S.-Taiwan economic cooperation. Meanwhile, Taiwan's Ministry of Defense has held a press conference accusing China of violating international law and Taiwan's sovereignty. Taiwan's attack was on China's live-fire military exercises that will be taking place in at least 6 zones around Taiwan. All right, let me quickly cut across to our guest joining us. Carice Witte, who's an expert from China, has studied Chinese aggression quite extensively. And we also have Geeta Mohan, our foreign affairs editor, joining us for more on that. But quickly, Carice, I'd like to understand from you, when China says what it says, it does it. And that's at least the warning that they've sent out. We really mean what we say. They've upped military drills all around Taiwan. They're encircling Taiwan, many of those also breaching Taiwanese waters. How would you look at this diplomatically?
First of all, thank you so much for having me, Nabila. It's a great pleasure to return again today. And I also just want to clarify that I'm a China expert based in Israel and not in China. And this was expected. I think it's in a way a bit of a relief to see that they're taking some steps, because with the kind of warnings that came directly from Xi Jinping and the Minister of Defense, if they didn't do anything now, I personally would be concerned about what was to come. These were expected. There was going to be some version of military exercise, even live fire exercises. We discussed this yesterday as a great probability. And with respect to the economic side of it, this was also expected. And as I tweeted last night, I think this could backfire, both the economic and the military exercises. So I think when they say they're going to they mean what they say and they're going to act on it, that's necessary as a serious country. The question is to what degree. For the moment, this is a show of force to save face, in my opinion.
You know, Carice, this is exactly how it started with Russia and Ukraine. Russia warned multiple times and then went right ahead, despite the world opposing it. It seemed like Russia had China's support then. China has Russia's support now. And we only dread to think that if the US does not toe the line, what would China really do?
Right now, China is not able to go forward in a war where the United States would feel compelled to participate. And I think that there's very little doubt. I mean, from my perspective, just TSMC, the chip fabrication company, is a jewel in the crown of global fourth industrial revolution power. Without those chips, the world is in a lot of trouble. So, and the ones who control those chips have a lot of power. So the United States will need to defend, if for no other reason. But many in America feel that Pelosi is standing up for democracy, and the Taiwanese themselves have said, why don't more people pay attention to the fact that we are a democracy and come and are more supportive of us? I think, the Taiwanese have some diplomacy things they need to work on for themselves, and hopefully, they'll understand how to improve their efforts. So in general, I think that the American stance of implied support, or at least ambiguous possibility for support, will absolutely prevent the kind of thing that we saw in Ukraine. I also want to note that the Chinese watched what was perceived to be an amazing military in Russia, which took Syria within a very short time, gained power in Syria, take all of that skill and apply it to Ukraine and really flub it up. Which means that propaganda does not win a war, and China does not have battle experience. Speaking from Israel, I can tell you battle experience in the specific type of battle you're facing is absolutely critical. So I do not think this is going to be a repeat of what we saw in Ukraine.
Let's hope not, Carice. China is an expansionist regime. Do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Nancy Pelosi. As soon as she arrived into Taiwan, here's what she said while she was flanked by the chief of Taiwan herself. Listen in.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was built building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the one China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. Of right now, a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize and we have to show the world, and that's one of the purposes of our trip, to show the world the success of the people of Taiwan, their courage to change their own country to become more democratic. Madam President, I think it's important to remind some and inform others of how we are here. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership, grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world, committed to the economic ties that power prosperity for all of our people. Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. And now, more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today. When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are 3 principal pillars of our travel. In all 3 areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You are a model to the world in terms of the cooperation of the people and the success of your initiatives. Congratulations, Madam President. Congratulations to the people of Taiwan for following the lead. America's determination to preserve democracy here in Taiwan and around the world remains ironclad. And we're grateful to the partnership of the people of Taiwan in this mission. I'm very grateful to receive this award, I'm grateful to you, Madam President, to the people for their enduring friendship. I'm very blessed, as are my colleagues, with many Taiwan Americans who are very excited about our visit. And in fact, when I came before, in '99, I came with them, and we learned a lot. And that's what we came to do, to participate in the Asian Pacific Initiative in a way that is appropriate for Taiwan to be successful, whether in trade, security, etc., and to do so in a way that opens many more possibilities. We came here to listen, to learn, and what do you know? I got this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful award, the Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Pardon. Thank you, Madam President.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. The representatives here today are all important leaders in the House and have long made proactive efforts to promote progress in Taiwan-U.S. relations in all areas. We are truly grateful to you for making this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan.
Wow, what an honor indeed Nancy Pelosi received while she was in Taiwan. Here we have our reporter Geeta Mohan for a little more on that. Geeta, if you could give us a sense, Nancy Pelosi was, received such a warm welcome. In fact, Taiwan, we understand, has been so desperate to be recognized as an independent nation. They lapped up on Nancy Pelosi's visit. And how? Such a pompous way. All their buildings had the US flag and, written, Taiwan loves United States. This kind of warmth and love that they expressed for Nancy Pelosi, certainly adding insult to injury here to China.
Well, absolutely. A huge snub for China when it comes to US going ahead with the visit, Nancy Pelosi going ahead with the visit. But again, we are seeing 6 areas around Taiwan now where military operations by China are going to be carried out. Videos galore by the Chinese Ministry of Defense and Foreign Ministry of how they're mobilizing forces. But more importantly over here, one statement that has come just very recently is that the military operations and the exercises that they're going to carry out, they say, is going to block Taiwan's ports and shipping lanes. Now, that's a serious ramification. Should Taiwan's shipping lanes and ports be blocked because of the so-called operations and exercises that would be carried out by China, it would mean a loss for Taiwan. So again, we do not really know what the details of this blockage would be, but this is Global Times, again, mouthpiece of the Chinese government that has put out this entire detail, and it is a real threat for Taiwan. So it's not just, again, we keep saying this, the proximity of Taiwan to Chinese mainland is one of the biggest concerns. There are 4 US warships that are in the region, in the area. But despite that, and the Chinese are continuing with their exercises and with the kind of warplanes moving around the median line between Taiwan Strait, between mainland China and Taiwan. So the serious concerns with regards to how now Taiwan is going to handle the kind of action, mobilization, reaction that's coming in from Beijing. Will Beijing stop at only talking and doing these exercises for now? The realm of...
All right, I'm going to try and connect with Geeta Mohan on that again. But Geeta, from what we understood here, the China imposing sanctions on Taiwan, eventually it could be counterproductive. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan certainly draws this scorn with Beijing. Akshata Nandagopal explains to us, what can China really do to counter the U.S.-Taiwan tango near its border areas? Listen in.
Let's talk about what kind of a response China could put forth. They've already been putting out warnings, very provocative statements, military drills, etc. But going forward, there's global suspense right now about what China will do because they warned definitely of retaliation. There could be possibly military retaliation against the United States, but this is highly unlikely, considering that even China knows what they're up against. The Chinese are taking military action against Taiwan, again, very unlikely at this point. They could, however, raise military temperatures around Taiwan. This is already happening right now because you're seeing military drills happening in the Taiwan Strait as well as 5 other locations surrounding the island nation. So this is happening and could in fact be increased and escalated a lot more. China tightening the area denial in the South China Sea. Again, likely South China Sea dispute could heat up in the coming weeks. An economic clampdown on Taiwan, something that's not just likely but has already begun with imports on citrus fruits, all of that being suspended right now by China. Trade aggression against the United States in the form of economic sanctions. This is also highly possible as a step being taken by China. We've seen what's happened between Russia and Ukraine and how sanctions now is the way forward. China could take a leaf out of that book. China could also accelerate the steps for the reunification of Taiwan. And this, at this point, is unclear of how China will go about this, what kind of steps they could take on this particular front. But it's like we said, Taiwan, no doubt, is going to face the heat of whatever retaliation or steps China takes.
All right. Now we're seeing that you have Nancy Pelosi, who's still in Taiwan at this point. And while she's there, we see China flexing its muscle all around Taiwan. Military drills happening even as we speak. I'm going to take you through those top defining images of the day. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as she arrived into Taiwan, met with Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen. Pelosi has affirmed support to Taiwan, thanked the President for honoring her with the Order of Propitious Clouds, with special grand cordon as well. PLA Eastern Theatre Command has sent advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. The combat joint exercises are in response to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The Chinese army began joint military exercises surrounding the island of Taiwan, featuring stealth fighter jets and test firing of conventional missiles. These videos released by China really showing how China right now flexing its muscle as Nancy Pelosi is still in Taiwan.
将在台湾海峡进行远程火力实弹。
All right, here are some live visuals coming in of Nancy Pelosi as she's in Taiwan. Pelosi there, who's just reached the White Memorial. Like I did mention, Nancy Pelosi showing unwavered support to Taiwan despite all the criticism and flexing that's coming from the way of China. It seems like Nancy Pelosi is quite assertive at this point as she is in Taiwan, reached the memorial, the White Memorial, where she was due to visit. Nancy Pelosi right now in Taipei, Taiwan. She just reached the White Memorial. Of course, she's been honored by the President of Taiwan. Much overwhelming welcome that Nancy Pelosi received soon after she arrived. This certainly has rubbed China the wrong way. China, of course, doing everything it can to threaten the United States, flexing its muscle, saying that the United States will regret interfering in the matters of China and Taiwan. China outrightly believing that Taiwan is part of their territory, it's their land, their people. Of course, Taiwan otherwise has been struggling to be recognized as an independent nation. They've sought support from the United States. Over the years, the United States, in fact, has assured Taiwan that they will help in whatever way possible to keep Taiwan an independent nation. And at this point, Nancy Pelosi's visit, after close to 25 years, coming at a time when China was just about trying to step up its force to bring back Taiwan to its fold, certainly has sent out quite a strong message to China that it's not going to be as easy. Abhishek Valla, who joins us for a little more on that. Abhishek, while much of the activity happening around Taiwanese borders. China flexing its muscle. We see Nancy Pelosi has been moving with ease, and she seems quite assertive and has promised Taiwan all help possible if China steps up its attack or aggression.
Well, China continues to intimidate, and it's almost as if the US is trying to call the bluff and taking on the bully here, because much before this visit, China had been flexing its muscles, and when it was expected that Nancy Pelosi will in fact visit China, there had been several air incursions, and the Chinese authorities were on record saying that the US will be responsible for all the consequences if this visit were to go ahead. Not only has this visit gone ahead, but Nancy Pelosi is in Taiwan meeting high dignitaries in the country and making a very strong statement about global security. In the wake of all of this, once again, Chinese military is being extremely aggressive. They've announced military drills all along the Taiwanese waters. These will include maritime as well as air drills that will include live firing drills as well. So the writing is on the wall. China going the extra mile to showcase itself as a military superpower when it comes to this area, not wanting anybody to interfere, stating its old line that Taiwan belongs to China. But having said that, there is a deterrent factor from the other side as well. There are 4 to 5 US Navy warships, including the amphibious assault ship, as well as an aircraft carrier that is close to Taiwan at the moment. Taiwan also looking at Japan for any help if the need be. So all in all, it seems that, Taiwan is getting all the help that it needs. But it remains to be seen how this is going to pan out.
As we see Nancy Pelosi's movements here, Abhishek, I'd like you to give us an understanding on Nancy Pelosi's itinerary for the day. How long does she plan to remain in Taiwan? And this is really has resulted in tensions among the public as well. As much as Taiwanese there say that they love United States, they're very happy to have Nancy Pelosi there, etc. We understand that there's a larger sense of tension in the environment at this point.
Well, it's a short visit of Nancy Pelosi, and she's going to be here only for the day. This is part of the Asia tour that she's taken, which included other countries like Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea, as well as Japan. So very strong messaging when she chose to come to Taiwan. Only the first high-ranking elected dignitary from the US to have visited the country since 1997. So definitely a big message. And, it's clear now that China will continue to make aggressive moves. Aggressive posturing is likely new. How far they will go and stretch it to military action is difficult to say. They've been threatening to do so, but whether that happens or not is still not clear. And if at all that happens, what will be the kind of response, not just from Taiwan, but also close aides of Taiwan, in this case, US and possibly even Japan?
China has not wasted any time. In fact, even before Nancy Pelosi's visit, just as Pelosi even indicated that she might just be landing into Taiwan in an unscheduled visit, China was quick to respond, saying that starting from today, for the next week, we will up our military drills all across Taiwan, only in an intimidating tactic. But soon after Nancy Pelosi landed, sanctions have been imposed on Taiwan left, right and center. Imports and exports both halted on many levels across various other essential products. How is this really going to hit the Taiwanese economy at this point?
That's right. And, to add to these sanctions, when we're talking about military action, there is a larger game plan that China has. China wants to completely cut off and blockade the Taiwanese ports, from where a lot of trade happens, from where a lot of import and export of essential goods items takes place. So the military action also, is focusing not just military punitive measures, but also economic measures. If these ports are to be, blocked, obviously, the economy of Taiwan will take a hit. So it seems like a dual strategy, but it remains to be seen how these actions by China, if at all implemented, will be responded to. That's something that everybody is looking at very closely, because if there is a response with the help from US or any other country, then of course that could escalate to a bigger flare-up.
Let me quickly cut across to Caris, who's also a China expert. Currently, she's from Israel, joining us. Caris, we see Nancy Pelosi's movements in Taiwan, and she's moving with ease. She's got an overwhelming welcome there, or warmth and welcome that she may or may not have expected. But what we see there is that the president of Taiwan really guiding her through across many destinations. Today is her visit. It's a short visit, but surely a bold statement that's sent out. At this point, as much as Taiwan appreciates United States presence, the highest level official there landing into Taiwan land, as much as it appreciates its support, what much can the United States do on this heavy sanctions that China has imposed on Taiwan? It's really going to cripple their economy over time.
We saw this happen with Australia not that long ago, and relatively quickly, Australia was able to reorganize and redirect many of its exports. And over the midterm, China found itself suffering greatly. It diminished coal imports from Australia, and then it had brownouts in the winter of last year. So China has a food security issue. Xi Jinping and Premier Li Keqiang have both called for national security attention to food security, and that it is a critical issue. So blocking the imports of certain foods, I mean, they're going to citrus, as you mentioned. So it's not necessarily a foodstuff, but this can blow back for the Chinese, as it did with Australia. And the world will be very receptive to receiving Taiwanese exports. And I think that currently Taiwan foreign direct investment mainly goes to China. The Chinese of Taiwan are very comfortable dealing with the Chinese of China, and they spend most of their money there, not Europe, not the rest of the world. Perhaps this will motivate Taiwan to expand and become more assertive in its economic policy and create more opportunities. The same thing with its military training. We talk about these more intensive exercises being done by the PLA. The PLA has been chomping at the bit to have some kind of more intensive experience. For the last number of years, they have been very grateful to the United Nations for allowing their peacekeeping forces to be large in number and deployed as much as possible, and are frustrated when they're not more well deployed, because they need the battle experience, or at least some kind of experience. So here is a way of giving the PLA servicemen an opportunity to feel the pressure of some kind of military framework. Even though they're exercises, they're under this positioning that Xi Jinping has taken, that they have to take this very seriously, and imply that it could lead to something even more aggressive and dangerous. So they're giving their own...
Like you say that, at this point we get information that China has again vowed punishment to those who offend Beijing. China has said in its latest statement, and I quote, "Those who play with fire perish by it." This is more or less what China has maintained over the last few days, ever since Pelosi indicated a visit to Taiwan. China says Pelosi's Taiwan visit a farce. That's China's take on the United States highest office landing into Taiwan just amid a time when China was about to step up its activity in a bid to take back Taiwan into its fold. This has always been the intention China has held. Of course, Taiwan wanting to resist that, desperately wanting to be recognized as an independent nation. Taiwan has sought help and support from the United States, and it's not new, at least for the last 45 odd years. Taiwan and China, Taiwan and United States for that matter, have been of solid support to each other. At this point, China now very aggressive and angry with Nancy Pelosi's visit. China vows punishment to those who offend Beijing, and that's what it says. Those who play with fire perish by it. China's statement on Pelosi's visit, calling it a complete farce. Abhishek Balla for more on that. Abhishek, why exactly does China call Pelosi's Taiwan visit a farce? All right, I'm cutting across to Abhishek Balla in just a moment, but Karis, if you can hear me, our guest there, our China expert, to give us an understanding. Karis, Pelosi's Taiwan visit is an absolute farce, says China. How would you look at this?
Again, I think these are the things we have to expect that China will say, and I don't believe we need to make more out of it than it is. The words that were used and that you have just recited, trial by fire, etc., or play with fire, will perish by fire, these imply war to our ear. And I don't think that, war is not on the table. Calling it a farce is very much playing to the domestic audience. It's really important for the leadership in China to ensure that a sense of power is maintained domestically. Retaking Taiwan, so to speak, or reuniting with Taiwan, as China puts it, is a core goal of the party, that is the leadership. And many Chinese have been led to believe that if the leadership cannot handle a reunification, what is it doing, and cannot protect the Chinese in the South China Sea and in the first island ring? What right does it have to be in the position of leadership? So this is really existential, giving this impression to the domestic audience, and every country does it. The important thing for us is to remember that all steps taken should be short of exacerbating any kind of live conflict. We don't want to see anything like what happened in Ukraine. And I think that the Americans and the Chinese are very cognizant of this. And so we'll see many steps towards muscle flexing, but we need to be careful, and there needs to be back channel communication, which I'm quite sure that there is, in order to make sure that everything is tempered so that they can both save face and not create loss of life.
Right, Karis, do stay with us. Of course, as we see this from a larger perspective, we're looking at Taiwan, which is a really small island nation that's now up against China, a massive China. How does this small nation, Taiwan, really match up to China's might when it comes to war preparedness? Here's a quick comparison that I'm going to bring to you in terms of military muscle on both sides, China versus Taiwan. We're looking at China, that when it comes to fighter jets, China boasting of J-20 and Su-35s, while you have Taiwan, on the other hand, with F-16s and Mirage 2000. Furthermore, when it comes to bombers, China has boasted of H-6, which is in use extensively, while we're looking at Taiwan using USAF B-52s. And then attack helicopters, where China is using the sophisticated Z-10. On the other hand, we're looking at Taiwan that now is currently using the Apache and Super Cobra. And then again, attack drones, where China is using Wing Loong 2, while Taiwan now using Ten Yun 2, which is currently still under test. Here, China has sophisticated weaponry, and that's no doubt. Destroyers, on the other hand, where China is using Type 054, and here, on the other hand, Taiwan using Keelung class destroyers, submarines also, Type 93 that China has put to use, while Taiwan using Hai Lung class. These are sophisticated weaponaries which China has boasted of, but it doesn't seem like Taiwan can match up to it, but certainly Taiwan managing at this point with whatever they have, with the support of the United States that they're hoping to get. All right, we have some big breaking news coming in on that front. Pakistan has now come out in support of China. In the latest, Pakistan reaffirms one China policy. Pakistan has backed its all-weather friend China. Pakistan, as we know, has always been a friendly nation to China. Pakistan now comes out in support of China over the United States, and United States visit the highest level office visiting Taiwan after 25 years, asserting support to Taiwan against China. Pakistan now has stepped up its support to China, reaffirming the one China policy, backing its all-weather friend China. Pakistan reaffirming China's, in fact, one China policy of the country. Cutting across to Abhishek Balla for more on that. Abhishek, Pakistan, as expected, has supported China and reaffirms the one China policy. What more do we know?
Surprising at all, considering the close relations China and Pakistan have. And these relations are not just at the diplomatic or political level. They are very strong military ties, one can say strategic ties. And the best example is the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor that cuts through Kashmir. So this was expected at the military level. There are a lot of exchanges between the two countries. A lot of military hardware, military platforms have come from China in Pakistan. So this was really on the cards. Very close friends, we can safely say that in terms of military and strategy. And one would rather expect Pakistan to come out in support of China and, in fact, back that one China policy that China always, speaks about.
All right, Abhishek, thank you very much on that. I'm going to come back to you, but for now, we're slipping in a short break on this. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
For starters, if China attacks Taiwan, it won't just be Taiwan defending, because Taiwan has very powerful allies. Because if attacked, the United States as well as Japan have committed to entering the battle and defending Taiwan. So let's get that out of the way. Taiwan is not alone in this fight, despite being a tiny little island. Third point, the Taiwan Strait is 128 kilometers at its narrowest point. So it's not like Taiwan is just next door. There's a fair bit of ocean to go across to reach Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan isn't just some ramshackle island. It has advanced air force and air defense assets, fighter aircraft, Patriot missiles, all kinds of very, very advanced weaponry supplied by the United States. The invading force, that is China in this case, will need to move most of its troops and occupying forces by sea if it wants to invade. The invading force would therefore be necessarily slow and therefore vulnerable to anti-ship attacks from Taiwan. And Taiwan is bristling with anti-ship weaponry. The cities and targets in Taiwan are majorly spread out. So it's not like there are very, very few targets that can be engaged. There are all the military bases and cities are hugely spread out, so it's difficult where to attack from. The western edge of Taiwan, that is the edge of Taiwan that faces China, is a very riverine area with cliffs and canals, and therefore it does not afford an opportune or optimum area to attack from, and that's the one that China will have to look at. There are very few beaches for possible Chinese amphibious landings.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
As we track the story, China very upset, vows punishment to those who offend Beijing. China has said those who play with fire perish by it. China says Pelosi's Taiwan visit is only a farce. This is China's take on this. Several Chinese officials now addressing the media, of course acknowledging Pelosi's presence in Taiwan right now. Here's a listen.
谢谢凤凰卫视的记者。我们还看到佩洛西在《华盛顿邮报》发表文章说，中方对香港人权及自由实施残酷镇压，在新疆、西藏等地侵犯少数民族权利，美国不能袖手旁观。请问中方对此有何评论？谢谢。
佩洛西他说美国不能袖手旁观，可是大家都怎么觉得他们对自己国内的问题都是在袖手旁观呢？ 他对于自己国内千疮百孔的问题视而不见，不关心自己国内人民的生机福利，却不断的作秀，重复着那些早已被无数事实证明是世纪谎言的东西。他的这种作为，深刻的展现了什么是装睡叫不醒的人，也暴露出美国那些政客的虚伪和丑陋。 也充分暴露了他们打着人权的旗号干涉他国内政、破坏中国稳定、遏制中国发展的险恶用心。
谢谢发言人。环球时报记者提问：关于佩洛西窜台，美国政府官员进行狡辩，甚至倒打一耙。 如白宫国家安全顾问沙利文称，中方试图将历史常态变成一场危机，是推动局势升级一方。美国白宫国安会战略沟通协调员科比称，佩此访不违反美奉行的一个中国政策。请问中方对此有何评论？谢谢。
我觉得你概括的非常的准。那么美方的官员呢是在竭力的狡辩。 甚至倒打一耙，而且呢还在贼喊。
All right, those are China's officials there addressing the media as Nancy Pelosi at this point, even as we speak, is in Taiwan. She's right now visiting the Taiwan's White Memorial. She's had a great welcome there, quite a warm welcome as she arrives. You have buildings decorated, Taiwanese people there thanking Nancy Pelosi's visit, saying Taiwan loves the United States. This is nothing less than adding insult to injury. China, of course, seething at this point. Carice, who is a China expert, to give us an understanding on this. Carice, now we're looking at Chinese officials addressing the media. It seems like they're really stepping up their rhetoric or their narrative against the United States at this point. But can China really afford to take United States head on?
Absolutely not. Not now. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, it does not have the battle experience. Someone sent me a note about U.S. F-35s being dirty and the Chinese planes are clean, which tells you a lot. I think that these are the comments. Again, we have to expect this. It is natural. China has many, many tools to reunify Taiwan short of shooting and war. I think that because of Ukraine, China was reverting further away from a more military tool and to turn to all that other, all the other options that it has. I don't think this is going to push China to take more military action directly against Taiwan. It will continue and it will definitely ramp up its exercises and it will become more aggressive more often and closer to the red line of Taiwan. It will be it will add a lot of pressure to the island, and the question will be how will United States and many other countries Europe especially react. And I think you're going to see a ramp up of military presence from the world, or many points on the world, in the South China Sea and in the Straits. This is a problem because the more aircraft you have in the air, the more dangerous it is to have an accident. And that could actually lead to the kind of fire that we are all concerned about. So we hope that the diplomatic moves and the commentary will be more of the focus, and economic. And again, I think that the Chinese don't realize, or perhaps don't are not able to recognize right now, how all of these actions have very unforeseen ramifications. As I said, we in Israel, and everyone knows, we have suffered so many wars, and the people who are most against going to war, taking military action, are the generals who are very familiar with what it really means and how difficult it is to quote unquote win. And I think we're seeing this live and in real time in Ukraine, and we all need to be aware that threats do not a war win.
You know, we're seeing really a firestorm with diplomatic, this diplomacy here between the two nations. And we believe that China was just about attempting to make peace with the United States. There's a Congress that's due to happen in 2 weeks' time. And it was just China's efforts, Xi Jinping's efforts to make peace with the United States, as we're seeing faltering economy there. So they're trying to better things. And at this point, Nancy Pelosi's visit has really blown things off. So do you think, will China think twice before stepping up their aggression against Taiwan or the United States, considering its own weakened economy?
I think that you're absolutely right, that I wouldn't call it making peace with America, but I definitely think it wanted to tone down the tensions. And the call between the two leaders did seem to take ratchet back those tensions a bit. Unfortunately, Pelosi's visit has erased any good work that they did, and I'm afraid dropped us to a new low. It will be difficult for both of them to claw their way back to some kind of rapprochement, of accepting somehow the status quo. But the United States continues, and even in China, in Taiwan, Pelosi said, we respect the one China policy, which is not the one China principle. They're two totally different ideas. And if anybody has a chance to look into it, they should absolutely understand that the one China policy allows the world to accept the status quo, which is a non-aggressive situation. How long it can last is definitely a question, but it's very important that we understand the United States does not want to go to war with China. It does have a weakened economy itself. China's economy is in as bad, if not worse, situation for both policy-driven reasons and as well as the global situation. And so at the end of the day, they have a lot of motivation to ensure that this conflict stays in the diplomatic arena.
All right. Carice, stay with us. A quick word from Abhishek Bhalla, our National Affairs Editor. Abhishek, here China, as it digs in its heels, it appears Pakistan has come out in support of China, hailing its one China policy. What does this really mean wholly?
Well, Pakistan has been an old friend of China, and not really surprising that China is backing Pakistan is backing whatever China is saying. The two countries have a very close military and strategic relationship. It's not limited to a political or a diplomatic relationship, but it's always been very strategic. And one example of that is the China-Pakistan economic corridor that cuts through Kashmir. A lot of military hardware that Pakistan uses comes from China. So really no surprise why Pakistan is backing this one China policy and is backing the narrative of Beijing in this entire confrontation that we are seeing, which involves not just China and Taiwan, but several other countries, including the United States of America and also Japan, which is being seen as a close ally of Taiwan, if at all this flare-up is to get intensified.
Abhishek, like Carice was just mentioning, it appears that China was really trying to make amends with United States in light of the Congress event that's coming in 2 weeks. But it seems like this visit by Pelosi has really nosedived that effort. China right now is so angry with the United States, but one can only ask, what maximum can China really do?
Well, in the run-up to this visit, there was a lot of provocation from Beijing. There were air incursions repeatedly that took place. And in fact, there was a lot of fear in Taiwan. Taiwan had been carrying out drills to be prepared in case there is an air raid. And those drills were very similar to what was happening in Ukraine when a real war was actually going on. Now, now that the visit has happened, much like before in similar situations, China is looking for an honorable exit. Something of that nature has happened even in Ladakh. The stalemate has continued for over 1 year now. And whenever, China sees itself in this kind of a situation, before it ups the ante and, continues aggressive maneuvering, not just on the ground, but also playing mind games and propaganda and setting a narrative of, taking some big military punitive action. That's when, they need to get an honorable exit as well. And they are facing a similar situation right now. We'll have to wait and watch how things exactly pan out and who takes the next step and whether China can get that honorable exit that it's looking for.
Well, can China really get an honorable exit here? Because it seems like US has taken this up head on too. US has said any aggression from China, they're going to give full support to Taiwan in whatever sense, even if it means military aid. And that would only mean confronting China, eyeball to eyeball confrontation. Eventually, we're really looking at this conflict to be dragged on for quite a long while. Doesn't seem like this is ending here anytime soon.
Well, it seems that there can be some kind of a confrontation, whether it takes the shape of a military flare-up or military operations. It would be difficult to predict. But yes, at least on ground, in this case, in the waters, there are attempts by both the sides to send a message that they are well prepared. China is looking at encircling the island of Taiwan. They have already, moved their warships, and they are looking at creating a blockade for some of the important ports of Taiwan, which will not just be a military action, but it will also impact the economics and the economy of Taiwan, because if those ports are blocked, then obviously trade is impacted. On the other hand, the US Navy, which was in the area from before, has also, made some forward movement. There are 4 to 5 warships, including their aircraft carrier, which is closer to Taiwan now. So, from both sides, there are aggressive maneuvers being made.
And we see that happening. Abhishek Balla, thank you very much. We'll come back to you for more on that. But for now, we're slipping into a short break. We'll be right back with all that news coming in from China as their officials now addressing the media one after the other. And they seethe with anger while Nancy Pelosi visits memorial in Taiwan. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. Brokerage Kyun Dena, nobroker.com hai na.
All eyes on island of Taiwan. Pelosi in Taiwan, China breathes fire. Only channel live in Taipei. China threatened action. What next? Fighters and warships buzz around Taiwan. World holds breath. Another conflict brewing. Superpower standoff over tiny Taiwan. Relentless ground coverage from Taiwan and China. Maximum focus, maximum reporters. The Taiwan Tucker.
India today on top of this story, tense face-off between China and the United States over Taiwan as Nancy Pelosi is currently in Taiwan visiting a memorial. We're going to take you through that top news. I'm Nabila Jamal. First, the headlines. America's first Taiwan pit stop in 25 years. Pelosi meets Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen, sends out a strong message, hails Taiwan's resilience.
43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan.
Global flashpoint over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit, warns U.S., says those who play with fire perish by it. A political showdown over Tiranga Yatra. BJP hits out at the opposition for not participating in the rally, says Tiranga does not belong to one party. The opposition hits back. India Today exposes the modus operandi of Bengal cash for jobs scam, fake appointment letters to scanned signatures, all used to dupe aspirants. A big Lingayat push by the Congress in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi meets with Lingayat seers. Mega outreach ahead of the 2023 polls. Today is also Siddaramaia's birthday. A massive rally to be carried out. All right, as aggressive, angry China steps up its provocative drills, I'm going to take you through those top defining images on the China-Taiwan conflict. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi has arrived in Taiwan, has met with Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. Pelosi has affirmed support to Taiwan, thanked the President for honoring her with the Order of Propitious Clouds with special grand cordon. Chinese's People Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command has sent out advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. The combat joint exercises are in response to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The Chinese army began joint military exercises surrounding the island of Taiwan, featuring stealth fighter jets and test firing of conventional missiles. These are videos released by the Chinese army in an intimidation tactic. And ahead of Pelosi's Taiwan visit, Global Times, the Chinese mouthpiece publication, put out a propaganda video stating that they're ready for combat with China's Type 075 amphibious assault ship Hainan, all ready and gearing. And military sirens have been activated in China amid repeated warnings from Beijing against Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. This is China saying, we mean what we say. Taiwan hails its friendship with the United States. Defining image here on your screens, really capturing the welcome for Pelosi right in the skyscrapers there, where it reads, Taiwan loves the United States. Indeed, a warm welcome to Pelosi in Taiwan. Now, the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan draws Beijing's scorn. Pelosi has addressed Taiwan's parliament, met with its president as well as its legislatures. Pelosi has thanked President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, called for increased inter-parliamentary cooperation on this regard. She's claimed that the United States is in solidarity with Taiwan and is committed to increased cooperation. Pelosi has also said here that the new U.S. legislation aims at strengthening American chip industry to compete with China and offers great opportunity for U.S.-Taiwan's economic cooperation as well. Meantime, Taiwan's Ministry of Defense has held a press conference accusing China of violating the international laws and Taiwan's sovereignty. Taiwan's attack was on China's live-fire military exercises that will be taking place in 6 zones around Taiwan, as promised by China as part of their aggression. Taiwan has claimed that some of them overlapped with Taiwan's territorial waters. Taiwan government now has announced increased military alert after Nancy Pelosi's visit. In fact, they expect more sanctions and aggression coming from China.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the one China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. Right now, a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize and we have to show the world, and that's one of the purposes of our trip, to show the world the success of the people of Taiwan, their courage to change their own country to become more democratic. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership, grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world. Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are three principal pillars of our travel. In all three areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You are a model to the world.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. The representatives here today are all important leaders in the House and have long made proactive efforts to promote progress in Taiwan-U.S. relations in all areas. We are truly grateful to you for making this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan.
All right, as Nancy Pelosi right now is still in Taiwan, we know that China's aggression is on full display all across the Taiwanese borders. Carice Witte, who's a China expert, joining us. We also have National Affairs Editor of India Today, Abhishek Balla, also joining us for more on that. Carice, to start with you, the sanctions that China has imposed on Taiwan, it's really going to have a detrimental effect on the Taiwanese economy over time. Do you believe that the United States, which is showing strong support, how far can it go to help Taiwan stabilize its economy or keep its economy stable, if in case of a near collapse situation?
I don't see a near collapse in the cards in any way whatsoever. I think in the short term, there will be some challenges, but in the mid to long term, Taiwan will identify new markets. The United States can certainly help facilitate that. New free trade agreements can be established and new lines of traffic of goods can be formed. It is very important that the ports remain open, and I think that freedom of movement out of the Taiwanese ports will be very critical to maintain.
And that's precisely what China has promised, to disrupt the Taiwan Strait, where shipping and its air traffic will be disrupted, and they've promised to do that. And that's one of the busiest trade routes. If that's stopped or disrupted, we're going to see a devastating effect on Taiwan.
This would be critical, and I think there will be a balanced tension between U.S. support and other, perhaps European support in the Taiwan Strait. I think China recognizes that it can't press that too hard, because if it does try to choke the economy, that's almost, I wouldn't say a declaration of war, but it requires very serious action. So we'll hope to see some limited effort on their part. I also want to remind you how significant this is for the People's Republic of China. They were the sick man of Asia. They were, they call the 100 years of humiliation, that period of time. And the national rejuvenation is the answer to that. And national rejuvenation has been tied to reunification with Taiwan. So from the Chinese perspective, this is an existential issue. I don't know if everyone in your audience realizes that just because Taiwan is small and doesn't have a huge economy, does not recognize how really important it is to the storyline, the narrative of the People's Republic. So we need to take this into consideration and address it accordingly. I also want to mention that the Taiwanese themselves have not ever fought a battle of survival in recent history, if at all, and they are not ready for defending themselves against someone, such a powerful opposition as the People's Republic of China.
Right.
So they must, like Ukraine was in 2014, they had about 40,000 troops. After Crimea, it went up to 300,000 troops. They began very serious training, began to arm themselves very seriously, and it's likely that this is the kind of transformation that we will start to see in Taiwan.
Right. You know, can you stay with us, Abhishek Balla, for more on that? And since you spoke of the defense capabilities, Abhishek, we want to know and understand China with its sophisticated weaponry. Is there any match that Taiwan would have in case they step up aggression?
Well, theoretically, on paper, Taiwan is dwarfed in front of China when it comes to military capabilities. The kind of platforms, not just in terms of numbers, but also the capabilities that China has. Obviously, Taiwan does not have. But Nabila, things are a little different if a conflict were to escalate here, because this is not a usual land conflict that will be fought. Taiwan is an island nation, so any kind of advancement towards Taiwan will be a completely different ball game. And when it comes to maritime operations, you know, things can be extremely different. We've seen how in the Black Sea, Ukraine was able to step up its game and, you know, took on the Russians. In fact, they also were successful in bringing down one of the flagships of the Russian fleet, the Moskva. So, you know, there are things that are completely different when it comes to maritime warfare. The role of drones is also something which will be very significant if at all there is a flare-up. So, yes, while China has much superior military capabilities, Taiwan can hold on at least for some time, and if they get the kind of aid and assistance from countries like US and Japan, then, you know, the Chinese can be in for a surprise.
All right. You know, Abhishek, do stay with us. China, of course, can be taken in by surprise if Taiwan has enough and more support, not just from the United States, but extensively from other global leaders. Akshita there explains to us what really can China do to counter US-Taiwan tango near its borders. Here is what China is mulling over.
Let's talk about what kind of a response China could put forth. They've already been putting out warnings, very provocative statements, military drills, etc. But going forward, there's global suspense right now about what China will do, because they warned definitely of retaliation. There could be possibly military retaliation against the United States, but this is highly unlikely, considering that even China knows what they're up against. The Chinese are taking military action against Taiwan, again, very unlikely at this point. They could, however, raise military temperatures around Taiwan. This is already happening right now, because you're seeing military drills happening in the Taiwan Strait, as well as 5 other locations surrounding the island nation. So this is happening and could in fact be increased and escalated a lot more. China tightening the area denial in the South China Sea. Again, likely South China Sea dispute could heat up in the coming weeks. An economic clampdown on Taiwan, something that's not just likely, but has already begun, with imports on citrus fruits, all of that being suspended right now by China. Trade aggression against the United States in the form of economic sanctions. This is also highly possible as a step being taken by China. We've seen what's happened between Russia and Ukraine, and how sanctions now is the way forward. China could take a leaf out of that book. China could also accelerate the steps for the reunification of Taiwan. And this, at this point, is unclear of how China will go about this, what kind of steps they could take on this particular front. But it's like we said, Taiwan, no doubt, is going to face the heat of whatever retaliation or steps China takes.
Now, China is taking all measures from military drills to trade bans against Taiwan, opposing U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. Chinese People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command will be holding joint military operations, including maritime and air drills around Taiwan. PLA has sent out advanced airplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces as well. China will be carrying out long-range artillery shooting in Taiwan Straits and conventional missile test firing in sea regions of east of Taiwan. Meanwhile, China has now listed out at least 2,066 Taiwanese food items as being subject to import suspension, including that of citrus fruits, fish products, bakery goods. China has also suspended the exports of natural sand to Taiwan. In another probable sign of China's wrath, a number of Taiwan government websites, including that of the Foreign Ministry and the Presidential Office, were hit by cyber attacks. All right, we have some big news coming in on that front. Red alert being imposed over Pelosi's Taiwan visit. Taiwan speeds up attack drone program. Taiwan set to receive 4 U.S. Predator drones. Taiwan focuses on combat drone to counter China. This is a red alert now over Pelosi's Taiwan visit. In fact, Taiwan now speeding up its attack drone program. Taiwan is all set to receive 4 U.S. Predator drones while it focuses on combat drones to counter China. This comes as China has carried out military drills in a move to provoke and, of course, intimidate Taiwan, as Nancy Pelosi currently is in the island nation. She's, in fact, accompanied by the president of Taiwan herself. She's been guided to a few prominent locations after the parliamentary visit. So it appears that Taiwan has wholeheartedly, very warmly welcomed Nancy Pelosi. And it seems like now China, as promised, has stepped up its aggression while its missiles hovering around Taiwan. And in fact, Taiwan also now speeding up its attack drone program only for a fitting counter in case.
What does the surgical drone strike on Al-Qaeda terrorist chief Zawahiri have in common with faraway Taiwan? In case you're wondering, the tiny island off China's coast that's now in the full blast of Chinese war drums recently completed long-range test flights of its own clone of the US Predator drone. Designated Tengyun-2, the intended attack drone system was recently tested by Taiwan over ocean for the first time, proving its endurance and optical equipment. The indigenous Taiwanese drone, part of the island's big focus on self-reliance and weaponry against China, is modeled very much on the US Predator and Reaper drones, a tried and tested airframe for long-range strike missions, as recently demonstrated in Afghanistan. Parallel to the domestic combat drone program, Taiwan is set to receive 4 US-built, optionally armed Predator drones starting 2025. In fact, the Taiwanese drone is being developed to carry and fire the very same AGM-114 Hellfire laser-guided missile variants of the kind that the US uses in drone strikes, as well as the one that killed al-Zawahiri. Taiwan's big focus on indigenous combat drone weaponry has been speeded up further by the Russia-Ukraine war, with the island taking note of the effective use of Turkish Bayraktar 2 combat drones in that ongoing conflict. Taiwan has already developed 2 suicide drones, the Tengyun-1 and the Qianxiang. Taiwan's national focus on combat drones is fully in keeping with the island's so-called porcupine strategy, which is to defend against China using a multiplicity of small but painful defenses that together offer a formidable proposition against any aggression or even a potential Chinese invasion. With vastly more internal resources, China is significantly ahead in the combat drone space, having developed and deployed most recently the Wing-Loong 2 strike drone in the last few years. Advanced versions of the Wing-Loong 2 are capable of carrying a dozen strike munitions with flying endurance in excess of 24 hours, making it a potent bombing platform in active Chinese service. The Wing-Loong 2 has been exported to several countries, with Pakistan also signing up for at least 48 of this type. In the unlikelihood of open military hostilities, a drone war between China and Taiwan isn't beyond the realm of possibility. Both countries will be watching each other's programs very closely. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Taiwan, as we know here, small island, about 100 miles from mainland China. It has a strong security grid, but can Taiwan really take on China militarily? In fact, after a staggering difference, not just in the size of the country, but also the size of armed forces, weapons and systems, it appears that Taiwan now really bucking up. Abhishek Balla bringing us the latest on the military balance as questions remain. Will the US back Taiwan at this point with regards to military aid? Should the balloon go up and back only with weapons supplies or also boots on ground? Let's have a listen.
China has been flexing its muscles eyeing Taiwan. Chinese fighter jets zooming into Taiwanese airspace. Frequent air incursions have become a bullying tactic, keeping the island nation on edge. China's aggressive maneuvers are a chilling reminder of how Russia invaded Ukraine. The threat is real. In response, Taiwan has been carrying out exercises to combat air raids. Mock missile alerts, sirens being sounded, people rushing indoors, much like the recent scenes in Ukraine, where a real war is still on. And amidst all this now comes the big warning from Beijing. China has spoken of serious consequences if US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan. This has far-reaching geopolitical ramifications, making America wary. If the visit were to happen, Pelosi would be the highest-ranking US politician to travel to Taiwan since 1997.
There is no comparison of China and Taiwan's, military expenditure, the strength of their militaries, the size of their armies, the size of their, aircraft, the size of their land power. So there's on every single parameter, China kind of outshines Taiwan.
China claims Taiwan, a democratically run island nation close to its southeastern coast, as its territory. This has always been rejected by Taiwan. China has not taken the growing diplomacy and Taiwan cozying up to the US very well. As another conflict looms large, is Taiwan ready to take on a mighty China? Here too, there are similarities with the Russia-Ukraine war. In case of a military confrontation, China's resources look to overpower Taiwan. China is not ruling out a military response. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijian warned of firm and resolute measures and that the US will be responsible for the serious consequences if Mrs. Pelosi went ahead with her visit. The military response has been even more aggressive. If the US side insists on going ahead, the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take strong measures to thwart any external interference and separatist attempts for Taiwanese independence. Colonel Tan Keifei told the China Daily. Here's how the two militaries stand against each other. China's military budget is $252 billion compared to a meager $13 billion of Taiwan. In terms of numbers, Taiwan is not a match for China. China has roughly 20 lakh active military personnel compared to 1,63,000 in Taiwan. China has over 4,000 combat aircraft, while Taiwan only a little over 800. China's combat fleet is far superior to what Taiwan has. When it comes to tanks, China has over 5,000, Taiwan only 1,700. In terms of armored vehicles, China has 14,000 compared to Taiwan's tiny 1,700. In artillery too, China completely dwarfs Taiwan. Coming to maritime power, once again the Chinese Navy has far more firepower. China has over 700 frontline ships, Taiwan has under 100. China has 2 functional aircraft carriers, with a third one almost ready. Taiwan doesn't have the luxury of having even one. The Chinese Navy has over 70 submarines, while Taiwan has only 4. A direct comparison of the militaries doesn't paint an accurate picture, though, of what it would be like if the two countries actually went into war. Taiwan, as it stands, enjoys the support of many countries across the world. But whether this new flashpoint will escalate to a full-scale conflict or not is difficult to predict. But with tensions rising and China's aggressive moves, a flare-up cannot be ruled out. The world is closely keeping an eye on China's next moves. With Abhishek Balla in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, as we saw, India Today Shiva Road explains to us why exactly can't giant China invade tiny Taiwan. Listen in.
If China attacks Taiwan, it won't just be Taiwan defending, because Taiwan has very powerful allies. Because if attacked, the United States as well as Japan have committed to entering the battle and defending Taiwan. So let's get that out of the way. Taiwan is not alone in this fight, despite being a tiny little island. Third point, the Taiwan Strait is 128 kilometers at its narrowest point. So it's not like Taiwan is just next door. There's a fair bit of ocean to go across to reach Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan isn't just some ramshackle island. It has advanced air force and air defense assets, fighter aircraft, Patriot missiles, all kinds of very, very advanced weaponry supplied by the United States. The invading force, that is China in this case, will need to move most of its troops and occupying forces by sea if it wants to invade. The invading force would therefore be necessarily slow and therefore vulnerable to anti-ship attacks from Taiwan. And Taiwan is bristling with anti-ship weaponry. The cities and targets in Taiwan are majorly spread out. So it's not like there are very, very few targets that can be engaged. There are all the military bases and cities are hugely spread out, so it's difficult where to attack from. The western edge of Taiwan, that is the edge of Taiwan that faces China, is a very riverine area with cliffs and canals, and therefore it does not afford an opportune or optimum area to attack from, and that's the one that China will have to look at. There are very few beaches for possible Chinese amphibious landings on the island of Taiwan, so that's another big, big hurdle if China wants to take Taiwan by force. There are many, apart from the main island of Taiwan, there are many small Taiwanese islets in the Taiwan Strait which have huge numbers of anti-ship and air defenses as well as radars which are constantly trained and looking at China and Chinese movements. It would be very difficult for the People's Liberation Army, Air Force, Navy to seize the ports and airstrips in Taiwan without simply destroying them. And once they destroy them, they will have no further use for them. So it's a huge paradox. If they want to take control of those crucial infrastructural points, the seaports and the airports, they can't do it without a fight. And with a fight, they'll be destroyed. And therefore, they probably won't have any more use for them.
All right, here's now a quick look at all those developments coming in surrounding US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit, as she's currently in the island nation. Speaking at Taiwan's parliament, US Speaker Nancy Pelosi has pushed for an increased inter-parliamentary dialogue between the two countries. Says purpose of her visit: global security, economics and governance. China has condemned Pelosi's Taiwan visit. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has urged US to stop interfering in China's reunification, sabotaging its development, manipulating geopolitical tactics and confusing the right and the wrong. White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby, US, had anticipated all of China's reactions after Pelosi's Taiwan visit. Says US expects China to continue to react over a longer term adds that United States didn't seek or want a crisis. Russia and North Korea slam Pelosi's Taiwan visit. Russia has called it a clear provocation, says China has the right to take measures to protect its sovereignty. North Korea has called the visit as imprudent interference of United States in China's internal affairs. And China Customs suspends imports of citrus fruits, fish products, chilled white hairtail and frozen horse mackerels from Taiwan. China has also suspended the export of natural sand to Taiwan. Now, let's take a quick listen. Akshita elaborates for us on the route which Pelosi has taken to Taiwan. Here's a look.
Let's explain for you now the route that Nancy Pelosi took to get to Taiwan. There was a lot of speculation whether China would allow her to actually land in Taipei, but they did. There was no stopping her or blocking her. And to show you the flight path, which we track live here on India Today, from the United States on July 30th, this is, remember, a multi-Asia tour that Nancy Pelosi took up. She first made her way to Singapore, the very next day to Malaysia, and then to Taiwan. Even in Taiwan, it's a brief 24-hour visit. But this particular flight path that she took, it led to endless speculation and, believe it or not, actually broke records. Because on Flight Radar, there were scores of people who were tracking this live. The most number of people in history to have tracked a flight path live and so closely, so much so that the website kept crashing. But this is how she made her way to Taiwan. Remember that later today, she will be leaving. Brief visit to each of these areas, to Singapore, Malaysia, and then to Taiwan.
And meanwhile, Pakistan has backed China, saying that it's committed to one China policy and firmly supports China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia and North Korea has slammed the United States over Pelosi's Taiwan visit while siding with China. Russia's foreign ministry has called Pelosi's visit a clear provocation, says China had the right to take measures to protect its sovereignty. North Korea has meanwhile called Pelosi's visit as imprudent interference of US in China's internal affairs. North Korea has vehemently denounced any external forces interference in the issue of Taiwan, expressed full support for China, its major ally and economic lifeline. China's UK ambassador, Zhen Ziguang, vowed severe consequences if at all British lawmakers visit Taiwan. Britain's House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee was reportedly planning a visit to Taiwan in November this year. Japan has also expressed concerns over China's Taiwan Strait military drills.
转移至2号预定地域，继续向敌展开猛烈打击。
Now, as we see, China has increasingly become more belligerent and is seen to be using its Belt and Road Initiative to spread its sphere of influence by hook or crook. Several countries that fell into China's debt trap are now increasingly waking up to the threat currently posed by China. In United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, aspiring to be the British Prime Minister, has said that China poses the biggest threat even in Britain. Take a listen.
An aggressive military power, an economic superpower. China's hostile policies have kept its neighbors and the West forever on the edge. The latest leader to talk of the China threat is Britain's Prime Minister contender Rishi Sunak, who labelled Beijing as UK's enemy number one. During his campaign, Rishi Sunak laid out his plans to take on China if he made it to 10 Downing Street. Sunak said he would close all 30 Confucius institutes running in Britain to prevent the spread of Chinese influence through culture and language. Britain's spy agency MI5 will be employed to combat Chinese espionage. Sunak claimed the dragon was stealing UK's technology. The former finance minister of Britain recognized the threat China was posing to India. India has been in a standoff with China alongside the LAC for 2 years now, with more than 15 rounds of talks bearing no fruit. India has cracked down on Chinese business, its apps following the face-off. But nothing has stirred China as it keeps provoking Indian forces stationed in eastern Ladakh. US-China ties are faring no better. The latest confrontation is over Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the growing flashpoint in Asia. Many other nations share concerns over China's expansionist vision, but Beijing appears unfazed despite slowly being isolated in the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now coming up on the other side, political showdown over Tiranga Yatra pulled off by the BJP. BJP hits out at the opposition for not participating in this national Tiranga Yatra. More details up next. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Little darling, don't shed no tear.
First movie just gave us a glimpse of Wakanda, and now it was introduced to the world. We just wanted to continue telling the story of these wonderful people.
We all understand just how necessary and how special this project coming at this moment in time is for a variety of reasons. And when you think about the people, the minds, the talent coming together to tell that story, it's absolutely a spiritual experience.
You know, I walked into this trying to manage my expectations, because the really powerful thing of Black Panther 1 was that it was so special and it was such a big watershed moment that it can't be recreated. So I walked in thinking, let's not expect Black Panther 1.
Now, a mega showdown over Tiranga Yatra. On Wednesday, the Culture Ministry organized a Tiranga bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Vice President Venkaiah Naidu himself flagged off this bike rally for MPs from the Red Fort. BJP has come out all guns blazing at the opposition leaders for not attending this bike rally. Union Minister Smriti Irani attacked the opposition, saying Tiranga belongs to everyone, not just to a single party. In no time, Congress hit back at the centre, accusing the BJP of politicizing this event. Meanwhile, after the Prime Minister urged citizens to use a tricolour as their profile pictures to make Har Ghar Tiranga a mass movement, Congress MP and leader Rahul Gandhi has changed his Twitter profile picture to a picture of Nehru holding a Tiranga. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti also waded into this Tiranga row. Mufti has put out a picture of Jammu and Kashmir flag as her Twitter profile picture.
The Har Ghar Tiranga appeal made by the Prime Minister can now be seen on the roads of the national capital. What you see behind me are most of the MPs and most of the MLAs who are on the bikes in the national capital. They are moving from Red Fort, going all the way till Vijay Chowk, which is near the Parliament. Roughly it's 6 kilometers, and this is being done to make sure that everyone puts his or her display picture as the national flag. We also saw how the Home Minister Amit Shah had facilitated the family members of Pingle Venkaiah, the man who built the national flag, the flag which joins everyone, the flag which gives us a patriotic feeling. So the government is now appealing to the people so that everyone has a national flag atop their homes on the 15th of August, because this 15th of August will be the 75th Independence Day of the country, and the government wants people to make sure that they feel proud. And what you see around me is one of the functions which the government is doing at the moment. With camera person Ajay Thakur, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
ये अमृत काल में जो भारत का प्रवेश हुआ है वो अपेक्षाओं से भरा है, उम्मीदों से भरा है, संकल्पों से भरा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा सबका साथ सबका विकास, लेकिन आने वाले 25 साल भारत सर्वोच्च स्थान हर क्षेत्र में प्राप्त करेगा अगर सबका प्रयास।
ये स्कूटर चलाने का अनुभव कैसा है स्मृति जी?
मैं सालों से चला रही हूँ भाई साहब, दिल्ली वालों को पहली बार दिखा होगा।
लेकिन मैम कौन देशभक्त है सब जानते हैं, कितना देशभक्ति है कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करने के लिए जो अखबार निकाला गया था आज़ादी की वो जंग के समय, उनके खिलाफ आज जिस घिनौने साजिश हो रहे हैं उसको भी थोड़ा याद करो और उसको भी देखा करो। हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे, ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे? हमारा खादी को ख़त्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी, क्या हो रहा है ये? सारे हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं, और गांधी जी का जो सपना था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सरकारी दफ्तरों या कुछ परिवारों तक सीमित नहीं रहेगा, यह देश के हर घर तक ये तिरंगा पहुंचेगा।
सर, युवाओं को मैसेज देने की कोशिश ज्यादा है इस बार कि उनके मन में राष्ट्रभक्ति की भावना पैदा आ सके।
जी बिल्कुल, आज जो आज़ादी का त्यौहार है, हम याद करें उन लोगों को जिन्होंने हमारे लिए बलिदान दिया, जिनके कारण से हम आज खुले आसमान में सांस ले पा रहे हैं। और हमें भी आज अपना बलिदान एक देना है, समय से, अपने परिश्रम से, अपने हुनर सीखने से, हर तरह से योगदान देना है भारत को मजबूत बनाने के लिए।
ये जो स्वैग दिखाई पड़ रहा है, ये पूर्व सांसद का है, मंत्री का है या पूर्व फौजी का है?
ये तो एक देशभक्त का है, एक भारतीय नागरिक का है।
Where there is importance and necessary to join, there they are not allowing to have a discussion on price rise, inflation, and this is a pretension that they believe in Tiranga. For 52 years they had not respected Tiranga, and Golwalkar said that this should be discarded. They internally even do Tiranga, and the government is nothing reflection of BJP. So we know the stand of BJP. We don't want to fall in trap of BJP. We are true believer of Tiranga. It was invented by us, brought by us, propagated by us, done by us. It's they who should look into themselves that They are forced, it's a victory of the Congress, they are forced to recognize and respect the Tiranga.
Will these people not put up the Tiranga in their display pics of social media or outside their houses between 13th to 15th August merely because they hate one party or one person? That should not be the way politics is done in a democracy. We may have matbhed, but it can never be manbhed against the institutions of our democracy, against the institutions of our nation, and against the symbols of our nation that are sacred to us. Perhaps their attendance at such a program would have given a good message to the entire country.
ये जो अभियान शुरू किया है यह हर भारतीय के लिए है और ज़रूर हर भारतीय जो अपने आप को गर्व महसूस करता है कि मैं भारतीय हूँ उसको अपने घर पे झंडा लगाना चाहिए और ये बहुत गर्व वाली बात है और मैं तो ज़रूर लगाऊंगा, डीपी भी बदलूंगा अपनी और घर के ऊपर झंडा भी लहराऊंगा और ये इस महीने के लिए नहीं होना चाहिए, ये तो सालों साल ये जो है वो होना चाहिए क्योंकि झंडा हमारी पहचान है।
तो देशभक्ति झंडे पर ही थोड़ी डिपेंड करती है, आदमी के काम पर कारनामों पर करती है। ये कंपलसरी उस देशभक्ति को ही सिर्फ झंडे पर ही थोड़ा ही आदमी के अमाल पर है, आदमी के एक्टिविटीज का है, आदमी देशभक्त है नहीं है और झंडा लगा ले वो देशभक्त हो नहीं तो क्या झंडे से देशभक्त जाएगा। ठीक है, अपनी मर्जी से आदमी लगाना चाहता लगाए तो उसको मना कर रहा है।
All right, Rahul Gandhi is now in Karnataka today for a 2-day visit. Rahul has visited the Sri Muruga Rajendra Mutt in Chitradurga, which is a prominent religious place for the Lingayat community. Rahul's Mutt visit comes in the backdrop of upcoming Karnataka assembly polls, which the Congress has decided to fight solo. Lingayat community support can determine the outcome of polls in 224 assembly constituencies. Lingayats are the state's single largest community with more than 500 mutts constituting nearly 17% of the population, mostly in North Karnataka. Lingayat mutts are very powerful, directly involved in state politics due to their large following. And in the past as well, Congress has tried its level best to win the community's support. Rahul Gandhi has also earlier made visits to Sri Siddhaganga Mutt as a move to try and reach out to the community that has, in the recent times, firmly stood by B.S. Yadurappa, who is the strongest Lingayat leader in the state of Karnataka. All right, massive birthday celebrations of Congress leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah are currently underway in Davangere. Called Siddharamotsava, the battleground for his 75th birthday bash and mega show of strength. Davangere, about 250 kilometers away from Bengaluru. We see huge crowds that have gathered to celebrate Siddaramaiah's birthday, and these images are quite telling. You have DK Shivkumar there and Siddaramaiah, the bonhomie, quite out of the open, feeding each other cake and trying to show that there is no animosity between the leaders. You have all the tall leaders right there celebrating Siddaramaiah's birthday. This has certainly sent out a huge political message ahead of the 2023 assembly elections. Barely 8 months away for Karnataka elections, and we're seeing finally a show of strength, of coming together of all the tall leaders. Most importantly, the two CM aspirants, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar, side by side, almost in quite a happy mood, feeding each other cake to try and rest all those rumors of any kind of fight between the two. These are visuals amid all that public feud between the two of them on who's going to be the next CM candidate from the Congress. It seems like for now the dust is settled. After Rahul Gandhi arrived, all the Congress leaders in Karnataka are now coming together as a united front. All right, now the Bengal jobs for cash scam continues to unravel. In this India Today exclusive, we decode to you the schools recruitment scams modus operandi as per the probe panel that has submitted a report to the Kolkata High Court. This comes after over 50 crores in cash was seized by the Enforcement Directorate from the TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's close aide Arpita Mukherjee's residence last week. While the heat is now mounting on Partha and Arpita's role in the scam, Mamata Banerjee government is also in the dock. This exclusive report reveals how rules were flouted only to facilitate illegal appointments to Group D posts in government schools of Bengal. Partha Chatterjee has been named for his role in forming an illegal committee to supervise these job appointments. Meanwhile, ED's custody of Partha Chatterjee ends today. He is currently being taken to the ESI hospital for a medical checkup before being produced to court.
तो सैकड़ों करोड़ का प्रॉपर्टी मिली है, तो लाखों लोगों से लूटा गया है। वो सब लोग परेशान हैं, किसी ना किसी प्रकार से बंगाल का हर व्यक्ति लूटा गया है। तो लोगों का मन में जो रोष है, क्षोभ है, उसको निकालने का एक ये जो उनको ले जाया गया एम्स भुवनेश्वर में, वहाँ भी लोग चिल्ला रहे थे चोर चोर बोल करके, और वो जाने के बाद वहाँ डिस्टर्ब हुआ, कुछ कार्रवाई में लोग नाराज थे, ये चोरी करेंगे लोग और इनके चलते हमको परेशानी होगा। और यहाँ भी जहाँ भी जब जा रहे थे कोर्ट में ऐसे ही बात हुई। तो इस प्रकार लोगों का रोष इतना ऊंचे पर है कि लोग, महिलाएं भी जूता चप्पल फेंक रही। इसका मतलब खाली एक व्यक्ति नहीं है, ये पूरा सरकार का ऊपर लोगों का भरोसा नहीं है।
पार्था चटर्जी के मामले में अर्पिता हो, मोनालिसा हो, तमाम उनके महिला मित्रों के घरों से जो कैश का पहाड़ निकल के आ रहा है, इसका संकेत एसएससी घोटाले की तरफ ही तो है। और ये कोई पहला घोटाला है ऐसा भी नहीं है। कोल घोटाला, बाढ़ राहत सामग्री घोटाला, नारदा, सारदा, पश्चिम बंगाल में आज भ्रष्टाचार ही शिष्टाचार है। कटमनी की सरकार है।
Here's some big news coming in on China's aggression. China's first large patrol vessel commissioned to patrolling in the Taiwan Straits for maritime rescue work forms a fleet with vessels from local maritime institutions and works with professional rescue helicopters. China has restricted flights in areas around Taiwan for the duration of military exercises, has warned airlines operating in Asia. Well, China, of course, stepping up its aggression, and here is part of that. China's first large patrol vessel commissioned to patrolling in the Taiwan Straits for maritime rescue work forms a fleet with vessels from local maritime institutions and works with professional rescue helicopters. China has now restricted flights in areas around Taiwan for the duration of this military exercises and has warned airlines operating in Asia. Remember, China had promised to disrupt airline traffic and its shipping along the Taiwan Straits. And in accordance to that, we see China already now restricting flights in those areas around Taiwan for the duration of their military drill that's currently underway. And that is, as promised by China, for the next whole week. China, meanwhile, also sending out a warning to all the airlines operating in Asia. Slipping into a short break now on the other side. Global flashpoint over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit, warns the United States. More details up next, only on India Today. Stay with us.
This is the house where Al-Qaeda leader and co-mastermind of the devastating 9/11 attack, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed by the US. And this is the missile which was used. There was no sign of an explosion near the location of the strike, and no one else was harmed either, as per reports. So then just how did this missile attack and kill Zawahiri with such precision? The strike was carried out using the Hellfire R9X, a missile which is equipped with 6 razor-like blades and does not have any explosive payload which can cause any kind of explosion. These missiles do not explode but release knife-like blades, hitting the targets with precision to avoid collateral damage to civilians. It has become the US munition of choice for killing leaders of extremist groups while avoiding civilian casualties. The R9X first appeared in March 2017 when top Al-Qaeda leader Abu al-Khair al-Masri was killed by a drone strike while traveling in a car in Syria. But this was never acknowledged by the US. The missile was also used by the US forces targeting an Al-Qaeda-linked trainer in Syria in 2020, and some reports also suggest that it was used in 2019.
Welcome to India Today Television, Adnanji. It's always a pleasure talking to you. How are you and how have you been?
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. I'm feeling wonderful and very excited about my new song. Every time it feels as if it's the first time. You know what I mean. So it's the usual butterflies in the stomach and hope people like it. But I feel great. I feel wonderful.
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly begin by asking you about the same only. What is your current state of mind now that your song is out, Alvida, your first track ever since the pandemic hit the world? I remember talking to you in Delhi in 2020 when we met for your song, Tu Yaad Aaya, and you spoke about your comeback after a gap of 9 years.
Yeah. Well, the thing was that then suddenly the world changed as we knew it. And,
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. Brokerage Kyun Dena? NoBroker.com hai na.
All eyes on island of Taiwan. Pelosi in Taiwan, China breathes fire. Only channel live in Taipei. China threatened action. What next? Fighters and warships buzz around Taiwan. World holds breath. Another conflict brewing. Superpower standoff over tiny Taiwan. Relentless ground coverage from Taiwan and China. Maximum focus, maximum reporters. The Taiwan Takkar.
We're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. First, the headlines. America's first Taiwan pit stop in 25 years. Pelosi meets Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen, sends out a strong message, hails Taiwan's resilience.
3 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan.
Global flashpoint over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit, warns U.S., says those who play with fire perish by it. Political showdown over Tiranga Yatra. BJP hits out at the opposition for not participating in the rally, says the Tiranga does not belong to one party alone. Opposition hits back. India Today exposes the modus operandi of Bengal cash for job scam, fake appointment letters to scan signatures, all used to dupe aspirants. And big Lingayat push by Congress in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi meets Lingayat seers. Mega outreach right ahead of the 2023 polls. All right, here's some big news coming in. Iranian foreign minister stepping into this tension between China and Taiwan. Nasir Kanani, who is the foreign minister of Iran, has criticized Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, calling it a violation of China's territorial integrity, which is an example of U.S. interference in various regions and countries of the world, and reiterated Iran's support for a one China policy. Iran now interfering, giving out their views on how they see U.S. visit to Taiwan. Iranian foreign minister spokesperson has said Nasir Kanani has criticized Pelosi's visit, calling it a violation of China's territorial integrity, which is an example of U.S. interference in various regions and countries of the world, reiterated Iran's support for one China policy. Now, remember, it's also Pakistan who's stressed on the same one China policy. And after Pakistan's support for China comes Iran's support for China. Iranian Foreign Minister spokesperson Nasir Kanani has criticized Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit, calling it an absolute violation of China's territorial integrity, which is an example of U.S. interference in various regions and countries of the world, reiterating Iran's support for one China policy. Now, House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan draws Beijing's scorn. Pelosi's address, in fact, while she addressed Taiwan's parliament, she met with the president as well as the legislators. Pelosi has thanked President Tsai Ing-wen for her leadership, calling for increased inter-parliamentary cooperation. She claimed that the United States is in solidarity with Taiwan, is committed to increased cooperation. Pelosi has also said that the new U.S. legislation has aimed at strengthening the American chip industry to compete with China and offers greater opportunity for U.S.-Taiwan economic cooperation. Meanwhile, Taiwan's Ministry of Defense has held a press conference accusing China of violating international laws and Taiwan's sovereignty. Taiwan's attack was on China's live-fire military exercises that will be taking place in 6 zones around Taiwan. Taiwan has claimed that some of them overlapped with Taiwan's territorial waters. The Taiwanese government has announced now increased military alert levels after Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was built, building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the one China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. Of right now, a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize and we have to show the world, and that's one of the purposes of our trip, to show the world the success of the people of Taiwan, their courage to change their own country to become more democratic. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership, grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world. Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are 3 principal pillars of our travel. In all 3 areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You're a model to the world.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. The representatives here today are all important leaders in the House and have long made proactive efforts to promote progress in Taiwan-U.S. relations in all areas. We are truly grateful to you for making this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan.
All right. Now, as we know, Nancy Pelosi is still in Taiwan. Even as we speak, she's visiting a memorial, the White Memorial in Taiwan. This is really adding insult to injury. China is angry and seething, and it's doing what it said. It's stepping up all military activity across Taiwan. We're seeing their missiles there hovering around and circling Taiwan at this point. I have with me Gaurav to give us a little insight. Gaurav, thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to ask you at this point, even as China promises to step up aggression, how far can China really go? We've seen what's happened with Russia and Ukraine. As much as we underestimated Russia at this point, we see the fallout over the last few months. Are we staring at a similar situation when it comes to China and Taiwan?
God forbid, but unlikely. All the analysts that we've been speaking to and all of them that we've spoken to so far, their indication are that China is extremely upset. China will talk about economic sanctions. It will launch cyber attacks, and it started doing both. There are some sanctions that have been imposed, minor just as yet. Some agricultural produce, some fish products banned from about 100 companies in Taiwan. There have been a series of cyber attacks. But what is likely to happen over the next 48 to 72 hours, starting the 4th of August, is a series of live fire drills, and that's alarming. Live fire drills. Now, China is surrounding Taiwan on all sides. Taiwan is an island. From all sides, Chinese ships will surround Taiwan and launch a live firing exercise, of course in international waters, but that is where they'll be pushing the envelope. For example, the aircraft increasingly violating the ADIZ or Air Defense Identification Zone, not yet the airspace of Taiwan. Remember, there's a difference between ADIZ and airspace. So no airspace violation, but ADIZ violations, there is an apprehension that they will spike. 21 aircraft violated that already, including the fighter jets, electronic intelligence, electronic warfare, and airborne early warning system aircraft. They violated the ADIZ. On ground, live firing exercises from all sides, and this could well mean that flights would be cancelled. There would be a blockade from the 4th to the 7th. And this is where China sends out a message of its anger over Nancy Pelosi's visit.
So it's certainly something that we've got to worry. In fact, I have with me also on the panel here, Carice Witte, who's China's expert, to give us an insight there. Divya Gopalan, who's an international affairs editor of Taiwan Plus, is well joining us. Divya, let me start with you. At this point, Nancy Pelosi is still there in Taiwan. And like I said, this is really infuriated China to levels we've not seen in the recent past. As much as they'd already stepped up activity across the South China Sea, today we see hectic threats that China is delivering through their missiles hovering around and encircling Taiwan, and also promising to disrupt their most busy trade route. What more do we know of this aggression today?
Absolutely, Nabila. So China had announced these military drills about 30 minutes after Nancy Pelosi set foot on Taiwan soil. Said they were going to be bigger, they're going to be stronger, they're going to be larger than what's been seen before. It's worth noting that China usually does these kinds of provocations around Taiwan, around Taiwan's borders, maybe touching that median line that separates China and Taiwan, but not necessarily crossing into what is known as Taiwan territory. But this time they have said that they are going to elevate the level of those drills. They're going to be more aggressive, more provocative, and definitely Taiwan's Ministry of Defense is taking note. Taiwan's Ministry of Defense has raised its level of alertness, which means that it's raised the level it can defend itself. It's very clearly said that any threat to Taiwan's sovereignty, it will definitely react to and protect itself from. It also says that China is blockading Taiwan, and this is something that is violating the United Nations rules. Now, the Ministry of Defense also is calling out China's actions, saying that this is definitely a form of intimidation, but saying it's not just for Taiwan that this is going to be an issue. This is going to be an issue globally. The world has been, throughout the pandemic, struggling with supply chain routes, with shipping in general. This is going to block a lot of those key routes. And as you know, that Taiwan is one of the key suppliers of semiconductors to the world. Every single country, no matter where you are, can be affected by this. There are semiconductors in almost everything you use. So once again, Taiwan is making sure that the world understands this is not just Taiwan's problem. This is going to be a global problem.
That indeed does appear to be the case. But tell us more about this blockade when live firing takes place. And in one place, the Chinese media seems to report, Divya, that it could be just be 9 nautical miles off the coast of Taiwan. Does that mean no ships come in, no ships go out, no aircraft come in with a maritime notification issued and this live firing missile that China proposes to do?
That's right. So the Defense Ministry here is already warning that they are looking for other supply routes, other possible ways that they can get goods in and out of Taiwan, or even people in and out of Taiwan. They're also saying that they're looking into the airspace, trying to figure out how they can keep parts of that airspace open and protected so that they can carry on business as usual. But this is going to be very difficult because China has not specified, although while they've given broad areas where they will be, and that includes, as you said, 20 kilometers away from a key port in southern Taiwan. And, you know, that is unprecedented. Again, that is pretty much Taiwan territory. So, yes, there is a sense of panic, there's a sense of concern, and there's also a sense of trying to find alternative routes, but whether they can or not, that is the question. It depends on how far China will go. And again, the level of danger there would be if there were planes flying in the skies and China breaches that airspace.
So, Divya, I'd like to ask, at this point, as China has promised, they've imposed some really heavy sanctions on Taiwan. This may have already sent out panic among the people there. We believe about 100-odd companies that were exporting to China, they've all been blocked off. Your basic essentials like citrus fruits, seafood, which is essential to Taiwan. It seems like there's been a stop to that. Has the public of Taiwan reacted as yet?
So the problem not necessarily is of what Taiwan is getting. The problem here is Taiwan's economy, which is at the heart of everything, the functioning of the country. So this is where China hits hard. This is where China hits daily life and normal people here. So it's not just about the military maneuverings. It's not just a problem for the defense ministry, trying to circumvent any Chinese actions. This is a problem for people in their daily life in Taiwan. Hundreds of companies have now been banned by China. These are agricultural products, as you said, aquaculture products. And this is a huge issue because China is, no matter where tensions are between China and Taiwan, China is still Taiwan's largest trading partner. China is key to Taiwan's economy, and China can do this so easily with very little repercussion because the international community can't say anything. If China fires a missile on Taiwan, it becomes an international incident. But if China bans Taiwan's fish, that's Taiwan's problem. So, so China can react very quickly and punish the people of Taiwan, and which is what we're seeing that they're doing. And that is causing a lot of concern here on the ground because it goes much further than just these products. I mean, Taiwan relies on China, and that is very clear to say, although we've heard these loud voices saying Taiwan definitely can move away from China. It does rely on China for a very large part. But, if I want to bring it back to the semiconductors, China also relies on Taiwan also. China's whole manufacturing industry, a huge part of it relies on Taiwan for semiconductors. So, there is a lot of maneuvering here and there's a lot of delicate posturing here to see what they're going to do and how much of a risk they can take. How much can you push it before you hurt yourself? Now, one of the other interesting issues here is that China has banned the export of sand to Taiwan. So you're thinking, why is that a problem? Taiwan obviously has its own coast. Well, that's exactly the issue here. Taiwan shores up its coast, shores up its defenses, shores up its land with sand from China in many parts and many of the vulnerable parts. So by China banning that, China is again chipping away at Taiwan's defense in a way which is very subtle and understated, where the rest of the world can't really put their foot in it and say China should stop doing that.
You know, Gaurav, from what we see here, and like Divya said as well, China really cutting off Taiwan at this point could be far-fetched, because then that's pushing Taiwan further away from them. Their bid to show their love or affection to Taiwan, to say that it's one of their own, the land belongs to them, and they're all one China, it seems like counterproductive. If they're going to be imposing sanctions to this level, then Taiwan will certainly seek help from other countries and drift far away from China.
You know, Taiwan to a very large extent, and right from its inception, has drifted away because it's a democracy. It's people power that you see in Taiwan. It's not like communist China. That's point one. Point two, China weaponizing economy at this stage is actually punishing the people of Taiwan. And Divya, that's the point. Does Taiwan have effective countermeasures in place? Of course, the semiconductors is a very important point that you make, that even the missiles that China fires has semiconductors perhaps made in Taiwan. But beyond that, what are countermeasures that Taiwan can take, or will it actually ultimately have to bend and buckle?
So previously, what we've seen when China has banned certain goods or certain products from Taiwan, we've seen other countries step up, and often it's been Japan and the US and countries in the region that kind of step up to show their support for Taiwan. Japan has been a huge proponent of this. But, you know, usually it's just one product at a time or one sector at a time. This time we're seeing a whole slew of products and of goods that are being banned. And so for Taiwan to be able to react immediately, for other countries to step up and fill in that gap, is going to be very difficult. This is going to definitely affect Taiwan's economy. It's going to have repercussions. Taiwan's economy is already suffering from the fact that its borders are closed due to the pandemic. It's suffering from the fact that it's lost a lot of its economy, also due to the pandemic. But the one thing that, as I always keep coming back to, is semiconductors have saved Taiwan. And so long as they can rely on using semiconductors to carry on boosting Taiwan's economy, they can somehow hold themselves afloat still for that. And that is also something that China is cognizant of.
Okay. Now, what are countermeasures? So one thing you said was Japan chipping in. If you were to look at Nancy Pelosi's visit, and she's about to leave Taiwan in a while from now, has this visit helped Taiwan or actually put Taiwan in harm's way?
You know, there are two sides of all of this. There is one side, proponent says, you know what, we put Taiwan on the international stage. Nancy Pelosi has given Taiwan legitimacy. Nancy Pelosi has this high-level visit that we haven't seen in the like for 25 years, since the last time a House Speaker visited, is showing that Taiwan matters. Taiwan is important to the world. But on the other hand, what it is, the collateral damage it's doing, and particularly it is China's anger, could really undermine so much of what Taiwan has been trying to build up. And the question is, if Taiwan and if China does push forward with their threats, is the US then going to stand up for Taiwan? You know, is this all going to be words, just words, or is there action behind these words? Because we've heard very friendly words from Pelosi. We are with you, we are your ally, we're going to do this for you. The question is, when it comes to that test, when that action is actually needed, will the US stand up for Taiwan?
And that's possibly where we want to understand the real public sentiment of Taiwan. As much as you had your president there giving a warm welcome to Nancy Pelosi, what do people of Taiwan extensively feel at this point? We saw a skyscraper there saying Taiwan loves the United States, but does that really echo among the masses?
So it's been very interesting in that sense. Basically, Taiwan people have been largely quiet about it. They haven't reacted in the way that China has reacted with it, you know, with things bursting on social media, that nationalistic fervor, that excitement, you know, against Taiwan and Taiwan's sovereignty. China netizens saying that they own, you know, Taiwan, and that's how they should Taiwan should listen to China. No, in Taiwan, what we've heard is people cautiously watching because they know that, yes, while it's great to be recognized, they are going to have to pay some kind of a price for it. So what we've seen is kind of more interesting chatter, maybe cute beams as such. For instance, one of the TV channels here, major TV channels here, did a poll before Nancy Pelosi landed, asking whether her right foot or left foot would hit Taiwan soil first, and that got people a lot of excited. So we're seeing a lot of people, yes, there is excitement. It's in a sense, it's very innocent, the way people have responded to it. And part of that is this fact that they all know that no matter what happens, we still have China looming large over Taiwan, regardless of what the U.S. says.
You know, Divya, we'd like to ask you if, God forbid, there is a situation where China steps up its aggression and maybe acts on its promises to try and reclaim Taiwan. Taiwan will not be sufficient with support only from the United States. They need extensive supports from several of the other neighboring countries. How does Taiwan view India's involvement in this matter?
Look, you know, Taiwan's always seen India as somewhat of a partner in a sense because India's borders have always been threatened by China. India knows the kind of threats China can pose, and China has acted on it, especially in recent years where they've had some really provocative action. And each time, if you're looking from the ground here, Taiwan watches that very, very closely. But the thing is, they want that kind of, extension from India. They want India to make those overtures. And while there have been certain overtures when it comes to trade, when it comes to semiconductors, Taiwan's increased its cooperation with India. In a sense, they take far more Indian students in Taiwan. They offer all kinds of scholarships. They've tried to build factories in India also to try and increase that partnership. The fact remains is that Taiwan needs all the help it can get, but will these bigger countries, ones that also have risky relationships with China, take that step?
Oh, absolutely. And this is where Taiwan may just feel the pinch, because remember, this is a huge loss of face as far as Chinese President Xi Jinping is concerned. He warned the United States, he warned US President Joe Biden, don't play with fire, you'll burn yourself. And does that mean Taiwan burns first? Because not only is this about a live fire military exercise that starts perhaps hours from now after Nancy Pelosi leaves, and we also have Carice White joining us on the show. And Carice, if I could bring you into this conversation, Divya, stay with us. We take this conversation forward. Has Nancy Pelosi's visit actually benefited Taiwan in the in the short run, or in your view, do you share that Taiwan will see some economic blockade, some grief in the days and weeks ahead?
I am having a really hard time hearing you. I apologize, Mr. Sawant. I'm going to do the best I can with your question. Short term, of course, you can say that perhaps Taiwan feels recognized and supported. This has resulted in short-term pressure, which you just heard about in great detail. I don't fully agree with all the assessments. I think that it is not so difficult to find new supply chains for and distribution venues. I think that all of this, as I said earlier, will lead to a ramp up of Taiwan's understanding and how it is going to defend itself. I think other European and other countries are going to pay more attention to what is happening inside Taiwan. Taiwan has to deal with many Chinese pressures on a regular basis. You talk about the sand. Chinese sand dredgers have been coming and dredging the small islands that belong to Taiwan, and Taiwan has had to use its Coast Guard to defend and press them away. There are many things going on behind the scenes all the time that most of the world is not paying attention to. Now, this has put a huge spotlight on Taiwan with Pelosi's visit, and I think that the repercussions will be a ramping up of tensions in the Strait of Taiwan, a ramping up of economic sanctions that will result in new developments. And I want to keep everyone to keep in mind, this is not a localized issue. This has global effect in that there are many steps that can be taken. China may be able to block Taiwan's ports at the moment. But remember that China needs access through the Straits of Hormuz. It needs through the Suez. Many different players are involved in those. So we can get into a very complex game of Go where the pieces are going to be moving around the board in ways that no one expects, including China.
Oh, absolutely. The Malacca Straits, the Hormuz Straits, so China tries to blockade. In case China tries to blockade Taiwan beyond the 4 days, you're saying there could be ramifications for China in the Malacca Straits. So is that the game that you're hinting at?
I can't hear you at all. I apologize.
Right. Carice, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I hear you well.
All right. Carice, a quick word on, from what I hear from you, you almost are trying to say that this is China's posturing. They couldn't really push beyond a limit because it eventually hurts them. But when we talk about military might on both ends, we're talking about China boasting of nearly 2 million as part of their defense forces versus barely 200,000 that Taiwan has at the moment. This was a similar situation, again, I'd reiterate, we saw between Russia and Ukraine. As much as we thought Russia would not take the step, but it did, because when it comes to one's ego, and China is egoistic, they don't even need provocation to prove their might. So a little nudge or miscalculation could really land Taiwan in trouble. That's the worry.
I believe that China is not Russia. And while, of course, they have their own self-esteem and self-image to protect for many different reasons, which also have to do with their position within the leadership of the nation of the People's Republic of China. But China is also very practical. And we are moving into the 20th Party Congress. We have to remember stability is critical at this time. And there is no desire for the conflict to get to go beyond certain levels of posturing and exercises. As I said earlier, we're going to see a lot more military presence by everybody in that region, and that is dangerous in the midterm. And there will have to be a lot of coordination so that there's not an accident and that could lead to a larger operation, and also hopefully more back channel discussions will be set up to bring down the tensions.
Carice, a quick word again, as we see, and I did ask you this a little earlier, that we're looking at China, at least so long we thought, or China hoped to mend ways or tone it down when it comes to their relationship with the United States. In about 2 weeks' time is the Congress event where they were hoping, Xi Jinping was hoping to try and communicate with United States owing to their faltering or weakening economy. At this point, that mood has nosedived. You know, with Nancy Pelosi's visit, it seems like this is out of bounds right now. China, how do you think, will position itself at that event? Do you think they're going to be explicitly vocal?
It's hard to say if it will be explicitly open, but I will say that the activity is very quick. You know, we're seeing things change literally overnight. There was a lead up to this and many expectations, but they could take a turn as well over the coming many days before, over the next 2 weeks. And I also want to remind our listeners that and viewers that the Ukraine example is, Taiwan is not ready to go to war either. The U.S. doesn't want to go to war. The Chinese don't want to go to war. It's a very, very different situation. And on the other hand, I think this will be the lesson for Taiwan, like Crimea was for the Ukrainians. Over the next few weeks, we can hope that the economic challenges that both China and the U.S. are facing will cause them to find a way to tone down the tensions.
But what do you see happen over the next couple of days when this live firing exercise happens? The blockade happens, it happens just for these 4 days, or do you fear there could be an escalation beyond these 4 days too?
Escalation will come in the form of ongoing, it will escalate from pre-Pelosi. I don't think it's going to escalate from where it is going over these few days. I believe that there will be a ramp up of these exercises and the pressure on top of and around Taiwan is going to continue. And then I believe you're going to see movement by some European countries and in coordination with America, perhaps Australia, perhaps Japan, to show greater presence in that immediate area. And again, that's where I see accidents potentially happening. I also want to stress that once Pelosi said she was going, she really had to go, not only because of Taiwan. We have to remember that the United States is also the security umbrella for Japan at the moment. And Japan is a very strong ally. South Korea watching very closely. ASEAN countries watching very closely. None of them want to see this get out of hand. And all of them want to be sure that the U.S. will be there should it be necessary.
Is this, in your appreciation, a loss of face for Chinese President Xi Jinping? And because if you think it's a loss of face, what measures will he be compelled to take before he seeks a third term?
I very much hope that he sees his current activities as saving face. I believe that he does. Hopefully there will be no more unexpected added pressures such as this on diplomatic or other levels that require a bigger response. I think the domestic machine is working in China to make sure that this comes across as a very strong show of force and a face-saving effort in order to ensure that China doesn't have to go in directions that it doesn't want to go.
All right, Carice, do stay with us. We have some big breaking news that we're currently tracking. Taiwan now responds to Chinese provocations. Taiwan has put out a video of its war machines. Remember, as much as we say Taiwan and its military capabilities may not be of match to China, the mighty China, but it seems like Taiwan there not missing an opportunity to show its own strength. Taiwan now responding to Chinese provocation. Taiwan puts out a video of its war machines. What does this really mean, Gaurav, at this point?
You know, it's very interesting. What is Taiwan putting out? What are the images that Taiwan's putting out? Remember, Taiwan is one country that understands China like few others, or perhaps like no other. They understand the DNA, they understand the thinking, and they react accordingly. Others may treat China perhaps with some reverence. As far as Taiwan is concerned, they know the only way to save themselves is to show their strength. That's exactly what they're doing. Showcasing the submarines, showcasing their fighter jets, showcasing their armored personal carriers. That's what did China do earlier today and in the past couple of days. They had their battle groups saying prepared for war. They had their amphibious assault vehicles out on beaches. They had their fighter jets. They had their ships. So China was showing their strength. Did Taiwan buckle under pressure? Not at all. What did Taiwan do? Taiwan is also now showing its weapons, including its attack helicopters. And, Carice can tell us better. She understands, this problem far better. And Carice, when Taiwan puts out its own video, is this for domestic audience, given what in social media they're seeing what China is putting out? But is this also a message that is going out to China?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. It goes to China, it goes domestically, and it goes to the broader world. It's very important for Taiwan to show its commitment, especially with Pelosi making such an effort, putting the United States in a more difficult position, putting China in a very difficult position. So certainly Taiwan needs to do everything it can to show that it is willing, capable, deserving of the kind of support that it seeks.
Okay, and if I could just read out a statement that's come from the armed forces in Taiwan, it says, "We are resolved to uphold our sovereignty, liberty, and democracy. We are not eager for a fight, nor will we shy away from one." So Nabila, very, very clearly resolute, and this exactly is what the president of Taiwan stands for. Strong, does not look for a fight, but does not shy away from one either, Nabila.
You know, at this point, the kind of support that China is receiving, that's also something that we've got to closely look. Gaurav, we are looking at, of course, Russia giving unending and unconditional support to China. We know why. We also see Pakistan now, who's vouched for the one China policy, and then Iran stepping in to say the same, that this is not right on the United States' parts to interfere with one's territory, and this is what the United States does. Maybe speaking with experience, Iran there commenting on United States interfering and landing in Taiwan at this point. So how does this perception really come about in the larger scheme of things?
So enemy's enemy is friend. Karis, isn't that the best way to look at it? America hostile to Russia, to an extent now China and to Iran, and suddenly Iran, Russia, Pakistan more a client state of China, and Pakistan rally around China. Is this how this should be looked at? Just words so that China does not appear isolated?
This is a very important question, especially for us in Israel. We are concerned about China's support of Iran. Iran has made ongoing existential threats to the existence of the Jewish state of Israel. But it is not unexpected that this is a grouping that will be supportive of China. And it's also understandable that China is going to seek some kind of national recognition of its position. The BRICS, we have the BRICS grouping, yes. But not all of the BRICS countries are jumping in to show support, obviously. I'm talking now to India, and it has a very different perspective. So I think we should expect this kind of support. What it actually means is questionable. I think down the line, from Israel's perspective and those in the Gulf who are concerned about Iran, the question will be, does China owe anything to Iran for this kind of support? My guess is very little. China is beyond the stronger one in the bilateral relationship. The Iranians are quite frustrated about that. And the Chinese themselves are doing business in Iran is extremely difficult. It's not easy for the Chinese there. So on the one hand, it is disconcerting. On the other, the reality on the ground is, I would say, sort of works in our favor.
Right, Karis, at this point, we see Nancy Pelosi, who's visiting a memorial there, the White Memorial, and that's for our viewers, the visual on the right-hand sides of your screens, where you see Nancy Pelosi anytime now, could likely walk out of that memorial. So this, in itself, largely, right, from the parliamentary visit all the way to visiting a memorial, a huge, even though they call this a short visit, it's enough for the optics of it, or to position the United States positioning itself and digging in its heels and supporting Taiwan. This is enough for China at this point to take serious offense. They claim this to be a short visit, but it's nice. It's a good long night and day, this visit. How would you look at this, Karis? Nancy Pelosi still at that memorial. God knows when she's going to step out, but it seems like she's really taking things calm and nice.
I agree with you. I think even if she had just gone and had lunch with Tsai Ing-wen, it would have been enough. It doesn't really, the fact that it's relatively short period of time isn't the issue. It's that she made the trip and she has expressed her commitment for democracy, for Taiwan. And by the way, this also speaks to the U.S. administration and the Five Eyes, UK, Australia, etc., trying to strengthen democratic values, democratic alliances. Xi Jinping has said that China is the leader of the global South. They have the numbers in that way. The United States is the leader, as China has said, of the developed world, which has a great deal of political and regulatory as well as economic power. And we have to see how this democratic factor plays into the entire follow-up to this visit.
Because many would ask, there are two questions, if I may. Why would the US poke China in the eye, and why now? And two, should China take action against Taiwan, how would the US help?
If China takes action against Taiwan, at this moment, the U.S. is going to have to deploy greater forces in the region. I think we would likely see the island being supplied with military capability, as we're seeing, as what happened with Ukraine in advance of the invasion. How this is going to actually transpire, I think this will not happen in the very short term. First, we have to see tensions diminish. If China maintains really serious efforts that cause a limitation of foreign access to the ports and military and civilian aircraft, etc., this could lead to a very complicated situation. It is absolutely necessary for Taiwan to ramp up its capabilities, and because it's an island, this is extremely complex.
You know, Carice and of course Gaurav, you've been tracking developments as well. I really want to know, as much as we see that United States, at least the perception here is that the United States is coming to help Taiwan to recognize, to help them recognize themselves as an independent country. As much as Taiwan needs the United States, isn't it also true that the United States needs Taiwan at this point? Tell us how. Gaurav.
So, on paper, United States says, you know, we agree with one China policy. But what is that one China? The communist China or the democratic China, which is Taiwan? And they said that we are against force being used by the communist China to take over the democratic China. That the United States is very clear about, and strengthening democracy is something that Nancy Pelosi also spoke about very strongly today. The United States did help Ukraine, but did that save Ukraine from a Russian assault? Clearly it didn't. That conflict is still on. What will the United States do here? God forbid should the balloon go up, and that's a cause for grave concern, because here again, when it comes to Ukraine, the supply of sunflower oil, wheat, the world is staring at a food shortage. That's a crisis here. The world once again would be staring at a crisis of semiconductors and so much else. But you know, these live images of Nancy Pelosi now leaving the White Terror Museum en route the airport, extremely significant, and much, much more than a symbolic visit, a visit that has truly riled China. It's riled China so much that it's starting a live firing exercise soon after Nancy Pelosi leaves this area. Its aircraft are taking off, they're violating the ADIZ. But is this aimed more at domestic audience in China? Now, this truly is a visit where Taiwan is on international world stage. Its issues are being taken up, it's being discussed, and this was a problem that Taiwan faced. But Carice, if you were to summarize this visit as Nancy Pelosi's cavalcade reaches the airport, what is the biggest takeaway from her visit to Taiwan?
That the United States is still the superpower, and bluster is not going to change that at this time. The U.S. has a lot to do if it wants to maintain that status, because China is extremely capable, and it has ramped up its ability to innovate. It has transformed its military. It is a strong country with a very hardworking, energetic people. But for the moment, the United States still, you could say, reigns supreme in the very big picture, and Nancy Pelosi's actions have put that in front and center in living color. I also believe that the very important statement it has made is that Taiwan needs to take its own self in hand and deal with its self-security and its outreach to the world. And finally, I think that it says to China that it must contend with the United States longer than it may have thought. You know, the East is rising and the West is declining as an inevitability is, I believe, a mistake. And the U.S. has some magical ability to always resurface. And we saw it here in the Middle East with Biden's visit, where everyone said the U.S. is leaving the Middle East, and yet now it's re-emerging in new and very creative ways. We might see that also in the South China Sea and in East Asia and South Asia.
All right, so that's more or less the United States' attempt to reaffirm itself as the world's superpower. Is that the motivation with which the United States is really helping Taiwan, or is there more to that? We also have joining us Ting Ting Liu, Foreign Affairs and Military Correspondent, TVBS News, Taiwan.
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me.
Hi, Ms. Liu. Thank you very much for joining us. Here we're seeing live visuals coming in of Nancy Pelosi just arriving. She's landed at the airport. Is she taking off? How has this visit really taken on public perception in Taiwan today?
Yes, indeed. We are now actually seeing the latest live pictures of her entourage just arriving at Taipei Songkran Airport. And she is scheduled to be departing Taipei within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So you can see they are saying their final goodbyes and, with the delegation taking the final group photos. And we can see on the picture that is the Taiwanese Foreign Minister Joseph Wu and with Nancy Pelosi exchanging some final pleasantries. So no doubt there's a lot of public attention on Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, and obviously the Taiwanese people here are watching the development very closely. General sentiment in Taiwan is that Taiwanese people actually welcome Pelosi's visit, especially on how she actually did visit Taiwan at quite a very stressful and unique time. And there's a lot of pressure that the country Taiwan is currently facing right now, and against all odds, Pelosi did pay a visit to Taipei. So now the question will obviously, the next question that obviously comes to everybody's mind is that what will happen after Pelosi officially departs Taiwan? So what we are knowing is that on the 4th of August to the 7th of August, the POA Army is going to conduct live firing exercises at 6 areas very close to Taiwan. It's around Taiwan, and some of the areas may overlap with Taiwan territorial waters. And we are seeing the Taiwanese Defense Ministry solemnly condemning such an action, calling this a blockade, calling this is totally illegal to do so. But as to how much or how would Taiwan defense and other officials react to such strong kind of action coming from the PRC, it is still yet to be observed.
Ting Ting Liu, as much as we see the people of Taiwan have very warmly welcomed Nancy Pelosi, in the last 24 hours, it's also been very difficult for Taiwanese economy, as in an instant, China has snapped off ties when it comes to large-scale exports and imports. Close to 100 companies have been banned from exporting into China. China now no more, or importing into China. China not sending anything to Taiwan. This may have come down heavy on the Taiwanese economy, but have people of Taiwan reacted to this sanction, harsh sanctions?
I think over the past few years, it is not a surprise to see how these economic sanctions have been actually put on Taiwan. We heard of the pineapples, the fruits, the wax apples. These are food items that are usually released by the PRC government from time to time. So these food items, sometimes they release one or twice, within a period of time, But we are actually seeing very strong sanctions this time. So not only more than 100 food and biscuit products, the latest being banning the import of Taiwanese citrus fruit and 2 types of fishes, and there are also many economic sanctions believed to be on the way too. I think the general public is that currently it's still a bit too early to gauge, I would say. Obviously, some analysts see it with more caution, and they're actually very worried to say, because no doubt it will actually be quite a direct hit to Taiwanese economy. But look, Taiwanese economy is quite diversified. There are actually many sources of income in that sense, But no doubt, the trade ties and trade relations between PRC and Taiwan, it's of quite a high volume. So how this will actually eventually play out, and are there any ways for Taiwan to actually really to diversify our exports, maybe, don't put all our eggs in the same basket, will let's say in the past, when Taiwanese pineapples or some fruits face any sanctions from the Chinese government. We are actually seeing foreign countries stepping in, willing to buy Taiwanese fruits, But will the international body?
How apprehensive, Ms. Liu, if I may, is Taiwan about these military exercises that are taking place in one instance barely 9 nautical miles from Taiwan's borders? And will these last only 4 days, or is there an apprehension this could go on longer? The blockade could be longer.
I would say it's really too early to gauge anything that is not yet happening at this point in time, because we are actually seeing, these are very strong rhetoric, very strong words from the PLA, but how it will happen, that is still yet to be seen. But no doubt, the Defense Ministry in Taiwan, are watching this very, very closely. And, they actually organized an emergency press conference earlier, just before noon in Taipei. So that's around 6 hours ago. The military spokesperson actually came out to solemnly condemn the PRC and PLA actions. So let me just read off what he actually mentioned. Like, he pointed out that such action, it amounts to a blockade. It is illegal. It is in violations of Taiwan's sovereignty, Taiwan's rights. So the military is no doubt trying to cope as much as they could and being fully prepared. And just even before Pelosi's arrival to Taipei, we have observed Taiwan's military, being fully prepared. The fighter jets that we saw taking off from the air bases in Taiwan yesterday, all of them are actually loaded with live ammunition. So these are actions, these are precautionary measures that Taiwan is taking up right now. And as to how the military drill and exercise, whether it would take a longer time, whether it may prolong, or would there be repetition, or we don't know. To be honest, we don't know at this point in time. But nobody is ruling out that possibility.
What are Taiwan's options? The PLA live fire exercise, the area that they've marked. As we look at these images of Nancy Pelosi shortly about to take off, she's just now taking pictures with the ground crew, the staff there. But when we look at these pictures, some of that area is overlapping with territorial waters of Taiwan. What are Taiwan's options, Ms. Liu?
On that, actually, the Defense Ministry of Taiwan, I would say that they did actually highlighted this as being a problem, but as to whether how would they respond, there hasn't been a very clear answer. They will say that Taiwan will ensure that our sovereignty will not be violated, but how is it done, we really don't know. And it is also currently the military tension and pressure in Taiwan is no doubt increasing at this point in time. And what will happen after Pelosi depart? And not only in terms of military tension, like what you mentioned, we are actually seeing increased cyber warfare in Taiwan. So, like, the presidential office website was actually partially down for 20 minutes. That's way before Pelosi's arrival. The presidential office confirmed to me that they have experienced DDoS attacks, and that is 200 times more than normally. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website has faced similar problems. So the ministry, the Foreign Ministry, confirmed that there are actually actors which they trace to PRC, Russia, and other countries, doing 8.5 million times of login attempts, basically crashing the websites. So, would there be any other kind of cyber warfare, cyber attack, information attack, fake news attack, disinformation attack on Taiwan? That is still yet to be observed.
Okay, stay with me for a moment. Caris, if you can hear me, Nancy Pelosi has also put out a statement where she says our congressional delegation had the great privilege of meeting with the Vice President of the Legislative, Yuan Sai Chi Chang, here in Taipei. We reiterate our ironclad support for Taiwan's democracy, including on matters of security and stability, economic growth and governance. What does this translate to in terms of supporting Taiwan on ground in the current scenario, in your appreciation?
Well, thank you for that, because I think it speaks directly to what I said a few minutes ago about the importance of tightening the democracy circle. It also speaks to my comment regarding the fact that East Asia and Southeast Asia are watching very closely. The direct translation is likely going to be discussions in Congress and Senate, discussions with the executive branch on what steps they can take, where it will be a very natural, seamless, democracy-oriented effort and not necessarily anti any other country or any other system. And I think it will also translate into discussions about a plan for arming Taiwan in very practical ways, and actually moving in that direction, perhaps not overnight, but as a process that will be part of the fallout of this entire event.
Well, at this point, what we see, Gaurav, and I'd like your opinion on this too, we see that as much as they're hosting Nancy Pelosi on one front, on the other, we're seeing Taiwan government now hectically reaching out to countries like Japan and Philippines right now to find alternative aviation routes, because Chinese military drill there has really disrupted their trade route. And as promised by China, they're also disrupting air traffic. So Japan, Philippines stepping up right now, while China sends out a warning to all those major airlines in Asia to beware.
This is where China is trying to squeeze Taiwan. Now, is this squeeze aimed more at domestic audience in China, or is this also aimed at sending out a strong signal to Taiwan that in case there are other such high-profile visits, and Nancy Pelosi did speak about it, that I have come, others would be coming, then there would be costs imposed on Taiwan. And is Taiwan willing to take those costs? Point one. Point two, is the democratic world, and this is the point that Karis was also making, and a very important point, will democracies unite to checkmate an expansionist China? As Prime Minister Narendra Modi had earlier said, the era of expansionism is over. But that's a message that China doesn't seem to get at all, despite a situation in Dokala or in Galwan or in Arunachal Pradesh or even here in Taiwan. China is being checkmated everywhere. But Karis, China's attitude doesn't seem to change at all.
China's not playing chess. And there is no checkmate. This is a game of Wei Qi, go. And it's a matter of putting pieces on the board, the global board, for strategic encirclement. And it's a kind of strategy that the UK used in a way, that the US has used in its own way, and China is now using in its way. And I think we should remember that the digital Silk Road that has followed the Belt and Road Initiative is creating the pipelines of China's communication and 5G and smart and secure city control and data management of many countries. And this is growing. We have to remember that while military is in our face, in the background, there's a lot going on the digital level in space. And these are things that the world needs to keep an eye on. Don't forget that China controls 2/3 of all lithium fields, which and lithium production, which is necessary for most of the EV, the electric vehicle batteries that are necessary for the greening the world. And China runs many of the cobalt, owns many of the cobalt mines. Rare earths is another issue. And so we need to keep an eye on the fact that, while Taiwan controls the chip industry to a large extent because of TSMC, as was mentioned earlier, there is a supply chain and a natural resource competition going on. There's a competition going on for the fourth industrial revolution control, AI, nanotechnology. That brings Israel in because we're very involved and advanced in these fourth industrial revolution technologies. So these are the game of Go is being played on many different levels, and war and military is just the most obvious one.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But, the question that we're asking here, Karis, is in this battle between Xi, as in Xi Jinping, and Xi as in the ladies, Tsai Ing-wen and Nancy Pelosi, who in your appreciation has an upper hand as of now?
I wouldn't say either one has an upper hand. Both has challenges. Both have been able to make their points. I do think that Nancy Pelosi has managed to pull off a visit that was extremely controversial, very questionable. The negatives outweighing the positives going into it. We'll have to see how much trouble Taiwan suffers for this momentary satisfaction. But in the mid and long term, I have to repeat, I see this being the trigger for a change in the way that Taiwan sees its own self-defense.
So in the short term, there will be trouble for Taiwan. The blockade that we talk about, and that blockade starts soon after this plane takes off. There are those military drills and maneuvers. Of course, officially, the live fire exercise starts on the 4th. It goes on till the 7th. And there are reports from Taiwan that seem to indicate that several flights will have to be cancelled. There are reports that seem to indicate ports will have to be shut down. And is that China's punitive action, or just the beginning of the punitive action against Taiwan? In your appreciation, Kareem, does it extend even to the United States of America, or will it stay restricted to Taiwan?
It will absolutely stay restricted to Taiwan on the military level, and it's going to be a difficult short-term situation for Taiwan. It was expected, and many pundits talked about live fire exercise taking place after she leaves. It looks like this is what's going to happen, and how it is managed going forward can be either a de-escalation or with some bad management could lead to a lot of trouble. So we'll very much hope that we have calm hands at the wheel and things will go forward without any major serious conflict coming out of this.
Okay, stay with us for a moment as we look at these images. We'll let these images breathe for a moment. Nancy Pelosi and the delegation, the congressional delegation, and you have the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, you have member of the Intelligence Committee, all a part of this delegation. A very, very difficult visit as far as the situation on ground is concerned. China opposed to it, threatened America, saying, don't play with fire, you will get burnt in the bargain. US President Joe Biden also seemed to indicate, and said so in as many words before this visit, that the military was not in favor of this. And the US military, Kareem, not being in favor of this visit, what does this entail for them in your view from this point on?
The US is going to be more engaged, and the priority has been Ukraine. And now the U.S. is going to have to find some space within its bandwidth to focus on military communication, training, cooperation, ramping that up with Taiwan over time. It's not going to be tomorrow, but that will be the requirement. And the U.S. is not great at multitasking. The different sections of the U.S. government are not great at multitasking. So we have to see how it's going to manage the very many challenges that it's facing. But on the military side, there is no large conflict in the Middle East, so that the U.S. has to deal with. Yes, there's the negotiations with Iran, but we don't have boots on the ground that are active and fighting, thanks to Afghanistan ending, although ignominiously, but they're out. So perhaps the military has the ability to focus on Ukraine as well as Taiwan, and then keep an eye on the wider South China Sea and what's going on globally.
Of course, the carrier battle groups will have to remain in these waters. They would have to play a bigger role at any given point of time, especially with China saying that the Taiwan Strait belongs to them, to ensure that sea lanes of communication are kept open. Will Europe have to chip in a bigger way in the weeks and months ahead?
I think you read my mind. We're going to see France, probably the UK, Australia, Japan, all perhaps called upon and perhaps volunteering to contribute. It will definitely be a joint effort. The U.S. Under Biden has done a very good job of coalition building, re-strengthening its ally relationships. And I think, it's shown some really important successes with the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum, with the Quad, with the I2U2, which is the India, Israel, UAE, USA, with supporting the Negev development here in Israel with Middle East countries, many, many different kinds of coalitions that are developing, and that will probably extend into a support of some type for Taiwan and for the framework around it.
We, to an extent, in this part of the world, China is seen as a bully. China is seen as someone that tries to browbeat countries either to join the Belt and Road Initiative or to accept China's point of view in every situation. But do you see a recalibration as far as Europe is concerned? Will Europe look beyond profits and see China for what an expansionist force actually, an expansionist nation actually is?
Europe has already transformed its perspective on China. Brussels has come out with its national security assessment, and we see not only are the governments of Europe looking at China with new eyes, but also the businesses, which were both in North America and across Europe, the greatest supporters of engagement, unfortunately, due to the many developments that have taken place economically, the policy developments, which have made it more difficult to do business in China, with also the other issues that have been raised on the human rights level. These are very difficult for Europe to ignore. And we even see a change in the business attitude. So I don't think bully is the word that I would use, but definitely seeing China as putting a lot of pressure in its own way on economic and diplomatic players. But we have to remember the U.S. also puts pressure of all kinds in all different ways. And I think what we really need to look at is what are the core concerns here? And I think from the democracy perspective, it's about values and it's about way of life. And China, Xi Jinping has said he wants to reshape global governance. What does that mean? No one really knows, because China has never been the global leader of the global rules and order since modern times. And even China doesn't know what that might look like. And the unknown is a fear. The U.S. is a well-known entity. And so I think even though the U.S. Can put pressure on countries in all kinds of ways, it's something that is expected and something that is a known entity. So this is why, maybe the word bully is used, but I don't think it's appropriate. And we need to take into consideration how the values issue is driving all of these, daily conflicts.
Nancy Pelosi repeatedly spoke about wanting to strengthen democracy. She repeatedly speaks of wanting to strengthen human rights and these core values that she so strongly stands for. As a nation, what has the United States been able to achieve, or is the United States sharply divided on this, given the fact that the president himself wasn't too keen, or said at least the armed forces were not too keen on Nancy Pelosi's visit? So has she created more trouble for her country by coming here?
She did create trouble. It was not a necessary step. It was a choice. There was no active reason to make this visit at this time. But once she's done it, I think it does show that it is, it's going to create trouble for everyone. It's going to be trouble for Taiwan, as we've discussed quite a bit. It's trouble for China. It's trouble for the United States. It's going to be trouble on a much broader level, but not the kind of very dangerous war trouble that was feared prior to the visit. I think the strengthening of human rights and democracy is a challenging effort. We must recognize and appreciate and respect the systems and the cultures that of different nations. And the U.S. is not, neither China or the U.S. is really able to understand, I think. They're both very large nations with, as Edward Luckvack coined, great power autism, and it is hard for them to empathize with smaller countries and the needs of different cultures. But if they could go in with more respect of the local needs and the local culture, they would be much more successful.
But Caris, why do you say China is not a bully? You repeatedly kept telling my colleague Gaurav Sawant that China is not a bully. Reports world over have suggested how China's bullying is becoming a danger to the world and itself as well.
Is that addressed to me?
Yes, absolutely.
The world, China as a danger and a threat, I think that's a bit overblown. It depends on other countries. Media, present company accepted, of course, it tends to prefer to take a black or white view and try to portray one side as good and one side as bad. China's not all bad. The U.S. is not all good. Democracy is not all good. It's just the lesser of all evils, I think, for those of us who believe in democracy. But autocracy is not the alternative that we would prefer. China is a very complex country. It has its own needs. Those need to be respected. And it's up to each country to understand China and know China. Very few countries around the world understand the culture of China and the history of China, how that informs their decisions and their choices. I think we need to look to Japan, Singapore, South Korea, Vietnam, learn from them. They have 1,000+ years of experience in, and also Taiwan, in dealing with China. And the rest of the world doesn't. And if you don't understand China, it is a very specific, unique country. Many in my country, in Israel, look at China and they say, oh, it's a communist country. Russia was a communist country. We kind of expect China to be like Russia. China's nothing like Russia, much less the United States, which many countries tend to just say, oh, we've been dealing with the United States for decades. Now we're dealing with China. We're going to deal with them in the same way. You cannot and succeed. So I think China itself is not such a danger. It's a matter of us understanding China and then acting to take control of our own national security, self-defense, and manage relations with China in a way that allows engagement but does not put us in any kind of jeopardy. So my general solution is increase China expertise in all governments. And all governments, including Israel, should have a comprehensive, coordinated policy in how they're dealing with China. This will be good for China, good for their domestic affairs, good for their relations with the United States, and taking responsibility for each country, taking responsibility for itself, will definitely lead to a much better result than if we just blame China.
It was said that China hopes to be the leader of the world by 2050. It hopes to complete reunification with Taiwan in the next 20 years. In your appreciation, post this visit, will China rework some of those deadlines? There were some reports that seem to indicate that it may try reunification in the next 18 to 24 months.
Reunification is complex. It depends on, next year, after the 20th Party Congress, we'll have a better understanding of how China sees itself going forward. But it's very important that that Taiwan get the kind of support it needs in order to determine its own destiny. If it wants independence, it needs to take the right actions for that. How China will behave to a certain extent when it comes to Taiwan and other global affairs will be impacted by how other countries behave, and vice versa. So I think that it's very important to establish good dialogue, or better, there are some dialogues, but better dialogue between U.S. and China. More countries need to have dialogues regarding China regarding U.S.-China relations, regarding global affairs, and but China becoming a global superpower is going to look, it's got to look different than what we've been familiar with. It has a very different style. It has a different approach. As we all know, economics are the core source of its power, although that will have growing backup by military. But again, I come back to the issue of values, and if China does gain a leadership role in the world and defining the global order, we can, I think, logically expect that the values we see followed inside China domestically will probably be projected to a certain extent globally in the way we have seen China make demands for certain kinds of respect for Chinese, maps and Chinese way of saying things and understanding things. And it will be a very different world, and one that is not at all familiar to what we see today.
Right. Karis, hang on there for a second. I have a question for Gaurav Samant, my colleague. Now, this particular visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, the implications that it has in India and for the overall regional peace, if you could give us a little bit of perspective in terms of what this means.
So India's watching very closely, as is the world. Nancy Pelosi is virtually pulled off a coup, as some have argued. The fact that her country didn't, her president didn't want her to go, her military didn't want her to go, and yet she went. And she's made some very, very strong points that China would not like to hear at all, especially when she talks about how China has trampled the democracy and values and core values of human rights in places like Xinjiang, what it's doing to the Uyghur Muslims. She talked about how China does not believe in following international law in terms of what's happening in Hong Kong. China spoke of one country, two laws, and it threw it in the bin. She wrote about this, she's spoken about it, and she's talking about strengthening democracy in Taiwan. Now, all of this China sees as interference in China's internal affairs. As far as India is concerned, well, India's made it very clear. India's talking to China, but India has said that as long as there remains that situation, the standoff along the line of actual control, whether it's in Ladakh, and Ladakh has to be restored to April-May 2020 situation, it cannot be business as usual with China. Now it remains to be seen how long does it take for restoration. There have been multiple rounds of talks, but the situation hasn't come back to normal at all. Far from it. China's building up in a big way. India's trying to match up to that build up in a big way. And this is where, perhaps the Indian perspective differs with a lot of perspective that we hear from other parts of the world, Karis. India, does see China for what it is at the line of actual control and elsewhere. But in the short term, you're saying Taiwan's problems will increase. In the short term, does Xi Jinping lose some of that power projection given Nancy Pelosi has pulled off this trip? Business as usual with China. Now it remains to be seen how long does it take for restoration. There have been multiple rounds of talks, but the situation hasn't come back to normal at all. Okay, we'll try and reestablish that line with Karis in a moment from now. But we're looking at these pictures.
And I also want to draw our viewers' attention a bit to the implications for India. And now the real military standoff begins really after she leaves, isn't it, Gaurav?
It indeed does, because once she's out on her way to South Korea, this is where China will perhaps, one, step up the rhetoric. Two, it started moving its assets, and it's given out the area where it will carry out its live fire military exercises, and 6 places around Taiwan is where these military exercises, live firing exercises, are to be carried out from the 4th to the 7th. And this is where it'll try to blockade Taiwan, send out a message that what Taiwan has done is unacceptable to China. Militarily, this is trying to show Taiwan its place. But Taiwan has also sent out an equally strong message saying, we are not looking for a fight. but we are resolute that we will defend our territory. That's the statement that's been put out by the Ministry of Defense in Taiwan, and that is why this situation could, from this point on, become extremely tense unless there is someone who talks both the parties down into negotiation and forward movement. Now, Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, is looking at an unprecedented third term. To do that, he has to look extremely strong
You're speaking of an
internally.
external intervention, Gaurav. You're speaking of somebody talking to both the countries right there. Which country should be interfering in this particular business that is being conducted right now?
So as of now, we will be seeing the United States in negotiation. We will be seeing several other countries. Given the situation, the US will increase its presence in the Taiwan Straits and waters around it. As Karis was just explaining to us, in case there is a blockade of Taiwan, then there could also be a blockade of the Malacca Straits, of the Hormuz Straits, and that sends out a very clear signal to all sides that international law has to be respected and maintained. Will China do that? Some reports, Karis, seem to indicate that China has also been measured in its response. Yes, there's rhetoric for internal consumption, but externally it may have violated ADIZ, but it hasn't violated the airspace. Its presence in the Taiwan Strait and waters around it, as Karis was just explaining to us, in case there is a blockade of Taiwan, then there could also be a blockade.
Can we re-establish that connection to Karis, please? All right, we'll re-establish that connection right there. But Gaurav, India is following one China policy on Taiwan, but will this visit change tack for India?
So as far as India is concerned, wait and watch is what we are doing from what we've learned through sources along the line of actual control. India is extremely vigilant, extremely alert because a country like China clearly can never be trusted is the position that we've seen. Despite a number of agreements that India has had with China, there were violations of the line of actual control and transgressions. India responded to it, and that sent out a very strong message to China. That's point one. Point two, it is a loss of face for Chinese President Xi Jinping, given the fact that he expressly told the US president that there should be no visit, said don't play with fire, you'll burn yourself. Despite that, the visit has not only happened, it's been a very high profile visit that actually puts China in its place, and Chinese President Xi Jinping, as he looks for his third term, will not be very happy about this.
Right. So we're getting you all the perspectives, all the sides of this story. The big question is, will this force China to escalate more? It's a bit of a wait and watch for now because she's left, and this is when we know how China reacts in terms of its military prowess, Gaurav.
Very, very powerful, this entire visit. What message in short term, medium term and long term does this mean for Taiwan? And as Nancy Pelosi put it, for democracies of the world, are they uniting to checkmate an expansionist force? The fact remains, China has been trying to bully its neighbors. China has been talking about reunification with Taiwan, and that is something that Taiwan is very reluctant about. Taiwan maintains it's an independent country, it's a democracy of 23 million people. They want to stay there that way. Of course, there are some who may talk about reunification, but then they say they're looking at the strength of democracy, and this is where Taiwan and China don't see eye to eye. United States said their aim is to strengthen democracy. There cannot be reunification by force. Nancy Pelosi made it very clear that freedom is under threat. There is a threat to democracy. There is a woman president of Taiwan, and China has actually increased tension with Taiwan. China is trying to use force to reunite with Taiwan, and this is where democracies come together. But what does democracies coming together actually mean on ground? Very powerful image. After 25 years, the Speaker of the US House of Representatives in Taiwan, and this, where she's also been awarded a medal, the highest medal in Taiwan has been awarded to Nancy Pelosi. Again, a signal that is being sent out. How does China receive all these signals, and what China does is something to watch out for from this point on. The live fire military drills that start tomorrow till the 7th, and then we need to see what China does beyond.
Absolutely. I keep bringing you back to India, Gaurav, but I just wanted to understand India's stance as far as Taiwan is concerned. Has that been consistent all throughout since 2014, since the Modi government came into power?
So, you know, India, yes, does talk about one China policy. At the same time, Jammu and Kashmir, in case China has issues with one India policy, there is a stance that India also takes, and there is a lot of churn that is currently on. And that is why when you see several countries that fell in line, China's just now desperate. Look at how some countries have come out in support of China. Pakistan, a client state of China. So Pakistan immediately said, you know, we stand by the one China policy. Iran said so, Russia said so, and that's about it, at least as of now. So China's trying to shore up defenses. What is India doing? India is also looking at what is happening all along, but a very, very independent policy, whether it was with Ukraine, whether it's with China, or whether it's dealing with other neighbors in the region. And the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar articulated it when European countries were saying, you know, you're not supporting us in Ukraine. Imagine what will happen to you when China comes. And he said that's actually not fair. China tried its transgressions before Russia went into Ukraine, and India had to deal with that situation on our own. So we will deal with every situation as we as a nation deem fit. That's exactly what India intends to do.
So that's very interesting to know where India stands as far as Taiwan is concerned. Now, coming back to Nancy Pelosi's visit as well, there are a lot of articles and reports coming in as to how this visit is irresponsible, reckless, it should not have been done, it's against the President Biden's wishes, it also is dangerous to a very large extent. Will this visit make China, I beg your pardon, Taiwan, any more secure or more prosperous than before, or not?
So, you know, the jury is actually out on it. There are some who say that Taiwan's issues are now on global center stage, something that China just did not want. China has actually been trying to get Taiwan out of public glare for a very long time. Taiwan is one country, and Nancy Pelosi actually thanked Taiwan for the way Taiwan had dealt with coronavirus. And look at the difference between two countries. China's in the eye of global fire for COVID-19 since COVID-19 spread globally. Taiwan, on the other hand, cautioned the world about COVID-19. Taiwan, as Nancy Pelosi also pointed out, had the maximum vaccination and least number of fatalities because of the standard operating procedures that they followed. So they were able to assess correctly and take effective countermeasures correctly. And that's the message that Taiwan wanted to give out to the world from the very beginning. Sadly, the World Health Organization wasn't listening. Again, on Chinese actions, it's Taiwan that's actually cautioning the entire world about the mindset of an expansionist nation. And that is what Taiwan tells the entire world. Take us far more seriously. We are the only ones. The antidote to an expansionist China is a very strong Taiwan.
Very interesting perspective right there, Gaurav. I'm being told Carrie is back on the broadcast with us. Carrie, could many bad things happen? And is there a lot of downside when it comes to Nancy Pelosi's visit? Meaning, to give you an example, probably a Chinese military response that could perhaps result in US being plunged into indirect conflicts with Russia, which is nuclear armed, and a nuclear armed China at the same time.
In the short term, first of all, the war that people predicted is not going to happen, didn't happen, and it won't happen in the short term for sure. Secondly, it's always going to be more dangerous to provoke than not provoke, and it was a questionable move by Pelosi, but now that she has made it, again, I think that we're going to see an unexpected or certainly unpredicted repercussion, which we saw with Ukraine in that the Taiwanese may recognize their need to focus on their own self-defense. Countries around the world, democracies around the world are going to start to support, train, provide military armament for Taiwan. And there will be an ongoing greater tension in that region, which, as you pointed out, is a recipe for error which could lead to terrible conflict. So in the big picture, it also was a perhaps a calculatedly reckless move, but it's done, and we're going to have to deal with it now.
Well, the world would have to deal with it now. As far as Europe is concerned, what do you think where Europe stands, given they are already facing an existential war with Russia over Ukraine? And now with in case, and the operative word being in case there is a US conflict with China over Taiwan, triggered by this particular visit, where do you see Europe stand in the scheme of things?
France and the UK have strong maritime capabilities. Everything happening in Ukraine is a land issue. There are no troops, there are no forces there. It's all about arming. This is a totally different field of conflict. So the geography matters. So I do think that they'll be able to provide some level of support. And as I said earlier, we'll also see likely Australia and Japan stepping in to carry their weight as well.
Absolutely. A little about the timing of Nancy Pelosi in terms of the geopolitical power that we are seeing, in terms of balancing that as well, becomes very important. And hence, at this point of time, what would you say about the timing of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan?
I thought, and the others commented, that the timing has to do with U.S. elections, and that she chose this time in order to make a statement about the Democratic force and strength of the Democratic Party as opposed to the Republican Party with respect to China. China is the one topic in the Congress and Senate that unifies. And perhaps she wanted to show that the Democrats can be even tougher on China than the Republicans. That is the only justification I can see for this particular timing. There is no other event or issue that would necessitate a trip right at this time.
Right. I also want to talk about geopolitics here a little bit vis-a-vis America now. America finds itself in a precarious position as far as nuclear-armed Russia is concerned. At the same time now, after the Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, you don't know where they stand with China. And as you are describing, it could perhaps, go downwards as well. So two-front war with the one of two biggest superpowers at the same time. How would this augur for America as well?
This is a problem, and I think Kissinger has written and spoken about the fact that the U.S. needs to make sure that that kind of development or eventuality doesn't happen, and it wasn't managed in a way that prevented it. You could say many mistakes were making, but once again, I'm very practical, and I say, here we are, now what's going to happen? And I come back to allies and friends. U.S. will need to continue to engage, and this is a good thing, that the U.S. can't do it alone, and therefore it won't do it alone, and it will need to bring in, as the Europeans, and the transatlantic relationship greatly strengthened
All
as a
right,
result.
Karis, I appreciate you taking the time out and joining us on this broadcast. Abhishek Bhalla is also with us at this point. Abhishek, let's focus a bit on the Indian stance and how the regional power play takes place, any kind of imbalance of power that you are foreseeing in case China reacts negatively to this particular visit of Nancy Pelosi.
Well, expectedly, Pakistan in the region has come out in support of China. And really, this was on the cards because, you know, they are very close allies. A lot of military help to Pakistan comes from China. It's not limited to just a diplomatic relationship, but it's a very strategic and military relationship that the two countries share. Amid all this, you know, India's stand will be one of caution. Because obviously India wouldn't be in a situation to openly take sides with anybody, even though US has made its stand clear. And if at all there is an escalation and a flare-up and this leads to a limited skirmish or a full-scale conflict, we can expect US to be assisting Taiwan, not just in terms of monetary aid like they've done with Ukraine, but operationally as well. There are already 4 to 5 US warships that are close to Taiwan, and they've made a movement towards the island nation. On the other hand, the Chinese maneuvers are looking pretty aggressive as well. There are at least 2 warships of the Chinese PLA that are moving towards the Strait of Taiwan. So it remains to be seen how this pans out, whether China will get an honorable exit out of this embarrassment or not. We'll have to wait and watch.
All right, thank you so much, Abhishek Bhalla, for joining us live and giving us the perspective on this particular visit. We'll continue getting you all the very latest from this big story. For now, we're slipping to a very short commercial break. When we return, big Lingayat push by Congress in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi meets Lingayat seers. This and more in just moments from now. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Hey, little darling, don't shed no tears.
First movie just gave us a glimpse of Wakanda, and now it was introduced to the world. We just wanted to continue telling the story of these wonderful people.
We all understand just how necessary and how special this project coming at this moment in time is for a variety of reasons. And when you think about the people, the minds, the talent coming together to tell that story, it's absolutely a spiritual experience.
You know, I walked into this trying to manage my expectations, because the really powerful thing of Black Panther 1 was that it was so special and it was such a big watershed moment that it can't be recreated. So I walked in thinking, let's not expect Black Panther 1.
breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi has arrived for the birthday celebrations of Siddaramaiah. Listen into his address.
On one side, Manrega, right to food, farm loan waiver. On the other side, demonetization, GST, farm bills.
ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ದೃಢೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆ, ರೈತರ ಸಾಲ ಮನ್ನಾ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಾದರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ್ದು GST, ನೋಟಿನ ಅಮಾನ್ಯೀಕರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರ ಕೃಷಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
Today I was very happy to see Siddaramaiah ji and DK Shivkumar hugging each other on the stage.
ಇವತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಮತ್ತು DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಆಲಿಂಗನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಯಿತು.
DK Shivkumar ji has done tremendous work for the Congress organization.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ನಂತರ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಅದ್ಭುತಪೂರ್ವವಾದಂತಹ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
And the Congress party is completely united to defeat the RSS BJP in Karnataka.
ನಾನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಮತ್ತು RSS ಅನ್ನು ಸೋಲಿಸುವಂತಹ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದೆ.
And when we come to power in Karnataka, you will get a government that works for the interest of every person in Karnataka.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರಜೆಯ ಒಳಿತನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ಅವರ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದಕ್ಕೆ ಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು.
A clean and an honest government that is interested in the future of this state.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಉಜ್ವಲ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಶೀಲವಾಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
A government that will take actions like connecting Karnataka to the United States and transforming Bangalore.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮತ್ತು ಅಮೆರಿಕ, ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉದ್ಯಮಗಳು, ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆಗಳು ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತ ಮತ್ತು ಅಮೆರಿಕವನ್ನ ಬೆಸೆಯುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾವೆ.
A government that will support the weakest, but a government that will be for everybody.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಬಡವರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಇದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿದಂತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
A government that will not spread hatred in this wonderful state.
ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ದ್ವೇಷದ ರಾಜಕಾರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
A government that will follow the ideas of Basavaji.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ತತ್ವವನ್ನು ಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಜಗಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರರ ತತ್ವವನ್ನ ಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
I'd like to conclude by once again wishing Siddaramaiah ji a very, very happy birthday.
ನಾನು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರಿಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಶುಭದಾಯಕವಾದಂಥ 75ನೇ ವರ್ಷದ ಜನ್ಮದಿನದ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊಟಕು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
He's one person who looks younger as he grows older.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ವರ್ಷ ಕಳೆದಂತೆ ಯುವಕರಾಗಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಾರೆ ಹೊರತಾಗಿ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದಂತ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
I'd like to thank the entire Congress party, many of whom are on the stage, for the tremendous work that you do in defending Mahatma Gandhi's ideals.
ನಾನು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ತತ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
And I'd like to thank every single worker of the Congress party who fights for the Congress party every single day in the streets, in the villages, in the towns.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತನನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಗಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ರಸ್ತೆನಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ತತ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತಗಳನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿರಂತರವಾದಂತಹ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು.
You make us very, very proud.
ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯದಿಂದಾಗಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Gandhi's live address over there on the 75th birthday party of Siddaramaiah, with scores and scores of Congress supporters present over there in the massive birthday celebration of Congress leader and former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, in Devanagari. The event is called Siddaramatsava, and it is a battleground for his 75th birthday bash and a mega show of strength by the Congress party. Devanagari is 250 kilometers away from Bengaluru, and Rahul Gandhi himself has gone there to address the crowds and has spoken about Siddaramaiah, lashed out at the BJP. Also, Siddaramaiah is touted to be he is perhaps touted to be now the face and the tallest leader coming out from Karnataka, because this is how the optics of this is working out right now. It is a massive birthday celebration of Congress leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Devanagari. Siddaramotsav, the battleground for 75th birthday bash, mega show of strength. Devanagari is 250 kilometers from Bengaluru, touted to be aimed at sending out a political message ahead of the 2023 Assembly elections. This is Siddaramaiah's Hulk smash amidst a festering public feud with State Congress Chief D.K. Shivakumar. Traffic jams as long as 6 kilometers have been reported on the Pune-Bengaluru highway. Thousands have gathered for birthday celebrations of Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah's birthday mega event is giving the Congress a chance to shift the focus away from ugly public spat between its two top state leaders and instead focus on the crowds. What Siddaramaiah is going to be hoping is that today's batch cements his position as the tallest Congress leader in Karnataka and end the debate on who should front the party's fight. Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka for a 2-day visit. He's visited Sri Muruga Rajendra Mutt in Chitradurga, which is a prominent religious place for the Lingayat community. Rahul's Mutt visit comes in the backdrop of upcoming Karnataka Assembly polls, which Congress has decided to fight in a solo mode. Lingayat community's support can determine the outcome of polls in 224 Assembly constituencies. Lingayats are the state's single largest community, with more than 500 Mutts, constituting nearly 17% of the population, mostly in North Karnataka. Lingayat Mutts are very powerful and are directly involved in state politics due to their large following. In the past as well, Congress has tried its level best to win the community's support that has in recent times firmly stood behind the BJP and its leader B.S. Yediyurappa. So there you go, latest coming in, visuals coming in of Rahul Gandhi's 2-day visit in Karnataka. Those are on your screens as we speak. Take a look at the visuals that are coming in of Rahul Gandhi's Lingayat push in Karnataka. 2-day visit in Karnataka. He visited this mutt in Chitradurga. The name of the mutt is Sri Muruga Rajendra Mutt in Chitradurga, which is a prominent religious place for the Lingayat community, and you can see those visuals right there. Rahul's mutt visit is coming in the backdrop of the upcoming Karnataka Assembly elections, which Congress has decided to fight in solo mode this time around. And the Lingayat support is something that's very important for the Congress party, because it perhaps can determine the outcome of 224 Assembly constituencies as well. The probe in West Bengal teacher recruitment scam is exploding with each passing day. India Today took a deep dive into the trail of companies linked to Arpita Mukherjee. Here is a detailed report coming in.
In search of Symbiosis Merchants Private Limited, the wholesale goods company with Arpita Mukherjee as its director since 2011, we reached its Belgharia address registered in company documents. No signboard, no banner. Turns out it's the same place Arpita Mukherjee's mother lives in. No trace of any company operating out of this old building. No staff, no worker either. But according to documents accessed by India Today, the company held its annual mandatory meetings at the same address. Symbiosis merchants also maintained financial statements. The place looks familiar. It's the same Diamond City apartment from where the ED hauled unaccounted cash late last month. But on paper, it houses Century Engineering Private Limited, which had Arpita Mukherjee as its director for almost 11 years now. No staff, no workers. But the so-called company is also regular in issuing financial statements. With Munish Pandey in Delhi and Mohammad Hizbullah in Kolkata, a special investigative report by India Today.
Slipping to a very short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what? Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these mega stars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
This is the house where Al-Qaeda leader and co-mastermind of the devastating 9/11 attack, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed by the US. And this is the missile which was used. There was no sign of an explosion near the location of the strike, and no one else was harmed either, as per reports. So then just how did this missile attack and kill Zawahiri with such precision? The strike was carried out using the Hellfire R9X, a missile which is equipped with 6 razor-like blades and does not have any explosive payload which can cause any kind of explosion. These missiles do not explode but release knife-like blades, hitting the targets with precision to avoid collateral damage to civilians. It has become the US munition of choice for killing leaders of extremist groups while avoiding civilian casualties. The R9X first appeared in March 2017 when top Al-Qaeda leader Abu al-Khair al-Masri was killed by a drone strike while traveling in a car in Syria. But this was never acknowledged by the US. The missile was also used by the US forces targeting an Al-Qaeda-linked trainer in Syria in 2020, and some reports also suggest that it was used.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. America's first Taiwan pit stop in 25 years. Pelosi meets Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen, sends strong message, hails Taiwan's resilience.
3 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan.
Global flashpoint over U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit, warns U.S., says those who play with fire perish by it. Political showdown over Tiranga Yatra. BJP hits out at opposition for not participating in the rally. Says that, does Tiranga only belong to a party? The opposition hits back. India Today exposes modus operandi of Bengal Cash for job scam. Fake appointments letters to scan signatures used to dope aspirants. Big Lingayat push by Congress in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi meets Lingayat Seers mega outreach ahead of 2023 polls. Amid stern reactions from China, Pelosi concluded her Taiwan visit. During his visit in Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi addressed Taiwan's parliament and met with its president as well as legislators. Pelosi and Taiwan president discussed how ties can be deepened between the two nations. Pelosi also discussed strengthening of security partnership and protecting the shared democratic value. Pelosi thanked President Tsai for her leadership, called for increased inter-parliamentary cooperation. Meanwhile, Taiwan's Ministry of Defense held a press conference accusing China of violating international law and Taiwan's sovereignty. Taiwan's attack was on China's live-fire military exercises that will take place in 6 zones around Taiwan. Taiwan claimed that some of them overlap with Taiwan's territorial waters. The Taiwan government announced increased military alert levels after Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan. 4 decades ago, the Taiwan Relations Act was built building a strong bond between our two countries, advancing our shared interests of governance, economy, and security, while respecting the One China policy. Our solidarity with you is more important than ever as you defend Taiwan and your freedom. Of right now, a struggle between autocracy and democracy in the world. We cannot back away from that. And so, as China goes and uses its soft power, money and whatever, into many countries in order to get their support at the UN and other bodies, we have to recognize and we have to show the world, and that's one of the purposes of our trip, to show the world the success of the people of Taiwan, their courage to change their own country to become more democratic. 43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan. And on this strong foundation, we have built a thriving partnership, grounded in our shared values of self-government and self-determination, focused on our mutual security interests in the region and across the world. Taiwan has been an island of resilience in the world. Indeed, the people of Taiwan have proven to the world that with hope, courage, and determination, it is possible to build a peaceful and prosperous future, even in terms of the challenges you face. When we travel and leave the country as a congressional delegation, security, to protect our people as well as global security, economy to spread prosperity in our own country and others, and governance are three principal pillars of our travel. In all three areas, we have great cooperation and friendship with Taiwan, and we value that. I just do want to mention and congratulate Taiwan for your governance of the COVID issue, the COVID pandemic. You're a model to the world.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. The representatives here today are all important leaders in the House and have long made proactive efforts to promote progress in Taiwan-U.S. relations in all areas. We are truly grateful to you for making this visit to Taiwan to showcase the U.S. Congress's staunch support for Taiwan.
Geeta Mohan will join us in moments from now to get us a better perspective on this particular visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. Amidst the stern reactions coming in from China, Nancy Pelosi has concluded her Taiwan visit. What this means for India, what this means for the regional balance, something that our Foreign Affairs editor will give you a perspective in moments from now once she's through with us. But just to recap what really happened there during the visit in Taiwan, Nancy Pelosi addressed Taiwan's parliament and met with its presidents as well as legislators. Pelosi and Taiwan president discussed how ties can be deepened between the two nations. Pelosi also discussed strengthening of security partnership, protecting the shared democratic values. Pelosi thanked the Taiwan president for her leadership, calling for increased interparliamentary cooperation. Meanwhile, you've got Taiwan's Ministry of Defense holding a press conference accusing China of violating international law and Taiwan's sovereignty. Taiwan's attack was on China's live-fire military exercises that will take place in 6 zones around Taiwan. Taiwan claimed that some of them overlapped with Taiwan's territorial waters. The Taiwan government announced increased military alert levels after Nancy Pelosi's visit. So now, how will China respond to this? It's a wait and watch for now. There's breaking news coming in. China has slammed the United States and said, and I quote, while claiming the U.S. cannot stand idly to China's affairs, it stands idly by over its own human rights problem, its riddled domestic problems, the well-being of its own people, unquote. So China going out there to slam U.S. after the visit of Nancy Pelosi. Of course, China is not taking it well. Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, there is a statement that has come out. It says, and I quote, while claiming the U.S. cannot stand idly to China's affairs, it stands idly by over its own human rights problem, its riddled domestic problems, the well-being of its own people, unquote. China has taken a jibe on the leadership of the United States and made a scathing attack on the human rights issues in the United States of America and the domestic problems as well, and the well-being of people in America. We'll have to wait and watch to see how U.S. responds to China lambasting them. China accusing US of human rights hypocrisy. We'll wait and watch to see how the US responds to this statement. China is taking all measures from military drills to trade bans against Taiwan, opposing US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. Chinese People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command will hold joint military operations, including maritime and air drills around Taiwan. PLA has sent advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. China will carry out long-range artillery shooting in Taiwan Straits and conventional missile test firing in sea regions east of Taiwan. Meanwhile, China has listed 2,066 Taiwanese food items as being subject to import suspension, including citrus fruits, fish products, bakery goods. China has also suspended the export of natural sand to Taiwan. In another probable sign of China's wrath, a number of Taiwan government websites, including that of the Foreign Ministry and the Presidential Office, were hit by cyber attacks. Amidst Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the island nation speeds up its attack drone program. Its main focus remains on combat drones to counter the Chinese threat. The next report will tell you more about this in detail. Take a look.
What does the surgical drone strike on Al-Qaeda terrorist chief Zawahiri have in common with faraway Taiwan? In case you're wondering, this tiny island off China's coast, that's now in the full blast of Chinese war drums, recently completed long-range test flights of its own clone of the US Predator drone. Designated Tengyong-2, the intended attack drone system was recently tested by Taiwan over ocean for the first time, proving its endurance and optical equipment. This indigenous Taiwanese drone, part of the island's big focus on self-reliance in weaponry and especially drone warfare, is modeled very much on the Predator and Reaper drones of America, tried and tested airframes for long-range strike missions, which they've been doing for years, including most recently of the Al-Qaeda chief. Parallel to the domestic combat drone program, Taiwan is set to receive 4 US-built, optionally armed Predator drones starting 2025. In fact, the Tengyong-2 is being developed by Taiwan to carry and fire the very same AGM-114 Hellfire laser-guided missile variants of the kind the US uses in drone strikes, as well as the one that killed al-Zawahiri. Taiwan's big focus on indigenous combat drone weaponry has been speeded up further by the Russia-Ukraine war, with the island taking note of the effective use of Turkish Bayraktar 2 combat drones in that ongoing conflict. Taiwan has already developed 2 suicide drones previously. The Tengyong-1 and Shen Xiang both are in active deployment. The national focus on combat drones is fully in keeping with Taiwan's so-called porcupine strategy, which is to defend against China using a multiplicity of small but painful counters that together offer a formidable proposition against any aggression or even a potential Chinese invasion. With vastly more internal resources, China is significantly ahead in the combat drone space, having developed and deployed the Wingloong 2 strike drone in the last few years. Advanced versions of the Chinese Wingloong 2 are capable of carrying a dozen strike munitions with flying endurance in excess of 24 hours, making them potent bombing platforms in active Chinese service. The Wingloong 2 has been exported to several countries, with Pakistan also signing up for at least 48 of the type. In the unlikelihood of open military hostilities, a drone war between China and Taiwan isn't beyond the realm of possibility. Both countries will be watching each other's programs very closely. Bureau Report, India Today.
China continues to see red over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The fuming dragon is releasing video after video to showcase their military might, claiming the PLA will stop at nothing to protect the sovereignty of their territory. Coupled with these propaganda videos to show off their strength, PLA has sent advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs and intends to carry out long-range artillery shooting and naval exercises in Taiwan Strait. But Taiwan is adamant that it will not bow down to the threats from the PLA. In its own video, Taiwan showcases their own military might as it claims it has no intent for war with China. ROC makes it clear that if needed, then they are prepared for war. Let's take this across to my colleague Akshita, who is going to be explaining what can China do to counter the US-Taiwan tango near its borders. Over to you, Akshita.
Let's talk about what kind of a response China could put forth. They've already been putting out warnings, very provocative statements, military drills, etc. But going forward, there's global suspense right now about what China will do, because they warned definitely of retaliation. There could be possibly military retaliation against the United States, but this is highly unlikely, considering that even China knows what they're up against. The Chinese are taking military action against Taiwan, again, very unlikely at this point. They could, however, raise military temperatures around Taiwan. This is already happening right now, because you're seeing military drills happening in the Taiwan Strait, as well as 5 other locations surrounding the island nation. So this is happening and could in fact be increased and escalated a lot more. China tightening the area denial in the South China Sea. Again, likely South China Sea dispute could heat up in the coming weeks. An economic clampdown on Taiwan, something that's not just likely, but has already begun, with imports on citrus fruits, all of that being suspended right now by China. Trade aggression against the United States in the form of economic sanctions. This is also highly possible as a step being taken by China. We've seen what's happened between Russia and Ukraine, and how sanctions now is the way forward. China could take a leaf out of that book. China could also accelerate the steps for the reunification of Taiwan. And this, at this point, is unclear of how China will go about this, what kind of steps they could take on this particular front. But it's like we said, Taiwan, no doubt, is going to face the heat of whatever retaliation or steps China takes.
Pakistan has backed China, saying it is committed to the One China policy and firmly supports China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia and North Korea have slammed US over Pelosi's Taiwan visit while siding with China. Russia's foreign ministry called Pelosi's visit a clear provocation, says China had the right to take measures to protect its sovereignty. North Korea has called Pelosi's visit imprudent interference of US and China's internal affairs. North Korea, has vehemently denounced any external forces interference in the issue of Taiwan, expressed full support for China, its major ally and economic lifeline. China's UK ambassador vowed severe consequences if British lawmakers visit Taiwan. Britain's House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee was reportedly planning a visit to Taiwan in November this year. Japan has expressed concerns over China's Taiwan Strait military drills. China has increasingly become more belligerent, and it is seen to be using its Belt and Road initiative to spread its sphere of influence by hook or by crook. Several countries that fell into China's debt trap are increasingly now waking up to the threat which has been posed by China. In the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, aspiring to be the British Prime Minister, has said China poses the biggest threat even to Britain. Here's a look.
An aggressive military power, an economic superpower. China's hostile policies have kept its neighbors and the West forever on the edge. The latest leader to talk of the China threat is Britain's Prime Minister contender Rishi Sunak, who labelled Beijing as UK's enemy number one. During his campaign, Rishi Sunak laid out his plans to take on China if he made it to 10 Downing Street. Sunak said he would close all 30 Confucius institutes running in Britain to prevent the spread of Chinese influence through culture and language. Britain's spy agency MI5 will be employed to combat Chinese espionage. Sunak claimed the Dragon was stealing UK's technology. The former finance minister of Britain recognized the threat China was posing to India. India has been in a standoff with China alongside the LAC for 2 years now, with more than 15 rounds of talks bearing no fruit. India has cracked down on Chinese business, its apps following the face-off. But nothing has stirred China as it keeps provoking Indian forces stationed in eastern Ladakh. US-China ties are faring no better. The latest confrontation is over Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the growing flashpoint in Asia. Many other nations share concerns over China's expansionist vision, but Beijing appears unfazed despite slowly being isolated in the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Row over Lal Singh Chadda is getting bigger after boycott Lal Singh Chadda call on social media. Actor Kangana Ranaut now has slammed Amir Khan. Kangana says negativity around film fully curated by Amir Khan himself. Kangana also says even after Amir made Hindu-phobic PK or called India intolerant, he gave the biggest hit of his life. Please stop making this about religion or ideology. It takes away from their bad acting and bad films, unquote. Akshita is joining us live from the newsroom now for the very latest on this. Akshita, Kangana back again as a troll and she's now trolling Amir Khan over the release of Lal Singh Chadda.
Interesting reaction from Kangana actually, Chaiti, because if you look at what she said, she starts off by saying that this entire controversy over Lal Singh Chadda and this boycott film trend that's doing the rounds on social media is manufactured by Amir Khan himself. She's saying that South Indian films are deeply rooted in Indian culture, something that we've seen a lot of comments on social media also about, interestingly. But she is also going on to state, let's not in fact talk about boycotts, because then we will become intolerant. And then she says, let's not make it about religion either. Let's focus on their bad acting and bad films. So it's interesting how she's taken on Amir Khan in the sense that she's accused him of, curating and triggering this entire
Akshita, this is an accusation. What proof does she have to say that this has been curated by Amir Khan himself? These are baseless allegations for the moment unless proven otherwise. And then she goes on to call them out on their quote-unquote bad acting and bad films. I mean, it's a judgment call that she's putting out, in a way, trolling Amir Khan.
She's trolling him, yes, and you're right, she has no evidence whatsoever, but Kangana Ranaut is known, of course, to make these kind of extremely loose, strong statements that target actors in her own industry without holding back. But having said that, the fact that she's also said don't react to this kind of a trend, Chaiti, is interesting, because you'd expect Kangana to then put out this kind of a hashtag, but she's actually made a comment saying don't react to this boycott trend, because then, there's all of this talk about intolerant India. She's also saying that this film won't do well because Hollywood films being remade. She's saying that Forrest Gump, of course, has been remade into Lal Singh Chadda. Referring to that, she's saying that anyway, these films don't do well. Let's call them out because they're bad films, because of their bad acting, because this is a controversy that's been made up, is Kangana's contention. So it's a little complicated, but essentially, at the end of the day, her message is the same. Go ahead and boycott it, but not for the reasons that it's trending on social media.
It's very interesting that Kangana has an opinion about everybody else's film, and time and again she ends up trolling people with different political ideologies than hers, and that has become extremely very clear. We'll leave it at that. Thanks, Akshita, for joining us with that quick update right there. Just a few days before release, Amir Khan's upcoming film Lal Singh Chadda has become the center of controversy. Yesterday, Amir Khan also appealed to citizens, asking them to not boycott the movie and give it a fair chance. Here's a report.
Amir Khan and upcoming film Lal Singh Chadda is being trolled and targeted days before its release. The hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chadda has been trending on social media for the last few days. But what have Amir and Kareena done to invite the wrath of social media users? Well, the actors seem to be paying the price and being cancelled for comments they made years ago. Amir Khan is being branded anti-India and anti-Hindu as Twitterati have joined hands for a campaign to boycott his upcoming film. And it's not over one controversy, but a number of them. First, over this scene in Amir's film PK.
ब्रदर मैंने जान दे मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे मालूम है हमका कलेश जी और कार्तिक के इतने छोटे भी नहीं है वो अकेले रह सकते हैं घर में आप हमारा रिमोट दिलाई दो फिर जाओ अपने फैमिली के पास.
Second, over his intolerant India comments back in 2015.
For any society, it's very important to have a sense of security. The last maybe 6 months, 8 months, there has been a growing sense of despondency, I would say. Kiran and I have lived all our lives in India. For the first time, Kiran says, should we move out of India? Now, that's a disastrous and very big statement for Kiran to make to me.
And it doesn't stop there. There's also outrage over Amir saying in a TV show that people should feed the poor rather than buy milk for Lord Shiv, and also over his meet with the Turkish First Lady during the shooting of Lal Singh Chadda last year. All these issues have come back to haunt Amir Khan, and it's led to a widespread boycott call on social media. To add fuel to this raging fire, Kareena Kapoor has also been dragged into this saga, and again it's a flashback comment about nepotism that's gotten her in trouble. And Kareena's latest reaction to the boycott Lal Singh Chadda trend has also not gone down well with netizens. Speaking to India Today, Kareena said that these trends don't bother her and also opened up on the raging cancel culture.
I don't take any of this like seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, I mean, like, okay, everyone, I mean, you know, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
With days to go for Lal Singh Chadda's release on the big screen, will the boycott gang get its way and ensure empty theatres greet the Amir starrer, or will content trump cancel culture?
कि जिंदगी गोलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले ही पर जावे, मन नहीं पड़ता.
Bureau Report, India Today.
क्या पता हमें है.
We're slipping to a break. When we return, massive birthday celebration of Congress leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah underway in Devanagari. Bringing you this and more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities, and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and a Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. The world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed about our one China policy.
佩洛西众议长如果赴台，将是对中国内政的粗暴干涉，严重损害中国主权和领土完整，肆意践踏一个中国原则。
Nancy Pelosi will be the first House Speaker to visit Taiwan in 25 years. When House Speaker Newt Gingrich traveled to Taiwan in 1997, Beijing initially objected and threatened a response. Mrs. Pelosi opened her trip to Asia on Monday in Singapore. She and 4 other Democratic members of Congress met with Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong. Nancy Pelosi has often spoken out about human rights violations in China. In 1991, she unfurled a protest banner in Tiananmen Square. And in 2015, Beijing allowed her to visit Chinese-controlled Tibet, which was a rare concession. But her recent visit is straining US-China relations. US supports Taiwan as a democratically governed island, but Beijing claims it to be Chinese territory. The US is walking a fine line of dichotomy. US had to sever ties with Taiwan in 1979 to maintain relations with China. But that same year, it also passed the Taiwan Relations Act, which guarantees support for the island. The Chinese believe it to be a threat to their one China policy that states that there's only one Chinese government. Ahead of her visit, the Chinese military released a video of the People's Liberation Army conducting land, sea, and air drills. The video was released on August 1st, marking the 95th anniversary of the founding of People's Liberation Army, and ends with the slogan, "Bury all the enemies that dare to invade," forging ahead towards successive victories.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Massive birthday celebration of Congress leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah underway in Devnagari, called Siddarama Utsav, the battleground for 75th birthday bash and mega show of strength by the Congress party. It happened in Devnagari, which is 250 kilometers from Bengaluru. Rahul Gandhi at Siddaramaiah's birthday bash fire fought the Congress crisis in Karnataka, asserting that the Congress party is united. He also claimed that he was very happy to see Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar hugging each other. Rahul also praised Shivakumar, saying that he's done a lot of work for the Congress party in Karnataka. Touted to be aimed at sending out a political message ahead of the 2023 Assembly polls, this is Siddaramaiah's Hulk smash amidst a festering public feud with State Congress Chief D.K. Shivakumar. Traffic jams as long as 6 kilometers have been reported on the Pune-Bengaluru highway. Thousands have gathered for the birthday celebrations. Siddaramaiah's mega birthday bash gives the Congress party a chance to shift the focus away from ugly public fights between its 2 top state leaders and instead focus on the crowds. What Siddaramaiah perhaps we'll be hoping, is that today's bash cements his position as the tallest Congress leader in Karnataka and end the debate over who should front the party's fight.
Today I was very happy to see Siddharamaiah ji and DK Shivkumar hugging each other on the stage. DK Shivkumar ji has done tremendous work for the Congress organization, and the Congress party is completely united to defeat the RSS BJP in Karnataka. And when we come to power in Karnataka, you will get a government that works for the interest of every person in Karnataka. A government that will not spread hatred in this wonderful state. When the BJP leaders were ridiculing computers, Karnataka was put on the international map by the Congress party. And we asked people in the United States, what do they think of Karnataka today? They will say to you that Karnataka never faced the type of violence it is facing today. They will say to you that when the Congress was in power, Karnataka was in harmony.
Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka today for a two-day visit. Rahul visited the Sri Muruga Rajendra Mutt in Chitradurga, which is a prominent religious space for the Lingayat community. Rahul's Mutt visit comes in the backdrop of upcoming Karnataka Assembly polls that Congress has decided to fight in solo mode. Lingayat community support can determine the outcome of the polls in 2024, in 224, Assembly constituencies. Lingayats are the state's single largest community with more than 500 Mutts constituting nearly 17% of the population, mostly in North Karnataka. Lingayat Mutts are very powerful and directly involved in state politics due to their large following. In the past as well, Congress has tried its level best to win the community support that has in recent times firmly stood behind BJP and its leader B.S. Yediyurappa. The Bengal jobs for cash scam continues to unravel. In this India Today exclusive, we decode the SSC recruitment scams modus operandi as per the probe panel report submitted in the Calcutta High Court. This after over 50 crore rupees was seized from the ED from former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee's residences last week. While the heat is mounting on Partha and Arpita's role in the scam, the Mamata Banerjee government is also in the dock. This exclusive report reveals how the rules were flouted to facilitate illegal appointments to Group D posts and government schools in Bengal. Partha has been named for his role in forming a legal committee to supervise the job appointments. Meanwhile, ED's custody of Partha ends today. He's currently being taken to ESI hospital for a medical checkup before producing him in the court.
तो सैकड़ों करोड़ का प्रॉपर्टी मिली है, तो लाखों लोगों से लूटा गया है। वो सब लोग परेशान हैं, किसी ना किसी प्रकार से बंगाल का हर व्यक्ति लूटा गया है। तो लोगों का मन में जो रोष है, क्षोभ है, उसको निकालने का एक ये जो उनको ले जाया गया एम्स भुवनेश्वर में, वहाँ भी लोग चिल्ला रहे थे चोर चोर बोल करके, और वो जाने के बाद वहाँ डिस्टर्ब हुआ, कुछ कार्रवाई में लोग नाराज थे, ये चोरी करेंगे लोग और इनके चलते हमको परेशानी होगा। और यहाँ भी जहाँ भी जब जा रहे थे कोर्ट में ऐसे ही बात हुई। तो इस प्रकार लोगों का रोष इतना ऊंचे पर है कि लोग महिलाएं भी जूता चप्पल फेंक रही। इसका मतलब खाली एक व्यक्ति नहीं है, ये पूरा सरकार का ऊपर लोगों का भरोसा नहीं है।
पार्था चटर्जी के मामले में अर्पिता हो, मोनालिसा हो, तमाम उनके महिला मित्रों के घरों से जो कैश का पहाड़ निकल के आ रहा है, इसका संकेत एसएससी घोटाले की तरफ ही तो है। और ये कोई पहला घोटाला है ऐसा भी नहीं है। कोल घोटाला, बाढ़ राहत सामग्री घोटाला, नारदा, सारदा, पश्चिम बंगाल में आज भ्रष्टाचार ही शिष्टाचार है, कटमनी की सरकार है।
This is an India Today exclusive on the jobs for cash scam that is unraveling in West Bengal. In this, we track the trail behind the mountain of cash found at former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee's residence. One thing is clear from this report: it's all business on paper, but no activity on ground. Here are the details.
This is what 6 officials of the Enforcement Directorate discovered in their first raid on a 2-bed apartment of a former model and actor. 21 crore and 90 lakh in cash, and a haul of gold jewellery and foreign exchange. And 5 days later, this is what the ED seized from another apartment of Arpita Mukherjee. Banknotes worth 27 crore and 90 lakh, and gold and foreign currency worth 5 crore. A friend of former West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, Arpita Mukherjee was also found to be listed as director of 3 companies based in Kolkata. India Today took a deep dive into the trail. We first show you how these companies were shown to be operating on paper. In company documents, Symbiosis Merchant Private Limited, incorporated on March 21, 2011, is involved in the wholesale business of a variety of goods. Arpita Mukherjee got a co-director called Kalyan Dhar on July 1, 2021. On paper, Century Engineering Private Limited is involved in manufacturing of special purpose machinery. Arpita Mukherjee was appointed its director on November 9, 2011, and then enters Kalyan Dhar as another director in 2018. Incorporated on October 29, 2014, AK Entertainment Private Limited is shown to be involved in entertainment. Arpita Mukherjee was its first director. Kalyan Dhar named its second director in 2018, the same year when he became director of Century Engineering Private Limited along with Arpita. We tracked the registered addresses of the 3 companies one by one. This is the building that's supposed to house AK Entertainment Private Limited. No signboard, but a slip pasted on a mailbox greets us at the entryway. When we spoke to the guard on duty, he revealed that the premises operates as a banquet hall instead.
नया बच्चे का प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा। अच्छा, नया प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा। अच्छा, अगर ईडी रेड किया ना, हाँ, उसी के लिए बंद है। अपन अच्छा 31 तारीख में बुक था, उसलिए वो काम हो रहा है। वो लोग परमिशन दे के गया है। अच्छा, तो मैरिज हॉल है बेसिकली। इच्छे मैरिज हॉल है। तो इसके कौन पार्थ तक है? वो मालूम नहीं। अच्छा, लेकिन यहाँ कोई ना कोई साहब तो आते होंगे ना? हाँ, वो पार्थो साहब में 2 बार में देखा है। अच्छा, अर्पिता में देखा है। अच्छा, पार्थो साहब को भी देखा, अर्पिता को देखा।
We next found out a mismatch in the address of AK Entertainment as mentioned in the company papers and as available in the records of Kolkata Municipal Corporation. In municipal records, the same 95 Rajdanga Main Road address is registered in the name of one Krishan Gopal Kar. We tracked the Kar family in the same neighborhood. Sanjeev Kar is the son of the man under whose name the address is registered. He claimed that the building AK operated out of was not 95 Rajdanga Main Road in the first place. Kar claimed his family was in possession of the same address and that company used it wrongfully under its banner.
95 राजडंगा जो प्रेमिसेस नंबर है वो आपका है, मेरा फादर का है, आपके फादर का है, ठीक है। मेरा घर में जो टैक्स पे रहा है वो तो इलीगल है, अभी पता चला। उसका तो कोई डॉक्यूमेंट ही नहीं है पेपर से। तो प्लॉट नंबर क्या है? ED 10, 11, 12। ओके, 3 प्लॉट लेके एक बिल्डिंग बनाया।
Municipal records confirm the Kars have been paying the property tax of the same premises for the past several years, identified as the official address of Arpita's AK Entertainment Private Limited on paper. We now investigated AK's business and finances. Company documents show exponential growth since its incorporation in 2014. Documents accessed by India Today also show the same company bought a 1,187 square foot apartment worth 75 lakh in Kolkata's Diamond City South. The payment made through 2 bank accounts. The Diamond City apartment is the same property from where the ED found 27.90 crore in cash. Officials suspect AK could be a shell company registered in the name of Arpita, and Partha Chatterjee was using it to infuse black money by way of cash and through property deals. In search of Symbiosis Merchants Private Limited, the wholesale goods company with Arpita Mukherjee as its director since 2011, we reached its Belgharia address registered in company documents. No signboard, no banner. Turns out it's the same place Arpita Mukherjee's mother lives in. No trace of any company operating out of this old building. No staff, no worker either. But according to documents accessed by India Today, the company held its annual mandatory meetings at the same address. Symbiosis Merchants also maintained financial statements. The place looks familiar. It's the same Diamond City apartment from where the ED hauled unaccounted cash late last month. But on paper, it houses Century Engineering Private Limited, which had Arpita Mukherjee as its director for almost 11 years now. No staff, no workers. But the so-called company is also regular in issuing financial statements. With Munish Pandey in Delhi and Mohammad Hizbullah in Kolkata, a special investigative report by India Today.
A mega showdown over Tiranga Yatra. On Wednesday, the Culture Ministry organized a Tiranga bike rally from Red Fort to Parliament under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Vice President Venkaiah Naidu flagged off the bike rally for the MPs from the Red Fort. BJP has come out all guns blazing at opposition leaders for not attending the bike rally. Union Minister Smriti Irani attacked opposition, said Tiranga belongs to everyone, not a single party. In no time, Congress hit back at the centre and accused the BJP of politicizing the entire event. Meanwhile, after the Prime Minister urged citizens to use tricolour as their profile pictures to make Har Ghar Tiranga a mass movement, Congress MP and leader Rahul Gandhi changed his Twitter profile picture to a picture of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru holding a Tiranga. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti waded into Tiranga Rao. Mufti put up a picture of the Jammu and Kashmir flag as her Twitter profile picture.
The Har Ghar Tiranga appeal made by the Prime Minister can now be seen on the roads of the national capital. What you see behind me are most of the MPs and most of the MLAs who are on the bikes in the national capital. They are moving from Red Fort, going all the way till Vijay Chowk, which is near the Parliament. Roughly it's 6 kilometers, and this is being done to make sure that everyone puts his or her display picture as the national flag. We also saw how the Home Minister Amit Shah had facilitated the family members of Pingle Venkaiah, the man who built the national flag, the flag which joins everyone, the flag which gives us a patriotic feeling. So the government is now appealing to the people so that everyone has a national flag atop their homes on the 15th of August, because this 15th of August will be the 75th Independence Day of the country, and the government wants people to make sure that they feel proud. And what you see around me is one of the functions which the government is doing at the moment. With camera person Ajay Thakur, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
ये अमृत काल में जो भारत का प्रवेश हुआ है वो अपेक्षाओं से भरा है, उम्मीदों से भरा है, संकल्पों से भरा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा सबका साथ सबका विकास, लेकिन आने वाले 25 साल भारत सर्वोच्च स्थान हर क्षेत्र में प्राप्त करेगा अगर सबका प्रयास।
ये स्कूटर चलाने का अनुभव कैसा है स्मृति जी?
मैं सालों से चला रही हूँ भाई साहब, दिल्ली वालों को पहली बार दिखा होगा।
लेकिन मैम कौन देशभक्त है सब जानते हैं, कितना देशभक्ति है कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करने के लिए जो अखबार निकाला गया था आज़ादी की वो जंग के समय, उनके खिलाफ आज जिस घिनौने साजिश हो रहे हैं उसको भी थोड़ा याद करो और उसको भी देखा करो। हम लोग अपना अपना मनाएंगे, ये बीजेपी का अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे लेंगे? हमारा खादी को ख़त्म कर दिया, चाइना से अभी फ्लैग आने लगे, फ्लैग कोड बदल दी, क्या हो रहा है ये सारे? हर दिन दो वक्त मोदी जी गांधी को नारा लगाते हैं और गांधी जी का जो सपना था खादी, उनको हिंदुस्तान से हटाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सरकारी दफ्तरों या कुछ परिवारों तक सीमित नहीं रहेगा, यह देश के हर घर तक ये तिरंगा पहुंचेगा।
सर, युवाओं को मैसेज देने की कोशिश ज्यादा है इस बार कि उनके मन में राष्ट्रभक्ति की भावना ज्यादा आ सके।
जी बिल्कुल, आज जो आज़ादी का त्यौहार है, हम याद करें उन लोगों को जिन्होंने हमारे लिए बलिदान दिया, जिसके कारण से हम आज खुले आसमान में सांस ले पा रहे हैं। और हमें भी आज अपना बलिदान एक देना है, समय से, अपने परिश्रम से, अपने हुनर सीखने से, हर तरह से योगदान देना है भारत को मजबूत बनाने के लिए।
ये जो स्वैग दिखाई पड़ रहा है, ये पूर्व सांसद का है, मंत्री का है या पूर्व फौजी का है?
ये तो एक देशभक्त का है, एक भारतीय नागरिक का है।
Where there is importance and necessary to join, there they are not allowing to have a discussion on price rise, inflation, and this is a pretension that they believe in Tiranga. For 52 years they had not respected Tiranga, and Golwalkar said that this should be discarded. They internally they even do Tiranga, and the government is nothing reflection of BJP. So we know the stand of BJP. We don't want to fall in trap of BJP. We are true believers of Tiranga. It was invented by us, brought by us, propagated by us, done by us. It's they who should look into themselves that they are forced, it's a victory of the Congress, they are forced to recognize and respect the Tiranga.
Will these people not put up the Tiranga in their display pics of social media or outside their houses between 13th to 15th August merely because they hate one party or one person? That should not be the way politics is done in a democracy. We may have matbhed, but it can never be manbhed against the institutions of our democracy, against the institutions of our nation, and against the symbols of our nation that are sacred to us. Perhaps their attendance at such a program would have given a good message to the entire country.
ये जो अभियान शुरू किया है, यह हर भारतीय के लिए है और ज़रूर हर भारतीय जो अपने आप को गर्व महसूस करता है कि मैं भारतीय हूँ, उसको अपने घर पे झंडा लगाना चाहिए और ये बहुत गर्व वाली बात है और मैं तो ज़रूर लगाऊंगा। डीपी भी बदलूंगा अपनी और घर के ऊपर झंडा भी लहराऊंगा। और ये इस महीने के लिए नहीं होना चाहिए, ये तो सालों साल ये जो है वो होना चाहिए क्योंकि झंडा हमारी पहचान है।
देशभक्ति झंडे पर ही थोड़ी डिपेंड करती है, आदमी के काम पर कारनामों पर पड़ती है। ये कंपलसरी कोई देशभक्ति कोई सिर्फ झंडे पर ही थोड़ी है, आदमी के अमाल पर है, आदमी के एक्टिविटीज़ का है, आदमी देशभक्त है नहीं है और झंडा लगा ले वो देशभक्त हो नहीं तो क्या झंडे से देशभक्त बस ठीक है, अपनी मर्जी से आदमी लगाना चाहता लगाए तो उसको कौन मना कर रहा है।
Slipping into a break, but when we return, up next, news for the hearing impaired. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Amid stern reactions from China, Nancy Pelosi concluded her Taiwan visit. Pelosi and Taiwan's president discussed how ties can be deepened between the two nations. Taiwan Ministry of Defense held a press conference accusing China of violating international law and Taiwan's sovereignty. China is taking all measures from military drills to trade bans against Taiwan, opposing US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. PLA has sent advanced warplanes to exercise combat takeoffs from different airports and conduct missions in different airspaces. China will also carry out long-range artillery shooting in Taiwan Straits. Massive birthday celebration of Congress leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah underway in Devanagari. Rahul Gandhi at Siddha's birthday bash firefights the Congress crisis in Karnataka, asserting Congress party is united. Rahul claims that he was very happy to see Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar hugging each other. FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital, and the last few showcases were interesting. The showcases were innovative in their creative speed, putting design innovation in focus. Amit Agarwal married design form with functionality in creating these pieces in ingenious fabrics. There was diversity, inclusivity, and a lot of design innovation at the heart of his couture showcases, Peresis. Anamika Khanna's showcase had shapes inspired by goddesses paired with deconstruction and pattern techniques. The artistic speak had cultural references to tribal India, with a contemporary twist in the cuts and styles. Pearl took center stage. Metallic silhouettes, somber blacks, delicate lace and ivory to reds and emeralds, the collection was rather experimental. Rajkumar Rao walked as a showstopper for Khanna. Kunal Rawal's showcase was full of wearable couture. Luxurious minimalism with gender-neutral silhouettes. His collection, Dear Men, gave enough space to repurpose and mix and match pieces from his couture collection. Men's fashion is becoming more and more androgynous and gender fluid, and that's the trend we're picking up. Case in point, the Siddharth Titler showcase had a lot of that going, and then Kunal Rawal too had the...
Oh, sorry!
Sir cheese, Sir paneer.
Pelosi leaves the island of defiance. China cranks up tension over Taiwan. But will there be military action? Will Xi Jinping fulfill his big dream? Will China accelerate the reunification? Will Taiwan ever be captured by China? What will such a campaign look like? For the first time on television, a total war game scenario, the battle for Taiwan. Thanks for being with me here on India Today. Nancy Pelosi has just left Taiwan, but the electricity of her visit is going to be felt for a very long time to come. And everybody's looking at what China's next move is going to be. We've got the ultimate insider from Beijing, President Xi Jinping's own spokesperson from China, speaking live and exclusive here on India Today, taking India Today's questions on whether the dragon has been exposed and tamed and what action it plans to take. That's coming up. First, the headlines. Global flashpoint over Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. China sees red, condemns the visit, warns US, says those who play with fire will perish by it. But where's that fire from China? Meanwhile, in India, political showdown over Tiranga Yatra. BJP hits out at opposition for not participating in the rally, says, does Tiranga only belong to one party? Opposition hits back. India Today exposes modus operandi of Bengal cash for job scam. Fake appointment letters to scam signatures used to fool aspirants. Big Lingayat push by Congress in Karnataka 9 months before state elections. Rahul Gandhi meets Lingayat seers. Mega outreach for the upcoming election. Amir and Kareena starrer Lal Singh Chadha courts controversy again. Kangana Ranawat accuses Amir of orchestrating negativity around the film for publicity. You're ready now for a big agenda-setting interview on India Today. The first big interview from the Chinese government. The dragon is breathing fire and has now issued a nuclear threat to a Communist Party of China spokesperson. Here it's straight from the horse's mouth now. You've been wondering what China's view on all of this is beyond the press releases and the mind games and Global Times and spokespersons. This is Beijing's direct threat now to the United States, to Pelosi and to Taiwan. With Beijing, through the man you're about to hear, the ultimate Chinese insider, saying that Nancy Pelosi has destroyed trust between China and the United States and that consequences of this visit will be borne by Taiwan. It's the most dire warning that's been issued in this exclusive interview with Victor Gao, who is the Vice President of the China Globalization Center, former interpreter of Deng Xiaoping, and a leading media spokesperson of the Chinese Communist Party. Here is Victor Gao, live and exclusive with Geeta Mohan.
A lot of layers when it comes to the Taiwan-China relations. What are the red lines over here that you think China considers having been breached, because of which we are seeing the kind of statements that are coming in from Beijing and the kind of mobilization that we're seeing through videos that have been put out?
Thank you very much for having me. You know for sure that Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House of Representatives in the United States, who ranked at number 2 in line of succession, next only to the Vice President of the United States, visited Taiwan these couple of days, and China gave warning before her visit, asking her not to do the visit because it would be considered as a serious violation of the One China policy. Now, Nancy Pelosi made the trip despite of the counseling against it by US President Joe Biden, against the counseling of the US military. So this is serious stuff. She did not go to Taiwan as a tourist. She did not make all these meetings as an old grand lady in her own capacity. No, she was wearing the official hat. She was leading a large congressional delegation, and she was promoting Taiwanese independence. She was holding Taiwan out as an independent sovereign country, separate from China. This is the taboo of the taboo and the red line of the red line as far as China is concerned. So China is fully justified to feel very indignant about it, and the Chinese people are completely behind the Chinese government because we want to achieve the national reunification. In the world, there is only one China, and Taiwan is part of China, and more than 181 countries in the world, including the United States, all the NATO members, all the EU members, all the OECD members, and great countries like India, for example, acknowledge that there is only one China. Taiwan is part of China, and the People's Republic of China is the sole legitimate representative of China. Sure, Nancy Pelosi classified as troublemaker in chief in the world.
We will talk about the Taiwan question, but going back to Nancy Pelosi and the visit itself. Now, while China considers this an absolute, the United States of America in many statements have come out to say that this is not a US administration visit, but it's a visit by the US House Speaker, and she does not take orders or she does not require permission from the administration or from the president. Isn't that a distinction that China or Beijing could also see, or Beijing is not going to draw a distinction between the administration and representatives of the House, congressmen, congresswomen, speaker visiting Taiwan?
No one can deny that Nancy Pelosi is the number 3 highest ranking US government official, even though her official title is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, that's for sure. But from the Chinese perspective, such a high-ranking official cannot be allowed to visit Taiwan. Otherwise, it will trigger huge consequences. So Nancy Pelosi disregarded China, disregarded Vice President Biden, disregarded the US Pentagon. She made the visit, so wait for the consequences which will unfold. I think the consequences will be several levels. One will be against Nancy Pelosi and her delegation and their families. They will be forbidden forever to do business with China, with China's Hong Kong, Macau, and after reunification with China's Taiwan province. Secondly, they will be prohibited from entering into China. We do not want to have any glimpse of these people because they will be considered as completely illegitimate because they want to separate Taiwan from China. They want to damage the Chinese national unity, China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Now, the other level of sanctions will be against the US government because, China-US cooperation on many matters of international importance like climate change, you name it, will be important not only for China and the United States and for mankind as a whole. But US cannot have the cake and eat it. They let China down. They destroy the Chinese trust, if any, in the US government, and they need to suffer the consequences. And going forward, I think China and the United States will find it more difficult to get along with each other because Nancy Pelosi managed to destroy the trust between China and the United States as two countries and the Chinese government and the US government as two governments. It will be rough riding going forward.
That's a very serious statement that you're making, that going forward from here on, US and China will certainly not see eye to eye on many issues, on many fronts. That the relationship has taken, there's a new low in the ties between the two countries. And the ties have already suffered in the recent past with the souring of relationship between China and the United States of America. But let me go back to the consequences. You've mentioned consequences to Nancy Pelosi, the delegation, their family members, so on and so forth. Let's just focus on the military and economic aspect, beginning with military. We're looking at exercises, announcements, which could lead to blockage of the port and shipping lanes in Taiwan. But is it all bluff and bluster? A lot of people are saying that China is talking a lot, but will not be walking the talk when it comes to action. Many said that even for Russia, when the Russia-Ukraine war began. But what is the military consequence of this visit?
Thank you very much. I think you are raising a very important question. Now, in 1950, before General MacArthur and his U.S. troops marched across the Parallel 38, China officially gave warning to the United States not allow its troops to cross beyond Parallel 38. Otherwise, China will have no other option but to take action. And China relayed the message to the United States through the Indian ambassador to China. Can you believe it? And the United States and General MacArthur completely ignored. They concluded that China was in no position to putting a fight against the United States in North Korea. Then what happened? Lo and behold, the Chinese People's Volunteers pushed the American troops by several hundred kilometers way below Parallel 38. And General MacArthur, as a result, lost his job as one of the highest regarded U.S. generals. And the U.S. military has never suffered another defeat as miserable as this one. This was in 1950 to 1953. If you ask any U.S. military officer, he will tell you for sure that the defeat in Korea has ever been carved into their psyche and the bones. Ever since then, the United States military always wanted to avoid a direct conflict with Chinese military. Now, China is fully committed to fight a war against the United States if it wants to stand in the way to prevent the Chinese national reunity. This is the strong message China is giving to the United States, and China will use whatever means available, including military means, to achieve the national reunification. So wait and see the consequences being unfolding as we speak.
Are we looking at a serious military action apart from the military operations and exercises in order to move forward for what China considers reunification? Is that going to happen? Is this the beginning of that?
Allow me to make several points. One is that the Chinese reunification is a megatrend in our times. And I hope Nancy Pelosi, 82 years old as of today, will live to see that being achieved before she passes away. Secondly, most of us alive, including all your audience, I hope, will live to see the achievement and realization of the Chinese national reunification. And Taiwan will be restored to her rightful position as one of the provinces of China. And the people in Taiwan, altogether 23 million of them, will again be rejoined with their brothers and sisters on China's mainland. This is the mega trend of our time. It will happen. It will happen either very soon or in a number of years. I hope it will happen through peaceful means. And if people in Taiwan or some forces in Taiwan want to stand in the way against this peaceful reunification, then non-peaceful means will have to be adopted to achieve this goal.
One more question. Taiwan considers all these statements that come from Beijing as bullying tactics, that China is trying to bully Taiwan to succumb to their wishes. And Taiwan is not going to do that anytime soon. It seems like Taiwan also has a lot of support, not just in terms of the statements, the visits, engagements, but also in terms of weapons, the technology, the systems that Taiwan has. So in many ways than one, Taiwan has the wherewithal, may not have the wherewithal to take on China alone, but if it has the wherewithal and the support of the other countries, allied nations, then how does China propose to take Taiwan on militarily?
Listen, don't underestimate the military might of China as a country, the whole Chinese nation as a people, and don't underestimate the determination and the capabilities of the Chinese Liberation Army. It is the Chinese Liberation Army in the form of the Chinese People's Volunteers who defeated the American troops in Korea, pushed them in several campaigns by more than 300 kilometers from Yalu River all the way down to parallel 38. No other country has ever done that. The former Soviet Union and Russia today, they have never fought a direct battle against the US troops. China did, the Chinese People's Liberation Army did. They succeeded in defeating the American troops. And I hope American soldiers and officers will never forget it because it's carved in their stone. The Chinese military and the American military should never fight a war against each other because otherwise it will be Armageddon. So I don't believe when China and Taiwan are reunited into one single family, the United States will send troops to prevent that from happening, or British, Australian, Japanese, etc. These countries will send their troops to prevent that from happening. This is the destiny for the Chinese nation. This is the realization of the national rejuvenation and the national reunification for all Chinese people, including people in Taiwan. No country has any legitimacy in getting involved, and no country can achieve the goal of keeping Taiwan and China as two separated countries.
And joining me live now on the back of that big world exclusive with Victor Gao, just hours after Nancy Pelosi has left, the nuclear word being used, and very, very crucially, the fact that the reunification effort of Taiwan by China will now be hugely accelerated and will happen in a much more aggressive manner. Victor Gao speaking first and exclusive to India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan. Geeta, mincing no words, Victor Gao saying that Nancy Pelosi has ruined relations between the United States and China, and also that the reunification, whether by military or other means, is most definitely going to happen in the next few years. Alarming statement there from Victor Gao.
Well, that's right, Shiv. One of the biggest statements coming in from Beijing, wherein China determined, not only with regards to reunification of Taiwan with mainland China, but Shiv, it's the nuclear alarm that certainly will raise concerns internationally. Now, United States of America can have all the warships at once, but when it comes to really acting on any action by China, they will have to think twice over, because the Chinese now are talking in terms of being nuclear and giving the example of Russia, that if Russia is nuclear, China is a bigger nuclear power, and so the United States of America should tread carefully. So important statement coming in, also mentioning that there are going to be repercussions, military repercussions, as also economic, which means that there is a lot in the coming days that we'll see between Taiwan and China play out in the Indo-Pacific region, in those waters, when it comes to the military activities, as also we could see some forward movement, not just military exercises, some forward movement on how they intend to reunify, so-called reunification of Taiwan with mainland China.
Gaurav, what are you making of what Victor Gao has just said in this interview to Geeta? Because anyone who's been looking for some immediate action, the fact that the military ball is now in China's court after the issuance of all those threats with those military drills taking place during Nancy Pelosi's visit, he says, don't be so impatient, wait and watch. We have time on our side, we have the region on our side, and we will act. He's basically saying, wait and watch.
Shiv, this is a threat. It's a huge threat, but it is a huge loss of face for Chinese President Xi Jinping. Here is a man who's actually seeing himself as a global leader, a country that hopes to challenge the United States of America as a superpower in the next 20 to 30 years. And here is Nancy Pelosi, who actually visits Taiwan after China had warned United States, don't play with fire, you'll burn your hands or you'll burn yourself with it. Now, despite words like this, she visited. So Xi Jinping does look rather, painted in a corner. That's point one. Point two, the nuclear Armageddon threat is actually a threat to other European countries or other countries to back off and not get involved. Three, the response has already started. The cyber attacks have started. Economic sanctions are being put in place, and the threat that reunification will happen sooner than was earlier anticipated. So that 2049 threat no longer stands. It may be accelerated to the next 18 to 24 months. At the moment Xi Jinping gets re-elected for an unprecedented third term, they will accelerate. It's for the world to wake up and see what effective countermeasures, if at all, the world intends to take.
You know, Geeta, this is actually true because, in terms of perceptions, China is looking a little silly, to use a simple word here, because after all that, very, very high voltage threat, this aura of, ominous retaliatory action that China had threatened, nothing has happened immediately. That may be an oversimplification of expecting something immediate, but obviously, the words of Victor Gao should also be seen in the context of China basically trying to save a little bit of perceptional face and say, ye khel khatam nahi hua hai, abhi shuru hua hai. That's what he's saying.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. The fact that Victor Gao has said that China is nuclear and that United States of America should beware certainly is not just a threat to Taiwan, it is to the entire region. Now, whether if US is going to come to Taiwan's rescue is something we'll have to see, because I will hold myself back into saying that China has been rather silly or only bluff and bluster. Cannot be the case, because in all other matters they have not walked the talk. But Taiwan, Shiv, you and I have been covering this for years, is a red line. It is an area of great sensitivity, to the extent that US also is very careful when it comes to the issue of Taiwan. Look at the statements that have come from DC. Pelosi lands in Taiwan and Washington DC says, well, it's an unofficial visit. She does not represent the US government. She represents the House. She's just Speaker of the House. Third highest ranking government official meeting President of Taiwan as the Speaker can no longer be looked into as an unofficial visit. That's what China thinks. And so we'll have to wait and see how China is going to react to this. There certainly is going to be reaction. Movement, mobilization has begun. Even if it is threatening. Look, today the statement by PLA, Shiv, they said that they're going to block the ports and shipping lanes of Taiwan. That's serious.
Very, very serious. And once that begins to happen, war has its own momentum. Military operations have their own momentum. Geeta, thank you very much for that. National exclusive agenda-setting interview from the horse's mouth, straight from Beijing. First high-level response from China on the big visit of Nancy Pelosi. Let me show you about what Geeta is talking about and what Victor Gao has just signaled in that exclusive interview. It has already, viewer, begun to happen. It's not like it's something that's going to happen at a later stage. It has already begun to happen. Please take a look at what's happening around Taiwan right now. Starting tomorrow, the Chinese Navy and Air Force will be conducting a group of military drills, live firing drills, mind you, involving ship, stealth combat aircraft, destroyers, frigates, in an area that completely encircles Taiwan. It is not, these are scheduled exercises, but the locations have been tweaked in order to make it look intimidatory. Remember, this is very much part of China's sustained campaign of grey zone warfare. That is, sustained intimidatory military actions like drills around the island of Taiwan, which are short of an all-out attack, basically designed to wear out the Taiwanese military, to sort of grind down their own defenses and their stamina to actually be on war alert all the time. It's short of a blockade, but as you can see, with ships and aircraft completely surrounding Taiwan, it is scenario or step one towards a larger military escalation if that actually happens. Now, Nancy Pelosi's one-day visit to Taiwan, obviously, to put it very mildly, has not gone down well with China, as you just heard from the horse's mouth. Well, they've got aircraft buzzing in the air near the Taiwan Strait. They've got ships that are going to encircle Taiwan in the next few days as well. Taiwan's air defense zone is buzzing. Beijing sees Pelosi's visit as a direct threat to its authority over Taiwan. The Dragon did not even shy away from making comments that the US will be facing very serious consequences. Was all of this the Dragon's drama, or will the tiny island off the coast of China be facing some serious brunt in the days ahead? Take a look. Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the US administration in Taiwan, a sight China cannot stomach or ignore. The US Speaker's one-day stay on the island, claimed by China, triggered angry reactions from Beijing, which threatened targeted military action. Just as Ms. Pelosi landed at the Songshan airport in Taipei, civil defense sirens went off in China. 21 Chinese military aircraft entered the Taiwan air defense zone multiple times. The People's Liberation Army started maritime and air drills in the South China Sea, surrounding Taiwan from almost all sides. The PLA tested conventional missiles and fired long-range artillery into the Taiwan Straits as part of these intended drills. China is clearly smarting after its repeated warnings, and even a last-minute dialogue between President Xi Jinping and President Joe Biden could not prevent Pelosi from landing in Taiwan. China has vowed retaliation and grave consequences to those who offended them. So, its Foreign Minister Wang Yi has declared that those who played with fire will perish by it. The Chinese Foreign Minister's statement is in line with earlier statements by the country's diplomats leading up to Pelosi's visit.
Recently, China has made it clear to the US on many occasions that it is firmly opposed to Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. We are fully prepared. If the US insists on going its own way, China will certainly take firm and forceful measures to safeguard its national sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the United States should be held responsible for any serious consequences.
China has also hit Taiwan with trade bans. It has stopped the import of 2,066 Taiwanese food items, including citrus fruit, fish products, and bakery goods. China has also suspended the export of natural sand to Taiwan. While it is really the US that's on China's radar, Taiwan may have to bear the brunt for now. Bureau Report, India Today. Now, an all-out invasion and all-out military action by China against Taiwan to capture it, to invade it, seems unlikely at present, despite the warnings coming in from China. But it is the very thing that Taiwan's entire existence and defense is basically preparing for, and has been for many, many years. I want to quickly just take you through a couple of scenarios of what such an escalation might look like, especially in light of what China has been warning. Remember, as we've just shown you, China has already begun step 1. They've started their military drills to encircle the tiny island of Taiwan. China could possibly, if this escalates further, seize the Taiwanese island of Kinmen, which is just a few kilometers off the Chinese coast. That's another scenario being looked at. Remember, this is speculation, it's hypothetical, but it is seen in the realm of possibility if things spiral out of control. The third big attempt that would happen is an amphibious assault on Taiwan. This is seen by most experts as virtually impossible and one of the most difficult tasks to accomplish. But basically, if China needed to occupy and take back Taiwan, it would need to mount an amphibious assault on that tiny island. Basically, ships going onto the land to eject its troops to become an occupying force. Remember, at this point of time, if something like this should ever happen, Taiwan would continue to defend itself. It would reject all talks with China, as it always has. It has never said, we are willing to talk about the reunification. If this happens, once again, speculative, China would escalate this entire situation into a full, complete military blockade of Taiwan, basically cutting Taiwan completely off from the entire world. It would also activate a no-fly zone in this area, which basically means that any aircraft without authority flying into airspace around Taiwan runs the risk of being shot down by Chinese fighters. So a blockade of Taiwan would be the next escalation. China would then begin a big amphibious and airborne invasion. That's the actual ground and sea invasion of the island of Taiwan in an extreme situation. It will make a move to seize the island, take control of the entire island of Taiwan before the United States can reach. Taiwan would then reply by declaring total war and emergency, with its entire political leadership controlling both the politics and the war from a huge network of underground bunkers inside Taiwan. So that's what I wanted to give you, just a glimpse of what an escalating extreme situation would actually look like. Most experts agree that it's highly unlikely that such a situation would ever come about. But like I said, many experts are also unanimous that with China continuing to try and demonstrate action and painting itself into a corner, especially after Nancy Pelosi's visit, on the idea of reunification of Taiwan, the unpredictability of Beijing has set off alarm bells around the world. Now, from military drills to trade bans to jets flying very close to Taiwan, China has taken many measures against Taiwan already, just in the time that Nancy Pelosi has been on the island. Beijing will now be holding those joint military drills, including maritime and air force operations all around the island of Taiwan, starting tomorrow for 3 whole days, and it will be using live ammunition, which is very, very dangerous at such close distances from the island. Using live ammunition, if something goes wrong, if something flies in the wrong direction, it could trigger a flashpoint. Take a look. China's military is in war mode over Taiwan, and we mean that literally. With Beijing's belligerent bluff being called out by the successful stopover in Taiwan by US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the military ball is now in China's court. And the country is doing everything it can to at least seem like it meant business. As declared shortly after Speaker Pelosi had arrived on Tuesday night in Taipei, China will kick off a series of live naval firing drills literally all around Taiwan starting tomorrow. China's Eastern Theater Command will hold these joint military operations around Taiwan with naval and air drills in the north, southwest and southeast of the island. The drills will involve Chinese Navy destroyers and frigates as well as combat aircraft. With live missiles and ammunition to be used, fears have escalated that even a tiny error could trigger a bigger flashpoint in the region. In fact, China has already begun long-range artillery firing in the Taiwan Strait and conventional missile test firing in sea regions east of the Taiwan island. The explicit muscle flexing by China is fully in keeping with the country's sustained grey zone campaign of intimidatory military tactics against Taiwan, short of an actual all-out attack. The Chinese drills are designed as psychological warfare, aimed at grinding down and wearing out Taiwan's defenses, imposing fatigue on its military and sensor networks. With China repeatedly warning of resolute military action and grave consequences for both the US and Taiwan for Pelosi's visit, the world waits to see what Beijing will do. Bureau Report, India Today. Okay, we've got big breaking news coming in right now on 5 Live. The National Herald office in central Delhi has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate, is what India Today's reporters are hearing from the ground. This is a big move. The National Herald office, remember, was raided yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate. This followed the questioning of both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi by the same agency a few days and weeks ago. And now the National Herald office, from where the National Herald newspaper publication was published from has just been sealed, which means the Enforcement Directorate has found reason to continue its investigation following those raids. We're also given to believe that Sonia Gandhi... Okay, let's go across to Shreya Chatterjee for a moment to get an update on this. Shreya, Enforcement Directorate sealing the National Herald office in the money laundering investigation. Security has been stepped up outside the Congress headquarters also, we're hearing. What's going on? Give us the full update.
Well, yes, this is the recent development that is actually coming in from the Enforcement Directorate who's been investigating the National Herald case. Now, what we do know that the National Herald office, which is the premises in the ITO, has now been officially sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. Subsequently, we also do know that security has been beefed up in Chen Janpat as well as the AICC headquarters. This has been followed after the questioning of both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in the matter. But subsequently, the news that is right now coming in is that of the National Herald office, which is being sealed. Remember, this is one of those properties that was owned by National Herald and also by AJL that was then transferred to Young India Private Limited. The entire case, which is right now being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate.
Are the Gandhis or the Congress party likely to react on this? Shreya, are you hearing anything? We hear that security has been beefed up outside the Congress headquarters also. Why has that happened?
Well, Shiv, we've not yet got any reaction from the Gandhis, but we've seen Jairam Ramesh tweeting it out about the security being beefed up and questioning the Delhi police, saying that it's become a regular affair of the Delhi police to beef security outside the Congress headquarters. We're yet to get a confirmation from Delhi police on whether this was done under the directions of the agencies. But what we do understand that this has become a routine task whenever there is an action from the agency, given the fact that law and order in the New Delhi district is something that they have been securing whenever the ED has been taking action against the Gandhis, and especially in the National Herald case. Earlier also, during the questioning of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, we have seen how security was beefed up outside the Congress headquarters as well.
Okay, beefed up security outside the Congress headquarters after a big move by the Enforcement Directorate. Trouble appearing to be mounting for the Gandhi family. The National Herald office has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, the Gandhis and the Congress party at large have claimed that this is a political vendetta operation by the central government through the Enforcement Directorate. They claim that there is no wrongdoing in the National Herald case, and this is only being done to harass the opposition. But the Enforcement Directorate, which has recently received a big show of support and endorsement from the Supreme Court in response to many Congress petitions about the constitutional provisions of the ED, has now been empowered once again, and it is powering through with this high-profile investigation. A day after raiding the National Herald office, it has taken control of it. It has sealed the office. Nobody will be allowed entry into that office until the Enforcement Directorate unseals the office at this point of time. If Shreya continues to be with us, okay, Shreya's not with us. We are going to try and get a Congress reaction on this in just a moment, as also a government reaction. We're going to try and get Munish Pandey in on this. He tracks the Enforcement Directorate for India Today. Security has been stepped up outside the Congress headquarters. Remember, Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka right now. He was there for Siddaramaia's 75th birthday bash, and he will be making his way back, if not already on his way back to Delhi. For now, he will be landing with this situation escalating quite a bit. The National Herald office is an office from where it was a corporate and publication office where the company was run from. It was a place where staff used to attend office on a daily basis, and that office has now been completely sealed. This is in a place called ITO in Delhi. For people not in Delhi watching India Today and are not familiar with the national capital, ITO is one of the most prime locations of Delhi. It's literally in the heart of the city, just a stone's throw from India Gate. The National Herald office has been sealed. The office of Young India Private Limited inside the National Herald office has been sealed. Okay, so it's not the entire National Herald office, it's the Young India Private Limited section of the National Herald office that has been sealed, is what we are told. Shreya Chatterjee back with an update. The important clarification coming in, Shreya. It's the Young India Private Limited part of the National Herald office which has apparently been sealed, Shreya.
Well, yes, Shiv, you know, the information that we've received is that the office inside the National Herald House, this is not the entire premise that's been sealed. We know this is on the 4th floor where there's an office of Young India Private Limited which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. We've also seen the visuals of the notice that's also been put outside that very office. Now, this is clearly coming after the investigation was ramped up by the Enforcement Directorate, where we saw that they questioned Rahul Gandhi for over 50 hours, and subsequently Sonia Gandhi was also called in for 4 days. And after that, we see that this is the investigation that has been taken in by the Enforcement Directorate, where they have sealed the Young India Private Limited office in the National Herald House. This is on the 4th floor, is what we do know. And simultaneously, we saw that security was also beefed up outside the AICC headquarters and 10 Janpad. This is an action that is following in after both the Gandhis were questioned by the agency in the National Herald case, because both of them were directors. And now we see that the Young India Private Limited office in the National Herald House has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate.
Shreya, you know, the sealing of an office, does that mean that something incriminating has been found inside? Is that the direct implication of sealing?
Well, yeah.
Stay with me, Shreya. We have with us a Congress Member of Parliament, Karti Chidambaram, who was one of the petitioners in the Supreme Court on the Enforcement Directorate issue. Karti, welcome. The Enforcement Directorate has sealed a part of the National Herald office. Your first reactions on that? They say that no unauthorized entry to a part of the National Herald office will be allowed until further investigation.
The brazenness of the Enforcement Directorate has no limits. They will stoop to any depths to harass political opponents. The National Herald is an iconic newspaper which is part of the freedom struggle. For the government to use its hatchet agency in order to settle political scores against the principal opposition party has now turned its ire on the National Herald. And I'm not surprised by the arbitrary act of the ED, which has now only been emboldened by the recent verdict in the Supreme Court. But this will play out. It will play out in the public arena, and I'm sure it will also play out in the legal arena in the days to come. And I am telling you today, the ED will one day face the same fate as the SS did after World War II.
Karti, any further legal actions that you are contemplating? You were one of the petitioners against the Enforcement Directorate recently. Any other legal actions you're considering that you're mentioning right now?
Sure. I'm sure there are many legal avenues. Those will be decided by senior counsel and by people far more experienced than me in the law. But all I can tell you is that this matter is not fully settled. The arbitrariness of the ED will be taken on. Politically, publicly, legally, it will be taken on. I mean, the Constitution of India will have to prevail. And I'm sure this is not the last we have heard of this issue.
One final question, Karti. Since the Congress party, the Gandhis have said there is absolutely nothing to hide. Everything has been completely above board. There's been no wrongdoing, and the methods used by the Enforcement Directorate have been selective and malified. Why not just let the process, continue? Because if the ED is wrong, if the government is wrong, it'll be there for everyone to see. That's one perception also.
The process does not require summons for long hours. The process does not require raids. These are all transactions which are captured in the books of accounts which have been filed in the income tax returns. So the records would speak for themselves. If the government and its agencies believe that these transactions are not kosher or according to the law, they can simply file a prosecution complaint and go through the prosecution instead of having these theatrics of raids, summons, and now sealing. Please listen. Please understand. The process does not require this high-handedness of the ED at all. Because the records speak for themselves. If the government does not agree with what the record says, they might as well go ahead and move ahead with the prosecution in the courts.
Karthi Chidambaram, thanks for speaking to India Today. This is a live developing story. These are live images coming to you from inside the National Herald office, even as a part of it is being sealed right now. Live pictures only on India Today of the inside of the National Herald house. This is right outside the actual office. India Today's Arvind Ojha is going to be live with me in just a moment. He's right there on the ground. You saw his name. That was a Zoom connection. And we will be going to him in just a moment. He's inside. Our crime bureau chief is inside National Herald House, getting you these live pictures just after the entire location has been sealed. It's an unfolding story here. There are likely to be protests outside the National Herald House. Security has been beefed up here, as well as outside the Congress headquarters. And we cannot identify the people on your screen, but that is a security guard, of course, for National Herald House. They're not allowing journalists in, which is totally okay, because the Enforcement Directorate has sealed a part of it. Let's listen in.
हम तो हमारी ड्यूटी हम तो रोकेंगे सर। क्यों रोकेंगे आप? ऐसा क्या कर दिया? मिला हुआ ऑर्डर सर। क्या ऑर्डर मिला? मिलेंगे हम किसी आपकी नौकरी नहीं कर रहे, नौकरी इन लोगों की कर रहे हैं। अरे तो बताइए ना, बताइए क्यों हमें कंपनी मना कर रहे हैं? क्या वजह है? क्या वजह है? वो हमें जो ऑर्डर मिलेगा ऐसा ऊपर जाने से मीडिया को क्यों रोक रहे हैं आप? ऐसे अधिकारी आए थे क्या वहाँ नोटिस सबका कर गए?
Okay, a bit of a fracas there between journalists and the security at National Herald House immediately after the Enforcement Directorate has gone ahead and sealed a part of this corporate office of the National Herald. The Congress party is likely to see this as a major escalation. You've just heard Karthi Chidambaram saying that this is another act of total brazen vendetta by the Enforcement Directorate at the orders of the Modi government. That's what the Congress says is happening. And these are live pictures coming to you from the very site of where that sealing has taken place at this point of time. Shreya Chatterjee continues to be with us. I'm going to bring in Arvind Ojha in just a moment. In the middle of your screen there is the paper notice that has been pasted inside the National Herald office, barring any unauthorized entry until the Enforcement Directorate unseals that location. So it's the Young India Limited portion of the National Herald office that has been sealed at this point of time. We've got those live pictures coming in from inside National Herald House, and we will show you, try and get you some voices from people who are in that area in just a moment as well. Shreya, a bit of commotion inside the National Herald House. Is the sealing operation still on, or has the Enforcement Directorate left?
Well, what we do know, Shiv, that the Enforcement Directorate has already sealed the premise of the Young India Private Limited. It's on the 4th floor of the entire Herald House. What we've understood is it's not the entire house that's been sealed. It's only the Young India Private Limited office that has been sealed, and the ED officials, I believe, have already left after, putting that notice outside the Young India Private Limited office, saying that no one can enter the premise, or, they can't enter without intimating the Enforcement Directorate. That's what happens when an movable property is seized by a law enforcement agency. And Enforcement Directorate has already sealed the Young India Private Limited office in the National Herald House, and that's exactly why probably we saw the security also being beefed outside AICC headquarters, because earlier also, when similar action was happening from the ED side, there were protests that happened from the Congress, and that's the reason to take in consideration the law and order in the New Delhi district. We saw that security beefed up simultaneously when ED was actually serving that notice of seizure, while they sealed the office of the Young India Private Limited in the National Herald House, Shiv.
So it's been sealed. There has been no official reaction from the Congress party just yet. We've just spoken to Karthi Chidambaram, Congress MP, one of the faces of the party fronting the political fight against, political and legal fight against the Enforcement Directorate and the powers that it has. The Congress party and several petitioners received pretty much a big setback from the Supreme Court, which upheld all of the provisions that had been challenged, giving the Enforcement Directorate the powers that it has and endorsing in many ways the methods and the powers that it has. But the Congress party says search and seizure of this kind, interrogation of long hours, is not part of the process, and that's why it looks malafide and part of a vendetta campaign to harass the Gandhis and the opposition in general. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate has been front and center across national headlines for many days now. Sanjay Raut in Maharashtra, the Gandhis in Delhi, Partho Chatterjee in Bengal. It's a pan-India Enforcement Directorate story spectrum. That India Today has broken every one of them is a separate matter, of course. But the fact is, India Today continues to be the only channel on the ground inside the National Herald office. Let's try and get some sound in from the ground.
That's the address of the Enforcement Directorate. So this has been directed by none other. देखिए, कुलदीप सिंह असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर ऑफ एनफोर्समेंट. सो एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के द्वारा ये जो
From inside the Enforcement Directorate, I'm going to ask my producer to put the sound up because the man reading out from that notice is speaking on camera. Let's just listen into what he's saying.
नोटिस लगा है, नोटिस लगा है तो हमारी वो नहीं सर. नहीं आप बता दीजिए. नोटिस लगा दिया है. ईडी ने नोटिस लगाया है. कुछ नहीं, कोई नोटिस नहीं लगा है. फिर इस तरह से रोक रहे हैं. हम तो गार्ड है सर, हम तो हमारी ड्यूटी है, हम तो रोकेंगे सर. क्यों रोकेंगे आप? ऐसा क्या कर दिया? मिला हुआ ऑर्डर से सर. क्या ऑर्डर मिला?
That's not what I'm talking about. I want to talk, I want to refer to the notice that's been pasted there. The notice that's been pasted outside the Young India Limited section of that office. I want to read out what that signboard says. I want to read what a piece of paper says. It says, "It is hereby ordered that the premises not be opened without prior permission from the Directorate of Enforcement, B Block, Pravartan Bhavan, Abdul Kalam Road, New Delhi, 11. It's signed by Kuldeep Singh, Assistant Director, Directorate of Enforcement." It has all the signatures there. That is the piece of paper, the kagas, under which the National Herald office, or a portion of it, stands completely sealed at this point of time. Congress Member of Parliament Nasir Hussain is with us. Congress Lok Sabha MP Manikam Tagore is also with us. He's been leading protests against the government, against the Enforcement Directorate, and what they call misuse of powers by these central agencies. Mr. Tagore, the National Herald office, or a portion of it, has just been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. Your reaction, sir?
The government's attitude and the arrogance towards the freedom of the organization called National Herald, which fought for freedom in the early 1930s and 40s. They wanted to show their anger now, because these people who are now in power are the product of RSS, who have been just doing the chaplaincy to the Britishers. Now they wanted to finish those legacy of National Herald, which sacrificed itself. Many of those people who founded it, one among them is Pandit Nehru. There are many leaders who formed it, National Herald. And National Herald is not as if it is running into profitable. It's not a profitable venture. It's a symbolic thing for a freedom movement, and Congress Party has always stood with National Herald in its toughest time. And using the ED, the government is trying to show that National Herald is a money-making venture. It's not like that. It's an organization which sacrificed itself for freedom and stood for freedom movement. And we all feel that this government is misusing the ED, particularly in this affair.
Okay, the Congress has been protesting about precisely these kinds of actions. The interrogation of the Gandhis as well is something that had brought the Congress out onto the streets of Delhi in a very, very big way from all parts of the country. Nasir Hussain, Rajya Sabha MP from the Congress Party, also live with us. All the big voices from the Congress, first and exclusive on India Today. Mr. Hussain, welcome. Your reactions to this next step that the Enforcement Directorate has taken, sir, the sealing of the National Herald office in Delhi.
The directors, including Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Srimati Sonia Gandhi, has already cooperated with the ED for hours and hours of interrogation. They have not found anything in that. So because it is open and shut case. And the case is very clear that there's no money that has been laundered. There's no property that has been transferred in any individual's name. And the property are the shares that have been given to any Indian is all in the shares, not in property. And it's not for profit-making company. And nobody can either take money out of it or nobody can transfer any property out of it. This is only to humiliate. This is only to blackmail. This is only to discredit the Congress party and the leadership of the Congress party, especially the Gandhis. This is how the central government has been targeting not only the Congress party, but also the leaders of all opposition parties across the country.
Nasir Hussain and Manikam Tagore, thank you very much for speaking to India Today. I want to take you straight back live to the location of the National Herald office where India Today's Amit Bharadwaj is standing by. Amit, take us through what's happening right now. Is the sealing complete? How much of it has been sealed? What are you hearing from the ground?
Hello?
I'm going to try and connect to Amit Bharadwaj. I don't know if he can hear me because there's a bit of commotion there at the National Herald House in Delhi. Amit, if you can hear me, go ahead and tell me what's going on there with the sealing.
Well, Shiv, this is the National Herald's national headquarters right here. And what you see is that yesterday in the morning, the ED officials has reached National Herald headquarters 10 in the morning. And after that, hour-long raids were conducted at the National Herald office. The top floor of this building is from where the newspaper, which is also a sort of a mouthpiece of the Congress party, the top floor of the building is where that newspaper runs. And yesterday, the ED officials has reached here 10 in the morning. And what we are learning from our sources that they were here up till 1:45 in the night. So clearly more than 14 hours of raid, 16 hours of raid was conducted at the National Herald office. And right now, as you would enter this particular building, the National Herald building, what you will see is that there is a notice that has been, stuck by, put up by the ED officials. And that notice has been put on the Young India lip right here. I'll ask Sanjeev to show you the visuals. This is the Young India nameplate that you see, 5A Herald House, the same building where the National Herald headquarters is located. And right there on the screen is the visual of the ED's notice. Just reading it out for the viewers, it is hereby ordered that this premises not be opened without prior permission of the ED Parvartan Bhavan, APJ Abdul Kalam Road. So the ED officials have put up a notice right here at the National Herald office, and nobody can enter the National Herald office without permission of the ED officials. This is the main entrance of the office, which has been locked by the ED
Amit,
officials.
we're staying with your visuals. I'm just going to go across for a moment. I'll come back to you. I'm just going to go across for a moment to Supriya Srinath, spokesperson of the Congress party. Supriya, the sealing of the National Herald House, a part of it involving Young India is taking place right now live on our television screens. Your reactions to this coming just after the raiding of that location?
It just tells you that the ED has descended itself into the extended election department of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It is no longer an autonomous agency. It also tells you that Mr. Modi is doing exactly what Mr. Savarkar did way back in the day. National Herald was one of India's shining examples and gave voices to our freedom fighters. By sealing the office of National Herald, or Young Indian for that matter, you are doing exactly what you did. The reality is that the recorded transactions of National Herald, of AJL, of Young Indian are all in the public domain. This is a recorded transaction. You have questioned the Congress president for 3 days. You have questioned the former Congress president for 50 hours. You still felt the need to raid and now seal. This is nothing but the worst political vendetta that this country has seen. And if you believe this is going to distract us from issues like price rise and unemployment, you really must be daydreaming, Mr. Modi, because these are issues that we will raise our voices on, come what may.
Supriya Srine, thanks very much for speaking to India Today. Let's take you straight back to the location where the sealing is taking place. Amit Bharadwaj continues to be with us. Amit, are the Enforcement Directorate officials still there, or is the sealing complete?
Shiv, what we can tell you from the ground zero is that the sealing of the National Herald office is complete, and the entrance of the National Herald office has been sealed by the ED officials. And nobody is allowed to enter this particular building. So what you see is there are two notices which has been put up by the by the ED officials right here, and there are tapes which has been put along with the notice to make sure that as and when anybody tries to open the gate, this notice will break, this will clear in violation of the laws of the ED. And now the security guards at the Herald House are trying to, asking the media personnel to step out of the office, because there are several other offices located in the National Herald building, and this is the ground floor where the some government offices also located, and the top floor of this National Herald building is where the National Herald Daily is located. One thing, Shiv, that needs to be noted here is that yesterday, 10 in the morning, the ED officials had reached here and had started their raid, and it went on for hours. And after that, around 6 in the evening, Malika Arjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal, who are also signatories of the board which runs the National Herald Daily, they had reached here. And speaking to India Today, Mr. Pawan Bansal had said that we had gone to check our office. So that was the one-liner response from Pawan Bansal yesterday while he had stepped out of the same stairs that you see crowded by the media personnel right now. And today, around 1:45 in the night, we were here till late in the night, and around 1:45 in the night, the ED officials had left. And what we see today is that there are two notices which has been put up by the ED officials, and the National Herald office has been sealed. So, Shiv, this is a big development in the Herald case. Now remember how Rahul Gandhi was questioned multiple times by the ED officials, and Congress party has been claiming that though that questioning had went up till 50 hours. And after that, Sonia Gandhi was questioned, and the sealing and the raid at the National Herald office by the ED comes after the questioning of the top leadership of the Congress party, of the Gandhi family, Rahul Gandhi, as well as Sonia Gandhi. So this is a big development that has just unfolded in the national capital, Shiv.
Amit, stay with me. I'm going to hand the coverage over now to Nabila, who's going to take this forward. Big escalation, Nabila. The National Herald, the Young Indian part of it, has been sealed. India Today, the only channel reporting live from inside while the sealing is taking place. Over to you, Nabila.
Right, Shiv, this is Young Indian office in the national capital, and this comes right a day after the Enforcement Directorate carried out multiple raids across 10 locations with regards to the Young Indian associated offices. Let me quickly cut across to Munish Pandey, who joins us right from the newsroom to give us an understanding on what this sealing of the National Herald office really means. Munish, give us a sense, a day after the Enforcement Directorate raided offices and all those locations linked to Young Indian as well as National Herald across a few locations in Lucknow, Kolkata and now Delhi. Today comes the National Herald office being sealed off. The office of Young Indian Private Limited inside National Herald office in New Delhi has been sealed. Not the entire National Herald office though. Give us an understanding.
Yeah, well, Nabila, the reason why this Young Indian Private Limited office in the National Herald building has been seized only because when the Enforcement Directorate officials went to conduct searches at the very same premises of Young Indian Private Limited, they called up the principal officer of Young Indian Private Limited. Why they called the principal officer? Because they wanted to execute the search warrant. They wanted someone from the Young Indian Private Limited to accompany the officials so that they can do a smooth search of the entire premises. But even after multiple calls, and this is according to the sources within the Enforcement Directorate, even after multiple calls to the authorized person of Young Indian Private Limited, no officer from this company turned up before the enforcement directorate officials, and that is why they have sealed the office. Now, why this office has been sealed? Because they think that if the office premises is open, then there is a high possibility that the possible evidence may be destructed, may be tampered by the office bearers of Young Indian Private Limited. So to preserve these possible evidences, this official premises of Young Indian Private Limited in National Herald Building has been sealed. It's a temporary seal. We can say it has been sealed temporarily by the enforcement.
Across to reactions coming in from the Congress party.
जो भी करना है उसके लिए आपको बताना पड़ता है, जिसके विरोध में आप कर रहे हैं, जिसके अगेंस्ट कर रहे हैं, आपको बताना पड़ता है। उसके पास जो भी फिर उसके बाद जो कार्रवाई करने की जो इच्छा होती है वो कार्रवाई करते हैं।
हेराल्ड हाउस के बाहर भी ऑर्डर लगा दिया ईडी ने कि तब तक नहीं खोल सकते जब तक कि परमिशन नहीं ली जाती है।
तो परमिशन ले लेंगे ना, इसमें क्या बात है?
क्या कांग्रेस सहयोग कर रही है? सर, सहयोग
नहीं, सहयोग का कोई सवाल नहीं है। देखिए, ऐसा है जो कानून में जो कदम उठाए जाते हैं वो हमको, चाहे हमें पसंद हो या ना पसंद हो, हमको कानून के मुताबिक उनका जवाब भी देना होता है, तो हम कानून के मुताबिक जवाब दें।
तो आगे का क्या स्टेप रहेगा?
चर्चा तेज है कि
ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि आप जो रूटीन जैसे अपने कांग्रेस ऑफिस आते हैं उसी इस तरह से कोई खबर आपको नहीं है?
और आप देखिए, कुछ नहीं है। मैं तो अपने ऑफिस आया हूँ, मैं अपने ऑफिस में नहीं आ सकता हूँ। हमारा घर है, हमारा ऑफिस है, हमारी पार्टी का केंद्र है, इसलिए हम यहाँ आते हैं, इसलिए आए।
सर, चर्चा इस बात की है कि ईडी की टीम यहाँ आ सकती है।
अरे अगर आएगी तो मैं भी रहूंगा यहाँ पर उनका स्वागत करने के लिए। नहीं, मुझे कोई जानकारी नहीं है, मैं तो सिर्फ अपने ऑफिस में आया हूँ। यहाँ पर अगर कोई जानकारी होगी तो वो हमको मिल जाएगी।
कार्यकर्ताओं को रोक दिया गया है ऑफिस नहीं।
अरे कार्यकर्ताओं को तो रोज रोका जा रहा है, जिस दिन देखो कार्यकर्ताओं को रोका जा रहा है, एमपीज को रोका जा रहा है। अब क्या करेंगे, कहाँ तक रोकेंगे? आप लोगों को रोका जाता है। हम तो कह रहे हैं कि आप ना रुकें, आप सही बात कहते रहें, आप सब लोगों को अपनी बात पहुँचाते रहें, वो बहुत है।
आप पहुँचे, कोई मीटिंग है क्या सर? मीटिंग है सर?
नहीं, मीटिंग नहीं है जी। आप क्या पूछिए, हो गया आपका? चलिए, थैंक यू।
सलमान जी, मैं लेट आई, मेरी आईडी नहीं थी।
बताइए गुरु कहाँ है?
आप यहाँ ऑफिस पहुँचे, क्या कहना चाहिए?
अरे यार, ऑफिस में क्यों आते हैं? ऑफिस अपने जीवन शैली का केंद्र होता है, राजनीतिक जीवन शैली का। और जो भी हम लोग अपने जीवन में करते हैं, जो भी आम जनता के लिए करते हैं, उसका जो केंद्र है वो हमारा ऑफिस है। तो यहाँ हम आए हैं।
जिस तरीके से ईडी की कार्रवाई हो रही है सर, तमाम पुलिस
कार्रवाई तो बहुत दिन से चल रही है। कार्रवाई तो बहुत दिन से चल रही है, तो कार्रवाई चलेगी। हमको जो करना है वो हम करेंगे।
अभी आज की कोई स्पेसिफिक खबर है?
मुझे कोई सूचना नहीं है, मुझे कुछ खबर नहीं है, मुझे कोई जानकारी नहीं है। लेकिन मैं ऑफिस में अगर किसी को होगी तो वो मुझे भी मिल जाएगी।
कांग्रेस के और भी आला जो सीनियर नेता हैं वो सर आएंगे?
मैंने किसी से बात नहीं करी, मैं तो खुद कोर्ट से वापस आया, वहाँ से आके क्योंकि ऑफिस में आना था इसलिए मैं यहाँ आ गया।
हेराल्ड मामले में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हेराल्ड मामले में हमने बड़ा स्पष्ट कह दिया है कि मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का जो मुकदमा होता है, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती है, वो सरासर उसमें कोई जान नहीं है, इसलिए कि मनी ही नहीं है। जब मनी इन्वॉल्व नहीं है तो फिर लॉन्ड्रिंग कहाँ से होगी, बताइए।
थैंक यू।
सलमान जी कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता हैं।
All right, that was Salman Khurshid of the Congress Party, who's right there opposite the Young Indian office, which is currently sealed off. The Young Indian office that's located inside the National Herald House in the national capital is right now sealed off by the Enforcement Directorate. They've not sealed the entire building, but just the Young Indian office is particularly what the ED has gone after. Let's cut across to several other reactions. Digvijay Singh speaking.
सर, क्या सारे भारत जोड़ने के लिए तो आए हैं, भारत जोड़ने में तो लगे हैं, वो लोग भारत तोड़ने में लगे हैं, हम भारत जोड़ने में लगे हैं।
राजू सर सीधे चल भाई
All right, there was tall leaders there of the Congress party, veteran leaders, Digvijay Singh and Salman Khurshid, who are right there, almost showing support to the Gandhi family, because this certainly has come as a big blow to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, because this really shows how the ED may have stepped up investigation and intensified this probe into the National Herald case, which is now being probed under the Money Laundering Act, several criminal sections under which that they're currently probing. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate had even summoned Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, close to 10 hours of questioning for Rahul, about 6 hours collectively that Sonia Gandhi was questioned in the National Herald case. Of course, at this point, we're seeing the Congress party extensively showing solidarity. They protested. They came together in huge numbers, ended up in violent protests. But the Congress there somehow seems to be united over this investigation by the Enforcement Directorate on the Gandhis particularly. ED sources to India Today tell us only Young Indian office has now been temporarily sealed off, and there was no one from their side to get the searches conducted. The principal officer, Sri Kharge, has come but immediately left the premises without getting the searches conducted. Summons has now been sent to the principal officer, Mallikarjun Kharge, to get the search concluded. And as and when the authorized person presents himself for conducting or concluding the search, the seal will be lifted. Remember, just a few days ago, or rather just 2 days ago, the Enforcement Directorate had landed up at several locations that were connected to the National Herald newspaper. At least 10 locations were raided. Okay, Mallikarjun Kharge now speaking on the same.
डरा है और डरा कर सारे कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को डिमोरलाइज करे और वो एक पार्टी की सत्ता चलाना चाहते हैं। इससे पहले भी आप सुना होगा कि उनके बीजेपी पार्टी के नेता ने ये कहा इस देश में एक ही पार्टी रहने वाली है, तो उसके तरफ वो जा रहे हैं और लोकतंत्र वो नहीं चाहते और संविधान भी नहीं चाहते, वो अपना रूल चलाना चाहते हैं।
लेकिन इनका बार बार कहना है कि ईडी जो कार्रवाई कर रही है वो उनके पास साक्ष्य है और इसीलिए वो इस तरह की कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
अरे उसको रूल्स है, रेगुलेशंस है, ऐसा नहीं कि उनके घर पे मारो, इनके घर पे मारो, फिर नेशनल हेराल्ड पे फिर एक बार बुलाओ। ये कितनी जल्दी से वो काम कर रहे हैं, इससे ही अंदाजा लगता है ना। 6 दिन पहले बुलाए, इमीडिएटली नेशनल हेराल्ड पे डाले, कल परसों नेशनल हेराल्ड में हुआ, आज उनके मकान पे गए हैं। इसका मतलब क्या है? राहुल गांधी जी भी यहाँ नहीं है, उन्होंने तो पब्लिक मीटिंग में गए हैं। तो ये लोगों को एक डर पैदा करने के लिए, और ऐसा तुम लोगों को डराते गए तो लोग डरेंगे नहीं और एक रिवोल्ट हो जाएंगे। हमारे
All right, now I'm going to cut across to Supriya Bhardwaj, India Today correspondent, who's right outside Rahul Gandhi's home. Supriya, there was a lot of talk that ED may just be knocking at the doors of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. How true is that piece of information? Supriya, if you can hear me. I'm going to try and patch Supriya Bhardwaj, but here for now, the information that we have is that the Enforcement Directorate has locked off, they've sealed off the Young Indian office premises, which is located inside the National Herald building. It's one part of the building on one floor. That floor has been cordoned off until the searches end. Now, this is, of course, a matter of concern for the Gandhi family, undoubtedly. Shreya Chatterjee, who's right outside the Congress office right now, giving us more on that. Shreya, any word on what the mood is like within the Congress unit? We know Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi at present are at their homes. There's a lot of talk that the ED may just knock at their doors today, as they've done at the National Herald office.
Well, Nabila, I'll just give you a sense of what's happening on the ground so far as the Congress headquarters is concerned. You can see the kind of police deployment that's been put outside the Congress headquarters, no different from the time when both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were being questioned by the agency. Now, what exactly has transpired so far is that the Young India Private Limited office in the Herald House has been sealed. What we're learning so far is that searches were to be concluded. However, because of the unavailability of the principal officer who was to be present over there to the searches to be concluded, that did not happen. Until then, that happens, that premise will be closed, and that's the reason why today the Enforcement Directorate put a notice of seizure outside the Young India Private Limited office. The reason that there were searches to be conducted that couldn't be conducted because of the principal officer, Sri Kharge, he was not present, is why ED could not search the office, and they have sealed it. Now, subsequently, there was security raised outside the Congress headquarters, and you can see over here that you can see Congress leaders there also.
दफ्तर को सील किया है.
आप लोग कुछ कहेंगे दफ्तर सील?
अगर तानाशाही के बारे में सुना है, देखा नहीं है, तो देख लो. हम कांग्रेस के दफ्तर नहीं जा सकते. मैं वर्किंग कमेटी का मेंबर हूं, मैं एमपी हूं. जिस तरह सील किए जा रहे हैं, ये इससे ज्यादा दुखद और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण कुछ नहीं हो सकता. ऐसा लगता है इससे देश में प्रजातंत्र नहीं रहा.
क्या कांग्रेस सहयोग कर रही है सर?
मैं क्या कह सकता हूं आपको? आप देख रहे हो यहाँ पे क्या कर रही है कांग्रेस. दिखाई पड़ रहा है आपको? आपको दिखाई पड़ रहा है ना कांग्रेस क्या कर रही है? कांग्रेस कहीं यहाँ हिंसा कर रही है? कांग्रेस कुछ रोक रही है? पर अगर आप नहीं देखना चाहेंगे तो आप नहीं देखेंगे, आपकी मजबूरी है. अच्छा, अब हो गए आपके सवाल दूसरों ले दिए.
बंद किया जाता है बार बार. ऑफिस को सीज किया गया है, उन्होंने सीजर नोटिस जारी की है, क्या कहेंगे आप?
मैं कहूंगा इसी को तानाशाही कहते हैं, इसी को बर्बरता कहते हैं. लेकिन हर तानाशाह का एक दिन अंत होता है. इस तानाशाही का भी.
So that was, we are hearing what they are saying. They're basically calling it out, saying that this is a tanashahi by the present government. That's what the Congress is saying. We just had a word from the working committee member. He's just coming inside the Congress headquarters. Pramod Tiwari, he is an MP and he's also a part of the working committee. He was just going inside the headquarters when he spoke to us and said that this is tanashahi which is going on. That was the exact word used by him. But the sense on the ground, Nabila, heavy police deployment. I'll ask my cameraman to actually give you the visuals. What we are picking up from our Delhi police sources right now, that the reason this has actually happened after the sealing of the Young India Private Limited office is because the police suspects that there could have been some protest that could have erupted here, is why in the New Delhi district region, especially outside 10 Janpath and AICC, there's heavy security deployment. Both the sides of the road. I'll ask my cameraman to give the sense. Both the sides of the road leading over here has been closed down. Earlier also, during Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi's questioning, we saw that similar action was there. And even today, just after the Young India Private Limited office was sealed, we saw a similar action by the Delhi police. What we're learning from our police sources right now, this is because of the fact that they were suspecting a possible protest from the side of Congress after the Young India Private Limited office was sealed, is why this kind of security arrangement has been made.
Stay with us. I'm going to cut across again to Supriya to try and see what's the emotion right there outside Rahul Gandhi's residence. That's where she is. Supriya, any word on if there's activity or that the ED might just end up landing up right at the door of Rahul Gandhi's home? All right. It seems like the connection there is patchy, but our reporters there on ground giving us the latest development. But for now, what we know as basic information is that the enforcement directors of the officials there, they've landed up at the National Herald office in New Delhi, where the Young Indian office is located. So they've sealed off just one part of the National Herald building where the Young Indian office has been functional. They've temporarily sealed this office as there was no one from their side to get the searches concluded or conducted there. That's what the ED officials have claimed to justify the sealing of the Young Indian office, saying that an officer, a principal officer, came but immediately left the premises without getting the searches conducted. Summons has been sent to the principal officer, who is Mallikarjun Kharge, to get the searches concluded. And as in when the authorized person presents himself for concluding the search, then the seal will be lifted. This is what the Enforcement Directorate officials have said on this sealing of the National Herald building, one part of it where the Young Indian office is located. Let me cut across to Munish Pandey, if Munish is with us. All right, Shreya is with us for the moment. Shreya, I want to understand what has led to the ED to seal the office of Young Indian, because just 2 days ago they raided at least 10 locations across Lucknow, Kolkata, Delhi, all these offices associated with Young Indian. Have they not found anything during those raids in the last 2 days? Shreya, if you're with me. Shreya, if you can hear me. Shreya, go on. last 2 days, ED has already conducted investigations or raids across a few offices of Young Indian, 10 locations that they searched. Did they not find anything?
Well, what we right now do understand that the action that has happened on the part of the Enforcement Directorate so far as the Young India Private Limited office is concerned is they have not been able to search that particular premise. Remember, there were searches that took place in at least 12 locations. All of these are now properties that were transferred from AJL to Young India Private Limited. But what we're learning from our ED sources that the AJL office, which is in the Herald House, wasn't searched. And the reason they're giving is that the principal officer, that is Mallikarjun Kharge, he wasn't there for the search to be concluded, is the reason why that a seizure notice has been put up. The seal notice has been put outside the Young India Private Limited office now. It's only after a proper search is done could that seal notice be removed. But as of now, that notice reads that without the prior intimation or informing the Enforcement Directorate, no one can enter the premises of Young India Private Limited. This is on the 4th floor of the Herald House that has now been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. Sources tell us it's because of the unavailability of the principal officer. There was a search to be conducted which couldn't happen, and subsequently now that's the reason that they have sealed the Young India Private Limited office. And now the development has moved to the Congress headquarters, where we are seeing battery of senior reporters from Pramod Tiwari to Jairam Ramesh to Mallikarjun Kharge himself. We tried to get a word from Mallikarjun Kharge, but he's not, spoken with us as of now, but he's just moved inside the Congress headquarters, where there is a press conference that's also scheduled, I believe, where the Congress top brass will also react to the developments of the Young India Private Limited office being sealed by the Enforcement Directorate.
The big news that we're currently tracking is the ED sources have told India Today that only the Young Indian office has been temporarily sealed off, as there was no one from their side to get the searches conducted. This is an exclusive scoop on the Herald House sealing. The principal officer, according to the ED, has come but left the premises without getting the searches conducted. Summons have also been sent out to the principal officer, Mallikarjun Kharge, to get the search concluded. As and when the authorized person presents himself for concluding the search, the seal will be lifted. This is, of course, a big move by the Enforcement Directorate, certainly a jolt that comes on the way to the Gandhi family. At this point, we're looking at only the Young Indian Limited, the office of Young Indian, that's sealed off. Remember, Young Indian is a company, a charitable firm, which was floated by the Gandhi family. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, both 38% odd stakeholder in that company. Then you also had Motilal Vora, Mallikarjun Kharge. In fact, this company had bought over AJL, which was a publishing house, to National Herald, the newspaper. And there's a lot of suspicion that a lot of money was siphoned off and laundered through this firm, but no explanation to that so far. To which why Gandhi's Rahul and Sonia were summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning multiple times, and they were extensively questioned. And we believe that the plain answer that they gave on both ends, Sonia and Rahul stuck with the same, saying that it was late Motilal Vora, the treasury of the Congress party, who really knew all about transactions and the money trail with regard to Young Indian. Let me cut across to Supriya Bharadwaj, who's right now located at Rahul Gandhi's residence outside. Supriya, there was a lot of talk that there may be ED knocking at the doors at the home of Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. Is that true? Could you give us some clarity on that? Any word or movement that you see at Rahul Gandhi's home now?
Well, Nabila, first and foremost, Mr. Rahul Gandhi at the moment is in Karnataka. He was there to attend that important birthday bash of Mr. Siddaramaiah, where who's who of the Congress party was present. And right now he's travelling back all the way from Davangere to where we are, his residence in Delhi, that is 12 Tughlaq Lane. But you can see that nobody's been allowed to move forward from this very location. The cops have put up all these barricades. There are paramilitary forces present here. There are senior officials of the Delhi police are present here. I would like to show you also the main road where there's a heavy deployment of the police. This is the road which is towards the Tughlaq Lane Thana, and at the same time also towards AIM. But now you can see that there is a heavy police deployment over here. There are more than 2 buses to 3 buses which are stationed here at the moment. The senior police officials are present here, and this entire area, now you can see that there is a massive police deployment which has taken place here at the Tughlaq Lane residence of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. This is the road which leads up to his residence over there. All the people who are being stationed that side, are going that side, are not being allowed. The Delhi police is not letting anyone go further on where we are at the moment. They are just saying that vacate this area. This is also a very high profile area because a lot of MPs also live here. Apart from Rahul Gandhi, there are other people also present here. This is the residence area where the Delhi police is stopping. They are saying that we cannot allow you to go further on. I would like to show you this area, that how only the cars are being allowed to, there's a vehicular movement, but nobody is being allowed to stop over here. This is Rahul Gandhi's residence in Delhi. This is 12 Tughlaq Lane, where you can see there's no presence of the official cars or the cavalcade of Rahul Gandhi, because right now he's in Karnataka. A similar scene is happening in 10 Janpath and even 24 Akbar Road. See, massive presence of the Delhi, apart from Delhi police, is the CRPF also present here. And see, this is how the cops are stopping us. They're not letting us go. Sir, यहाँ से आगे movement नहीं है क्या? Sir, बताइए ना, यहाँ से आगे क्यों नहीं जाने दे रहे आप लोग? Well, you can see that the barricades have been put. The cops are not letting anybody go further on. Only the vehicles can go up to that very level. And the police is asking the people not to move further on. Well, this is Tughlaq Road. That is Rahul Gandhi's residence. I would like Nasir to show you as to how this entire area is wearing a deserted look. Usually, there is a massive police presence of the CRPF. That you can see this entire road, even on the other side also, which comes towards from the Janpath side, that area has also been blocked in a way. The barricades, Nabila, has been put here also. This road connects towards the Prithviraj Road. This is the inner lane, and that is the main lane which connects Tughlaq Lane with that of the central Delhi. It moves towards the Janpath side. That is also, there are barricades which have been put. This is the residence of Rahul Gandhi. Just a few presence of the police officials at the moment over here, because Mr. Gandhi is not in Delhi at the moment, and the entire area, the entire lane wears a deserted look. Nobody is allowed to move further on. Well, Nabila, one thing is for sure, that till morning, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, Congress President, was there in the Parliament. The Congress leaders in both the houses, whether it's Lok Sabha or Raj Sabha, were raising a hue and cry and saying that there's a massive, crackdown by the ED on all the opposition party leaders, whether it's Congress, whether it's Trinamool, whether it's other party leaders, and they want a full-fledged debate on these, on this very issue in both the houses, the Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha. But now, when it comes to the evening, Rahul Gandhi is there in Karnataka. He was there in Hubli. Then he went to Davangere. He visited certain mutts over there, attended the Siddaramaiah bash. Just now his rally has finished. And here, back in Delhi, in the evening, news comes that National Herald's, the Young India's office in National Herald building premises has been sealed by ED. Then the situation at the 24 Akbar Road, the entire area was sealed off. It turned into a fortress. A lot of senior leaders started coming into the AICC headquarters. Third news came where we are, the third epicenter, Rahul Gandhi's residence. Now just see, there's a massive police presence over there where the barricading has been done. I'll ask Nasir to just stay here and show that there's a massive police barricading over there where you can see this is Rahul Gandhi's residence, the road of Tughlaq Lane, which connects with the main road, which is joining AIMS with that of Tughlaq Road, which goes towards the central Delhi. So it connects South Delhi and central Delhi. And you can see there's a massive police deployment. There's paramilitary force also. There is also the barricades which have been put. The second lane, which is towards the Prithviraj Road, there also the barricades have been put. Nobody has been allowed. Now you can see, I'll ask Nasir to show that how nobody has been allowed to come from that very side. That area has been cordoned off. We were also struggling literally to get inside because the cops were saying that nobody is allowed to go. This is the residence of Rahul Gandhi, and just ahead, at the end of the lane also there's a massive barricading which has happened here. This is Rahul Gandhi's official residence. So here also the paramilitary force which is present here is not letting anyone go from this very point.
Do stay with us. We have some big news coming in. In fact, Mallikarjun Kharge, along with Jairam Ramesh, reaches the Congress office. Chidambaram has also just arrived at the Congress office. senior netas of the Congress party, all veteran leaders. Mallikarjun Kharge, who's also very much part of the National Herald newspaper, Young Indian rather. Jairam Ramesh, as well as Chidambaram, reach the Congress office. This is an attempt by the Congress leadership extensively to show solidarity to the Gandhi family. As much as we know, this has surely come as a dent to the Congress's morale. At this point, the Young Indian office being sealed off, where the owners of that office is basically Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, major stakeholders. Let me quickly cut across to Munish for more on that. Munish, a quick understanding on the significance of Young Indian. Has it been functional until date? Was that office that's now sealed off working? You know, we know that it was raided 2 days ago, but was that office functional at all? Were employees coming in, work was going on?
Yeah, well, Nabila, what we have been given to understand is that there were few office people who are still working with the Young Indian Private Limited. Also, there were few employees of National Herald who used to come to the office on daily basis. Now, as far as the action by the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, what they are saying that they went to the premises of National Herald with a search warrant. They had a search warrant to conduct searches in the office of Young Indian Private Limited, and that is why the principal officer Mallikarjun Kharge was called to the called by the ED officers at the premises of Young Indian Private Limited. He reached, but he decided not to assist the officers in conducting the searches at the premises of Young Indian Private Limited. And because there was no authorized person from Young Indian Private Limited, they had to seal the particular office. This is a temporary seal. And why this office has been temporarily sealed? Because what ED officials suspect that if the office is open, the premises is open, then there is a possibility that the evidence might be tampered by the people working there. There is a minute possibility of that, and that is why this office has been temporarily sealed. Officers have also told India Today that if there is any communication from Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge or any authorized person from Young Indian Private Limited, then this office will be desealed after conducting the searches by the ED officials. Nabila.
Munish, stay with us. Of course, soon after the news broke, we've spoken to several Congress leaders. Here's what their reactions are.
The brazenness of the Enforcement Directorate has no limits. They will stoop to any depths to harass political opponents. The National Herald is an iconic newspaper which is part of the freedom struggle. For the government to use its hatchet agency in order to settle political scores against the principal opposition party has now turned its ire on the National Herald. And I'm not surprised by with the arbitrary acts of the ED, which has now only been emboldened by the recent verdict in the Supreme Court. But this will play out. It will play out in the public arena, and I'm sure it will also play out in the legal arena in the days to come. And I am telling you today, the ED will one day face the same fate as the SS did after World War II.
The government's attitude and the arrogance towards the freedom of the organization called National Herald, which fought for freedom in the early 1930s and 40s. They wanted to show their anger now. Because these people who are now in power are the product of RSS, who have been just doing the chaplaincy to the Britishers. Now they wanted to finish those legacy of National Herald, which sacrificed itself. Many of those people who founded it, one among them is Pandit Nehru. There are many leaders who formed it, National Herald. And National Herald is not as if it is running into profitable. It's not a profitable venture. It's a symbolic thing for a freedom movement, and Congress Party has always stood with National Herald in its toughest time. And using the ED, the government is trying to show that National Herald is a money-making venture. It is not like that.
The directors, including Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Srimati Sonia Gandhi, have already cooperated with the ED for hours and hours of interrogation. They have not found anything in that. because it is open and shut case. And the case is very clear that there's no money that has been laundered. There's no property that has been transferred in any individual's name. And the property are the shares that were being given to any Indian is all in the shares, not in property. And it is not for profit-making company. And nobody can either take money out of it or nobody can transfer any property out of it. This is only to humiliate. This is only to blackmail. This is only to discredit the Congress party and the leadership of the Congress party, especially the Gandhis.
All right, those are Congress party members reacting to this ED, in fact, officials, they're sealing off the National Herald Young Indian office. Of course, they're calling this vendetta. And no surprises, this is the narrative been on for the last few weeks, ever since the Gandhis were summoned and the probe has been on. As the ED intensifies its probe, today's sealing of the Young Indian office has really come as a huge hit, certainly, to the morale of the Congress party. Let me quickly cut across to our reporters joining us from various locations. We have Amit Bharadwaj, who's right there in front of the National Herald office, which has been sealed off. We also have Supriya Bharadwaj, who's right there at Rahul Gandhi's residence, along with Shreya Chatterjee at the AICC office. Amit, a quick word from you on if ED officials are still present at that building. And what are they doing right now? And again, some clarity. Why have they sealed off the premises? Have they found something, or are they suspicious that something's hidden and they're waiting for some clarity?
Well, Nabila, we are standing right outside the Herald House, and that word itself is very important. This is the building where the National Herald's office is located. The top floor of this building is where the National Herald office operates from. That is the national headquarters of the Congress's mouthpiece. And right here, you know, now the media personals cannot enter the building. Right on the other side of the building is the main entrance of the National Herald newspaper, and where you would see two notices which has been put by the ED officials. And those two notices reads that nobody can enter the Herald, National Herald's office without the permission of the ED. So that has been clearly specified by the ED officials, which means that the ED officials have already left the National Herald office. Yesterday, Nabila, the ED officials has reached the National Herald office around 10 in the morning, and this raid had continued till 1:45 in the night. So nearly 16 hours of raid was conducted at the National Herald office. Now coming back to the second.
All right, Abid, I'm going to try and patch your connection again. Seems like some problem there. But Supriya Bharadwaj, who's right there at Rahul Gandhi's residence. Supriya, after the Supreme Court, in fact, gave unfettered powers to the Enforcement Directorate that they could arrest, summon and attach property of anyone they suspect under the PMLA Act, it seems like the ED's powers right now are really bothering the Congress and its members alike. We see that the AICC office, already senior leaders of the Congress party have landed up. Are they fearing arrest?
Well, Nabila, first and foremost, today, as far as the PMLA is concerned, 17 opposition parties, top leaders have signed and sent a petition saying that the entire thing has to be reviewed once again. So this is what the latest on the PLMA is concerned. At ground zero, I would like to show you what is happening. This entire area has turned into a fortress. That is the residence of Rahul Gandhi. This area where usually the cars are stationed, people have been asked not to put up their cars or vehicles or not to stand over here. The police is asking everybody to leave from here. Now I'll show you what is going on. I'll ask Nasser to show you. He's just showing you as to what is happening at the entry of the Tughlaq Lane Road. There is complete barricading which has taken place. There are a lot of police officials as well as paramilitary force which has been stationed here. This is the second road which comes towards the Prithviraj Road. There also the barricades have been put. And now I'll show you the third road, Nabila. I would like to show you. This very place where you can see the officers standing is the residence of Rahul Gandhi. Well, this green and this entire area has been sealed off. And there you can see on the road, it is the paramilitary force which is in a way walking. They are the officials who are just walking to and fro. And there also at the end of of the rain, there is a barricade which has been put. So this is the official residence of Rahul Gandhi, which has been now completely sealed off. There are these barricades which have been put, and there is not just the Delhi police which is present, there is also the paramilitary force present also. This is the residence of Rahul Gandhi. There is heavy police deployment. This is usually a barricaded place. The CRPF is not letting us stay here also. We are just going ahead. You can see as to how the officials are saying that please leave this area. This area has been asked, nobody's been allowed to station here. They're asking us to leave. But on the other side, you can see, I'll ask Nasir to show you as to how the Delhi police is just staging, they're just walking in this lane. And there at the end of the lane, the entire area has been barricaded. So both the lanes, both the entry points have been barricaded by... At the same time also, nobody is allowed to go on this lane. Nobody is allowed to pass.
Even across to Shreya Chatterjee also, who's right in front of the AICC office. Shreya, we believe that all the top leaders there, Chidambaram, you also have Mallikarjun Kharge, who've just landed up at the AICC office. Have they spoken to you? What's the real mood there within the AICC office at this point? Any protests that you witness?
Well, there's no protest over here at the Congress headquarters, but the battery of senior leaders have already reached the Congress headquarters. That includes Chidambaram, Pramod Tiwari, Jairam Ramesh. We also saw Abhishek Manu Singhvi get in. Now, whoever we could get a word from has called this, against the centre, saying that this is an act of vengeance by the one in the central government. We also saw when Mallikarjun Kharge was asked a question by our colleague that the ED sources are revealing that it's because of Mallikarjun Kharge, who's the principal officer, not being present is why the Young India office was not searched, is the reason that it was sealed. Mallikarjun Kharge on record has denied that as well. So he said that it's not the reason why the Young India Private Limited office has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. Shortly from now, we will see Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Jairam Ramesh address a press conference where they will come out with their version. But right now, it's a very tense situation outside the Congress headquarters. The visuals are evident from the fact that there is heavy security deployment ever since that the Young India Private Limited office was sealed today by the Enforcement Directorate, and every senior leader, name it Ajay Makin, name it Jairam Ramesh, name it Mallikarjun Kharge, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, they're all inside the ICC headquarters right now, and all of them have called this against the centre's misuse of power. We also got a word from Pramod Tiwari when he was entering the premise, and he said that this is Tanashahi. That's exactly the word that he used. But what we do know from the ED sources that they say that there were raids to be conducted. They had search warrant to conduct a raid in the Young India Private Limited office that is housed in the 4th floor of the Herald House. However, the principal officer, who's Mallikarjun Kharge, wasn't present, is why a search couldn't happen, is the reason that they have sealed the premises of Young India Private Limited. What would be the reaction of the Congress is something that we would officially know in a short while from now, and both Jairam Ramesh and Abhishek Manu Singhvi address that press conference at 7 p.m.
This is, of course, a big blow to the Congress's morale, because never, possibly least expected that the Enforcement Directorate would work on overdrive. They've not wasted much time. These are just days ago when Sonia Gandhi was being questioned, where Rahul Gandhi sat in Dharna right in front of the ED office. It was quite a show where he literally sat down, refused to budge, and after much coaxing, he finally walked away. But Congress leaders extensively have been detained in the last few weeks itself over protests after ED summoned both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. In fact, the Congress party has released a video on social media, and that's the video that we're playing out for you here. Let's take a listen.
वर्षों तक वन में घूम घूम बाधा विघ्नों को चूम चूम से धूमधाम पानी पत्थर पांडव आए कुछ और निकल सौभाग्य में सब दिन सोता है देखें आगे क्या होता है बांधने मुझे तो आया है जंजीर बड़ी क्या लाया है यदि मुझे बांधना चाहे मन पहले तो बांध अनंत गगन सूने को साधने सकता है वह मुझे बांध कब सकता है हित वचन नहीं तूने माना हित वचन नहीं तूने माना मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना तो ले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ याचना नहीं अब रण होगा जीवन जय या कि मरण होगा टकराएंगे नक्षत्र निकर बरसेगी भू पर वही प्रखर, फणशेष नाग का डोलेगा, विकराल काल मुंह खोलेगा, दुर्योधन रण ऐसा होगा फिर कभी नहीं जैसा होगा। वर्षों तक वन में घूम।
Wow, that was quite a video there that the Congress party has very quickly piled up. Soon after, the ED has sealed off the office of Young Indian, which Rahul Gandhi is also part shareholder, 38% shareholder, his mother another 38%. So they are major shareholders to Young Indian, which the ED is suspecting of malpractice. While that on one end, here the Congress now coming together to show solidarity with the Gandhi family, and they've lapped up a video, and that's the video that we're playing out to you right here on our television screens, where they're showing Rahul Gandhi as the man who's been victimized, the Gandhi family who's been targeted. That's more or less the mood of that and the sensibility of that video, as they show Rahul Gandhi to be the hero of it all, as he's been targeted, victimized, but he'll emerge victorious. That's more or less the sense we got from this compilation of all the images of Rahul Gandhi protesting against the government, raising his voice, criticizing the Modi government, etc. This video really calling the BJP government authoritarian regime, and that this moment will also pass and Rahul Gandhi will emerge victorious. That's the mood of this video entirely, as Rahul Gandhi right now being probed by the Enforcement Directorate while he was in Karnataka. In fact, he's on his way back to Delhi. Rahul Gandhi has been away, but it seems like the Enforcement Directorate has been very much here in Delhi and looking hard into all those allegations of corruption under various criminal sections of the Money Laundering Act, and with the Supreme Court now giving extensive powers to the Enforcement Directorate, or rather establishing that the ED has absolute rights to arrest, summon, and more importantly, attach properties of those who are suspected of money laundering under the PMLA Act, can go ahead without question. This has come right at a time when the Gandhi family is being probed by the ED. So what does that really mean? Of course, the Congress party now fearing that there could be arrest, and already stepping up support and pressure at this point to say that this is vindictive politics, vendetta politics. This is authoritarian regime trying to muscle down the opposition's voice. All of this has been the rhetoric and narrative of the Congress party ever since two people in the Congress, Rahul and Sonia, have been probed by the Enforcement Directorate. Manish Pandey, who joins us right from the newsroom to give us a sense on what angle is the ED probing into. But before that, Amit Bharadwaj, who's right in front of the National Herald office. Amit, what angle exactly is the ED probing into at this point?
Well, Nabila, yesterday the raid at the Herald House had begun 10 in the morning, and that continued till around 11:45 in the night, which means 16 hours of raid. And certainly they must have been looking into documents that were inside the Herald House, and the result of that, what you see is that the main office of the National Herald has been now sealed by the ED officials, and two separate notices have been put inside the Herald office's main headquarters. On the left hand side is the way path to the National Herald newspaper, which is also sort of a mouthpiece of the Congress party. What needs to be noted here is that when the officials were raiding this yesterday, around 6 in the evening, Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal had reached here, and they said there was one line response to the media's n number of questions, and that response was that we were here to look at our office. And after that, Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal left the Herald House. But the ED officials continued to stay here. And when they left, today the result we are seeing is that there are two notices which has been put at the entrance of the National Herald headquarters, which reads that nobody can enter the premises without the permission of the ED officials. This probably means, in all possibilities, this means that ED wants to protect the documents which are inside the National Herald's headquarters. They want to protect the sanctity of the documents, and they do not want any individual without the permission of the ED entering the office, because there would be possibilities of tampering with the documents, possibilities of removing documents or making all sorts of changes. So those are the possible causes because of which the National Herald office has been now sealed by the ED officials. and anybody who wants to enter the office, because remember, this is a newspaper, news organization runs from this organization, from this particular premises. The top floor of the Herald House is where the National Herald's headquarters is located. So journalists, reporters who used to work with the National Herald used to access their office from the top floor itself. And now anybody who wants to enter the office for any reason, to collect their valuables, to collect their documents, to file stories or whatever there is need for, they will have to now seek permission from the ED officials. So in all likelihood, the sealing of the National Herald office on the Bahadur Shah Jafar Road in the national headquarters national capital has been done to avoid any sort of tampering or mishandling of the documents which might be inside the Herald House. Over to you, Nabila.
It's very hard for us to believe at this point that there may be suspicious documentation inside the Young Indian office, because it's been 10 years since this case is being investigated. The IT and now the ED, quite a few years that investigation is on. For them to have kept documents like that, even if they had some at the Young Indian office, certainly is suspicious. I mean, if at all they've kept it, then it's something that the ED wants to look into. But at this point, Congress, of course, coming together in a show of strength. This is the exclusive image that India Today has accessed, where we're seeing all the senior Congress leaders at the AICC office who have gathered only to try and discuss and deliberate on what next. Remember, after the ED has got great powers now to arrest, summon and attach properties. Of course, the timing of this push for the ED by the Supreme Court comes as a question, as the Gandhi family is being probed at this point. So is it very likely or possible that the Gandhis will be arrested? Could their properties be attached? Could they be summoned many more times? That remains to be seen. But the Congress leaders now, we're looking at all the senior leaders, including Mallikarjun Kharge, Salman Khurshid, Jairam Ramesh, all of the senior leaders who've come together. Let me cut across to Shreya Chatterjee, who's right there at the AICC office outside where this meeting is currently underway. Shreya, who are these people in the photograph that we see? Do confirm to us yet again. And what is this deliberation that's currently on?
Well, all the Congress senior leaders as well as the Congress members and office bearers, they are all here right now at the AICC headquarters. Shortly from now, we'll also see official press conference that will be held by Jairam Ramesh and Abhishek Manu Singhvi on the entire incident that has transpired. What happened today? One, we do know that the Young India Private Limited office in the Herald House that has been sealed by the ED. Subsequently, we saw there was heavy security deployment outside 10 Janpath and AICC. What we do know that we saw senior leaders like Jairam Ramesh call this security deployment out, saying this has become a routine habit of the Delhi police to clamp down and put heavy security outside the AICC. Now, shortly, we will see an official statement being made by the Congress. We've already heard senior leaders from the likes of Mallikarjun Kharge, who's denied the source-based charges that's coming from the ED, because ED sources say it's because of the principal officer Mallikarjun Kharge not being present is why the Young India Private Limited office couldn't be raided and subsequently was sealed today. Mallikarjun Kharge has denied that charge. We'll now have to wait and watch what the Congress has to say on that entire incident that has transpired. But so far, Congress is calling this as an act of vengeance, that the centre is misusing the ED and the central agencies as a tool. We also heard Pramod Tiwari calling it a tanashahi by the central government. And now, very shortly, both Jairam Ramesh and Abhishek Manu Singhvi will be addressing a press conference at the AICC headquarters. And you can see the kind of gathering at the AICC headquarters. Already people have started coming in, from senior leaders to supporters. They're all pouring in at the AICC headquarters. It'll only be clear what the Congress has to say shortly, when probably even the supporters will get a clear message from the AICC headquarters.
All right. As Shreya, like you said, the Congress party now all set to address a press conference in about a few minutes, where all the key Congress leaders along with Jairam Ramesh, Digvijay Singh, Salman Khurshid, Mallikarjun Kharge, Chidambaram. These are the leaders who we just saw in those images who've huddled up trying to deliberate on what next. They're going to be addressing a press conference. One can only expect what's going to be said right from the start to now. They've maintained that this is vendetta politics and they're being targeted. The Gandhi family, they're trying to break their spirit. That won't happen. The Congress stands by them. We're going to continue tracking those developments. For now, a short break. Do stay with us.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
The FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital and the last few showcases were interesting. The showcases were innovative in their creative speed, putting design innovation in focus. Amit Agarwal married design form with functionality in creating these pieces in ingenious fabrics. There was diversity, inclusivity, and a lot of design innovation at the heart of his couture showcases, Peresis. Anamika Khanna's showcase had shapes inspired by goddesses paired with deconstruction and pattern techniques. The artistic speak had cultural references to tribal India, with a contemporary twist in the cuts and styles. Pearl took center stage. Metallic silhouettes, somber blacks, delicate lace and ivory to reds and emeralds, the collection was rather experimental. Rajkumar Rao walked as a showstopper for Khanna. Kunal Rawal's showcase was full of wearable couture. Luxurious minimalism with gender-neutral silhouettes. His collection, Dear Men, gave enough space to repurpose and mix and match pieces from his couture collection. Men's fashion is becoming more and more androgynous and gender fluid, and that's the trend we're picking up. Case in point, the Siddharth Titler showcase had a lot of that going, and then Kunal Rawal too had the androgynous styles going. Arjun Kapoor.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University in association with Jeep Meridian, Untamed Sophistication.
Good evening. You're watching 7 at 7. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and we're straight away cutting across to breaking news that's coming in. Big update from the national capital as the Herald House, their Young Indian office in the Herald House has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. The BJP has responded now, taunting the Congress over this development. The BJP says that this is the result of public money being looted, and also highlighting the allegations all over again in the National Herald case. The BJP taking to Twitter to say that the Associated Journals Limited got 87 lakhs per month as rent. The National Herald House was used as a passport office, is what the BJP is saying. This comes even as the Congress has been crying itself hoarse, saying that this is a case of political vendetta. You've got all the senior-most Congress leaders right now gathered at the Congress headquarters. The BJP now hitting out, highlighting the level of alleged corruption in the National Herald case and welcoming this development by the Enforcement Directorate, which has sealed the Young Indian office in the Herald House in Delhi. So this is the BJP's reaction that's come in. Amit Malviya has taken to Twitter to say that the ED seals the Young Indian Limited office inside National Herald House in connection with the money laundering case, and then also goes on to state that under the UPA, AJL, which is Associated Journals Limited, since 2011 received 87 lakhs per month as rent for using National Herald House as a passport office. So the BJP is saying that this is clear loot of public money. The Congress has been lashing out at the BJP. They're saying that even as the Young Indian Limited office has been sealed, they're also being blocked at the AICC headquarters. They're saying that the Delhi police has laid siege to the party office. Many of them are now gathering at the AICC headquarters as we speak. There are a lot of questions about what's prompted this particular step by the Enforcement Directorate. They've completely sealed off the property. You see on the right of your screens the circular that was also put up outside the Young Indian office inside Herald House. We've been seeing raids happening. Rahul and Sonia Gandhi, who've been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, and now the latest development in the National Herald case that's got the Congress seeing red is the Young Indian Limited office being sealed off by the Enforcement Directorate. A lot of questions about what this will mean for the Gandhis and whether the Enforcement Directorate will now continue their crackdown on them. Is there fresh evidence that they've got against the Gandhis, and what exactly has led to this latest update? What we can also tell you is that at the AICC headquarters, where there was a sea of security, where Delhi police was gathered in large numbers, the barricades have now been removed. It looks like largely the security was put in place as a precautionary step in case Congress resorted to some sort of protest. But what we're hearing right now is that Congress leaders are being allowed to gather inside the AICC headquarters. You see those live images of the press conference by Jairam Ramesh and all other senior Congress leaders. We'll be cutting across live to that in just moments from now, as they will be reacting to the news that's come in of the ED sealing of the Young Indian office at Herald House. These leaders have been gathered for the last few minutes inside the AICC headquarters, brainstorming, trying to figure out what the Congress's response is going to be. Let's cut across live. From now, we're expecting that Jairam Ramesh will begin that press conference. We're just standing by for that to hear what the Congress's response will be.
सारा देश देख रहा है 24 नंबर अकबर रोड के सामने, 10 जनपद के सामने, 12 तुगलक लेन के सामने किस तरीके से दिल्ली पुलिस और अन्य सुरक्षा बल हमारे पार्टी हेडक्वार्टर्स, सोनिया गांधी जी की रेसिडेंस और राहुल गांधी जी के मकान को भी घेर लिया है। आज शाम को अजय माकन जी हमारे साथ हैं और जाने माने वकील और सांसद अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी भी हमारे साथ हैं। पहले आपको अजय माकन जी संबोधित करेंगे, उसके बाद में अभिषेक सिंघवी कुछ आपको जानकारी देंगे, लीगल जानकारी भी देंगे, और उसके बाद हम आपके सवाल लेंगे। अजय माकन जी।
साथियों, आप सब लोगों का स्वागत है। गत शनिवार को एआईसीसी की तरफ से एक सर्कुलर इशू किया गया कि 5 अगस्त को शुक्रवार के दिन हम लोग देशव्यापी आंदोलन करेंगे महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थों के ऊपर जीएसटी के खिलाफ। और उसके अलग अलग तरीके से करने के लिए जो सर्कुलर में आदेश एआईसीसी की तरफ से दिए गए, प्रदेश स्तर के ऊपर राज्य भवनों के ऊपर प्रदर्शन, राष्ट्रीय स्तर के ऊपर मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट राष्ट्रपति भवन जाएंगे और एआईसीसी की तरफ से कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता प्रधानमंत्री निवास पर प्रदर्शन करेंगे। ये गत शनिवार को एआईसीसी की तरफ से सर्कुलर जारी किया गया, अनाउंसमेंट हुई, उसके बाद सभी प्रदेश अध्यक्षों और एआईसीसी जनरल सेक्रेटरीज के साथ में मीटिंग हुई। आज हम लोगों के पास में डीसीपी की तरफ से एक लेटर आता है कि आप लोग 5 तारीख को कोई प्रदर्शन नहीं कर सकते हैं। महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर लगे जीएसटी के खिलाफ केवल ये 3 मुद्दे हम लोगों के थे। केवल ये 3 मुद्दे मैं फिर से कहना चाहता हूं, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर जीएसटी। इन 3 मुद्दों के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रदर्शन करना चाहती है। प्रधानमंत्री निवास के ऊपर हमारे सांसद प्रदर्शन और साथ में चलना चाहते हैं राष्ट्रपति भवन की तरफ। अभी एकदम से दिन के अंदर ये रिजेक्शन का लेटर आता है और शाम को पुलिस छावनी के रूप में पूरी एआईसीसी को तब्दील किया जाता है। आज कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से हम इस सरकार को कहना चाहते हैं कि आप जितना मर्जी दबाव की नीति अपना लें, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर लगे जीएसटी, इनके ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी आंदोलन करती रहेगी। हम पीछे हटने वाले नहीं हैं, चाहे जितना मर्जी दबाव डाल लें। आज एकदम से पुलिस, एकदम से अफरा तफरी का माहौल, 10 जनपद, 12 तुगलक लेन, किस लिए? केवल इस वजह से कि हमारे ऊपर दबाव डाला जाए कि हम महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर, जीएसटी के ऊपर हम लोग आगे दबाव और प्रदर्शन और जनता के मुद्दे ना उठाएं। और दूसरी तरफ इस पूरे के पूरे नैरेटिव को चेंज करने की कोशिश है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी इन मुद्दों के लिए नहीं बल्कि किसी और मुद्दे के ऊपर प्रदर्शन कर रही है, इसके अलावा और कुछ नहीं है। क्योंकि कोई प्रोवोकेशन नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा कार्य नहीं है जिसकी वजह से एकदम से पुलिस को, एकदम से केंद्र सरकार को कुछ करना पड़े, सिवाय इसके कि 5 तारीख को, 5 अगस्त को हम लोगों ने प्रधानमंत्री निवास के ऊपर महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर, जीएसटी के ऊपर हम लोगों ने प्रदर्शन का कार्यक्रम रखा है। तो मैं इससे पहले कि अभिषेक सिंघवी जी बोले, मैं फिर से दोहराना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ऐसी दबाव के अंदर आने वाली नहीं है। हमारा राष्ट्रव्यापी प्रदर्शन, आंदोलन महंगाई और बेरोजगारी के खिलाफ रहेगा और प्रधानमंत्री आवास तक के, राष्ट्रपति भवन तक जो हमारा कार्यक्रम है उसको हम करेंगे, चाहे हमें उठा करके जेलों के अंदर क्यों ना डाल दिया जाए। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया जमाकिन जी। अभिषेक सिंह जी।
Friends, we are seeing an open-ended investigation for events 10 years ago with a siege mentality in the heart of the capital of the world's largest democracy. Can we believe it? India, the proud largest democracy of the world, has a siege mentality. I was astonished to see that people cannot come and go. There are platoons everywhere on the other side of the road also, apart from Tughlaq Lane. And for what? The only sole object of this exercise is humiliation, insult and intimidation at one level. And as Ajay ji said, diversion, digression and sensationalism at the other. बहकाना चाहते हैं आपको, बरगलाना चाहते हैं कि आपकी अखबारों की और चैनल्स की सुर्खियों में बेरोजगारी की बात ना हो, महंगाई की बात ना हो, बात हो इस प्रकार से पुलिस आ गई, इस प्रकार से घेराबंदी हो गई, इस प्रकार से हमने डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन नहीं होने दिया, इत्यादि इत्यादि. After 50 hours of questioning of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, after days of questioning of the Congress president, more than 200 questions put together, and I demonstrated before you from this podium that if the most ingenious and imaginative mind was to ask questions, there cannot be more than 10 to 12 questions. And if you ask the same question in 5 different ways, there can't be more than 60 to 70 questions. But today, you have created a siege mentality, a climate of fear. The entire country watches as investigative agencies are deployed mindlessly against the leadership of India's oldest political party. I mean, you are treating this institution, this party, these leaders as terrorists? Is it the worst form of petty politics to divert and then on the contrary you blame us? As we have said earlier and repeated endlessly, our voices will not be silenced by these cheap tactics. On the contrary, you are underlining your acts and omissions by these diversionary tactics for the whole world to see, but we will never relent, whatever be the cost. We will never abdicate our responsibility as a responsible opposition. We believe that these are the actions of a frustrated political regime. We believe that these are the actions of a regime which increasingly wants to, which is losing its balance, losing its equilibrium, and is frustrated at the fact that its opponent, that is us, does not break or bend. You can try and suppress as much as you like. You will receive a resilience and a reaction which is completely democratic, which is for the world to see. We will continue to expose you. I only want to say that all law has been thrown to the winds, all sense of decency, democratic values, all sense of balance, and this is reprehensible. We cannot find stronger words to condemn it.
अभिषेक जी, आज जो देख रहे हैं आप, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है। ये प्रतिशोध की राजनीति है, ये धमकी की राजनीति है, और कहा गया है, एक प्राचीन कहावत है, विनाशकाले विपरीत बुद्धि। ये विनाशकाल है। महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, जैसा कि माकन जी ने कहा, खाद्य पदार्थों पर जीएसटी, इसके खिलाफ हमने अपनी आवाज उठाई है, संसद में और संसद के बाहर। 2 हफ्ते तक बहस से भागी मोदी सरकार, और जब हमने हमारा प्रदर्शन जो होने वाला है परसों दिन, उसको रोकने के लिए आज से ही शुरुआत गृह मंत्री और जो गृह मंत्री का जो कब्जा है, दिल्ली पुलिस, दोनों साथ मिलकर यहाँ जो पुलिस बल आए हैं, हमारे पार्टी के सामने, हमारे दफ्तरों के सामने, हमारे नेताओं के घर के सामने, ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि प्रधानमंत्री भय की राजनीति, प्रतिशोध की राजनीति, धमकी की राजनीति में विश्वास रखते हैं। ये लोकतांत्रिक तरीका नहीं है। हम भागेंगे नहीं, हमें चुप नहीं कराया जाएगा, हम अपनी आवाज उठाते रहेंगे। हमारा प्रदर्शन परसों शांतिपूर्वक प्रदर्शन जरूर होगा। मोदी सरकार के आर्थिक नीतियों के खिलाफ, उनके विभाजनकारी नीतियों के खिलाफ हमने तो प्रदर्शन किया है, पर परसों का प्रदर्शन का एकमात्र मकसद है आर्थिक जो नीतियां हैं मोदी सरकार की, महंगाई जो बढ़ी है, बेरोजगारी बढ़ा है, खाद्य पदार्थों पर जीएसटी लगाया गया है, अग्निपथ योजना लाई गई है बिना चर्चा के, और जो हम दो हमारे दो कुछ चुने हुए पूंजीपतियों के लिए जो आर्थिक नीतियां बनाई जा रही हैं, उनके खिलाफ हमारी आवाज परसों उठेगी। हमें चुप नहीं कराया जाएगा, हम चुप नहीं रहेंगे, हम धमकी से बाहर नहीं भागेंगे, और ये प्रतिशोध की राजनीति के खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे। अभी अजय माकन जी और सिंघवी जी आपके सवाल का जवाब देंगे। हाँ जी।
I said from this podium to a question not long ago, fear is not a word in the dictionary of the Congress or of the leadership. Let me tell you that the fear lies exactly in the opposite direction. These are all actions of a fearful, of a scared government. These are the actions of a government which does not know what to do because it finds that people are standing up to it and exposing it. And therefore your question about fear is completely misplaced.
But the fact that they will go to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi's residence as well as the Congress office.
Where has anybody stopped them? Sonia Gandhi at her age and Shri Rahul Gandhi, I don't think anybody can spend more days with the ED or answer more questions. What did they do? They were summoned and they went. They spent all possible time there. Have they ever evaded anything? Is today this office evading anything? They are welcome. Is any of these residences evading anything? But the point is not that. That doesn't satisfy their lust for creating sensationalism. They want to create this platoon outside, not because they are being obstructed from entering anywhere. They do want to do it, as I said, only for two things: intimidation, insult and humiliation, and diversion, digression.
But ED sources are telling that today when they decided to seal the Young India office, it was just procedural because there was no one inside. We had to seal it so that we could carry on our searches when someone from your party turns up there and then those searches take place.
I don't know the meaning of the word procedural, but I think an invasive thing like a search and seizure is not procedural, but that's all right. They're entitled, what they're entitled to do in law, they've done. Is this the way to do it? On the same day you have platoons of blues and browns and khakis across the road, this side and that side of the road? Do you find this as normal behavior of any government ever in democratic India for 75 years? Is this their understanding of the spirit of democracy?
मैं एक चीज कहना चाहता हूं, जो धमकी देते हैं वो ही डरते हैं, जो प्रतिशोध की राजनीति में विश्वास रखते हैं वो ही डरते हैं, जो भय का वातावरण फैलाते हैं वो ही डरते हैं। डरने वाले हम नहीं हैं। यस
देखिए, हम लोग AICC से प्रधानमंत्री निवास की ओर मार्च हम लोगों का करने का कार्यक्रम है और उसी तरीके से राष्ट्रपति भवन के लिए संसद से हमारे सांसद जाएंगे और हम लोग देश की जनता के हितों की आवाज़, देश की आवाज़, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और खाद्य पदार्थ के ऊपर GST लगी है, इसके खिलाफ में हम इस आवाज़ को उठाते रहेंगे। और ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि आज जो भी कार्रवाई हो रही है, जो भी भाजपा की सरकार कर रही है, वो केवल और केवल हमको डराने के लिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को डराने के लिए और साथ साथ के अंदर माहौल को दूसरी तरफ ले जाने के लिए, ताकि कोई महंगाई और बेरोजगारी की बात मीडिया के अंदर, चैनल्स में, चर्चा के अंदर, नैरेटिव जिसको इंग्लिश में कहते हैं, वो बदलने की कोशिश करी जा रही है। उसके अलावा कोई और बात नहीं है।
सर, PMLA को लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आगे सवाल को उठाना। दूसरी बात की कल आप भी मौजूद थे जब राज्यसभा में चर्चा हुई है, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने आपको हर पॉइंट का रिप्लाई दिया कि GST काउंसिल में सारे जो प्रदेश हैं उन्होंने सहमति दी थी GST लगाने के लिए, ब्रांडेड और नॉन ब्रांडेड की बात करने के लिए। ये भी कहा कि महंगाई UPA के वक्त में आज नहीं है, विदेशों से उसके कंपेरिजन। मैं आपके पहले सवाल का जवाब दूंगा क्योंकि दूसरे सवाल का जवाब मैं कई बार दे चुका हूं, पर मैं पहले सवाल का जवाब दूंगा। आज 17 विपक्ष पार्टी, जिसमें TMC और आम आदमी पार्टी भी शामिल है, 17 राजनीतिक दल और एक इंडिपेंडेंट राज्यसभा के सांसद श्री कपिल सिब्बल जी ने इस जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट पर अपना हस्ताक्षर किया और ये जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट था जिस पर अभिषेक सिंघवी जी ने भी एक विशेष प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी, और इसके क्या परिणाम होंगे, इसका क्या असर होगा हमारे राजनीति पर, खास तौर से जब सरकार का एकमात्र जो बिंदु है, जो सिद्धांत है, वो राजनीतिक प्रतिशोध। इसके खिलाफ हमने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया है और इस पर आगे अगली कार्रवाई भी होगी। हमने रिव्यू मांगा है, हमारे नेता राष्ट्रपति से भी मिलेंगे, विपक्ष के पार्टियों की तरफ से विपक्ष की पार्टी के नेता भी राष्ट्रपति से मिलेंगे और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो कार्रवाई होनी है वो कराई जाएगी। इस पर मैं सिंघवी साहब से भी गुजारिश करूंगा क्योंकि इन्होंने इस पर इसी विषय पर एक विशेष प्रेस वार्ता को संबोधित किया था।
देखिए, मैं एक तकनीकी या कानूनी बात नहीं करूंगा, वो मैंने आपके साथ पहले भी की है इसी निर्णय के विषय में। लेकिन आज ये क्या दिखाता है, मोदी जी जब सबसे ज़्यादा वोटों से जीतते हैं तब भी उनका आंकड़ा 40 से 1% कम होता है। आज जो 17 पार्टियां हैं वो 61% नहीं है तो कम से कम 55% तो हैं। इसका मतलब है देश में एक बहुत बड़ी सहमति है सभी पार्टीज में कि ये कानून का दुरुपयोग 75 वर्ष में किसी ने नहीं किया, क्योंकि आज तक कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि इस प्रकार से लोग एकजुट होकर इसका विरोध कर रहे हैं। उच्चतम न्यायालय ने एक कानूनी निर्णय दिया, वो एक अलग स्तर पे है, लेकिन उच्चतम न्यायालय ने ये नहीं लिखा उस निर्णय में कि आप जाके इस कानून का दुरुपयोग कर सकते हैं, इसको सेलेक्टिवली इनके विरुद्ध कर सकते हैं, उनको नहीं, उनको बाइज्जत बरी कर सकते हैं, उनको छोड़ सकते हैं। तो ये महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि इतना बड़ा सार्वजनिक रूप से सहमति इस मुद्दे में, वो भी अपनी एक कहानी बताता है।
So that is the live briefing by Congress leaders. Senior most Congress leaders all lined up together. They're saying Congress leaders are being treated like terrorists in the country. It's saying we will not be silenced, we'll continue to fight back. I want to get you the latest updates from the ground right now. Supriya Bharadwaj is joining us live from outside Rahul Gandhi's residence. Supriya, what's happening there? You know, there's a lot of buzz that the ED could just land up at the Gandhi's residence. Any truth to that? What's happening?
Well, first and foremost, Akshita, I would like to show you what is happening at Ground Zero. This is Rahul Gandhi's residence. There is the regular police presence here. This is CRPF forces officials. At the same time, also you can see as to how the barricading has been done. There's this 3-level barricading which has been done at that very road, which connects Tughlaq Lane with the main Tughlaq Road, which connects both the central and the South Delhi. There, the 3-level barricading has been done. And I asked Nasser to show you as to how there is paramilitary force presence over here. Both men as well as women officials are present here. At the same time, the barricades have been put, and you can see as to how the media presence is also there. Only the media is allowed along with the crew members of the media channels. Only they are allowed. No one else has been allowed to be stationed here. This is the third barricading. This is the inner lane which connects Tughlaq Lane from Prithviraj Road. There also the barricades have been put. So this is the Ground Zero, and the entire residence of Mr. Gandhi has been turned into a fortress right now, and you can see that very lane which connects Tughlaq Lane with that of the Janpat and the Claridge's Hotel, and also interestingly the ED office. It is just 2 kilometers away from where we are at the moment, Mr. Gandhi's residence. That entire area, this entire area has been turned into a fortress. When we reached here around 4:30 p.m, the police has just come in, and at 5:30 p.m, the entire area was sealed. We were also asked to move away from here. This area, you can see where usually the official cars of which are part of Rahul Gandhi's security cavalcades are stationed, but right now nobody is allowed to be to stay here in this very area except the police as well as the media people. This very road we have just seen as to how there was patrolling happening. There were paramilitary force officials who were just walking. Right now also the barricading is very much there. The police deployment is very much there, and this is unprecedented scenes which we are seeing because Rahul Gandhi at the moment is in Karnataka. He was addressing that mega birthday bash rally of Siddaramaya's birthday, which took place in Davangere. And what we are hearing from the sources is that Rahul Gandhi is most likely to reach Delhi. Mr. Gandhi is going to reach Delhi.
So he's going to be back tonight. We'll wait for a reaction from Rahul Gandhi on all that's happened now in the last 1 hour. I want to bring in Shreya Chatterjee, who's reporting from the AICC headquarters, where we understand that now protests have already broke out by Congress workers. Shreya, it's over to you for the latest.
Well, yes, you know, Akshita, I will just give you the sense on the ground at the AICC headquarters. You can see that there is presence of Congress supporters on the ground. They are, sloganeering over here against the use of ED and CBI is what they say. आप लोग क्या कह रहे हो protest में?
हम सिर्फ ये चाहते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी को महंगाई को कम करना चाहिए, रोजगार देना चाहिए। ये ईडी के दम पर सरकार जो लोगों को परेशान करने का काम कर रही है, जो सरकार के खिलाफ आवाज उठाता है, ये ईडी के दम पर उसको बंद करने की कोशिश करते हैं, उस आवाज को दबाने की कोशिश करते हैं।
Akshita, even inside the Congress headquarters, we saw how, Ajay Makan also say that there was a protest scheduled by the Congress against the inflation is why they believe that there was heavy security deployment so far as Delhi police is concerned outside the AICC as well as 10 Janpath. And now the Congress protesters, they're reiterating the same thing as they sit over here at the AICC headquarters, sloganeering against the use of central agencies by the government is what they call. This is a clampdown is what they say, but they say they will protest against the inflation as an issue. But this is at the backdrop of the Young India Private Limited office being sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. What the ED sources had said that the principal officer wasn't present, who is Mallikarjun Kharge, post which despite a search warrant, searches couldn't happen, and that's the reason they've sealed the office. But here you can see how Congress protesters have taken the matter into a protest as they have sat at the ICC headquarters.
Continue to get us more voices from the ground there, Shreya. I can say that a lot of Congress workers have gathered. Are they planning now to ramp up their agitations, hit the streets in protest over what's happened?
आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट में आप लोग क्या करने वाले हो? प्रोटेस्ट में आप लोग क्या करने वाले हो? आज आप पूरे दिन प्रोटेस्ट करोगे? आज कल आप लोग
आपको पता होगा कि इस देश में एक मुंद्रा पोर्ट है जहां पे 30,000 किलो ड्रग्स उतर सकती है, वहां पे पुलिस नहीं लगाती है बैरिकेडिंग कहां लगा रही है पुलिस? एक विपक्ष के कार्यालय के बाहर। क्या इस देश में लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया है? क्या इस देश में लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया? हम अपनी आवाज नहीं उठा सकते? हमें कार्यकर्ताओं को अपने
लेकिन यंग इंडिया की ऑफिस भी सील किया गया है। क्या इस वजह से आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं?
एआईसीसी का ऑफिस सील करने का क्या नियम है?
यंग इंडिया की ऑफिस,
एआईसीसी के ऑफिस में बैरिकेड लगाने का क्या कारण है? एआईसीसी का ऑफिस क्या है? एआईसीसी के ऑफिस में क्या दिक्कत है?
तो आप लोग रात भर क्या रात भर प्रोटेस्ट?
मैम, ये प्रोटेस्ट जब तक चलता रहेगा, जब तक इनकी तानाशाही सरकार करेंगी तब तक करेंगे। अब इस सरकार को उखाड़ के फेंकेंगे तब तक ये प्रोटेस्ट चलेगा, इन सड़कों पे चलेगा।
So here they say that they will continue the protest as they want to send a message to the central government. But as we speak, Akshita, more and more supporters are coming to the AICC headquarters to show a support. This has been happening ever since the Gandhis have been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Today is no different. Moments after the message trickled in that the National Herald in the National Herald House, the Young India Private Limited office was sealed. We saw that the battery of senior reporters come to the AICC headquarters, and now here at the AICC, we see that protesters have come. They're coming more in numbers, and here they say that the protest will continue till the security is removed. And this is going to be this message, because even on 5th of August, there is a protest planned by the Congress, and it's the Congress top brass which believes that's the reason why there has been a sudden clampdown against the Gandhis and the Congress.
Shreya, explain something for us. Has there been any statement that's come in so far from the Delhi police that explains why we saw intense barricading, we saw a lot of blockades around the AICC headquarters? Was there any reasoning given forth by the Delhi police on why they did that?
Well, I will just, from what I've covered from the sources in Delhi police, they say that this is a routine security apparatus, because there was a similar action that took place from the Congress's side. Moment there were questioning done against the Gandhis, the Congress protested. Today, when the Young India Private Limited's office was sealed, the Delhi police had got a message of a possible protest by the Congress, is why they had, put in place the security apparatus that they have kept for quite some time. Also important to point out that on 5th of August, there was a protest that was scheduled by the Congress and Delhi police has also refused to give a permission. So that's in totality the reason that the Delhi police suspected that there's a possibility of protesters coming in and protesting on the streets of the New Delhi district, is why in 10 Janpath, AICC headquarters and Rahul Gandhi's residence, there was heavy security that was deployed by the Delhi police. And right now you can see that protesters indeed have come inside the AICC headquarters where they are now raising their voices.
I'm seeing that the numbers there are swelling up, Shreya. A lot more Congress workers who are gathering there, staging a sit-in protest. Is this going to continue through the night? Is this going to be an agitation that will go on? Because Rahul Gandhi is also landing at about 10 p.m. tonight.
Well, you know, Akshita, when we asked them that when do they plan to move, they didn't seem like that they plan to move anytime soon. Because even as we talk, while the Congress...
The flag has been made out of Khadi, and we think that's a very good idea. Khadi represents India, represents the spirit of India, so we are for the flag.
Sir, what about
What BJP wants to do is BJP wants that nothing in India should be made by small and medium businesses. They want that everything should be made by 2 or 3 of their favorite big business people. That is why they changed these rules. Their entire idea is to take the money out of these people's pocket, right, and put it into rich businessmen's pocket. Thank you very much.
symbol of Mahatma Gandhi, sir. What about your thing, sir? What about you think, sir? Khadi symbol of Mahatma Gandhi, sir.
Charkha, the wheel is the symbol of Mahatma Gandhi. It's also the symbol of Emperor Ashoka. It's a historical symbol.
Sir, do you think that the central government has made a mistake by allowing...
This is not a mistake. The point is that they want to take away what is theirs and give it to 2 or 3 of the biggest industrialists, right? So in India, if you look at, for example, Notbandi, demonetization, you look at GST, you look at farm laws, every action of theirs is about taking away things from poor people, weaker people, and handing it to the biggest, richest people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Rahul Gandhi in Davangere of Karnataka. No response so far on the developments that are happening in the national capital and the sealing of the Young Indian office at Herald House. So no reaction yet from Rahul Gandhi. He is going to be taking off from Karnataka, touching down in Delhi at about 10 p.m. tonight. No doubt then he's going to be apprised of all that happens. We'll wait for a reaction from him. But the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who is in Karnataka for Siddaramaya's birthday celebrations, at this point hasn't reacted to all of the drama that's unfolding as we speak in the national capital, where you have scores of Congress workers who've now gathered at the AICC headquarters. The senior-most Congress leaders leading the charge right now with Rahul Gandhi in Karnataka. We'll await a reaction from Rahul or from the Gandhis on this big development, because it's also coming at the back of both of them, Rahul and Sonia, being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Just last week, we had Sonia Gandhi being questioned 3 times by the ED. Let's cut across again to a reaction from Rahul Gandhi.
What BJP wants to do is BJP wants that nothing in India should be made by small and medium businesses. They want that everything should be made by 2 or 3 of their favorite big business people. That is why they changed these rules. Their entire idea is to take the money out of these people's pocket, right, and put it into rich businessmen's pocket. Thank you very much.
Symbol of Mahatma Gandhi, sir. What about your thing, sir? What about you think, sir? Khadi symbol of Mahatma Gandhi, sir.
Charkha, the wheel is the symbol of Mahatma Gandhi. It's also the symbol of Emperor Ashoka. It's a historical symbol.
Sir, do you think that the central government has made a mistake by allowing...
This is not a mistake. The point is that they want to take away what is theirs and give it to 2 or 3 of the biggest industrialists, right? So in India, if you look at, for example, Notbandi, demonetization, you look at GST, you look at farm laws, every action of theirs is about taking away things from poor people, weaker people, and handing it to the biggest, richest.
So that's a reaction from Rahul Gandhi in that brief interaction with the media. He hasn't commented on what's happening within the National Herald case and the fact that the ED has sealed off the Young Indian office in Herald House. He's going to be coming back to Delhi tonight at about 10 p.m. is what we're hearing. There was a lot of buzz that this would eventually lead to a crackdown against the Gandhis, that the ED could take the step of also reaching the Gandhis' residences in the national capital. That hasn't happened just yet. All of this was prompted by the fact that we saw huge security deployment at the Gandhi's residence, at Rahul's residence, as well as the AICC headquarters. But right now, that hasn't happened. And joining me on this broadcast is Tom Vadakan, spokesperson of the BJP, and also Gurdeep Sapal, spokesperson of the Congress. Good evening, gentlemen. I'd like to begin with Mr. Gurdeep Sapal. Sir, what do you have to say about what's happened? You know, the government, the BJP so far in their reaction has maintained that this is a crackdown against corruption. Why is the Congress crying foul?
Look, first of all, a few minutes ago, I was watching your television channel, and on the screen it was written that police reaches Gandhi's residence, Gandhi is silent. Now, let it be known to people of India that today Rahul Gandhi was not silent. There was a million-plus rally in Karnataka, rally attended by more than 10 lakh people, where he spoke about unemployment, where he spoke about crony capitalism, where he spoke about 40% corruption cut in Karnataka government. If that is not speaking out and remaining silent, then what do you expect a political party to speak about? No, and this is what the BJP
we're referring to the National Herald case.
This is what BJP
we're referring to the National Herald case. I think that's very clear that we're referring to this case.
Issue is simple. Issue is simple. If police had not gone there today, the biggest story of the day was a rally by more than 1 million people, Congress rally in Karnataka. Can any TV channel today claim that they gave it the due presence? Even I was going through your YouTube channel. Just a 50-second video is posted regarding that rally.
So
no mention of what Rahul Gandhi said.
Mr. Sapal, we're talking about, let me just highlight here, 1 second, sir. We're talking about the National Herald case first. Second, in no mean do I plan to defend us to you, but sir, we did cut to Rahul Gandhi speaking in Davangere. Keeping that aside, let's focus on this case, please.
It was a 50-second video which I saw on your YouTube. Now,
sir, we cut live. You can check, but let's set that aside and please focus on this case.
Please, let me tell you precisely why police went there today. Yesterday, there were raids on 12 places. Was there any disruption made by Congress party? Was there any hangama created? Was there any obstruction in the working of VD? What was the reason today the police was sent to the residence of Mrs. Gandhi, of Mr. Rahul Gandhi outside AICC? It was precisely to ensure that TV channels and media discuss ED case and do not discuss the issues of unemployment, issues of corruption in Karnataka government, issue of a million-plus rally in Karnataka. It is to drown that story that today police has been posted there. It's a very simple thing. That is why I'm joining these two things. This is why I'm joining these two things. And what does BJP come out today with? You said BJP said it is crackdown against corruption. Did ED give a statement today? Is BJP briefing ED or ED briefing BJP today? What has BJP said today?
Let's
corruption is 85 lakh rupees rent being given to the passport office. So is BJP today saying to people of this country that renting out your property to government departments is an act of corruption? Are we saying that 8 years Modi government has been in place, and for last 8 years this office has been running from Herald government? So was Modi government indulging in corruption, allowing this office to run from National Herald office?
Let's give the BJP a chance to respond. Mr. Sapal, let's give the BJP a chance to respond. You put forth pointed questions. Tom Vadakan, go ahead and respond to what the Congress is saying. They're saying this is a diversionary tactic. Mr. Sapal, hold on. Let Tom Vadakan respond.
Well, it's very strange that when a discussion on price rise, inflation and other matters are answered in the Lok Sabha by the Finance Minister, Honorable Sapal's party's members just walked out. When inflation was discussed, GST was discussed, Unemployment issues were discussed threadbare by the finance minister. Honorable Suppal's party men were not there. They walked out. Now, Suppal has been running the Rajya Sabha TV for quite some time. How much of impartiality have you observed in giving the opposition exposure? Mr. Suppal, you also ask your own conscience. What have you done when you are heading it? Today, the television channels, especially the government Doordarshan, ensures that there is complete coverage of the opposition parties. You made a charge that your rally was not covered. Not true. There were issues and they covered it. I can vouch for it. Now, blaming the media is just a messenger, Mr. Suppal. You know you headed it. I don't blame you. But then that is your brief to come today. You are saying that I was caught in a traffic jam near that place because your demonstrators were blocking traffic. And for almost, I would not have been here for this discussion because your demonstrators, wherever you bought them from, they were all over the streets and total traffic jam in that entire area. And I was ringing up India today to tell them, look, it may not be possible for me to be here. But then I managed to be here. Suppalji, please understand, an inquiry is on. Do not create a situation that you are trying to threaten the Enforcement Directorate to direct the issues. What are you hiding? What is there to hide? If you're innocent, nobody is going to blame you.
Okay.
And you said about the passport office. Let me complete.
Let me respond.
Passport office is cleared. There is no doubt about it. We never raised that question. We are asking questions. What is Dotex doing? Why is Dotex giving Young India a loan of 1 crore for a company that's not even 3 or 4 months old? And their total turnover is 5 lakhs. Where is this company coming from and where does this money go? Who donated that money? Was that black money laundering or not? That in their books they say that
the reason, Mr. Vadakan, the reason that Mr. Suppal, I'll give you a chance, Mr. Suppal, just want to clarify one thing, which is that the reason that the entire passport office issue was brought up was because Amit Malviya has tweeted that just now. He's tweeted about it, saying that, did you know, under the UPA AGL, received 87 lakhs per month as rent for using NHH as a passport office, loot of public money. It's because of that Mr. Suppal has mentioned it. But Mr. Suppal, go ahead.
No, we have put that on record.
Let me answer to this.
Okay, now let Mr. Suppal respond, please, Mr.
Vadakan.
Okay.
First of all, regarding a personal comment that he made, let me please clarify to your viewers. When I was heading Rajya Sabha TV, no. When I was heading Rajya Sabha TV, you were defending Congress Party in press conferences, and you never made an issue of it. And if you go through the videos on website on YouTube, you will see right from current FM to former Law Minister to former Environment Minister, Mr. Avadekar, Mr. Nirmala Sitharaman, everybody was there on Rajya Sabha TV every day. I laid there. Now, number 2, coming to the primary issue, you said Dotex. Yes, Mrs. Smriti Irani raised the issue of Dotex merchandise last month, and said that this was a company which was a shell company. Now, if this was the reason for initiating the inquiry in 2014, what has Modi government done against that company which it knew was a shell company in 2014 for last 8 years? What has Modi government acted against that company? And remember Modi government, Prime Minister Modi himself gave a statement that Modi government, it purged 4 lakh shell companies in this country. So out of those 4 lakh, why was this Dotex was not one of those shell companies? What was your government doing for last 8 years? What was your government doing for last 8 years, allowing a shell company to work in this country and then making that very shell company as a basis of proceeding against Congress leadership? Either that is not a shell company or second thing. Now you say why people were there. You were stuck in a traffic jam. Suddenly you sent police to the offices of the National Principal Opposition Party.
Okay, I think we've lost the connection briefly with Mr. Suppal. Mr. Vadakan, go ahead and respond, particularly to the charge of Mr. Suppal saying, why hasn't there been action for so many years against Dotex and a shell company?
See, the bail case that the mother and son are under bail, not under our dispensation, okay? This is a case that started long back. It has to be a watertight case. It is not our case that Modi ji is looking into every issue. It's the Enforcement Directorate which is constitutionally given the right. Supreme Court has said it. It will take time because we are dealing with those mechanics of high level of corruption when they know all the tricks of the trade. Why is one company saying that they have given them a donation? The book says, no, this is a loan. And when investigation started, the book started reflecting interest. Well, how do you explain that? A simple question. And
no, but Mr. Vadakan, the charge repeatedly from the opposition, when you talk about this case or all the others that we've been tracking over the last few days, is that yes, corruption is corruption, but treat it that way. Don't look at which political party who belongs to. Sanjay Raut in Maharashtra, Partha Chatterjee in Bengal, the Gandhis in Delhi. There's a clear common link here. There's no BJP leader that's ever been targeted or raided.
Who says so? Investigation is on. You must understand the process of investigation doesn't close down. There may be lack of evidence coming in. It takes time. No case, I clarify, has been closed. You wait and watch. Papers are being collected. Evidences are being collected. It may take time.
Name one case against a BJP leader, Mr. Vadakan, that's progressed. One case that the Enforcement Directorate is investigating.
What the case is. There are progression happening. The ED does not inform the BJP office of what happens there or tells the media. They come, they act. We don't know what is happening there. Today, I have no clue why the police is there. Is there some serious issue there? Is there some terror alert? Is there some other problem? They are not sharing it with us. We don't know. I, as a common man, was stuck in my car for almost 2 hours. And I was sure that I would miss your show. But yes, I somehow managed to be here. It was not the police who stopped me. It was these demonstrators who had no idea what they were demonstrating about. They were bought from all parts of the city and they were blocking traffic. That's precisely what happened.
No, but the Congress is saying, Mr. Vadakan, that there was a siege at the AICC headquarters.
It always happens. That is a high security area. There's the Air Force Chief, the Army Chief, Section 144. It happens.
Okay. Mr. Vadakan, just a second. Just hold on. I'll come back to you, sir. My apologies for interrupting. But breaking news that's coming in right now of police presence having increased outside Rahul Gandhi's residence now. P. Chidambaram, as we speak, is making his way to Rahul's residence. Remember, Rahul Gandhi is in Karnataka. He's going to be making his way back to Delhi at about 10 tonight. But police presence increased outside Rahul's residence. Is this because there is a fear that there will be protests by Congress workers there? Or exactly what's triggered this kind of police security outside Rahul Gandhi's residence? We'll try to find out. We'll try to also get you a live report from the ground. But the update that we're getting right now is that P. Chidambaram, who was at the AICC headquarters until just a few moments ago, is now heading to Rahul Gandhi's residence. Massive security also that's been put up outside Rahul's home. Before this, there was huge security at the AICC headquarters as well. Most of the barricades there have been cleared off. Congress workers are being allowed to gather inside the AICC headquarters. But is it in anticipation of a protest by Congress workers when Rahul Gandhi touches down at 10 p.m. tonight that we're seeing this kind of unprecedented security outside Rahul's home? Or is there some other reason? We will be connecting with our reporters to get you a ground report as well. But senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram has made his way there. We are expecting that perhaps there could be more senior leaders also heading now to Rahul's residence. Is there going to be a massive agitation now? Will Rahul Gandhi join this protest? It's still a big question mark. There was a media interaction just a few moments ago with Rahul in Davangere of Karnataka, where he currently is, where there was no mention of the National Herald case. So we're still awaiting some reaction from him on the big developments that have been happening in the national capital in the last few hours, with the ED sealing the office of Young Indian Limited, which is in Herald House. The kind of security that's been put up at the AICC headquarters earlier today led to the Congress saying that the Delhi police is laying siege to the Congress headquarters, to the Congress office. Now we're hearing that the police presence has increased sizably at Rahul Gandhi's residence. big breaking news that's coming in. Mr. Vadakan, my apologies for cutting you short earlier, but we were discussing what was the need for the police security at the AICC headquarters. The Congress is saying that this was an attempt to ensure that they weren't allowed to stage a protest, that their office was laid, there was a siege at the Congress headquarters. And it's not the first time that they've said this. This happened when Rahul Gandhi also appeared before the ED.
What the police does, what the intelligence unit reports are, is not shared by the Bharatiya Janata Party. They do not let us know what is happening. There may be a security issue. There may have been some alert.
But
and
is
why
it fair?
don't you let
Is
the
it
police
fair? But then,
department-
Mr. Vadakan,
No.
is it fair then to stop Congress workers from protesting? They have a right to protest.
They have a right to protest, but their right ends when they create traffic jams. When they create civil, civil movement is not permitted. Their right ends to protest. Yes, they have a right. But you can't stop the traffic. You can't create havoc in the city just because there's an inquiry or they are facing an ED inquiry. It's not on. In a democratic country, if they are not scared of anything, come there. Come to the ED office and say what you got to say. We are not worried about anything. If there's nothing to hide, why are they so worried? There were some policemen, some barricades set up at the AICC, and they were pulling the sky down, saying, my God, what's happening to the AICC office? Now the barricades are out. Now you're telling me, why is there security for Rahul Gandhi's office? The point is, Rahul Gandhi is a protectee. What are the reasons? One doesn't know. Wait and let's watch and see what is happening. Or
I
maybe
agree on that front that right now we're all speculating. I agree on that front, Mr. Vadakan, that we're all speculating right now. What's the cost for this kind of security? I just want to bring in Supriya Bharadwaj, who's reporting outside Rahul Gandhi's residence. Supriya, we're hearing that security now has been sizably increased outside Rahul's residence. Can you show us around what's happening?
Well, first and foremost, it was Mr. P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister, as well as Mr. Bhavar Jitendra Singh, who's also a former cabinet minister. Both came here at Rahul Gandhi's residence. There are other Congress leaders who are also coming here. Some secretaries are also coming here. But what I would like to show you right now at ground zero is that there is this police deployment. We have seen as to how there are more police vehicles which have come. But this side, the barricades have been sizably increased in number. And on the other side, they have cut down. Now, you can see behind me, just now, the barricades have been pushed aside. Now, the road has been cleared off. People are allowed to commute from here. At the same time, this road, which sees a huge rush, has been now allowed for the vehicular traffic to move in a slightly lesser number, but they are allowing people to come from this side. Here also, you can see that the barricades have been, they are put, but they have been removed. The road has been opened. What we are hearing from the sources is that Rahul Gandhi is most likely to reach here at his residence around 10:30 p.m. in the evening. There was a massive police deployment just a couple of minutes back, but now you can see that the cops have been asked to push towards the main road side. So this road,
Supriya, we're going to continue coming across to you for those live updates. Thanks for the moment for joining us. I'd like to thank also Mr. Sapala and Mr. Tom Vadakan for joining us on this broadcast. That's all we have time for in this edition of To The Point. But trust us here on India Today to get you every single update that comes in on this big developing story. Rahul Gandhi expected back in the national capital in hours from now, and we'll be getting you all the updates from Ground Zero. Thanks for the moment for tuning in.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
A new published report states who are the world's highest paid actors. And guess what?
Tom Cruise is the highest paid Hollywood actor in the world. His movie Top Gun Maverick earned him $100 million. Now we do love seeing good old Tom in action. Well, right after him, it is Will Smith. Remember the Oscar slap? Yes, the same guy. He earned $35 million for Emancipation, but the film is yet to be released. It's scheduled to release in 2023. The film is based on a slave who escapes from Louisiana plantations. Following him is the Titanic movie star Leonardo DiCaprio, along with Fight Club star Brad Pitt. They both demanded $30 million. Well, following them are stars like Dwayne Johnson, Will Ferrell, Chris Hemsworth, Vin Diesel and Tom Hardy, who charged $20 million for their movies. Apart from this, the fan favorite Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown is the highest paid actress under 20. As per our sources, the rising star will earn $10 million for her upcoming series Enola Holmes 2. Millie gained fanship from her role in Stranger Things as 11. Fans are eagerly awaiting the final season of Stranger Things, which will air in 2023. Out of these mega stars, who's your favorite? What do you think stars closer home in India earn? Tell us in the comments.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
This is the house where Al-Qaeda leader and co-mastermind of the devastating 9/11 attack, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed by the US. And this is the missile which was used. There was no sign of an explosion near the location of the strike, and no one else was harmed either, as per reports. So then just how did this missile attack and kill Zawahiri with such precision? The strike was carried out using the Hellfire R9X, a missile which is equipped with 6 razor-like blades and does not have any explosive payload which can cause any kind of explosion. These missiles do not explode but release knife-like blades, hitting the targets with precision to avoid collateral damage to civilians. It has become the US munition of choice for killing leaders of extremist groups while avoiding civilian casualties. The R9X first appeared in March 2017 when top Al-Qaeda leader Abu al-Khair al-Masri was killed by a drone strike while traveling in a car in Syria. But this was never acknowledged by the US. The missile was also used by the US forces targeting an Al-Qaeda-linked trainer in Syria in 2020, and some reports also suggest that it was used in 2019. What is interesting to note is that in these images of the remains of vehicles where the targets were killed, you can even see clean slices on the bodywork of the vehicle, evidently caused by the blades of the Hellfire R9X. The missile goes by several names: Ninja Bomb, Flying Jinsu, named after premium knives forged in Japan, but the AGM-114 Hellfire missiles are air-to-ground laser-guided subsonic missiles with significant anti-tank capacity. It weighs about 45 kgs. The missiles can also be launched from drone helicopters. The range of these missiles vary from 500 meters to 11 kilometers depending on the variant being used. In the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri, the US used a drone to strike the target based on specific intelligence.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Oh, sorry.
Sir cheese, sir paneer. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Co-powered by RK Marble. Khoobsurat Imandari.
Good evening and welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kanwal. After the questioning of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, the offices of the National Herald have been sealed. The Congress is up in arms. The BJP is saying this is action taken by the Enforcement Directorate, which is not political. That's my top focus on the news track tonight.
After grilling and raiding, now ED sealing. Massive escalation in National Herald case. ED agents swarm Delhi's Herald House. Major suspense over further escalation. Gandhi's silent. Congress army hits war path. Congress unites again to defend Gandhis.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Congress says it is under siege after the Enforcement Directorate seals Young Indian Private Limited offices at the Herald House in the capital. Police deployment increased outside Rahul Gandhi's house. Political showdown over the Tiranga Yatra. BJP hits out at the opposition for not participating in the rally. Partha Chatterjee and his associate Arpita's ED custody extended till the 8th of August. India Today investigation reveals how fake appointment letters were issued to scam aspirants. Amir and Kareena starrer Lal Singh Chadda courts controversy again. Kangana accuses Amir of orchestrating negativity around the film for publicity. Nancy Pelosi leaves Taiwan after a 15-hour pit stop, hails the island nation's resilience. China's bluster fully exposed.
43 years ago, with the Taiwan Relations Act, America made a bedrock promise to always stand with Taiwan.
There's been a massive escalation in the National Herald case. After grilling and raiding, the Enforcement Directorate this evening sealed the Young Indian Private Limited offices at the Herald House in the capital. The Congress has gone into war mode after the ED's action, claiming that their party is under siege. Security has been beefed up at Rahul Gandhi's residence in the capital. The Congress MP is currently in Devangari in Karnataka and is expected to return at 10:30 p.m. tonight. The top Congress leadership went into a huddle as the Delhi police increased its presence outside the Congress headquarters. The sealing of Young India offices comes after Congress Supremo Sonia Gandhi and Rahul were both quizzed earlier about their involvement in this case by the Enforcement Directorate. ED sources tell India Today that only the Young Indian office has been temporarily seized as they were unable to conduct searches within the premises. Sources say summons have been sent to the principal office bearer Mallikarjun Kharge to conclude the search. Only when Kharge presents himself for the search will the temporary seal be lifted.
What BJP wants to do is BJP wants that nothing in India should be made by small and medium businesses. They want that everything should be made by 2 or 3 of their favorite big business people. That is why they changed these rules. Their entire idea is to take the money out of these people's pocket, right, and put it into rich businessmen's pocket.
For events 10 years ago, with a siege mentality in the heart of the capital of the world's largest democracy. Can we believe it? India, the proud largest democracy of the world, has a siege mentality. I was astonished to see that people cannot come and go. There are platoons everywhere on the other side of the road also, apart from Tughlaq Lane. And for what? The only sole object of this exercise is humiliation, insult and intimidation at one level. And as Ajay ji said, diversion, digression and sensationalism at the other. बहकाना चाहते हैं आपको, बरगलाना चाहते हैं कि आपकी अखबारों की और चैनल्स की सुर्खियों में बेरोजगारी की बात न हो, महंगाई की बात न हो, बात हो इस प्रकार से पुलिस आ गई, इस प्रकार से घेराबंदी हो गई, इस प्रकार से हमने डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन नहीं होने दिया, इत्यादि इत्यादि. You have created a siege mentality, a climate of fear. The entire country watches as investigative agencies are deployed mindlessly against the leadership of India's oldest political party. I mean, you are treating this institution, this party, these leaders as terrorists? Is it the worst form of petty politics to divert and then on the contrary you blame us? As we have said earlier and repeated endlessly, our voices will not be silenced by these cheap tactics. On the contrary, you are underlining your acts and omissions by these diversionary tactics for the whole world to see, but we will never relent, whatever be the cost. We will never abdicate our responsibility as a responsible opposition.
12 तुगलक लेन के सामने किस तरीके से दिल्ली पुलिस और अन्य सुरक्षा बल हमारे पार्टी हेडक्वार्टर्स, सोनिया गांधी जी की रेजिडेंस और राहुल गांधी जी के मकान को भी घेर लिया है.
Joining me live at this moment from Rahul Gandhi's residence is our Congress reporter Supriya Bhardwaj. Munish Pandey tracks the Enforcement Directorate for us. Our Delhi correspondent Amit Bhardwaj is live at the Herald House. I want to go across to Munish Pandey first on the nature of the ED action. The Congress press conference seems to suggest that the Herald House has been seized and that it's now been attached by the ED. The briefing that we got from the ED seems to suggest that it's temporary, this action, and not a seizure which is permanent. It's not as if the asset has been attached. Where does the reality really lie? What's really going on, Munish?
Well, Rahul, to get a clarity, I met a few of the ED officials. I'm still standing outside the ED headquarters in National Capital. And what the sources within the Enforcement Directorate have told India Today, that whenever a search is being conducted, there is a procedure that a person from the same office should be present before the ED officer so that the search warrant can be executed. Now, if we talk about the National Herald searches, what the officers are telling us that they went to the National Herald office with a search warrant. Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge was called. Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge presented himself before the Enforcement Directorate officials, but when the ED officials wanted to conduct searches inside the Young Indian Private Limited office within the National Herald office, then he was not cooperating. And that is why this office has been temporarily sealed. Why this office has been sealed? I asked this specific question. What they said that if there is any possible evidence within the premises of Young Indian Private Limited, then if the office is open, there is a possibility that the very same evidence may be tampered, it might be destructed. And this is why, as a precaution measure, they have sealed the office. Whenever any person from Young Indian Private Limited or the principal office, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, present himself before the ED office saying that he is ready to cooperate, he will come along with the ED officials to execute the search warrant, then this office will be de-sealed and the officers will be able to conduct the searches. Rahul.
Okay, Supriya Bhardwaj, the ED seems to be suggesting that Mallikarjun Kharge wasn't cooperating when the ED wanted to search the Young Indian office, which is why the office has been temporarily seized and it will be unsealed when Kharge allows for Young India's office to be searched. The Congress seems to be making it out to be about humiliation, insult, intimidation and the creation of a siege mentality.
Well, Rahul, the breaking news which is coming is that it is not over yet, because today in the morning, Congress had raised the issue of the raids at the National Health Office in both the houses of the Lok Sabha, of the Parliament, that is both the Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. And right now, the information that we are getting is that tomorrow again, Congress will be raising this matter in both the houses. They will be seeking that a genuine motion be given and a proper discussion on the ED's role should take place in both the houses. At the moment, we are at Rahul Gandhi's residence. It's an uneasy calm which prevails. I would like to show you what has happened over here is that just a couple of minutes back, the entire area was cordoned off. Nobody was allowed to go from this very area. Still, the barricades are there. The Delhi police officials are present now on the main road. The CRPF which was deployed has also been pushed back. Rahul Gandhi is expected to come back around 10:30 p.m. He's on his way right from Bengaluru, Karnataka to Delhi. And what we are hearing is that it's not over. Congress is going to take it to the next level, and it's going to be not just from Sansad. There might be protests near the Gandhi statue, and it might spill over on the streets of Delhi also. Already Congress has given a call that on 5th of August, day after tomorrow, there is going to be a massive protest across the country on the issue of the unemployment. Now, the Congress party, along with other opposition parties, have also written a letter. There are approximately 21 opposition parties which have come together and have even questioned the judgment as far as the PMLA case is concerned. So what we are seeing at the moment is that it's just not the Congress party, but the entire opposition which is being reached out by the principal opposition party. And tomorrow it can be a mega showdown when the Parliament's monsoon session resumes.
Okay, so we've got Amit Bhardwaj. He's joining us at this moment from the Herald House. Amit, what's happening at Ground Zero? Do you have a sense of whether this office is temporarily seized, permanently seized? Has the asset been attached? What are the officials you're talking to on the ground telling you?
Well, Rahul, we'll just show you the visuals on the Ground Zero itself. This is the Herald House where the raids had started around 10 in the morning yesterday. And this continued till late in the night. And what we had learned from our sources was that nearly 16 hours the ED officials were inside the National Herald office. And remember, yesterday around 6 in the evening, Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Pawan Bansal had reached the Herald House. But this is the situation right now at Herald House. You see there's a lock hanging at the gate of the main entrance of the Herald House, and there are security guards sitting in. And they have locked this door because there are other offices in the same building, so that the journalists do not enter the building. The lock has been put up. On the left-hand side, Rahul, I'll request Sanjeev to show you the visuals. The board, I'm not pretty sure. Now there should be some clarity. There's a board that you are seeing. That is the Young Indian Private Limited board. And the right next to that board is the door, a glass door, which has been sealed by the ED officials. This is the office of the Young Indian located in the Herald House. The same Young Indian Private Limited which runs and owns the National Herald newspaper, which is also considered the mouthpiece of the Congress party. So this office has been sealed by the ED officials, and whether this is a permanent seal or whether this is a temporary seal can be understood from the fact that there are two notices which has been put on the gate. The glass door of the Young Indian Private Limited. And both of these notices are paper notices, and there are sellotapes which has been put along with it. So if anybody tries to open the gate without informing the ED officials, without private information to the ED officials, that particular notice will break, which would mean violation of the law. And clearly, as Munish was saying, you know, there are claims that the principal officer of Young Indian were not present here when the ED officials had reached here, and that is why the office has been sealed. So clearly the seal at the Young Indian office in Bahadur Shah Jafar Road in the Herald House looks like a temporary seal, but
okay.
I'll
come back to you for more in just a moment. I want to
just
talk about that big question in political circles at this moment, which is about whether Rahul Gandhi and or Sonia Gandhi could be arrested next. Munish Pandey, do you have any sense? And obviously, the ED doesn't announce these decisions before they're actually taken and made. But what's the general sense in the ED? Is it possible that Rahul and or Sonia could be arrested?
Well, Rahul, this is a very straightforward question, and let me tell you something. I spoke to a very senior officer in Enforcement Directorate, and I asked the very straight question that whether there is any possibility of Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi being arrested at any stage of this investigation in the National Herald case. And what I was told at that point of time that they won't be arresting Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. However, it is important to note that when I had asked this question to the officers, at that point of time, they were not questioned. Only summons had been issued to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. Rahul was questioned for almost 54 hours in 5 days. Sonia Gandhi has been questioned for 12 hours in 3 days. Now, during those questioning, what is important here, Rahul, is to point out is that ED is not satisfied with the answers of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi as far as the transaction is concerned. Because remember, both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi blamed Motilal Vora, then treasurer of Congress Party, AJL and Young Indian Private Limited, saying that he was the only person who authorized the loan, he was the only person who approved the loan, and he is the only person who was aware of the entire transaction. So we are not aware of it. That is what Rahul and Sonia Gandhi said, but ED is not satisfied. They are saying that because you are the director of Young Indian Private Limited, you must have some idea what happened, financially, in terms of financials in these companies. Apart from that, the other important point during the investigation, which was again posed before Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, if this is a Section 25 Act company, that is a charitable organization, then why there is no charity work done by Young Indian Private Limited? There were no answers, there were no clarification given by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So the scenario of investigation has changed. But yes, to answer your